As the sun descends towards the western hills, the crimson clouds dance alongside a solitary wild goose, and the autumn waters blend seamlessly with the expansive sky. In the serene and tranquil town of Woniu, situated in the western territories of the Great Chu, peace reigns supreme. Woniu is a significant stronghold of the Great Chu, renowned for its saying, "Salt flows through Woniu, westward past Yangwan." The vast Luo River meanders through, making this town an essential conduit connecting the Hanhai Desert, with bustling merchants and travelers frequenting its waterways. On the grassy knoll outside the Sunset Pavilion on the southern slope of Woniu, 3 children frolic joyfully around an aged yellow ox, oblivious to the passage of time. The setting sun, verdant grass, the yellow ox, and the innocent laughter of children weave a serene tapestry of nature. Throughout countless ages, Woniu has remained a bastion of tranquility. The old yellow ox was born and raised here, relishing the peace of its surroundings, destined to spend its final days in this very place. Lin Feng, stop right there. At that moment, a youthful voice shattered the serene ambience surrounding the old ox. The voice belonged to a chubby little boy named Zhao Xiaopeng, the youngest son of the esteemed Zhao family in Woniu, who was laboriously pursuing Lin Feng, the one ahead brandishing a cattle prod. "Come and catch me. If you do, he'll return it to you." Lin Feng, one hand gripping a 2-foot-long cattle prod and the other carrying a straw-woven cage containing a dark, imposing figureea pet captured by Zhao Xiaopeng's servant, meant to amuse his master, gleefully taunted his pursuer. And oh, I cannot fathom why Zhao Xiaopeng felt compelled to flaunt himself before Lin Feng. Lin Feng towered over Zhao Xiaopeng by a good half a head, possessing no extraordinary traits, save for his remarkably defined eyebrows, sharp as a sealed sword, and his large eyes that, in conjunction with his youthful visage, rendered him a veritable picture of a charming young boy. In contrast, Zhao Xiaopeng was somewhat lacking. He stood short yet bore a broad frame, perhaps a testament to the diligent care of his father, the official. Giggling, "Brother Lin Feng, you are truly mischievous." Beside them stood a delicate young girl, Leah, who was particularly fond of clinging to Lin Feng, a fact that often incited Zhao Xiaopeng to boast in Lin Feng's presence. Zhao Xiaopeng had, on more than one occasion, urged his aunt to propose marriage to the Li family, expressing his desire to forge a betrothal with Leah. This elicited laughter from the Zhao household. It was commonplace for parents to negotiate marriages for their children. It was unprecedented for a child of 7 or 8 to request a betrothal from adults. In Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes, Leah belonged to him. Why should she only play with Lin Feng and not with him? It is well understood among children that vying for playmates is no less grievous than the theft of toys. Lin Feng was truly detestably not only took Leah away, but also usurped his general. Such a slight was intolerable. "Lin Feng, if you do not stop right now, I shall inform my father and have him deduct your wages." Lin Feng paused for a moment, thinking this insufferable rotund boy, always resorting to threats involving Zhao Yuanwei. In Lin Feng's eyes, Zhao Yuanwei is a kind-hearted man. An orphan, Lin Feng was raised by an old beggar who roamed the land with him. At the tender age of 6, they arrived at Woniu town, where tragedy struck on a stormy night. The old beggar passed away in a narrow alley behind the Zhao residence. Lin Feng wept through the night, succumbing to unconsciousness. When he awakened the following day, he found himself in the servants' quarters of the Zhao estate. Zhao Yuanwei, displaying great compassion, not only took Lin Feng in, but also provided the old beggar with a modest coffin. Due to their similar ages, Lin Feng and Zhao Xiaopeng became inseparable companions. Zhao Xiaopeng regarded Lin Feng as a brother until the arrival of a young girl named Li, who took shelter at the Zhao household. Initially, the 3 played together, but soon Zhao Xiaopeng realized that Li favored Lin Feng's company, leading to subsequent events. "Humph, what a miser. I can return this to you, but you must promise me something in return," Lin Feng said slyly. Zhao Xiaoping instinctively shrank his neck, but voiced, "What do you want?" Lin Feng leaned in, patting Zhao Xiaoping's shoulder with a precocious air, a gesture he had learned from Wang Fugui, the ruffian brother of Wang Ergun next door. "Zhao, my little brother, with our bond, how could I ever steal your grasshopper? Hey, erase the deal. I've heard that the martial arts instructor gave you a wooden sword. How about you let me try it out someday?" Zhao Xiaoping quickly shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, I aspire to become a great swordsman." "You? The chubby sword immortal? What's the harm in lending Lin Feng brother that broken wooden sword for a bit of fun?" Leah chuckled, her youthful charm undeniably delightful. Zhao Xiaoping, his face quivering with indignation, retorted, You two are ganging up on me. I shan't engage with you any longer." He feigned anger, attempting to turn away, but inwardly he mused, "How dare you try to deceive me out of my wooden sword?" Not a chance. Before Zhao Xiaoping could make his exit, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. The dimming heavens suddenly ignited in a fiery crimson hue, prompting the trio to gaze upward. From the blazing sun, a colossal fireball plummeted rapidly toward Woniu town. "What is that?" Leah inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Falling fire." Lin Feng recalled having heard the old beggar speak of it. "Is the falling fire going to land in the town?" Zhao Xiaoping asked timidly. The three children beheld a magnificent spectacle the likes of which they had never witnessed before. Unbeknownst to them, if this fiery mass descended, Woniu town would be utterly obliterated. Just as the fireball appeared poised to strike the town, Lin Feng, in a daze, heard a distant moo of a cow, followed by the sensation of his cattle prod being yanked from his grasp. "Moo!" Another bellow echoed. The once leisurely grazing old yellow cow had suddenly materialized above Woniu town, its agile tail entwining the cattle prod as if it were sketching something in the air. In an instant, a translucent barrier emerged above Woniu town, radiating threads of white light. Immediately, the old yellow ox's body expanded rapidly, initially reaching the size of a modest dwelling, and ultimately transforming into a colossal creature reminiscent of a small mountain. It emanated an inexplicable aura of authority, overshadowing even the distant, surging waters of the Luo River. The fiery stream descending from the crimson sun did not cease its descent due to the ox's transformation. Instead, it continued to plummet under the influence of gravity, resembling another sun of flame. The towering old yellow ox emitted resounding mooing roars, defiantly confronting this natural force, ultimately bracing itself against the impending onslaught. With a thunderous boom, a brilliant flash erupted above Woniu town. The fiery stream morphed into myriad small fireballs that rained down upon the protective barrier set by the yellow ox. Following a violent tremor, both the ox and the fiery stream vanished, and soon after, a rain of crimson fire began to fall from the heavens, turning the grassland beneath into mere ashes. As the fiery rain subsided, two beams of light descended from the sky, one landing in Lin Feng's hand, and the other plunging into the nearby Luo River. Observing the returning cattle prod, Lin Feng hastily shielded Liya and the dazed Zhao Xiaoping beneath a rocky outcrop to evade the malevolent deluge. Once the blood rain dissipated, amidst the depths of the clouds above Woniu town, a disheveled old man sighed. What a pity a millennium of cultivation reduced to ashes. How many cultivators must be hindered by these tribulations? He could have evaded it. The disheveled elder shook his head, pondering whether escape was even possible. This absurd celestial mandate, which unleashed calamity by holding countless innocent lives hostage, truly tested the steadfast heart of this demon bull. How unjust was the decree of heaven! How profoundly unjust! Within the ancestral hall, the forebears of Woniu town were enshrined, and at the center of the sacrificial altar stood a lifelike bronze bull. Yet, at this moment, the bronze bull was marred by a web of cracks. The clan elder collapsed to the ground in sorrowful lamentation, while simultaneously, the plow bulls within 100 miles of Wonyu town knelt in unison, tears the size of beans streaming from their eyes, casting a veil of mourning clouds over the entire town. As Lin Feng journeyed, he searched for his old yellow bull, his companion for the past year. Akin to a forlorn beggar in his eyes, the old yellow bull was family. Since entering the Zhao residence, Lin Feng had been inseparable from the old bull, sharing slumber and counting the stars together, even recounting tales of the beggar to the old yellow bull. However, like the old beggar, the yellow bull had vanished, with the only difference being that the old bull was denied even the chance of a modest coffin. Along the way, the chubby boy wore a mournful expression. The loss of the old yellow bull weighed heavily on him. This bull had been a constant presence since his father's childhood, forming a deep bond that included Leah, and the three of them inextricably linked to the old yellow bull. With tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms, Leah inquired, "Brother Lin Feng, will we ever see the old yellow bull again?" This question sent Zhao Xiaopeng into a fit of tears as he collapsed to the ground, wailing, "My family's old yellow bull. My father said you were our treasure, that you would watch me grow. How could you just disappear?" The wailing of Zhao Xiaopeng attracted the townsfolk of Wonyu town, including his father, Zhao Yuanwei. Zhao Xiaopeng crawled and stumbled his way to his father's feet. "Father, please send someone to find the old yellow cow. It's gone, sob sob." Lin Feng stepped forward, addressing Zhao Yuanwei. Zhao Yuanwei, a middle-aged man and one of the wealthiest individuals in Wonyu town, wore a face marred by distress. His gaze fell upon the cattle prod clutched by Lin Feng, an heirloom passed down for his grandfather, belonging to the old yellow cow. Every 30 years, the old yellow cow would select a cowherd 30 years prior. It had chosen Zhao Yuanwei, and now it was Lin Feng, this young lad. In Lin Feng, Zhao Yuanwei seemed to glimpse his youthful self amidst blue skies, white clouds, and lush green fields, alongside an old yellow cow. A year ago, on that stormy night, Lin Feng had descended from the heavens into the courtyard of the Zhao residence, guided by the cattle prod in his hand. Zhao Yuanwei regarded Lin Feng, accepting the cattle prod from him. He surveyed the gathering townsfolk and proclaimed loudly, "Sons of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li families of Wonyu town, step forward." In an instant, more than half of Wonyu town's young men emerged. Amidst the incredulous expressions of the outsiders, the young men of the four prominent families of Wonyu town knelt, escorting the cattle prod towards the ancestral hall. Longevity is inherently devoid of sentiment. If heaven possessed emotions, it too would grow old. At that moment, from behind Lin Feng, an unkempt old man emerged, shouldering a rusted, battered sword. He inquired, "Youngster, care to become my disciple?" Chapter 2. The Master-Apprentice Relationship at the Sunset Pavilion in Wonyu town. A throng of people gathered. The already bustling town further animated by the astonishing tale of a divine bull that withstood a celestial calamity to rescue the citizens of Ming. This extraordinary event attracted a multitude of practitioners from within the borders of the Western Chu. Among them were scholars donned in traditional attire, Taoists in their flowing robes, fierce warriors wielding swords, and elegant fairies exuding grace and charm. In today's world, cultivation is not a secretive endeavor among the vast populace of several hundred million in Ming. Approximately 30 million are practitioners. The distinction lies merely between those of elevated cultivation and those of lower realms. In these times, it would be a source of great shame for anyone to be unfamiliar with a few cultivators, as even traveling merchants often possess some degree of skill. Those with high cultivators in their families or sects are aware that the recent celestial fire in Wonyu town likely signifies the presence of powerful beings undergoing tribulations. However, the involved parties knew that the divine bull had a chance to escape the fiery onslaught. Yet, as the flames surged directly towards Wonyu town, retreating would mean the town's utter annihilation. Practitioners, often perceived as self-serving, tend to grow more callous with age and depth of cultivation. Surprisingly, the divine bull chose to confront the flames for the sake of Wonyu town. The trials and tribulations it faced were manifestations of heavenly will, and its demise could be anticipated. As a formidable entity of tribulation, The divine bull's passing in this desolate expanse of western Chu would undoubtedly draw mourners from the region. Moreover, Wonia town hosted an extravagant memorial ceremony in honor of the divine bull. Though the bull has departed, its spirit lingers, while the four prominent families of the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li clans have exhausted their fortunes to conduct a memorial service unlike any other. The practitioners arrived upon hearing the news. Drawn both by the solemnity of the memorial and the allure of the legendary treasure, there has never been a wall that does not let whispers through. On that fateful day, as the divine ox faced calamity and the Tao dissipated, two treasures fell amidst the blood rain. One was the ancient artifact, the cattle-herding whip. Enshrined in the ancestral hall of Woniyu town, a relic that many cultivators had only glimpsed from afar. Its intrinsic value paled in comparison to its historical significance. What truly captivated the populace was the treasure that had plunged into the waters of the Luo River. Some advanced practitioners speculated that it might embody the essence of the divine ox's lifelong cultivation, a rare and extraordinary treasure unique to the bovine spirit. Upon this conjecture, cultivators, desperate due to their scarcity of resources, flocked like wolves scenting flesh, eagerly converging towards the river. In recent days, over 100 groups of practitioners had ventured into the Luo waters in search of the treasure, only to return empty-handed. Some even speculated that it had been consumed by the fish within the river or had drifted downstream. Rumors proliferated, drawing even more practitioners to Wonia town. Naturally, those who fancied themselves wise offered their interpretations. Brother, you may not be aware, but it is said that this divine ox once forged a pact with the ancestors of the four great families. As long as the ox exists, Wonia town shall endure. The divine ox serves as both the guardian of the town and the embodiment of its spirit. One might wonder why this town, nestled in the desolate expanse of the western Chu, has thrived for a millennium, blessed with favorable weather. I used to ponder why my ancestors advised me to behave with utmost propriety here in Wonia town. It turns out there are formidable guardians overseeing it. This is no ordinary guardian, but a divine ox of calamity. Why would it willingly remain in Wonia town for a millennium, even sacrificing itself during the catastrophic fire? An uninformed individual inquired, why, over the course of a millennium, have we not witnessed the presence of the divine bull? The curious one further questioned, how could one expect to encounter the formidable beings of the realm? It is said that these esteemed figures prefer to remain hidden in the shadows of the forest or to live incognito among the populace. Look yonder at the child kneeling before us. He is the latest shepherd of the divine bull. I have heard from the townsfolk that the divine bull selects a new shepherd every 30 years, accompanying him with a whip for the duration of 3 decades. Do you see that esteemed patriarch of the Zhao clan? He was the previous shepherd, now possessing remarkable soul-sensing abilities. Impressive, isn't it? What? A soul-sensing practitioner in his 30s? Surely you jest. It took me 135 years to barely reach the late stage of foundation establishment, and I am still far from the realm of soul-sensing. How could he have achieved such a feat at such a tender age? Might he be a prodigy among the elite? That is uncertain. The latest rankings have yet to be updated. He has concealed his abilities all this while, merely a wealthy gentleman. Do you think this has anything to do with the divine bull? I suspect there is indeed a connection. Otherwise, how could a mere wealthy gentleman attain the realm of soul-sensing at such a young age? Do you believe he is one of the prodigies from the 3 sects and 7 major clans? A well-meaning mentor sighed. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters. We, as humble practitioners from minor sects, cannot compare to them. Look, the ceremony is about to commence. The altar was set at the Sunset Pavilion on the southern slope of Woniyu town. As Zhao Yuanwei led the way, the young men of Woniyu town bowed before the bronze bull on the altar, honoring the millennia of protection bestowed by the old yellow bull. Lin Feng and the chubby boy stood to either side of Zhao Yuanwei. Zhao Xiaopeng learned of the passing of old yellow ox only last night, and he wept inconsolably throughout the evening. Oh, Lin Feng, will we never see old yellow ox again? With tears streaming down his face, Zhao Xiaopeng was deeply sorrowful. Lin Feng, however, did not shed any tears. He had already cried himself dry the previous night. For a child of 7 or 8, nothing could be more painful than the loss of a loved one, even if that loved one was merely a cow. Over the course of the year, Lin Feng had forged a strong bond with old yellow ox, and within the Zhao household, he was the only one capable of climbing atop the creature's back. While even the pudgy Zhao Xiaopeng could not manage to do so, the ceremony concluded amidst the children's lamentations, leaving the residents of Woniyu town despondent. With the departure of old yellow ox, would Woniyu town ever be the same? Earlier, Lin Feng had witnessed Leah being taken away by a group of fairy sisters. who claimed she was bound for the distant northern realm. Mr. Zhao remarked that Liu was originally from the northern realm. As the ceremony drew to a close, Mr. Zhao reverently presented the cattle prods from the altar, solemnly instructing Lin Feng, "From this day forth, it belongs to you. Do not let down the kindness of old yellow ox." With that, he turned and left with Zhao Xiaobang. This moment drew the attention of many cultivators. It is worth noting that while the cattle prod was merely a treasure artifact, to a child, it represented an extraordinary fortune. For a child, such an artifact was akin to parading through the streets with a fortune of gold. To high-level cultivators beyond the soul connection realm, a treasure artifact might hold less significance. Yet for those in the Foundation establishment and Qi understanding realms, it was an immense temptation. With 30 million cultivators in Kanglan, how many possessed such treasure artifacts? However, those cultivators endowed with the gift of foresight were astonished as they gazed upon the young herdsman. To their utter disbelief, this child had already completed 100 days of foundational training. Truly remarkable. It is widely acknowledged that the earlier one embarks on the path of cultivation, the more advantageous it is for subsequent growth and advancement. Yet, it is generally advised that cultivation should commence only after one's skeletal structure has stabilized. Nonetheless, certain prominent families and esteemed sects often resort to extraordinary measures, sacrificing their own cultivation to expedite the foundational training of their descendants. Although lacking the prowess of a foundational practitioner, these individuals attain an innate state of foundational establishment at an early age, rendering their bodies pure and untainted. They need only await the right age to naturally cultivate spells and elevate their abilities. This illustrates the principle that the strong perpetually thrive while the weak progressively falter. As some low-tier cultivators lamented this reality, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from the waters of Luoshui, not far from the Sunset Pavilion, indicating that practitioners of the soul perception realm were engaged in battle. "Look, what is that shimmering golden object?" exclaimed a bystander. "Could it be the fabled golden bull treasure?" shouted a practitioner wielding a large blade. "Brothers of the blade-dominant sect, arm yourselves. Let us seize the legendary gold together." The sword-wielding practitioner was a burly man with a full beard. In truth, those present were well aware that the so-called blade-dominant sect was merely a ragtag assembly of a few dozen foundational cultivators, with at most a handful possessing the slightest comprehension of the Qi realm. Ahead, a fierce contest for the soul-connecting realm was erupting. The smaller cultivators were merely pawns in this grand game. However, the allure of wealth proved irresistible, especially when it came to the legendary Niu Bao, said to aid one's cultivation. In an instant, the Sunset Pavilion buzzed with excitement as swords soared through the air, and cultivators employing various peculiar artifacts joined the fray to seize the Niu Bao. Lin Feng gazed at the golden orb that had suddenly descended from the heavens, instinctively reaching out to grasp it, feeling an undeniable connection as if it were his by right. In the heavens and on the ground, hundreds of cultivators witnessed the Niu Bao fall into the hands of a mere child, and they surged toward Lin Feng in a frenzy. This object had the power to propel one to a higher realm. It was the crystallization of the years of cultivation of an ancient divine ox, a treasure of immeasurable worth, a tremendous temptation. Yet, just as the throng lunged at Lin Feng, a rusted, colossal sword descended from the sky, embedding itself mere feet before him. Towering at approximately 7 feet, the sword emanated a fierce aura, resembling an invisible wall that compelled the multitude of cultivators to retreat. As the crowd paused to reconsider their strategy, a disheveled elder, cradling a gourd of wine, floated down from the sky, stepping lightly on the air. "He is my disciple. Does anyone dare to covet my disciple's treasure?" The cultivators present were seasoned veterans of the martial world, recognizing that he was undoubtedly a high-level cultivator, at the very least above the soul-connecting level. There was no chance of theft here. The disciple was well protected. It was no wonder that the Zhao clan leader had casually bestowed the precious artifact upon this child. He evidently hailed from a notable background. The disheveled old man turned to Lin Feng, casting a casual glance. To him, Niu Bao was unworthy of his attention. However, his curiosity was piqued. Lin Feng, after all, was the disciple he had journeyed far and wide to recruit, yet he was taken aback to find that someone else appeared to have arrived first. The old man approached Lin Feng and casually remarked, "What do you say? Become my disciple. Otherwise, you won't be able to safeguard what that old bull left behind." Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze, steadying his expression before inquiring, how long do you expect to live? This question struck the disheveled elder like lightning. He had anticipated Lin Feng to present him with various peculiar requests, but he had never expected such a nonsensical inquiry. The old man scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps a few thousand years more." Thud. Lin Feng knelt down, setting aside Niu Bao and the cattle prod, and earnestly performed 3 bows, solemnly addressing, "Master." Huh. The elder looked utterly bewildered, gazing at this fated disciple of his. What was this absurdity? He seriously suspected that the bull's nose from the Qianji sect was playing tricks on him, as the esteemed second greatest sword immortal in the world. Did he really need to resort to such antics to take on a disciple? Moreover, the question posed by this disciple left him utterly perplexed. Lin Feng also raised his eyes to the elderly figure before him. On that fateful day, the day the old bull passed away, this man appeared, expressing his desire to take Lin Feng as his disciple. Yet Lin Feng had hesitated, for the old man reminded him too much of a beggar. The elder appeared exceedingly aged, much like a decrepit beggar, and Lin Feng feared that he might not have long to live. However, when the old man informed him that he had several thousand years to live, he bowed without hesitation. Chapter 3. Rescuing a Life. This bow was witnessed by the crowd of cultivators at the Sunset Pavilion, who observed in disbelief as a treasure fell into the hands of a seemingly frail child. Logically, it should have been an effortless acquisition. Yet, unexpectedly, a formidable opponent emerged, and although the onlookers were reluctant to accept the turn of events, they were left with no choice but to abandon their ambitions. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, speculating about the identity of this esteemed cultivator. Was he a master of great repute or a legendary figure from the celestial rankings? Just then, a gasp arose from the back of the gathering of cultivators. It was none other than Li Chifeng. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who was Li Chifeng? He was a renowned powerhouse on the celestial rankings, having carved out a significant name for himself among the 10 great sects with nothing but a single sword. Now that Li Chifeng had appeared within the borders of the Western Chu, it surely raised suspicions. Those with keen minds inevitably recalled the tragic incident involving the imperial family of Western Chu 3 months prior. The sudden appearance of such a formidable deity in a small town within the desolate expanse of Western Chu was indeed puzzling. Could it be that he had merely come to take on a disciple? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the crowd's enthusiasm waned, and they dispersed. After all, treasures, while alluring, paled in comparison to the value of one's life. Thus, Lin Feng became the disciple of the sword saint, Li Chifeng. In the end, Lin Feng tidied up, and by tidying up, it meant wrapping a few garments in a tattered cloth. He carried the precious cow treasure wrapped on his back, with the cowherd's whip coiled around his waist. Finally, he visited the grave of the old beggar, offering 3 white buns and performing a deep bow in reverence. Every action Lin Feng took was silently observed by Li Chifeng, who followed him wherever he went. Through the days of companionship, Li Chifeng has come to hold a favorable opinion of his apprentice. This apprentice, though diminutive in stature, is a nostalgic soul. Lin Feng, having conscientiously completed all his tasks, approached Li Chifeng earnestly and declared, "Now I can accompany you." Li Chifeng took a sip of his drink, stroked his unkempt beard, and squinted his eyes, inquiring, "Where to?" "Ah, to the sect, master. As the saying goes, where the heart finds peace, there lies my home. I have always roamed the world with my sword as my companion." The sect is merely a fleeting moment in the clouds, ephemeral like the drifting mist. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment. "So, you mean to say there is no sect? Though I may be small, do not deceive me. I overheard Wang Ergen next door mention that practitioners invariably have a sect. Why do we not? Is it possible that you lack any senior brothers or sisters?" Li Chifeng replied earnestly, "Cough. What need have we for senior brothers? In our lineage, the heavens serve as our canopy, and the fertile earth as our foundation. This expanse of sky and land is our sect." Lin Feng hesitantly inquired, "Then may I timidly ask, what is the name of our sect, and how many disciples does it have?" The master answered, "We are known as the Starfall sect, and thus far, it is only you and I." "Ah, may I withdraw from it?" Lin Feng further questioned. "Betraying the sect warrants a punishment most severe," Li Chifeng replied sternly. Lin Feng, somewhat disheartened, lamented, "Then I shall remain. It is entirely my fault for not inquiring more thoroughly before hastily taking you as my master. I had imagined a scenario where, should a conflict arise, I could simply call upon my senior brothers, and they would rush to my aid. That image was indeed a beautiful one, yet now it has dissipated into nothingness. What Lin Feng remained oblivious to was the multitude of individuals in the world who envied his position, unable to catch their breath. The renowned 10 great sects of the Kanglan were legendary. Once, a prince from the eastern domain sought to join the Xingyan sect, but Li Qingfeng merely conferred upon him the title of sword servant. The sect traditionally accepted only a single disciple, perpetuating a lineage of one per generation. News of Li Chengfeng's appearance in the western Chu domain swiftly reached the ears of Zhang Juyi, the master of Haoyin sect. He commanded that every effort be made to locate Li Chengfeng, for only by finding him could the mysteries surrounding the tragic incident of the western Chu royal family be unraveled. Moreover, tales began to circulate throughout the martial world regarding the legendary sword saint's wrath leading to the annihilation of western Chu. Some claimed the royal family had offended the sword saint, while others suggested a rift between the Haori sect and the sword saint. Opinions varied widely, and soon an undercurrent of intrigue began to swell in the western region. Yet, at the heart of this turmoil, an old man and a young boy leisurely roamed the mountains and fields. On one such day, Lin Feng, gnawing on a wild chicken leg, curiously inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" To which Lin Feng added, "Aren't you supposed to be teaching me the art of cultivation?" Li Qingfeng glanced at Lin Feng and replied, "You are still but a child. It is perfectly acceptable to play for a few more years." Lin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. It had been some time since they departed from Woniyu town, and aside from indulging in feasting and merriment, his master had imparted none of the teachings regarding cultivation. During his time with the old beggar, Lin Feng had often heard tales of the formidable prowess of cultivators, which filled him with admiration. The beggar frequently lamented how wonderful it would be to become a cultivator, asserting that at the very least, they would not suffer from hunger. The people of this realm held a profound reverence for the path of cultivation. The so-called notion that all pursuits are inferior, save for the cultivation of the self, suggests that one must embody a practitioner to aspire to officialdom. To lead a fulfilling life, one must also be a practitioner, even in the realm of commerce. To merely run a modest shop and pass the days, one must embrace the path of cultivation. The evolution of this world primarily revolves around practitioners, with ordinary mortals playing a supportive role. The mundane derive protection and essential living conditions from the practitioners, while the practitioners themselves emerge from the ranks of the ordinary, each complementing the other, thus giving rise to the flourishing scene of 30 million cultivators in the Kanglan realm. It is evident, however, that not every mortal can embark on the path of cultivation, nor will every practitioner extend their protection to the ordinary. As the saying goes, where there are people, there exists a myriad of conflicts. The world is rife with disputes, unavoidable for both mortals and practitioners alike. Not far from the valley where Lin Feng resided, the sounds of an intense battle echoed, a cacophony of clashing swords, the chaotic flight of magical artifacts, and the vibrant explosions of spells illuminating the surroundings in a kaleidoscope of colors, which Lin Feng found quite enchanting. Clearly, this was a vendetta in the martial realm, with both sides in hot pursuit of one another. One faction consisted of 7 or 8 practitioners cloaked in black, their movements agile and swift, as they darted through the air with an ethereal grace, radiating an aura of true energy. Their leader, whose presence was shrouded in obscurity, soared ahead with an enigmatic technique, deftly navigating the chase. In stark contrast, the fleeing party appeared considerably more beleaguered. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, clutched a delicate young girl in her arms. She tirelessly summoned her magical powers, hurling spells behind her in a desperate attempt to thwart her pursuers, while resolutely propelling herself forward with all her might. Perhaps the relentless pursuit had taken its toll. The leader suddenly paused, his complexion shifting as he spat out a mouthful of old blood, which splattered onto the sword he wielded. In an instant, the blade erupted in a crimson glow, transforming into a swift gust of wind that surged towards the old woman's back. A haunting wail, reminiscent of both grief and lamentation, echoed as the sword approached. Startled, the elderly woman fell to the ground, her expression one of utter despair, her silvery hair whipping wildly in the breeze. She cast a tender glance at the unconscious little girl beside her, then turned fiercely towards her pursuers, exclaiming, "How ruthless! You would not even spare a child." Another spurt of black blood erupted from her, staining the grass below. Lin Feng, witnessing this, turned away, perhaps out of compassion or a desire to seek his master's assistance. Over the past few days, he had encountered several such grim scenes, and whenever he sought his master's aid, the response was always the same: Matters of the martial world belong to the martial world. We are merely passers-by. Why meddle in others' affairs? Young Lin Feng possessed a kind heart. Perhaps due to his childhood experiences, he could not tolerate the oppression of the weak, especially when one of his own age was in peril. Thus, he called out in a youthful, trembling voice, "Master." Yet, Li Chengfeng paid him no heed, fixing his gaze instead upon the game in his hands. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the old woman continued to cough up black blood, her life hanging by a thread, while the little girl remained in a state of unconsciousness. From the shadows, more cloaked figures emerged, encircling the two. One of the dark-clad men spoke up. "Hall Master, there are two more over there. Should we deal with them as well?" He made a gesture across his throat. To comprehend that this operation was shrouded in the utmost secrecy of the divine sect, he had to ensure absolute certainty. "Go. Eliminate them swiftly and decisively." "Understood." The crowd acknowledged the command. Except for the leader in black, all others surged towards Lin Feng. Master, they are coming for us," Lin Feng exclaimed anxiously. Although he was aware of his master's formidable prowess, the adversaries numbered 7 or 8, and Lin Feng had always believed that numbers prevailed in combat. This principle, learned from his days as a street urchin, left him somewhat apprehensive. However, Li Chengfeng, unfazed, leisurely finished the last morsel of meat from his chicken leg. With a flick of his hand, a rusted, battered sword descended from the heavens, causing the black-clad individuals to stumble and fall. Imitating that same gesture, Lin Feng enviously mimicked the movement. He dreamed of the day when he could summon a sword from the sky with a mere wave of his hand. Li Chengfeng had not dealt a lethal blow, thus the assailants remained alive. One word, scram. The black-clad men scrambled back to their leader. "Leader, he might be a master. What shall we do?" "Never mind. Our priority is to eliminate the target." With that, the black-clad group charged towards the elderly woman. The frail old woman, on the brink of despair, seemed to find hope upon the sudden appearance of a mysterious master. She cried out for help. "Senior, I am a disciple of Linglong Island. I beseech you to aid me, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future." Li Chengfeng, initially inclined to remain a bystander, became intrigued. He muttered to himself, "So she is from Linglong Island. Very well. In honor of Linglong's charm, I shall intervene just this once." The colossal sword, originally embedded in the earth, ascended gracefully into the air, its movement silent yet profound. In an instant, the shadows of the cloaked figures were severed, their energy shattered, and they met a demise from which there was no return. However, the individuals were ultimately saved. Observing this, the elderly woman, who had been tense for an extended period, finally relaxed her taut nerves and fainted. Chapter 4. The sword's faith. The early spring night carried a slight chill, as within a valley on the borders of western Chu. A campfire flickered, dispelling the biting cold. Lin Feng diligently added logs to the fire, ensuring its warmth persisted. Beside the blaze sat the disheveled elder, Li Chengfeng, a moniker Lin Feng privately used to describe his master. Despite having been a beggar since childhood, Lin Feng had never encountered someone so unkempt. Especially considering his master was a practitioner of high renown. This stark contrast clashed with his preconceived notions of what a cultivator should embody. Although he yearned to inquire, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, adhering to the unspoken rule that a disciple must respect their master. Nearby sat the elderly woman and the young girl whom he had rescued earlier that evening. The girl remained unconscious, nestled in the embrace of the woman, her breathing steady. Lin Feng had discreetly stolen a glance at the girl. Indeed, she was charming, with a delicate upturned nose and fair skin that resembled the softest dough, evoking a sense of appetite. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng quickly dismissed such thoughts. This was inappropriate. Perhaps it was a remnant of his childhood yearning for sweet buns, as he often unconsciously juxtaposed delightful experiences with the allure of soft dough. Just then, a soft whimper broke the stillness. The little girl awakened from her slumber, and like Lin Feng, she possessed a pair of enchanting large eyes. The ornament upon her forehead resembled a blue gemstone, shimmering in the firelight, akin to a beautiful flower fairy. Lin Feng promptly offered her a cup crafted from bamboo, filled with a soup made from the mushrooms he had foraged that afternoon. His life skills were indeed commendable. His experiences as a beggar had imparted invaluable lessons. The elderly woman carefully accepted the cup, blew gently upon it, and then slowly fed the warm soup to the little girl. As the nourishing liquid flowed into her, the girl's pallid complexion began to take on a healthier hue. "Thank you, esteemed young hero." The elderly woman expressed her gratitude, her gaze drifting thoughtfully towards the scruffy old man seated nearby, feigning sleep. She placed the little girl aside and bowed respectfully to Li Chengfeng. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. My Linglong Island shall surely repay this kindness in the future. Surely, you must be a master of high cultivation. I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it. There is no need for repayment. When I visit your Linglong Island seeking the exquisite Linglong Zue, I wonder if that old nun might be persuaded to offer a little extra, Li Chengfeng interjected. Upon noticing the wine gourd at Li Chengfeng's waist, the elderly woman's previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed interest. The gourd appeared rather ordinary, yet its opening was remarkable, housing a small brewing array, a unique formation of Linglong Island. Linglong Island had always been reclusive, and few were aware of its existence. Those who possessed knowledge of its formations were even rarer. The elderly woman fell to her knees in desperation, exclaiming, "Esteemed predecessor, you are the legendary sword saint Li Chengfeng. I am Qiu Xiaoyan from Hulu Island, and my master is Qiu Yingying. I had the fortune of glimpsing you in my childhood on the island. Please forgive my earlier oversight in failing to recognize you. Esteemed predecessor, I dare to implore your assistance." She pulled a young girl down beside her and continued speaking. 3 months ago, I returned home from Linglong Island to visit my family and stumbled upon a calamity of unprecedented scale. The royal family of the Western Chu was slaughtered in a single night, and this is my younger sister's daughter, Chu Linger, the youngest princess of the Chu kingdom. Hold on, I am not here to save you, Li Chengfeng interjected, but those fools are blind. My precious disciple is present, and I would rather not have him frightened. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng nodded in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at rice. Over the past few days, he had come to understand his master's nature. Indifference was the norm, yet he occasionally erupted into action when matters piqued his interest, especially considering the connection to Linglong Island. A letter lay in Li Chengfeng's hand, and though he initially glanced at it casually, his anger grew with each passing moment. His garments fluttered without wind, and even the nearby campfire appeared to shrink, as if it might extinguish. The letter read, "Swordmaster, I hope this message finds you well. Recently, we received word that in a fit of fury, you eradicated the royal family of the state of Chu. Of course, we understand that such an act is not in your nature. If you were to annihilate the Chu imperial lineage and provoke the Haotian sect, you would undoubtedly inform us beforehand. Yet, the entire world is abuzz with the rumor that you are responsible for this deed. Zhang Ji, the leader of the Haotian sect, has arranged a banquet at Xiufeng, featuring your favorite, the drunken immortal brew, claiming it is to gather with you. You must attend post-haste." A note at the bottom reads, "How does it feel, old man, to have an undeserved blame thrust upon you? It must be quite delightful. For a century, you have disregarded us. We, the old swordsmen, are nearly withering away. Are you still capable, you old immortal? If not, I shall assist Sword 1 in dealing with it." Sword 3 remarked, "This was left by Sword 2. I have no part in it." The master was furious, so much so that his beard seemed to float in the air. Lin Feng had never witnessed such a display from him. The elderly woman remained on her knees. Lin Feng glanced at his master and noticed that the usual air of indolence had vanished, replaced by a formidable presence radiating strength from within. To describe it in one word, it was as if he walked with an arrogance surpassing that of Wang Erji's ruffian brother. Indeed, the younger generation shall diligently divulge every detail known to them. The situation is as follows. The elderly woman spent the duration of an incense stick reporting to Li Chengfeng. During this time, Lin Feng quietly observed Chu Linger, who occasionally glanced back at him. At the tender age of 7 or 8, peers are often inextricably drawn to one another. The little girl gazed at Lin Feng with a look of grievance. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness, yet he subtly shifted towards Chu Linger. They exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. While using a wooden stick to poke at the campfire, Lin Feng unearthed the mountain yam he had earlier tossed in, now thoroughly cooked. He carefully extracted it, brushed off the ashes, and divided it into 2 halves, one for himself and the other placed upon a broad leaf. Such small gestures did not escape the keen eyes of Li Chengfeng. Eventually, the elderly woman completed her report to Li Chengfeng. At this moment, however, he did not exhibit the fury he had shown upon receiving the correspondence. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Calculating astutely, he deduced that the impending calamity was still 400 to 500 years away, which did not align with the nature of his own tribulations. As an established powerhouse on the heavenly ranking, Li Qingfeng was well aware of the inevitability of facing tribulations. The path of cultivation was inherently a rebellious one, with 3 disasters and 5 tribulations being unavoidable. Nonetheless, there were generally discernible patterns to these occurrences. Just a century prior, he had successfully navigated a tribulation, suggesting he should have several centuries of peace ahead. Yet, this time, an unforeseen burden had descended upon him. The leader of the Haotian sect had already journeyed to Tianshan to visit Jian Wushuang, who claimed he was not responsible for the incident. In the eyes of the martial world, such illustrious figures were not prone to deceit, thus directing suspicion towards another, Li Qingfeng, the leader of the Xingyun sect. While the Haotian sect sought to confront him, the inebriated sword saint Li Qingfeng had always enjoyed a carefree existence. Consequently, the Haotian sect had even procured the legendary drunken elixir, Zue Xianyang, from the 3 Immortals Island and hosted a celestial banquet at Xiufang, eagerly awaiting the esteemed arrival of the sword saint. However, more than 3 months have elapsed, and the legendary swordsman Li Qingfeng remains elusive. Some have speculated that he must be involved, for it is well known that where fine wine is found, so too is the presence of the esteemed swordsman. Perhaps he is simply too apprehensive to reveal himself. Logically, such flimsy accusations should not tarnish Li Qingfeng's reputation, as it is common knowledge that practitioners may seclude themselves for years, even decades. Yet, another piece of evidence has emerged. Experts examining the damaged Taoist artifact, the Haori Lun, have concluded that the injuries were inflicted by the Xingyun sword. It is widely acknowledged that the Xingyun sword is the foundation of the Xingyun sect, a relic passed down since ancient times, wielded solely by its leader. The appearance of the Xingyun sword signifies the presence of the sect's master. Moreover, rumors circulate in the martial world that Li Qingfeng dispatched his sword attendant to pursue the last blood heir of the Chu kingdom, leading all evidence to suggest Li Qingfeng's involvement. Of course, Qiu Xiaoyan is aware that her pursuer cannot be his sword attendant, for had it truly been the case, she would not have survived to this day. Sword attendants are formidable figures who stir the very fabric of the world. Had one been after her, she would have surely met her demise long ago. Rise, do not remain kneeling. The ground is cold, Li Qingfeng stated calmly. The elderly woman, in a state of panic, protested, "It is not cold, not cold. You speak nonsense. Your status as a mere soul cultivator is inconsequential, but this young girl cannot withstand such torment. If you prefer to kneel, then continue to do so." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman was overcome with joy, realizing that the esteemed swordsman had consented to aid them. Lin Feng hurried over to assist Chu Linger to her feet, presenting her with the fragrant roasted mountain yam. Chu Linger fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng, accepted the mountain yam, inhaled its earthy aroma with her delicate nose, and then took a delightful bite, her demeanor utterly charming. Li Qingfeng turned his head, disregarding the elderly woman, and with a beaming smile, inquired of Lin Feng, "Disciple, where is the mountain yam for your master?" Lin Feng, resembling a startled rabbit, glanced at Chu Linger and, somewhat timidly, replied, "Ah? The mountain yam? Master, did you not say you only consume meat? Please wait. I shall fetch it for you right away." Chapter 5. I aspire to become a great sword. Immortal Lin Feng stealthily made his way to a small grove not far from the flickering flames. The so-called mountain yam was merely a plant root that the old beggar had taught him to identify as edible, typically found in thickets. Lin Feng skillfully began to excavate with a short stick. In no time, he cradled several mountain yams in his arms. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reached Lin Feng's ears. What is that noise? Lin Feng pondered, peering into the depths of the darkness ahead, yet he beheld only the tranquil void. Meanwhile, standing by the campfire, Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow. He focused intently, his spiritual awareness rippling outward like water, extending toward Lin Feng's location. In the grove just before Lin Feng, he sensed a momentary stillness, but upon closer inspection, he discovered nothing amiss. Spiritual awareness is an innate perception possessed by cultivators, akin to the 5 senses of ordinary mortals. However, unlike the latter, cultivators can consciously control and extend this awareness. The range of one's spiritual perception is often correlated with the level of one's cultivation. Qiu Xiaoyan also noticed Li Qingfeng's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity, "Senior, what is the matter?" Li Qingfeng's furrowed white brows relaxed as he replied mildly, "It is nothing. Merely a lost little mouse. Master, look, I have dug up quite a bounty this time, enough for you to enjoy. Just wait, and I will roast it for you immediately." Lin Feng panted, breathless from his efforts. He skillfully dug a pit, placed the mountain yams inside, covered them with soil, and arranged the still-burning firewood atop the freshly covered earth, his movements so fluid and practiced that they evoked sympathy. Soon, every step of the process was complete. They merely had to await the heat to permeate, and the mountain yams would naturally roast to perfection. This method was one Lin Feng had learned from the old beggar, simple yet effective. As Lin Feng awaited the yams to cook, on the opposite side of the valley, a figure shrouded in the night moved stealthily, distancing himself from Lin Feng and the others. It was evident that he was a skilled expert, yet he refrained from flying, instead drawing upon a thread of magical energy, darting through the treetops like a nimble monkey, alternating his feet in swift succession. Only when he had sufficiently distanced himself from the valley did he finally pause to catch his breath. The following day, as the sun rose, bathed in a hint of purple aura, it emerged from the eastern peaks. Any cultivator attuned to the realm of comprehension would seize this moment to gather energy for their practice, for the purple aura at sunrise is most conducive to enlightenment. Lin Feng awoke beside his master, wrapping himself in his bedding, which was fashioned from the fur of a tiger his master had slain days prior. Now treated and transformed into his cherished treasure for warmth in these chilly nights, Lin Feng, clutching a bedding roll taller than himself, dashed over to the giant sword of his master. He tapped the blade, and the bedding roll vanished from his grasp, clearly indicating that the colossal sword possessed a storage space. The elderly woman, Qiu Xiaoyan, emerged from her meditation, followed by Chu Linger, who had been nestled in her arms. After a night spent together, Lin Feng and Chu Linger had grown more acquainted. Early in the morning, the sweet and adorable Linger greeted Lin Feng with a cheerful good morning, Brother Lin Feng. Good morning, Sword Saint. Having been raised in the court, Chu Linger was well-mannered and cultured from a young age. Lin Feng smiled and waved at her, replying, Good morning, Sister Linger. The previous night, noticing that Chu Linger lacked her own bedding, Lin Feng generously offered his. He earnestly proclaimed, Sister Linger, come sleep with me. My bedding has been treated by my master. It is soft and warm. He gestured enthusiastically, adding, Look, there is plenty of space for both of us. He enthusiastically promoted his bedding, which not only garnered a surprised gaze from Qiu Xiaoyan, but also earned a thumbs up from Li Chengfeng, who secretly admired his apprentice's ambition. However, Chu Linger blushed and stubbornly refused, leaving Lin Feng utterly perplexed. He approached his master, inquiring, Master, is my bedding not good enough? Why doesn't Linger want to sleep with me? I'm being very generous. Li Chengfeng gazed stiffly at his disciple, realizing what a remarkable talent he had. If only he had possessed even half of this disciple's abilities back in the day, he would not now find himself alone in his old age. Take it. Qiu Xiaoyan, witnessing the scene, was initially taken aback, exclaiming, Could it be that this is the legendary sword order? After uttering this, she attempted to pull Chu Linger to bow in gratitude to Li Chengfeng. On behalf of Linger, I thank you, esteemed senior. Li Chengfeng interrupted. All right, enough of this fuss. I find Linger to be quite clever and charming. My disciple also holds her in high regard. It would be fitting to grant her a maidservant. Though Li Chengfeng expressed it this way, Qiu Xiaoyan perceived it differently. After all, the sword order was a treasure unique to the Xingyun sect. From ancient times to the present, each generation's leader of the Xingyun sect would select worthy individuals in the Kanglan realm to bestow the sword order upon. Those who received the sword order were known as sword attendants, while those wielding the Xingyun sword were referred to as sword masters. It is essential to note that the relationship between sword master and sword attendant was not one of master and servant, but rather a profound bond. For every holder of the sword order, they must fulfill a task that aligns with their true heart for their sword master. In return, the opportunities they would gain could be even more significant, including the inheritance of a top-tier sword cultivation technique, and, perhaps most importantly, the chance to enter the legendary Xingyun Secret Realm. The Xingyun Secret Realm, a fabled ancient sanctuary, brimmed with spiritual energy and treasures aplenty. Qiu Xiaoyan once again bowed with Chu Linger toward Li Chengfeng, cautiously inquiring, Esteemed senior, will you not accompany us? The journey to Hanhai City is not far, but I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps sensing Qiu Xiaoyan's concerns, Li Chengfeng spoke again. Should any thieves appear on the road, simply unleash your sword's essence. And rest assured, assistance will surely come. Upon realizing their impending separation, both children felt an undeniable pang of sadness. Nearby, Lin Feng and Chu Linger were engaged in their own innocent whispers. Brother Lin Feng, are you also leaving Linga? Chu Linger asked softly. The little girl had recently endured the tragedy of losing her family. Although Qiu Xiaoyan provided meticulous care, the scars on her tender heart would not easily fade. Just as a kind older brother had appeared in her life, now they were to part ways. Indeed, my dear Linger, I must go cultivate with my master. But do not worry, once I become a great sword immortal, I shall surely return riding my flying sword to find you, Lin Feng assured her. Then it's settled. Brother Lin Feng, you must promise to come back for me. Chu Linger insisted. I promise. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Now may I have a pinky swear? Their small hands reached out, one as pale as spring onion, the other a warm, sun-kissed hue, forming a pact under the gentle spring sun, amidst the fragrant breeze carrying the scent of blooming flowers. As Lin Feng watched Chu Linger's figure recede into the distance, he waved his small hand in a final farewell. Master, when will you teach me to cultivate? The southwestern wind from the vast sea playfully tousled Li Chengfeng's robe as he closed his eyes, savoring the soothing breeze. Suddenly, he heard his disciple pose the same question once more. You are still young. There is no rush to begin cultivation. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardships. The master said, Disciple, I fear not the hardships. I am determined to cultivate my skills and become a great sword immortal. Lin Feng declared resolutely. Oh, pray, elucidate your reasons. Li Chengfeng replied with a knowing smile towards his pupil. Lin Feng gazed at the sky, where an unknown sparrow chirped and flitted by. I yearned to soar, to fly freely like a bird, for then I could traverse to any place my heart desires. Ah, you are reluctant to part with Linger, are you? The master teased. Not merely that. I seek to possess strength, a power that cannot be undermined by anyone in this world. Linger once shared with me the sorrow of her mother being slain by wicked men. It grieves her deeply. Furthermore, I have often witnessed the old beggar and myself being bullied, not to mention the old yellow bull from Woniu town. Helplessly, I could only watch. Lin Feng's fervor intensified as he spoke. His thoughts belied his tender years, perhaps a testament to his life of wandering. Li Chengfeng refrained from immediately responding to the fervent words of his young disciple. Initially, he had perceived this pupil merely as a vessel of inheritance bestowed upon the Xingyun sect by the celestial will. Having lived nearly a millennium, he had encountered many extraordinary individuals, heroes abounding, their brilliance illuminating the skies. Countless souls bore reasons compelling them to grow stronger. Yet, what of it? In the vastness of Kanglan, how many were thwarted by the calamities of 3 disasters and 5 tribulations? Much like the old yellow bull Lin Feng so dearly contemplated. They ultimately succumbed beneath the celestial decree. I refuse to remain powerless any longer. Master, please guide me in my cultivation. Lin Feng clenched his small fists once more. For what purpose do you seek to cultivate? This time, Li Chengfeng stood tall and attentive. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to meet his master's. All right, my child. I find myself perplexed as to the true purpose of our cultivation. However, remember this. If you wish to safeguard all that surrounds you, you must strive to ascend, to become the strongest. I hope that during my lifetime, you will transcend the trials and venture beyond to inquire of the heavens. When will the tribulations and calamities cease? Lin Feng responded with a firm nod. Very well. For the first step in your cultivation, you shall carry it. What? Lin Feng gazed at the enormous sword, larger than himself. Are you afraid? His master inquired. Of course not. Lin Feng dashed towards the colossal sword embedded in the ground, his gaze resolute. I, Lin Feng, shall undoubtedly become a great sword immortal. Chapter 6. The Sword-Wielding Madman. Li Chengfeng to the west of the western regions, near the vast expanse of the Hanhai Desert, lies a city named Hanhai City. This city serves as the last bastion against the encroachment of the desert. Beyond Hanhai City, apart from the occasional oasis, stretches an endless sea of sand, leading to the boundless blue of the Hanhai itself. Outside Hanhai City, an elderly woman stood with a young girl, pausing before the gates. Qiu Xiaoyan observed the throngs entering and exiting the city, her heart fluttering with anxiety. The sword saint had imparted wisdom before parting. She only needed to awaken her sword's faith here and call out, "Iron-headed boy." Surely, someone would come to her aid. Yet, she found the words difficult to utter. I wonder if Brother Lin Feng misses me, mused Chu Linger, contemplating the yellow city walls before her after just a day apart. Ultimately, the elderly woman resolved to summon her magic, igniting the sword's signal, which soared into the sky like a radiant streak of light, visible throughout the vast expanse of Hanhai City. Immediately, she called out with great fervor, Iron-headed boy, esteemed elder, please reveal yourself. Her voice echoed, rising above the clamor. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity, wondering who this audacious individual could be. Iron-headed boy, is anyone truly called by such a name? Quipped the onlookers. Xiao Xiaoyan felt the heat rush to her cheeks under their scrutiny. Surely, no venerable figure in this world would bear such a title. Yet, amidst the jest, the iron-headed boy was indeed a real person. Before long, a robust middle-aged man clad in general's armor descended from the sky, his hair and beard bristling with authority. With a fierce glare, he demanded, "Who has summoned the sword signal?" Xiao Xiaoyan approached him, bowing respectfully to explain her intentions. The warrior had already glimpsed the sword signal prior to his arrival and yearned to discover the identity of the person whom that old fellow had tasked him to escort. The elderly woman appeared unremarkable, yet the young girl piqued his interest. "I am already aware of the situation. Follow me," he proclaimed, striding confidently into Hanhai City with the two in tow. At this moment, the bystanders could no longer contain their laughter. "Huh! The mighty General Huang Sha is none other than the iron-headed boy." The elders of Hanhai City felt tears of joy welling in their eyes. To comprehend the significance of Hanhai City, one must recognize that it is far more than merely a resting place. It stands as a formidable bastion erected by various factions of the western regions to resist the onslaught of the sand demons. For millennia, these malevolent entities have not dared to encroach upon the eastern territories, a testament to the indelible contributions of Hanhai City. The very walls of this city are constructed from the remains of fallen sand demons. As Chu Linger and her companions journey westward, Lin Feng and his master venture eastward, following the course of the Luo River. The elder strides confidently ahead, occasionally sipping from a flask of aged wine, while the young disciple, Lin Feng, struggles under the weight of a gargantuan sword resembling a door panel. From a distance, one might easily overlook Lin Feng, as only the peculiar sword being dragged along the ground is visible. "Master, may I take a moment to rest?" Lin Feng inquired, to which his master, Li Chengfeng, replied with a teasing tone, "Are you not aspiring to become a grand sword immortal? A true sword immortal does not rest." Ever since Lin Feng voluntarily embarked on his training, he has been tasked with carrying this enormous sword. His master proclaimed, "While you are alive, the sword must accompany you. Aside from eating, sleeping, and relieving oneself, you must bear it at all times." However, from Lin Feng's perspective, this hardly resembled the path of cultivation he envisioned. In his imagination, a grand sword immortal effortlessly commanded a myriad of swords with a mere flick of the wrist, while he himself was burdened with this unwieldy and oddly shaped weapon. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether his master was deliberately testing him. Waiting for the moment, he deemed Lin Feng ready to inherit the secrets of sword immortality. Yet, it seemed his master was acutely aware of his thoughts. "Do not expect to wield a sword without bearing its weight. For a millennium, my master has shouldered the sword daily, which has led to the achievements I possess today. This sword is one you must carry continuously until the day you find a disciple, at which point you may pass the burden to them." With a hearty laugh, Li Chengfeng quickened his pace. Initially, Lin Feng found the colossal sword as heavy as a mountain. However, as his physical capabilities gradually acclimated, he was able to bear its weight and move forward. Yet, just as he began to feel comfortable, the sword would inexplicably grow heavier. This routine persisted for half a month as he and his master traversed a great river and scaled several towering mountains. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, driven by an unwavering reason to persevere. The further east they ventured, the more prosperous the land became. News of the sword saintly Chengfeng traveling east with his disciple had reached the ears of Zhang Juyi, the leader of the Haoyan sect. However, despite his anticipation, the sword saint remained elusive. Over 3 months prior, he had publicly announced a banquet at Xiaofeng, inviting sword saint Li Chengfeng. Most importantly, he had expended considerable resources to procure the exquisite drunken immortal brew from the 3 immortal isles. Was it not said that wherever there was fine wine, there too would be the old drunkard? Yet, Li Chengfeng, that old rascal, had yet to arrive. What vexed Zhang Ji further was the fact that he could not personally extend the invitation. Doing so might provoke a fierce confrontation, a lesson he had learned all too well from the last encounter with the Heavenly Sword sect. Sword cultivators were truly the most irksome of beings. Such sentiments arose within Zhang Ji. From sunrise to sunset, and then from sunset back to sunrise, Lin Feng's daily task was to practice with the sword, while his master spoke little. One day, however, Li Chengfeng shook his wine gourd. Oh no, the wine is gone. Disciple, it seems you may take a break. Li Chengfeng gestured. As Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his sword practice, felt a sudden lightness, the massive sword flew to Li Chengfeng's side. Master, what is the meaning of this? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. Did you not wish to soar? Li Chengfeng replied cryptically. Suddenly, the sword that had been standing upright was laid flat in the air. Larger, make it larger. Under Li Chengfeng's command. The sword expanded from the width of a door to the size of a canoe. Li Chengfeng leaped onto it. Come aboard, disciple. I shall take you flying now. In a state of bewilderment, Lin Feng was hoisted up by his master, embarking on his inaugural journey through the skies, ascending into the azure expanse. This was a dream cherished by countless mortals, yet for cultivators of a higher realm, it was merely a means of transportation. Lin Feng's first experience of flight was exhilarating, albeit somewhat different from his expectations. His mischievous master began to race, or rather, to recklessly navigate the skies on their sword. Heading east from the western regions, they approached Lingxiu City, a settlement belonging to the Lingxiu sect. This bustling hub, teeming with merchants, lay at the crossroads of the western and eastern regions, a paradise for both practitioners and the affluent. As long as one possessed ample spirit stones, one could hold sway here. Why associate sword cultivators with dogs? This is due to the perception among practitioners of other cultivation systems that sword cultivators epitomize poverty and madness. While others come to Lingxiu City to lavishly spend and indulge in leisure, sword cultivators are often devoted solely to their blades, living in stark isolation, devoid of wealth, yet possessing a singular sword, along with their sharp flying swords and formidable combat prowess. Consequently, they are not particularly welcomed in Lingxiu City. Of course, this does not apply to sword cultivators from prestigious sects. They not only wield exceptional strength, but also carry themselves with the dignity of their esteemed affiliations, naturally contributing to the local economy. The news of Haotian sect hosting a banquet for the sword saint, Li Chengfeng, has long circulated, resulting in a windfall for the banquet hall. Numerous disciples from prominent sects and upper-tier cultivators have flocked to the establishment, leading to a bustling crowd. The guest rooms were filled well in advance. Some sought to witness the sword saint's grandeur, others merely wished to revel in the excitement, while several seized the opportunity to relax and unwind. In a luxurious cultivation chamber within the banquet hall, Zhang Jui sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. He had been grappling with immense difficulty in recent days. The root of his distress lay in the massacre of the Chu imperial family, the assassination of elders within his sect, and the destruction of the ancient Heorilun, each troubling event rendering him unable to focus on his cultivation. With the impending arrival of the next tribulations, he recognized the urgency to resolve these pressing matters before the calamities descended. The massacre of the elders and the protection of the imperial family had severely tarnished the prestige of the Haotian sect's top 10 sections. To be aware, there are indeed many formidable sects lurking behind, covetously eyeing the prestigious title of the top 10 factions. Zhang Jui understood that at this juncture, the Haotian sect must not display any signs of weakness. Thus, he led a party to the Tianshan Mountains to demand answers. However, the renowned swordsmanship prodigy exuded an overwhelming presence. In pursuit of the culprit responsible for the elders' demise and the massacre of the imperial family, as well as to uphold the sect's honor and ensure his own peace during the tribulation, he awaited one individual to provide clarification, namely the prime suspect, Sword Saint Li Chengfeng. At that moment, the alert array set outside the training chamber was triggered, prompting Zhang Jui to rise and step outside. A disciple of the Haotian sect approached him. Sect leader, according to reliable information, Li Chengfeng is flying eastward on his sword and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. The western regions are vast, and even with Li Chengfeng's extraordinary speed, it would take him 2 to 3 days to traverse the area. Of course, Kanglin possesses teleportation arrays. However, Li Chengfeng never utilizes them. The reason is simple. He is Li Chengfeng, an old man with an insatiable passion for swordplay. He travels solely by his sword and never resorts to teleportation, rendering his whereabouts elusive and untraceable, even to those from the Tianjian sect. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, already in the skies, found himself dizzy and disoriented. Whatever happened to the elegant soaring through the wind while riding the sword? Whatever happened to the leisurely stroll among the clouds? It all seemed to be mere fabrications from tales. Ultimately, the unfortunate Lin Feng had to exclaim, "Master, it appears I am somewhat nauseated from the sword's flight. Do you think we could perhaps take a brief respite? Li Changfeng, brimming with excitement, replied, Rest? Nonsense. We shall arrive shortly. At last, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and expelled a rainbow of emotions. Chapter 7. Invitation to the Trap. Above the ethereal city of Lingxiu, a flying sword, as large as a door panel, hovered in midair. Perhaps due to the reckless display of swordsmanship, Li Changfeng appeared radiant and invigorated, while his young disciple Lin Feng trembled with fear, clutching tightly to the hem of Li Changfeng's robes. Disciple, we have arrived. Soon, I shall treat you to delectable delights. Li Changfeng remarked casually. To Lin Feng's ears, this sounded like a celestial melody amidst an abyss, where demons roamed the earth. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, another group of individuals would soon find themselves at the mercy of his master. Above every city inhabited by cultivators, there are typically prohibitive arrays that restrict flight. However, some rules only apply to the weak. Before Li Changfeng, these prohibitions were as fragile as paper, easily pierced with a mere poke. In the eyes of sword cultivators, rules are merely obstacles to be dismantled. They abide by a singular tenet, the sword in their hand and the fervor in their hearts. The sudden appearance of unidentified cultivators above Lingxiu City was swiftly reported to the enforcement hall of Lingxiu sect. The head of the enforcement hall was an elderly matron, reputed to have been a great beauty in her youth. Upon receiving the news, she immediately summoned her female disciples and took to the skies, wielding exquisite magical artifacts, including flower baskets, colorful ribbons, and lotus seats. As the old matron approached Li Changfeng atop her lotus seat, she scrutinized him carefully. Though she had heard of the illustrious sword saint Li Changfeng, she had never laid eyes upon him. In recent days, she received news that the sword saint would be attending a gathering at Xiaofang. However, in her mind, the illustrious figure of the sword saint should embody the elegance and grace of a distinguished master, which was certainly not congruent with the disheveled old man before her. Nevertheless, as he was an unfamiliar yet formidable presence, she resorted to a formal inquiry. As the head of the law enforcement hall in Lingxiu City, I must ask, esteemed friend, what brings you to brazenly invade the airspace of our sect, disregarding the established norms of the cultivation world? Behind the old woman, the young female disciples had already readied their magical artifacts, each skilled in the art of combat, and all at the soul perception realm. The glimmering instruments in their hands hinted at their readiness to engage at any moment. In truth, they harbored little belief that anyone would dare to cause trouble in the skies above Xiaofang, for many esteemed cultivators from prestigious sects below were indulging in revelry, and disturbing them would surely lead to dire consequences for anyone involved. Although the Lingxiu sect was not known for its martial prowess, they had plenty of allies willing to act on their behalf. Since the purpose of his arrival was clear, he, as a swordsman, preferred brevity. With a surge of his mana, he bellowed, Zhang Ergo, were you not inviting me for a drink? Here I am, yet I see no one to welcome me. His voice, amplified by his magical energy, resonated throughout the city. Meanwhile, the members of the Lingxiu sect were taken aback. Though they were unaware of who Zhang Ergo was, their duty as enforcers compelled them to uphold the laws of Lingxiu City. Halt, you old rascal. Cease your raucous shouting. The disciples of Lingxiu surrounded Li Changfeng, their magical powers surging, causing the air to feel slightly stagnant. While the residents of Lingxiu City were left puzzled about which audacious individual was making such a commotion, within a small tavern in the city, 3 swordsmen sat together. 2 were engaged in a game of chess, while the third silently observed. He has arrived, remarked one of the chess players. He should have come earlier, replied the second. Should we go over? Inquired the silent observer. Not yet. Let's finish this game with the boss first, was the response. Meanwhile, in the Xiaofang, Zhang Juyi, the leader of the Haotian sect, was overwhelmed with anxiety. He promptly instructed his disciples to prepare a banquet, while secretly lamenting, this Li mad dog, as shameless as ever. Despite being a venerable cultivator for a millennium, he remains indifferent to decorum. I must quickly notify some old friends, or I won't be able to handle this fellow. Thus, Zhang Ji retrieved a communication talisman from his sleeve and activated it, then soared into the sky towards the source of the earlier disturbance. As he approached, he saw the members of Lingxiu Gate had encircled Li Changfeng. At that moment, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Was it wise to hold the banquet at Xiaofang? If a conflict were to erupt, it would not merely offend the Lingxiu sect, but could also alienate the other cultivators present in the tavern. Zhang Ji immediately advanced. First, sending a message to the elder of the law enforcement hall, fellow cultivators of Lingxiu, please refrain from taking action. This man is Li Chengfeng. The elder's heart churned at the revelation. What? This fellow is actually Li Chengfeng? The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Although she found it somewhat hard to believe that this scruffy old man was indeed the illustrious sword saint Li Chengfeng. The words of the Heavenly Gate's leader held undeniable weight. The old woman, perceptive and astute, understood that the sword saint would not stoop to engage with someone of her insignificant stature. Thus, she promptly descended from the clouds with a group of disciples from the Lingxiu sect. Zhang Juying stood in the air before Li Chengfeng and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed friendly, I trust you are well. I have arranged a feast, and I invite you to stay at the Xiufang. A few old friends shall join us for the occasion. Zhang Ergu, spare me the pleasantries. Where is my drunken immortal brew? Bring me the wine, and I shall take my leave," came the curt and decisive reply. Zhang Juying, upon hearing this, pondered internally. This old madman truly cannot speak with grace. What does he mean by my drunken immortal brew? That was procured at great effort from Sanxian Island with precious treasures, and I've heard that he has been deemed unwelcome there. Moreover, he is now a prime suspect in the murder of our esteemed elder from the Haotian sect. Is he truly so brazen? It is infuriating. Typically refined and accommodating, Zhang Juying found himself cursing inwardly. Yet, despite his irritation, he knew that he must maintain composure with this old rogue. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly take his leave, thwarting Zhang's intentions for the banquet. However, he also recognized that he could not show weakness. Otherwise, this man would take full advantage. Thus, he slightly strengthened his tone. Li Chengfeng, the esteemed sword saint. Why must you behave like a petty scoundrel? There is plenty of wine, but I wonder if you dare to descend and retrieve it? Although Zhang Jue spoke with a hardened demeanor, his attire of Confucian robes belied a gesture of submission as he waved his sleeves, presenting a facade of acquiescence. Internally, Zhang Jue mused. I have provoked him, granted him face. It remains to be seen whether Li Chengfeng will take the bait. Humph, Zhang Ergo. Do you know what irks me most about you? It is your incessant scheming. I, Li Chengfeng, traverse the heavens and the earth, unrestrained by any bounds. Come, my disciple. Let us indulge in a grand feast. I must share with you the delightful treasures of Xiufang. However, Li Chengfeng paid no heed to Zhang Jue, instead slowly guiding Lin Feng down from the clouds. At that moment, Lin Feng remained ensnared in a daze brought on by the frenzy of swordplay, indifferent to the circumstances and individuals his master encountered. Zhang Jue observed the departing figures of Li Chengfeng and Lin Feng, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Zhang Ergo, the only one bold enough to address him thus, was the audacious sword saint Li Chengfeng, who had been reckless in his youth and remained so in his elder years. Alas, such is fate. Zhang Jue could not help but lament. After all, he was bound by the vast responsibilities of his family. Although his counterpart belonged to one of the 10 great sects, he alone thrived while Zhang Jue was burdened with a multitude of disciples eager for sustenance. Were it not for the assassination of an elder and the massacre of the protected mortal kingdom, he would have preferred to avoid provoking this mad dog. Nevertheless, today he must compel Li Chengfeng to provide an explanation to the Haotian sect and to the world. The intricacies of the martial world are indeed inescapable. In the end, Zhang Jue took a moment to observe Lin Feng, surprised to find that he had indeed completed 100 days of foundational training. Alas, there is no comparison to be made. In a brief exchange, Zhang Jue found himself exclaiming in astonishment. His gaze was fixed intently upon the silhouette of Li Chengfeng. As he descended from the clouds, it was imperative for him to keep a vigilant watch over this reckless madman. Lin Feng, following closely behind his master, naturally became the center of attention, for although there were many cultivators capable of flight in Lingxiu City, it was a rarity for one to soar above the city without a valid reason. After all, who relishes the idea of someone leaping about above their heads? Even cultivators value their dignity, and at times, they might even sacrifice their lives for the sake of honor. Take, for instance, the affluent young master before us. What an insolent old fool, daring to fly over my head. Does he not cherish his life? This young master, surnamed Zhang, was the son of a core disciple of Ling Xiamen and the offspring of one of the most prominent merchants in the western regions. Accustomed to wielding power and influence in Lingxiu City, he had just been enjoying a lively interaction with a songstress when his revelry was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout that seemed to resonate from the heavens, presumably directed at him. Consequently, the young master, incensed, positioned himself along with his peak-level soul perception guards to obstruct the path of Li Chengfeng and Lin Feng. In truth, Xiufeng was quite expansive, serving as the cultural and entertainment hub of Lingxiu City, and the establishment where Master Zhang resided was merely on the periphery of the banquet hall. Recently, having heard of the renowned sword saint's impending arrival for a feast, Master Zhang had secured a reservation well in advance, eager to witness the sword saint's grandeur. Little did he realize that the very figure he had chosen to impede was none other than this illustrious deity, who granted you the liberty to soar through the skies. You disheveled old man, look at your unkempt appearance. You are, after all, a cultivator of the soul, albeit on the brink of the grave. Must you not possess a modicum of dignity? Children, come here, allow your uncle to bestow upon you some sweets. Young Master Zhang retrieved a handful of elixirs from his storage belt. Those with discerning eyes recognized them as spirit-awakening pills, typically meant for feeding pet spirit beasts. While the beasts might consume them without consequence, humans would be driven to madness. Young Master Zhang instructed his lackey to present the pills to Lin Feng. Let the child partake of it, he said with a smile. Among the onlookers, some attempted to intervene, only to be swiftly restrained by their companions. Are you seeking death? That is young Master Zhang. His mother is from the enforcement hall of the Spirit Elegance sect, and his father is a prominent titan of commerce in this region. While noble intentions are commendable, some individuals are simply not to be trifled with. Clearly, the companion's intentions were well-meaning. Yet did Lin Feng require salvation from others? What are you laughing at, you decrepit old man? Come forth and administer the spirit-awakening pills to that child, and do break this old fool's bones. Young Master Zhang waved his hand with a flourish. However, at that moment, a beam of spiritual light descended from above, manifesting as a silk ribbon that ensnared young Master Zhang and his lackeys into a tight embrace. Chapter 8. Revenge with a sword who dares? Release me at once. My mother is from the Spirit Elegance sect, and my father is. Before young Master Zhang could complete his proclamation, the enchanted ribbon, like a serpent, sealed his lips. Simultaneously, a woman clad in green gracefully descended from the air. Regular patrons of the establishment would recognize her as Lin Shishir, the manager of the establishment. Lin Shishir appeared as if she were in her 20s, possessing a delicate figure and an enchanting visage. Clad in a cerulean glazed dress, her long, raven hair was elegantly bound with a jade hairpin, with a few tendrils cascading down in front of her eyes. Not only was she the manager of the show house, but she was also one of the most beautiful women in Lingxiu City. With a charming smile, Lin Shishir greeted Li Chengfeng with a respectful gesture, saying, "Esteemed sword saint, it is an honor to meet you. I have taken on the role of manager here at the show house, and your esteemed presence fills me with great joy. I have heard of your fondness for exquisite wines. Fortuitously, my show house boasts a collection of hundreds of fine wines from Kanglan. I invite you to come inside and indulge. As for this disrespectful individual, I shall take it upon myself to deliver the appropriate punishment. Would that be acceptable to you?" To the onlookers, Lin Shishir was a renowned figure in Lingxiu City, a rarity to behold in person. They were astonished to find her in the bustling marketplace, especially as she bowed to what appeared to be a disheveled old man. Wait a moment, an old man, the sword saint? Those with discernment quickly grasped the truth. Could this be the legendary sword saint Li Chengfeng? As his identity was unveiled, the crowd erupted in astonishment, many gazing at the bound Lord Zhang as if he were a fool. Rumors had long circulated in the martial world that while Li Chengfeng was generally indifferent to others, he would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Those who offended him might receive a swift sword strike, while others could face consequences that were beyond description. In essence, his principle was simple, a vendetta for even the slightest grievance. This perfectly elucidated Lin Shishir's presence in the marketplace, as Lord Zhang was the son of Li Chuanyan from the enforcement hall of Lingxiu sect, and Lin Shishir was her close junior sister. Certainly, Li Chengfeng remained indifferent to the opinions of those around him, for he had a pressing matter to attend to. He casually remarked, "This won't do. Those who know me are aware that dealing with such matters is best handled personally." He then instructed, "Disciple, go and offer this young gentleman some sweets." In an instant, the scattered Qi Ling Dan on the ground transformed into a shadow that swiftly darted into Lin Feng's hand, while the colorful ribbons binding young Master Zhang disintegrated at a visible pace. Lin Shishir, observing the scene, could not help but emit a soft groan, her complexion paling. while young Master Zhang was forcefully brought to his knees by an overwhelming force, crashing onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the stone-paved and enchantment-reinforced surface was instantly marred by cracks. Blood oozed from his shattered knees, and he let out a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lin Feng, witnessing this, felt a twinge of compassion. However, his master's urging voice echoed once more. "Disciple, why do you hesitate?" Lin Shishir, wishing to intervene, found herself immobilized as if ensnared by a spell, unable to move or speak. Reluctantly, Lin Feng approached, at which point everyone finally turned their attention to the young boy before them. The identity of the Sword Saint's heir immediately drew the interest of the discerning. Lin Feng stepped forward, raising his small hand to cast all the Qi Ling Dan into young Master Zhang's wailing mouth. Just then, Li Chengfeng spoke, "Disciple, today I shall impart to you the first lesson of cultivation. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Repay virtue with virtue, and grievances with the sword. This is the code by which we sword cultivators abide, and you must remember it." Lin Feng appeared to grasp something profound, yet at the same time, seemed to understand nothing at all, though this did not hinder him from committing those words to memory. What a splendid display of vengeance with a sword. It appears that Master Li's teachings have indeed borne fruit. With a hearty laugh and clad in crimson attire, a bald elder accompanied by a young girl descended from the heavens. This figure was none other than the grand elder of the Lihua sect, the esteemed Lihua Shangren. "Why have you come, old vulture?" Li Chengfeng inquired, a hint of discomfort in his gaze. "Fear not. I am not here to engage in battle, nor to demand any debts. I recently heard that you have entangled yourself with the people of the Haotian sect. As fortune would have it, I was out on an excursion with my disciple and thought to take this opportunity to let her see the world. Come, Ali, greet the Sword Saint." The young girl named Ali, appearing around 10 years of age, bore an ordinary visage, dressed in simple, rustic attire reminiscent of a farmer's daughter. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and as she approached Li Chengfeng, the resemblance was striking. Adhering to the customs of the cultivation realm, the young girl earnestly performed the reverent greeting expected of a junior towards Li Chengfeng. Following this, she extended her arms, gazing at him expectantly. For a moment, Li Chengfeng found himself at a loss. Yet, Li Hua Shangren broke the silence. "Is it true that the illustrious Sword Saint Li Chengfeng, a formidable figure on the heavenly rankings, possesses such meager generosity? Surely, when a junior pays their respects, you ought to reciprocate with something of worth." In an instant, Li Chengfeng understood the ploy of this old vulture. Nevertheless, he recognized that he shared a certain camaraderie with him, concluding that he should not be petty when provoked. He thought, if he plays the role of the first day of the month, must I not then play the 15th? Thus, Li Chengfeng opened the storage space within the Starfall sword, and a multitude of precious materials and treasures were immediately revealed. With elixirs, magical artifacts, and exquisite spiritual stones radiating an overwhelming aura, these treasures were the fruits of his years traversing the martial world. Naturally, if one were to inquire about their origins, it would be evident that they were certainly not found by chance. The onlookers, taken aback by the sudden emergence of this formidable figure, recognized few among them. Yet one could surmise that a person worthy of the Sword Saint's camaraderie must be someone of remarkable stature. In an instant, a dazzling array of treasures lay before the crowd. A little girl began to rummage through the items earnestly, as if searching for something specific, but ultimately shook her head in disappointment. Observing this, Li Chengfeng chuckled. "What are you looking for, little girl?" "I want the sword order," Ali replied. Li Chengfeng glanced knowingly at the composed Li Hua Shangren, instantly discerning the old man's intentions. "Vulture, you know that this generation's sword order has long been exhausted," Li Hua Shangren remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "The next generation will suffice. I knew you were up to no good, old man. Lin Feng, you should also pay your respects to this elder." Li Chengfeng raised his hands high in a gesture of reverence. Hearing his master's words, Lin Feng understood immediately and mimicked Ali's earlier gesture of respect towards Li Hua Shangren. The elder, trying to emulate Li Chengfeng's actions to procure treasures, was interrupted by Li Chengfeng, who said, "Never mind. Just give him a piece of fire spirit jade. I knew you, stingy old man. Wouldn't he let yourself be at a loss? Here, take it." Thus, Li Hua Shangren bestowed a crimson jade upon Lin Feng, while Li Chengfeng presented Ali with a small black sword. For reasons unknown, the two old men exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions remarkably similar. At this moment, however, young Master Zhang, who had just consumed the spirit awakening pill, began to spiral into madness. Blood oozed from the intricate patterns on his skin, and his entire being was enveloped in a palpable crimson aura, visible to the naked eye. He erupted into a frenzied roar. I shall kill you. With this inexplicable outburst, the once-bound young Master Zhang suddenly surged forth, striking towards Lin Feng. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed. Lin Feng, gazing at the blood-red figure hurtling towards him, found his mind blank for an instant. Just as he believed his master would come to his rescue, a diminutive figure appeared before him. It was Ali, wielding a finely crafted dagger. In an instant, the blade met Zhang's neck, and with astonishing swiftness, a massive head rolled to Lin Feng's feet. Li Chengfeng's gaze pierced through the crowd towards the distant Zhang Jui. No, the surge of spiritual energy emanated from within Xiaofang. He glanced back at the visibly stunned Lin Feng and the blood-soaked Ali. Is Ali the daughter of that figure? The Fire Master chuckled. Indeed. I have found your disciple a splendid sword attendant. Surely, she can at least attain Sword 2, right? No. Sword 1 has already been given away. She can only be Sword 2. Someone had indeed beaten them to it. Who could it be? The old ghost Moron? Or perhaps that figure from the north? Speaking of which, it seems your disciple has seldom encountered blood. How can a sword cultivator remain unbloodied? The Fire Master observed the collapsed Lin Feng on the ground. Ali is not much older than him. Naturally, when it comes to cultivating disciples, no one surpasses your Starfall sect. Haha, old fellow. It seems you are in quite a predicament this time, the Ascendant Fire Master remarked with evident delight. I have come precisely to resolve troubles. After a century without drawing my sword, it appears some have seemingly forgotten the name of Sword Saint Li Chengfeng. However, Li Chengfeng remained indifferent. Standing at a distance, Zhang Jui was somewhat astonished. The events that transpired in such a brief moment far exceeded his expectations. Who among his old friends had dared to provoke the old dog Li? He pondered carefully over the guest list, seeking clues. Meanwhile, Lin Shishir had also regained her composure. She could not fathom why, despite her inability to break free from the Sword Saint's suppression, her seemingly inept nephew was capable of transcending his constraints. Most perplexing was the fact that even if the spirit awakening pill could drive one to madness, with so many bystanders present, why was Lin Feng specifically targeted? Could it be due to his acts of feeding them? Chapter 9. Taking seats, the old woman took the lead, followed closely by her disciples. Li Chuanyan was among them. When the law enforcement hall's team arrived at the scene, they discovered that a life had already been extinguished. As Li Chuanyan advanced, her gaze fell upon the headless corpse adorned in a multicolored celestial garment, causing her pupils to constrict in shock. Was that? A foreboding sensation gripped her heart, prompting her to hastily advance, only to behold a colossal head tumbling before a small boy. The child appeared startled, while nearby, a girl of no more than 10 methodically wiped the blood from a short blade with a rag. As Li Chuanyang focused her gaze, she recognized the head. It was none other than her son's. Ear! She cried in despair, rushing forward, yet halted midway. Who is it? Who has slain my son? Ali had efficiently dealt with young Master Zhang, her attention now drawn to the frightened Lin Feng. Hey, get up. The deed is done. The girl's clear voice echoed around, reaching Li Chuanyang's ears. What did she just say? Ear was killed by her. Impossible. My Ear could not have been slain by a mere child. Desperation surged within her. There must be another involved. There must be. Li Chuanyang scanned the surroundings, spotting Li Chengfeng, then glancing at Li Huashangren. Li Chengfeng remained composed, while Li Huashangren's focus was fixated on the young girl. Turning to the crowd, she noticed all eyes were astonishingly trained on this child. No more hesitation. I shall avenge him. Yes, I must seek retribution. Li Chuanyang secretly channeled her magical powers. The long whip in her hand snapping taut like an arrow, aimed directly at Ali with lethal intent. Yet, just as the whip was mere inches from its target, it abruptly halted, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Frustration coursed through her, her divine essence shimmering as she began to ignite her powers with her soul as the catalyst. The Master of Fire, initially indifferent to the newly arrived maidens of the Lingxiu sect, found himself alerted when Li Chuanyang exhibited murderous intent towards Ali. Recognizing that confronting the Soul Realm was somewhat premature for Ali, the Master of Fire decided to intervene. With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, he summoned an invisible barrier of arcane power, and with another flourish, unleashed a brilliant crimson light that surged directly toward Li Chuanyang. This was not a mere spell, but a manifestation of concentrated magical force. Upon impact, Li Chunyang was sent reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood spewing from her mouth. Witnessing this, the elderly matron of the law enforcement hall sprang forward to assist her, only to crash to the ground like leaves swept away by autumn winds. The Master of Fire's might was evident. The old woman, a practitioner of the profound realm, instantly recognized the depth of his power. As she contemplated how to address the unfolding crisis, Zhang Jui leapt forth, acutely aware that failure to act now could prove disastrous. Having already taken the life of one Lingxiu sect member, to slay another, this time the hall master of the law enforcement, would undoubtedly incur severe retribution from the enigmatic figure looming over them. Despite his trepidation, there was no room for hesitation. Zhang Jui, donned in the attire of a middle-aged scholar, confidently emerged from the throng. He first offered a respectful bow to Li Chengfeng, who, as usual, ignored him and instead regarded Lin Feng, pondering whether it was time for this young disciple to witness the harsh realities of combat. "Ah, Brother Fire, how fares your health?" Zhang Jui inquired with a courteous gesture. "Quite well indeed. I had heard you were hosting a banquet for old Li, and I thought to join you and my disciple for some good food and drink," replied the Master of Fire. Zhang Jui cast a fleeting glance at Li, who had just committed murder yet appeared utterly nonchalant. He then turned to the kindly Li Hua Shangren, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear brother Li Hua, it is indeed an honor for your presence." Beneath his jovial facade, however, Zhang Jui harbored a tempest of anxiety akin to a stampede of wild yaks from the western regions. This wretched old man was notorious for stirring up chaos wherever he went. Wherever there was commotion, his presence was sure to follow. Most troubling was the possibility that this old rascal was in league with the infamous Li Fengguo. Yet, what difference did it make if there was one mad dog or two? Zhang Jui was not overly concerned, for he had meticulously prepared for today's banquet for the immortals, having recently secured a formidable ally. As for the fallen Li Chuanyang and the decapitated young Master Zhang, he had no intention of intervening. One was a mere practitioner of the mystic path, while the other was a soul cultivator, neither deserving of his attention, let alone his aid. His primary objective was to usher Li Changfeng into the Xiufang, ensuring that the efforts of the past few months would not go to waste. With determination, Zhang Jui deftly shifted the conversation to Lin Shishir, inquiring, "Miss Lin, might I ask if the banquet preparations are complete?" In truth, frequent visitors to the Xiufang were well aware that the outer street and the interior of the establishment were two entirely different realms. This was not an exaggeration. Indeed, they were two distinct worlds. The Xiufang's interior was a remnant of ancient celestial paradise, replete with abundant spiritual energy and exquisite scenery. A long corridor connected the bustling outer street directly to this hidden haven. As they meandered, Li Hua Shangren and Zhang Jui exchanged idle chatter, albeit touching upon topics best left unmentioned. "I heard that the Haori Luan of your Haotian sect has been destroyed, ruined by a thief." Zhang Jui cast a glance at Li Chengfeng. The thief had been captured. Should I, an old man, lend a hand? After all, the Kanglan sect is like family. And as one of the top 10 sects, your affairs in the Haotian sect are also my concerns in the Lihua sect, the Lihua patriarch said with grandiosity. "Certainly, certainly." Though Zhang Jui laughed heartily, he inwardly scoffed, believing him to be a deceitful old man. Behind Li Chengfeng, Lin Feng occasionally surveyed the corridor. The floor appeared wooden. Yet outside the corridor lay a realm of wonders, Xiufang Street, adorned with pavilions and towers, boats gliding across the lake, and various peculiarities Lin Feng had never encountered before. This celestial realm was not vast, spanning merely hundreds of acres. Above, a gem-like spirit stone, the size of a human head, radiated a soft white light, within its depths faintly revealing the silhouette of a golden crow. Before him stretched a vast azure lake. In truth, the entire world was encircled by water, dotted with countless islands and an innumerable array of pavilions and towers, like stars scattered across the sky. Boats traversed the waters, and at the center lay an enchanting island, resplendent in its beauty, adorned with an abundance of spiritual fruit trees and flowers. At the heart of the island stood an unknown towering tree, reaching into the clouds, its trunk resembling a pillar of heaven, and its leaves cascading like clouds. Atop its crown rested a grand hall, presumed to be the venue for the banquet. "Esteemed elders, the banquet is ready," said Shishir, as she gracefully took flight, followed closely by the others, with Li and Lin Feng being tugged along by their respective masters. In the sky, Ali and Lin Feng locked eyes, engaging in a silent yet intense stare. Ali scrutinized Lin Feng, while he reciprocated by assessing her. This young lady, only slightly older than himself, displayed an astonishing proficiency in her lethal endeavors, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Soon, the group alighted upon the summit of a grand tree. From a distance, it appeared to be merely a towering tree, yet upon landing, Lin Feng felt no indication that he was atop such a colossal structure. As they followed Lin Shishir to their seats, the banquet hall revealed itself to be remarkably spacious, adorned with numerous long, horned tables overflowing with local delicacies from the various regions of Kanglan. Exquisite dishes crafted from spiritual materials and demonic meats adorned the tables, a sight Lin Feng had never beheld before. After days of turbulent travel, he found himself salivating at the sumptuous spread, observing his master and others unceremoniously indulging. Lin Feng instinctively reached out, eager to partake in the feast. Indeed, the culinary delights remained as exquisite as ever, even after many years. However, such delectable fare deserved an equally fine wine. Zhang Ergu, where's the drink you promised me? Hurry and bring it forth, Li Qingfeng declared, unabashedly devouring the food while demanding the beverage. Patience, my brotherly. A few old friends have yet to arrive, Zhang Ji replied calmly, though inwardly he mused that it would be prudent to let Li indulge a while longer until everyone was present. Li Qingfeng cast a casual glance at Zhang Ji but refrained from further conversation, immersing himself in the feast. Meanwhile, Li Hua turned to Ali and suggested, Ali, go and introduce yourself to the future swordmaster. Establish a rapport. Ali nodded and confidently approached Lin Feng, who was still engrossed in his meal. Lin Feng raised his head upon hearing someone approach, only to be met with the question, have you never killed anyone? A moment of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that the sword master had never taken a life? Ali replied, her tone indifferent, I am still young. Lin Feng, trembling, set aside the roasted meat of an indeterminate creature. A sense of fear gripped him. This individual was somewhat intimidating, especially when compared to his sister Ling Er, who seemed far less daunting. How old are you? Ali inquired. 7 years old. At 7, you still haven't killed anyone? I was just 5 when I did. It seems this sword master is nothing but a weakling. One day, come to my home. I shall invite you to kill. Rest assured, I will protect you from now on, Ali proclaimed, patting Lin Feng's shoulder like a bossy older sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt utterly disconcerted. He hastily rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a spirit fruit, attempting to divert the conversation. Would you like this fruit? He could hardly endure the company of this small girl, whose every utterance revolved around killing. The thought of the severed heads he had just witnessed made the meat before him a source of nausea. I don't eat, she replied, though I may be weak. I will protect you in the future. Ali confidently patted her chest. Meanwhile, more guests arrived at the banquet. Li Hua glanced over casually and began to eat, but his attention was briefly captured when the celestial maiden Yun Xiao entered. To his surprise, after a millennium, Yun Xiao had remained unchanged, while they had all aged into mere shadows of their former selves. Time truly does wear one down, he mused. If you desire, you could transform like Zhang Ergu, Li Qingfeng suggested. Am I the kind of person who values face and pride? Responded the old man. Indeed, you are the most shameless, Li Qingfeng stated earnestly. Old Li, do you wish to engage in a duel with me now? Come at me. I fear you not, Li Qingfeng remarked nonchalantly. He was not merely speaking. He drew the Starfall sword from his back. Li Qingfeng communicated telepathically, Bald Vulture, let us stage a performance together. The Fire Elder squinted at Li Qingfeng, recognizing yet another lucrative opportunity for mayhem. No problem, but my appearance fee is quite steep, he replied. Li Qingfeng presented his offer. The Starfall secret realm is about to open. I will have Lin Feng select an excellent inheritance for your disciple. Upon hearing this, the Fire Elder readily agreed. With the arrangements made, Li Qingfeng ceased his idle chatter and swung his sword. Hey, Li Mad Dog, what do you intend to do? Beat you up. Chapter 10. The chaos of the showroom. Zhang Jiui immediately interjected. I implore both of you to cease. Let us converse amicably. However, neither Li Qingfeng nor the Fire Elder paid him any heed. Instead, their conflict escalated. Zhang Jiui's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that these two madmen would so brazenly feign insanity. Li Qingfeng conjured beams of sword light directed toward the banquet. But under the guise of a staged conflict with the Fire Elder, he unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. Li Qingfeng's actions were purposeful. He He sought to uncover the individual who had plotted against him outside the showroom. If they could break through his suppression, their strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Thus, he prioritized targeting those who had come to witness the chaos, including Zhang Jiu's invited allies and a few onlookers. The news of Zhang Jiu's invitation to Li Chengfeng had long spread across the realms of Kanglan. Some individuals, already reveling in the showrooms, naturally approached with eager faces upon hearing the commencement of the banquet. The old man Li Hua accompanied Li Chengfeng in a mock duel, intermittently casting spells amidst the crowd. Although these spells caused no real harm, they compelled the esteemed guests to take to the skies in unison. Of course, they deliberately avoided the area where Lin Feng and Ali were situated, as the Tribulation realm was still a distant prospect for the two young ones. Li Chengfeng attempted to identify the Tribulation cultivators present, both familiar and unfamiliar, yet he could not locate the individual he sought. As Lin Shishir observed the chaotic scene of the banquet hall, she wished to intervene but felt powerless, for her opponents were formidable Tribulation experts, and she could only watch. Ultimately, the illustrious Yu Xiao Fairy, a senior elder of the Lingxiu sect, had to step forth to restore order, as she could not allow the banquet hall to be destroyed. Though Yu Xiao Fairy belonged to the same generation as Li Chengfeng and the others, her beauty remained unparalleled, perhaps due to the use of a youth-preserving elixir. She appeared as if she were in her 20s. Her exquisite features and slender figure were complemented by a hairpin shaped like a swallow's tail, adorned in flowing, ethereal white gauze that shimmered under her magical aura, exuding an otherworldly charm. Her sea blue eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, radiating an air of serenity and grace, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. With a slight frown, Yu Xiao Fairy parted her ruby lips and addressed the two esteemed friends. I implore you to cease this conflict. If you continue in this manner, my Lingxiu cave heaven shall surely be laid to waste. As the celestial maiden of the clouds approached to intervene, Li Chengfeng conveyed a message to Li Hua, inquiring whether they should cease their engagement. From the onset of their feigned skirmish, Li Chengfeng had been meticulously attuned to the fluctuations of the mystical energies emanating from the others involved. Yet, despite his diligent efforts, he gleaned naught from the experience. It is essential to recognize that each individual's magical aura is distinctly unique. His attempts at probing were intended to provoke these individuals into revealing their powers in defense. Li Chengfeng was convinced that those lurking in the shadows outside the Xiufeng were not present in this immediate vicinity. Though combat was inevitable, it was not the appropriate moment, for his prized wine had yet to be acquired. Having journeyed so far, it would be a tremendous loss to leave without securing a taste of the renowned drunken immortal brew. With an obstruction now present, the charade with Li Hua could gracefully reach its conclusion. Cease your actions, Li Chengfeng signaled to Li Hua. No more fighting, no more. Li Hua, acknowledging the request, stated, Today, I shall grant the celestial maiden of the clouds some consideration and refrain from holding you accountable. With that, he swiftly departed towards the unaffected Lin Feng and Ali. Is it so easy to declare an end to the conflict? Does Li Chengfeng not value his own dignity? Li Chengfeng contemplated pursuing him, but was halted by the celestial maiden's intervention. I implore you, Sword Saint, to relent. If this continues, my Xiufeng shall surely be reduced to ashes. She lamented, a wry smile gracing her features. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng resolutely hoisted his great sword upon his shoulder, resembling a bandit encountered during a journey of cultivation in Lin Feng's eyes. How could that be the case? Were it not for that wretched vulture seeking trouble with me, I would not have resorted to violence. Fear not, celestial maiden, for I shall compensate tenfold for any damages incurred. That will not be necessary, the celestial maiden retorted. Unconvinced by the old scoundrel's claims, for those of his era were all too familiar with his nature, arrogant, shameless, and utterly devoid of embarrassment. No, compensation is a must. Even if it falls upon Zhang Ergu, after all, he is the one who organized today's banquet, Li Chengfeng declared nonchalantly, pointing his sword at Zhang Jui. Zhang Jui endured, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Yun Xiao glanced at Zhang Jui. Indeed, he had to make amends, for he had assured her with utmost sincerity that this gathering was merely a means to invite Li Chengfeng for a discussion. Yet, judging by the current state of affairs, their banquet hall had already been reduced to shambles before any serious dialogue had commenced. As Yun Xiao's dissatisfaction with Zhang Jui grew, Li Chengfeng spoke once more. Fairy Yun Xiao, since we are fortunate to meet, why not indulge an old man with a drink? It is rare for someone to extend such a generous invitation to me. Very well. Yin Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Thus, the farcical performance orchestrated by Li Chengfeng came to a close. Being cultivators, under Yin Xiao's directive, Lin Shishir promptly arranged for the hall to be cleaned. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a fresh banquet was set. As if the previous disturbances had never occurred, the guests resumed their seats, but this time, unlike before, Yin Xiao and Li Chengfeng occupied the same table, while the recently engaged Li Hui found himself relegated to another. Damn it, why should that old codger Li Chengfeng get to sit with Yin Xiao? It's utterly unfair, Li Hui muttered in discontent. Naturally, Lin Feng followed his master's lead, sitting cross-legged like the adults. Perhaps due to having had his fill earlier, he was not in search of food now, but rather stealthily observing Fairy Yin Xiao. He felt as though this sister had stepped out from a painting. Her smile was enchanting and exceptionally amiable. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to approach and greet an elder sister. He picked a fruit that appeared to be crystal clear from the table, grasped it in his hand, and hurried to Yin Xiao's side. Sister Fairy, do you eat fruits? Lin Feng extended his small hand, offering the fruit with a sincere expression. The onlookers had initially overlooked the child, mistaking him for a servant boy, but soon realized he was indeed a mere child, audaciously outspoken and exceptionally bold. Since he was not a servant, a question arose. Who was he? Smack. Master, why did you strike your disciple? What wrong have I committed? Lin Feng protested, rubbing the back of his head with a look of grievance. Such impertinence. You cannot address her as sister. After straightening his attire, he formally bowed before Yin Xiao. Just as everyone was puzzled by his intentions, Lin Feng completed several bows and exclaimed brightly, Teacher's wife. On the other side, Li Hua, who was gnawing on an unknown beast's meat, burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha! Teacher's wife. Why don't you, Ali, go and pay your respects as well? Ali shot an irritated glance at his master and turned to observe Lin Feng, but his gaze lingered on the fruit resting on the table, which he found increasingly familiar. This proclamation of teacher's wife stunned the crowd. Even Zhang Jui, who was waiting discreetly for news, twitched at the corners of his mouth, while the other cultivators struggled to suppress their laughter. However, Li Chengfeng could not contain himself and guffawed heartily. Disciple master, he wished to continue speaking, yet was silenced by Yin Xiao's murderous gaze. Though Li Chengfeng was audacious, he understood that it would be wise to refrain from uttering another word at that moment. Is she not the master's wife? Lin Feng inquired once more. Certainly not. Yin Xiao interjected vehemently. Lin Feng's expression fell with disappointment as he lowered his head, once again scrutinizing both Li Chengfeng and Yin Xiao. He murmured to himself, I knew it. How could she possibly be the master's wife? With such a disheveled appearance, how could my master procure such a beautiful spouse? Lin Feng fancied his words were whispered softly, yet they reached the ears of many cultivators nearby. The criticisms of a disciple can be most cutting. Ahem. Disciple, the tone lingered. Master, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Did you sustain injuries during the earlier conflict? You aren't on the brink of death, are you? Please don't be agitated, master. I have only recently become your disciple. You cannot depart like an old beggar or a worn-out ox. If you truly cannot endure any longer, at least impart to me the celestial techniques of becoming a grand sword immortal before you go. I shall remember you, master. Lin Feng hurried over. Concern etched on his face as he observed his master cough incessantly. His master appeared quite aged, and after the recent skirmish, Lin Feng feared he might perish at any moment. Li Chengfeng's emotions oscillated wildly. Initially, this disciple had aided him in securing a stroke of good fortune, only to subsequently cast a curse upon him. He resolved to consult the venerable elder of the Qianji sect another day to ascertain whether there had been a miscalculation. Master is perfectly fine, Li Chengfeng declared. Upon hearing that his master was unharmed, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of relief. Master, please take care of yourself. Your disciple is still young and cannot bear to be without you, Lin Feng earnestly expressed. Li Chengfeng was once again struck by the weight of his disciple's words. Chapter 11. The Sword Path Madman. The ethereal Yin Xiao fairy smiled gently, never anticipating that the exceedingly proud Li Chengfeng would encounter such a disciple. To Yin Xiao, aside from the inexplicable title of master's wife, Lin Feng was undeniably endearing. Come here, little brother, she called out. But the term little brother felt somewhat peculiar to the ears of the elderly present. Indeed, regardless of their realm, women are invariably sensitive about age. Upon hearing the fairy's summons, Lin Feng promptly abandoned his master and hurried over. Sister Fairy, were you calling me? May I ask your name? Sister Fairy. I am Lin Feng, with Lin meaning forest and Feng meaning peak. Lin Feng. What is it? Nothing. Just come closer to your sister. Yun Xiao felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Not only Yun Xiao, but also several attendees at the gathering began to ponder over this name. It wasn't that the name itself was particularly unique, but rather that the Kanglin sect had recently been searching for someone named Lin Feng. Among the 10 esteemed sects, Kanglin was most remarkable, being the only sect in millions to have produced an ascended immortal, and the Kanglin realm was named in its honor. People couldn't help but wonder if this Lin Feng was indeed the same Lin Feng they were seeking. At this moment, a figure emerged from the crowd of cultivators. This individual, appearing to be of middle age and having attained the profound realm, bore an unremarkable demeanor. However, his attire unmistakably identified him as a disciple of the Kanglin sect. He approached Li Changfeng and Yun Xiao directly, performing the customary gesture of respect reserved for 1S elders. Esteemed Sword Saint, I am Mo Xianlin, a second-generation disciple of the Kanglin sect. May I inquire about the origins of your esteemed disciple? Li Changfeng, still feeling somewhat disgruntled from a prior jest by his young apprentice, retorted casually, found him. Mo Xianlin then turned to Lin Feng, asking, pray tell, young brother Lin, from whence do you hail? Home. Lin Feng tilted his head, pondering. Since he could remember, he had been with an old beggar. Did Waniu town count as home? After a moment's reflection, he candidly replied, well, I've been following an old beggar since I was little. The onlookers shifted their attention to the disheveled old man, Li Changfeng. Waniu town indeed? Mo Xianlin seemed to arrive at a certain conclusion. He then bowed once more to Li Changfeng, stating, esteemed Sword Saint, I wish to take Lin Feng with me. Do you know who he is? He is my disciple. Li Changfeng's apprentice, and the heir of the Xingyun sect. Li Changfeng, with a hint of amusement, unsheathed his massive sword once more, inquiring. The legacy of the Xingyun sect is shrouded in mystery, with whispers that its origins lie in a secret realm and a singular sword. In ancient times, a sword flew forth from the Xingyun secret realm, claimed by a wandering cultivator who inherited the teachings within it, subsequently founding the Xingyun sect. Unlike the present lineage, the original sect was divided into the Sword Master and Sword Attendant branches. The Sword Master wields the Starfall sword, and the Sword Servant commands the Sword Order. The sect is comprised entirely of adept sword cultivators. However, due to the fierce and unrestrained nature of sword cultivators, the various factions of Kanglin, feeling the pressure, began to unite in their efforts to suppress the Starfall sect. Despite facing adversaries from all corners, the Starfall sect grew ever bolder and more resilient in battle. In response, the factions of Kanglin formed the Sword Suppression Alliance, leading to a stalemate where both sides were evenly matched. Amidst this deadlock, a mysterious force emerged, shattering the equilibrium. This enigmatic power neither sided with the Sword Suppression Alliance nor the Starfall sect. Instead, it stealthily attacked the adept cultivators of both factions. Gradually, the high-ranking officials of the Sword Suppression Alliance and the Starfall sect fell one by one to assassination, prompting both sides to recognize the gravity of the situation. Thus, the previously hostile factions united, with the Starfall sect at the forefront, to engage in a cataclysmic battle against the mysterious force. The clash was so intense that it shook mountains and split the earth. The Sword Master of the Starfall fell, and the sect was obliterated, along with 7 other prominent sects, leaving only 3 remaining. Numerous celestial islands overseas were sunk, and the present-day vast desert of Hanhai and the icy plains of the northern domain bear the scars of this monumental conflict. Some speculate that the reason Kanglin has seen no ascensions to immortality thereafter is likely due to the disruption of the lineage during this battle. Nonetheless, the formidable prowess of the Starfall sect's sword cultivators remained etched in the memories of all. Just when it seemed that such a legacy of sword cultivation would be lost to the annals of history, one fateful day, thousands of years later, the Starfall sword re-emerged from its mysterious origin into the world. The major sects, perceiving this as a threat, sought to extinguish it in its infancy. Yet, recalling the contributions made by the Starfall sect during the ancient war, they were reluctant to see its legacy vanish and thus forged a celestial contract with the then Sword Master of the Starfall. Thereafter, the Starfall sect maintained a solitary lineage, while the sword command was distributed among various sections. Any sect of considerable strength would possess such records in their scriptures. However, the veracity of these accounts remains unverified. It is an undeniable fact that since the era of Kanglin, no ascended immortals have appeared. leading many to question whether the ultimate destination of cultivation is merely the tribulation realm. Consequently, some proposed renaming this realm to Kanglan, as an encouragement for future cultivators to strive for ascension to immortality. The events of millions of years ago remain shrouded in mystery, but since then, the Starfall sect has consistently upheld its tradition of singular lineage, with each successor dutifully presenting the sword command for the world to share. However, in the era of Li Changfeng, the rules underwent a transformation. To obtain the sword command, one must either defeat him within the same realm or perform an act as a sword master without compensation. The alteration of a tradition maintained for millions of years stemmed from a singular reason. Li Changfeng possessed a master, a sword deity whose prowess commanded respect across the land. In turn, Li Changfeng did not disappoint his master's teachings, earning the title of Sword Saint through his formidable swordsmanship. Yet, the title of Sword Saint is not merely a term of honor. It is a designation forged through relentless bloodshed. Some, in hushed tones, prefer to add the term mad before Sword Saint, referring to him as the Mad Sword Saint or the Crazed Dog. Li Changfeng paid no heed to the opinions of others. He simply smiled as he regarded Mo Xianlin. The Kanglan sect? Indeed formidable, but to challenge Li Changfeng's disciple, one must first reckon with the Starfall sword. He vividly recalled how, in years past, his master dealt with those who shamelessly sought the sword command. No one can fathom the immense pressure that Mo Xianlin is currently under. It is not merely due to the offense of a junior, but rather because the Kanglan sect is fervently searching for this Lin Xiaoyu. Why? Li Changfeng inquired. How would I know? I am not part of the Kanglan sect. Mo Xianlin replied. Li Changfeng pondered the underlying reasons. Could it be that Lin Feng possesses a unique identity? He was discovered following the guidance of the Thousand Mechanisms sect and the Falling Star sword. As for Lin Feng's distinctiveness, it largely lies in his innate Dao foundation. Yet this is hardly regarded as significant by the grand sections. Nevertheless, those acknowledged by the Falling Star sword are inherently extraordinary beings. Li Changfeng remained oblivious to the madness of the Kanglan sect's members, but since Lin Feng is now his disciple, he would not permit anyone to take him away. Does your Kanglan sect have any connection to him? Li Changfeng asked. Mo Xianlin responded. This, I am not entirely certain. However, the ancestors have instructed that they are searching for a person named Lin Feng. Xian Yuan old ghost? Enough, be gone. Bring someone who can speak. Li Changfeng exclaimed. Slightly vexed, after a century of seclusion, he emerges only to encounter a plethora of troubles. Li Changfeng despises complications. Thus he regards himself as the greatest inconvenience. In a realm of cultivation where might dictates right, power is the sole authority. For Li Changfeng, that power manifests as his sword. Should anyone dare defy him, he would unsheath his blade, striking fear into his foes, rendering them quaking in terror, and ensuring that none would dare to oppose him. Li Changfeng believes this to be the very essence of the Falling Star sect's legacy since ancient times. First, one must possess formidable skills. Second, one must be audacious. Thus, every generation of the Starfall heirs is a fervent devotee of the sword. Without passion, survival is futile, and without fervor, one cannot attain the path. Lin Feng, upon hearing that this unfamiliar gentleman intended to take him away, felt a surge of relief that his master had not consented, for he had resolutely decided to learn the art of the sword from his mentor. The reason was quite simple. He found his master to be exceptionally impressive, and more importantly, that great sword evoked a profound sense of kinship within him, akin to the warmth of family. Growing up isolated and forlorn, Lin Feng cherished this feeling immensely. Thus, he tugged at Li Changfeng's sleeve and earnestly inquired, Master, who is this man? Why does he want me to accompany him? I do not wish to go with him. He is quite unattractive. Mo Xianlin's lips twitched. What did it mean that he was unattractive? He merely considered himself to be ordinary. Yes, just ordinary. Yun Xiao observed Lin Feng with increasing curiosity. Regardless of whether this young lad was indeed the one sought by the Kanglan sect, the mere fact that he was Li Changfeng's disciple suggested he was destined for greatness. Throughout the storied lineage of the Starfall sect, no heir had ever been a commonplace individual. Most notably, this child spoke his mind without restraint, expressing whatever thoughts came to him, which she found quite endearing. Did you hear that? Scram. My disciple says you are ugly and does not wish to see you. Li Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. In truth, Mo Xianlin understood that taking Lin Feng away was not a feasible endeavor. He merely sought to ascertain whether this Lin Feng was indeed the one the Kanglin sect was searching for. For the Kanglin territories were vast, and the number of people sharing the same name was indeed overwhelming. However, a young boy, perhaps around 7 or 8 years of age, hailing from a place called Woniu Town, might indeed be the person in question. He himself was uncertain, yet he knew it was imperative to report the situation, allowing the sect to make the final decision. Mo Xianlin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and withdrew. Damn it! I have not drawn my sword in a century. Has this world truly forgotten the name of Li Chengfeng? Zhang Ergu, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and bring forth my drunken immortal brew. My mood is most displeased. Li Chengfeng slammed his sword onto the table, and Lin Feng, well acquainted with his master's temper, promptly moved closer to Yunxiao. Ah, such a delightful fragrance. Lin Feng detected an intoxicating aroma emanating from the celestial maiden. He tugged at Yunxiao's sleeve, saying, Sister Fairy, let us step aside. My master is about to unleash his wrath. Yunxiao, with a resigned glance at Lin Feng and then at the irate Li Chengfeng, shook her head. In truth, she had long anticipated that this would not be a mere banquet to invite celestial beings. Although she appeared to be in her 20s, she had lived for over 1,000 years, being a venerable figure of the Lingxiu sect. She glanced once more at Zhang Jui, contemplating that chaos was once again looming over the world. Some were aiming their sights on the Haotian sect, others sought to draw the Lingxiu sect into the fray, and yet others were intent on forcing Li Chengfeng into the spotlight. In the realm of martial arts, one ultimately finds themselves at the mercy of circumstances. Chapter 12. A single sword stroke. Li Chengfeng, cease your arrogance. Elder Zhang Huairan of the Haotian sect proclaimed loudly amidst the banquet. It is worth noting that the one slain by a single sword in Shichu was none other than his blood-related younger brother. Who might this be? He inquired, only to realize, it is you, a mere insignificant fish. My mood is exceedingly foul at present. As the words hung in the air, Li Chengfeng charged forward, wielding a colossal sword with unbridled ferocity. Unlike his earlier skirmish with the Master of Fire, this time, he did not approach the battle with a sense of ease. Instead, he bulldozed through with relentless force. This was Li Chengfeng's unique approach to the path of the overbearing sword, diverging from the conventional swordsmanship that favored agility and finesse. He preferred the straightforward method of overwhelming his foes with sheer sword power, dismissing any flamboyant techniques as beneath him. In his view, a single sword sufficed for combat, and a solitary strike was all that was needed to take a life. Coupled with the swift and barrier-breaking prowess of the Starfall sword, few could withstand the full brunt of Li Chengfeng's assault. With a thunderous crash, the simplicity and brutality of the confrontation unfolded. Zhang Huairan shouted, and as Li Chengfeng swung his sword, the term wielding became apparent. The Starfall sword possesses a distinctive characteristic. It adapts to the wielder's understanding of the sword path, transforming into the most suitable weapon for its master. Thus, for Li Chengfeng, it manifested as an enormous, door-width sword. In an instant, the massive blade met Zhang Huairan in a violent embrace. Upon impact, Zhang Huairan was sent flying, reduced to a bloodied figure, until he collided with the celestial dome of the Xiufang cave, where he finally came to a halt. Whether he survived remained uncertain, but he was hardly recognizable as human. It seemed that even with a profound cultivation, such a state would inevitably lead to severe injury, if not death. The sudden turn of events left many of the higher cultivators present in shock. They did not intervene not due to lack of reaction, but rather because they had not anticipated Li Chengfeng's decisive and thunderous assault. In their eyes, the primary reason Zhang Huairan was swiftly defeated was his lack of preparedness. He had only recently entered the realm of tribulation. It is essential to recognize that, although formidable, the tribulation realm comprises several tiers, and a fool who has not even made it onto the heavenly rankings dared to provoke Li Chengfeng. Halt! Zhang Jui interjected, attempting to prevent Li Chengfeng from further violence while arranging for someone to assess Zhang Huairan's injuries. Li Chengfeng, do you truly wish to slay another elder of my Haotian sect before the eyes of your fellow practitioners? Zhang Jui questioned. Simultaneously, he summoned his reinforcements, who ascended into the air, a total of 8 individuals, some of whom were elder figures from the Haotian sect and others whom Zhang Jui had hired at great expense. They subtly encircled Li Chengfeng. Ha, Zhang Ergu, is this the true purpose of your banquet? Li Chengfeng remarked, glancing at the formation, realizing that many had likely forgotten his renowned name due to his prolonged absence from battle. In truth, Zhang Jui was acutely aware that he was not a match for Li Chengfeng. Initially, he merely sought for Li Chengfeng to clarify matters before the gathered practitioners, which was why he had organized the banquet at Xiaofeng, where Li Chengfeng would undoubtedly consider Yun Xiao and her formidable ally. However, who could have predicted that Li Chengfeng was such a rogue? With strong reinforcements eager to engage, Zhang Juyi decided to teach Li Chengfeng a lesson. Yet, he understood that despite the 9 formidable tribulation practitioners now surrounding Li Chengfeng, should a true battle for life and death ensue, the allies he had hired at great cost would undoubtedly flee in an instant. With Li Chengfeng's formidable prowess, although he may not be able to eliminate them all, it is certainly within his capability to take down 1 or 2. Most crucially, the Starfall sword in his possession boasts remarkable speed, rendering both pursuit and escape exceedingly troublesome. However, with someone now willing to step forward and assist him in confrontation, he need only wait a while. Since the mask of civility has been torn away, it is prudent to inquire without restraint. Li Chengfeng, we are old acquaintances. There is a matter I hope you can disclose truthfully, Zhang Juyi stated. Oh, I too have something I wish for you to reveal candidly, Li Chengfeng replied, bearing his great sword with unguarded honesty. Zhang Juyi gestured for Li Chengfeng to speak first. I have heard that you procured the drunken immortal brew from the 3 Immortals Island. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Zhang Juyi's heart raced with trepidation. Indeed, a madman is a madman. Even in such dire circumstances, he still yearned for wine. Setting aside his transgressions in the western regions, the fact that he had just injured the elder of the Haotian sect with a single strike meant they were now sworn enemies. It is absolutely true, Zhang Juyi scoffed, unwilling to fabricate lies. Then where is the wine? You invited me here under the pretense of sharing a drink, yet it seems you have merely served me swill. Zhang Juyi thought to himself, did you just consume swill? This fine brew was meticulously crafted from spiritual fruits by the artisans of the showroom. Though it may not rival the drunken immortal brew, it is certainly not swill. And, above all, were you not relishing it just moments ago? Moreover, we are on the brink of battle, and you still concern yourself with wine. Why the hesitation? Hurry and bring it forth. Only then shall we engage in earnest discussion. Zhang Juyi glanced around, inhaling deeply, contemplating that this individual would not be reckless enough to confront 9 adversaries alone, would he? Ultimately, he produced a white jade porcelain bottle and tossed it towards Li Cheng. Li Cheng caught it, opened the bottle, and inhaled deeply, his face alight with ecstasy as he proclaimed, "Ah, the same delightful aroma, rich and fragrant. Merely inhaling it is a pleasure. Indeed, this is the essence of exquisite wine." With a beaming smile, Li Cheng secured the bottle. Just when everyone anticipated a cordial conversation between him and Zhang Juyi, Li Cheng unexpectedly brandished his sword. The Starfall Great Sword unleashed a surge of sword energy, executing a sweeping strike that sent the surrounding adversaries reeling in surprise. Damn! The onlookers, including Zhang Juyi, barely had time to defend themselves, activating an array of magical artifacts that illuminated the sky in a riot of colors. Lin Feng, observing from the side, exclaimed, "Wow, sister, look. It's so beautiful, like fireworks." Yin Xiao shot him a disapproving glance, wishing to inform her younger brother that these were not mere fireworks, but rather the handiwork of their shameless master. Caught off guard due to the sudden turn of events, Zhang Juyi and his companions found themselves momentarily defenseless, with some sustaining minor injuries. It was not that they lacked strength, but rather that Li Cheng was exceedingly cunning. Amidst his playful demeanor, he had secretly gathered his strength for the strike, rendering the outcome all too predictable. This marked the second time Li Cheng had engaged in such treachery. The previously affable Zhang Juyi spat blood in outrage, cursing, "Li mad dog. I have never encountered such unabashed shamelessness." Another spurt of blood followed. Meanwhile, the observer, Li Huashang, inappropriately burst into laughter. "You old fossils, after a millennium. Do you still not comprehend Li Chengfeng's true nature? Serves you right. Cursed vulture, silence your ravenous tongue. I am a vulture, not a raven." With calculated precision, Li Chengfeng struck down a group of assailants, with Zhang Juyi being the most affected, sustaining considerable injuries. Yet he persevered, knowing that his reinforcements would arrive shortly. "Li Chengfeng, to think that a revered sword saint like you would resort to such unscrupulous tactics before the world. What sort of example are you setting for your apprentice who is watching below?" The crowd turned their attention to Lin Feng, whose reputation was that of a sincere and virtuous child. Yin Xiao inquired of Lin Feng, "What teachings does your master impart to you? How does he instruct you?" "My master has taught me to be honest and kind. Moreover, In combat, one must ensure to defeat the opponent swiftly, sparing them from prolonged suffering. On the other side, Zhang Ji continued to engage Li Chengfeng in a war of words. "You're spewing nonsense. When did you witness me acting dishonestly?" Li Chengfeng initiated the exchange. "Didn't you say that if I offered you wine, we could converse peacefully?" Zhang Ji retorted. "Indeed, but I never claimed I wouldn't strike first." Li Chengfeng countered. "See, I am honoring my word. Are we not conversing amicably now?" The injured cultivators felt as though a stampede of wild yak from the western regions surged through their minds. Finally, Zhang Ji posed the question he had long wished to ask. "Then I ask you, 3 months ago within the imperial palace of the Western Chu dynasty, did you not slay Elder Jiang Huai, whom I dispatched? Did you not massacre the entire imperial family of Chu?" "No. Damn it. I too wish to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Whoever dares to tarnish my name shall face my wrath, so fierce that even their own mother would not recognize them." Li Chengfeng exclaimed in fury. "What do you make of this?" Zhang Ji tossed an object from his sleeve, and the crowd used their spiritual senses to probe it. Was this not the renowned ancient artifact of our Haotian sect, the Haori Lun? How could it be in such a state of ruin? Not only was the surface of the treasure damaged, but the seals within had also been completely shattered. Li Chengfeng, these sword wounds and the destroyed seals, beyond your Starfall sword, who else in this world possesses the capability to inflict such devastation? Li Chengfeng, probing with his spiritual sense, remarked, How peculiar. It does indeed appear that I was the one who struck. The residual energy of the Starfall sword is unmistakable. What you may not know is that this Haori Lun was once wielded by Elder Jiang Huai of our sect, a fact you may have heard. Our elder was slain by a sword cultivator. Despite Zhang's imminent demise upon entering the tribulation stage, he was once a formidable figure, capable of competing with tribulation stage experts even in the profound realm. Now, having broken into the tribulation stage, it is unlikely that anyone could fell him with a single strike save for perhaps 2 individuals, and the one above has been ruled out. That leaves only the one before us. Importantly, you must explain the destruction of this Haori Lun, Li Chengfeng. Bai Ji reasoned logically, presenting evidence that pointed unequivocally towards Li Chengfeng as the culprit. For a millennium, I, Li Chengfeng, have borne only his sword. Yet I never anticipated a day would come when I would bear the blame. Let it not be said that I am the one who took his life. Even if I were, what of it? I remain oblivious to who has ensnared me in this trap, nor do I wish to speculate on the identity of my adversary. Regardless of the insidious plots and schemes, I shall cleave through them with a single stroke of my sword. Chapter 13. The turning point. No matter the malevolent spirits and phantoms that may arise, I, Li Chengfeng, shall sever them with my blade. Zhang Ji cannot help but concede this truth, for his opponent possesses such formidable strength. Yet, this is not a moment for retreat. Zhang Ji raises his gaze towards the void beyond the realm of Xiufeng, softly murmuring, "They have arrived." Suddenly, a fissure appears in the distant sky, beginning as a mere crack that expands with a piercing sound, ultimately tearing open a vast rift in the heavens. This gaping chasm resembles the maw of a monstrous beast, instilling fear and dread. Beyond the rift lies a chaotic void, and through this narrow opening, a vessel emerges, navigating through the tumultuous currents toward the realm of Xiufeng, poised to breach the threshold into the inner world. What could that be? A wave of confusion washes over the onlookers. The celestial fairy, Yun Xiao, swiftly conjures several communication talismans, for this realm is the exclusive domain of her Lingxiu sect. The uninvited vessel emerging from the chaotic void raises her alarm. Typically, entry into the realm requires passage through designated portals. Controlling these portals signifies dominion over the realm itself. Each celestial domain is invaluable, akin to a private garden belonging to one's sect. In times of peril, one need only usher disciples into the realm, sealing the entrance, rendering adversaries incapable of locating them in the vast emptiness of the void. Although the celestial realm of Xiufeng is not reserved as an escape route for the sect, but rather designated as a semi-open commercial domain, it nonetheless belongs to the Lingxiu sect. The brazen act of forcefully tearing apart the celestial veil is clearly ill-intentioned. The veil serves not only to shield the realm from the chaotic void outside, but also to safeguard the spiritual essence within, preventing its leakage. It is evident that the act of ripping apart the veil is not merely a casual visit. The newcomers harbor malevolent intent. and Yunxiao understands that she cannot allow them to breach the inner sanctum of the celestial realm. Thus, she discreetly communicated with Li Chengfeng. Master Swordsman, I implore you to intervene and prevent this vessel from entering. I shall reward you with fine wines and exquisite delicacies afterward. Is there wine? Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Yunxiao, by the way, have you ever considered becoming a mentor to Xiaolan Peak? Li Chengfeng jested. Yunxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hurry up. They are almost inside. With that, Li Chengfeng turned to the great sword, which roared as it charged toward the fissure. Meanwhile, Yunxiao reached out to the several transcendent practitioners present, hoping they might lend their assistance. Though most had come merely to spectate, this was not the time for idle curiosity. None could ascertain the identity or intentions of those aboard the vessel, yet it was undeniable that their actions were far from benign, having torn through the celestial veil of Xiufang. Furthermore, as the host of the realm, Yunxiao's earnest invitation presented a rare opportunity to cultivate goodwill. Without hesitation, Master Li Hua tossed a li toward Yunxiao and ascended toward the heavens. The cultivators of the realm of robbery, unwilling to be outdone, surged forward with a fierce determination, resembling a band of ruffians preparing to descend upon a village. However, not all of the cultivators charged ahead. For instance, Zhang Jui, who had been swept aside by Li Chengfeng's sword, remained still, his eyes closed as if in meditation or healing. Yunxiao refrained from joining the fray, instead instructing Lin Shishir to evacuate the guests from the Xiufang cave heaven. It was crucial to ensure the safety of these individuals, who were the elite disciples and key figures from various sects, as well as the esteemed patrons of Xiufang. Beneath the Yunding banquet hall, on the lake within the Xiufang cave heaven, a young master of the celestial lineage, whose parents were prominent figures among the top 10 sects, was indignant. Having finally received his parents' approval after arduous training to reach the soul perception realm, he had come to Xiufang to unwind, seeking companionship from several courtesans and enjoying libations with friends. Yet, his enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by a servant from the Lingxiu sect, who had come to inform him of the situation. You are driving me away despite my patronage. This is an affront to your guests. The young master shouted indignantly as he hastily donned his garments. However, upon stepping out of the boat, he was struck mute by the extraordinary sight above. The once azure sky had been rent asunder, revealing a colossal rift, through which a flying vessel was attempting to breach the realm of Xiufang, as if unseen forces were striving to impede its passage. The celestial beings surveyed their surroundings. Noticing that individuals from the boats had emerged, some leaped to the rooftops to observe the unfolding events, while others attempted to ascend into the skies for a closer encounter, only to be thwarted by the cultivators of Lingxiu sect. Shortly thereafter, they beheld Lin Shishir, the esteemed leader of Xiufang, approaching with her entourage. Esteemed colleagues, Lin Shishir addressed the assembly with poise. I am Lin Shishir, the steward of Xiufang. Currently, our realm is under siege by a mysterious force. To ensure your safety, I implore you to accompany me as we vacate Xiufang for the time being. Rest assured, Lingxiu sect will compensate for any losses incurred during this incident. Now, please follow me. The assembled cultivators, elated by the rare appearance of the enchanting fairy, expressed their eagerness to assist. Fairy Shishir, we, though unworthy, are willing to join forces with Xiufang against the external threat, declared a striking young gentleman, his long hair flowing gracefully as he wielded a celestial fan adorned with 7 stars, exuding an air of nonchalance. Many present, hailing from illustrious lineages and possessing formidable abilities, recognized this as an opportune moment to capture the fairy's admiration. Consequently, the crowd stirred with fervor, each vying to impress her with their declarations of support. Fairy Shishir, we too are eager to aid Xiufang in repelling our foes. I shall join as well. However, Lin Shishir shook her head gently, gesturing towards the heavens with a serious demeanor. Your goodwill is appreciated, but this matter is of great gravity. Those who impede us above are formidable elders of the tribulation realm. Though you are all young prodigies, the chaotic energies of this space are beyond your capacity to withstand. The celestial beings were not naive. Upon attuning themselves to the skies, they discerned, as Lin Shishir had stated, that indeed, they faced powerful adversaries from the tribulation realm. Though many harbored doubts as to why a dozen or so reclusive Calamity Realm cultivators had congregated in this place, they understood that this was not the moment for bravado. Esteemed guests, Shishir has been entrusted with the task of guiding you away from Xiufang Cave Heaven. I kindly request that you follow her and evacuate without delay. so as not to distract our esteemed seniors above. At that moment, a dazzling wave of spiritual energy erupted from the heavens, a remnant of the ascension spell's power. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. It was evident that they were in the midst of a battleground for Calamity Realm cultivators, and it would be wise for these lesser beings to seek refuge. Thus, without hesitation, they departed promptly. However, upon reaching the exit with Lin Shirshir and her cohort of celestial descendants, they discovered that the platform housing the cave's entrance had been destroyed, rendering the exit utterly elusive. Faces fell among the crowd at this disheartening sight. With no time to ponder the disappearance of the portal, Lin Shirshir swiftly ensured the safety of her companions before darting towards the cloud dining hall. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng's attacks were relentless, and the Lihua master had taken advantage of the spatial rift, forcing the flying vessel to adjust its course. It had to employ a more robust formation to withstand Li Chengfeng's onslaught, as well as to mitigate the effects of the spatial tear, compounded by the assistance of the Calamity Realm cultivators. Thus, the vessel made no headway. Beneath the rift, in the cloud dining hall, Yin Xia had already received Lin Shirshir's message and was aware that the portal to the outside world had been destroyed. Contemplatively, she gazed at Zhang Juyi and the others, who were in a state of deep meditation. At that moment, Zhang Juyi abruptly opened his eyes, and a glimmer akin to a gleaming sword radiated from his pupils. Behind him stood two unfamiliar cultivators of the robbery realm, who rose with a surge of magical power, heading directly towards the celestial realm. Zhang Juyi, what is the meaning of this? Yin Xiao exclaimed in reproach. The two cultivators unleashed their treasures to attack the celestial maiden. The other two robbery realm cultivators invited by Zhang Juyi gazed at him in confusion. Master Zhang, why are we assaulting the celestial maiden? Inquired the elder of the Zhongding sect, a mid-tier sect far inferior in strength to the top 10 sects, which had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Lingxi sect. Meanwhile, another rogue cultivator of the robbery realm looked at Zhang Juyi with bewilderment, acutely aware that his partner belonged to the Lingxi sect. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, both he and the elder of the Zhongding sect were violently hurled away by a powerful blow, leaving them gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Their vital energies and soul pools had been pierced by a needle-like magical artifact. In an instant, they were left in shock. Why? Why would the Haotian sect ambush them? Why was there no magical fluctuation during the attack? It is known that those who enter the robbery realm are never weaklings. With the elevation of their realms, their spiritual perception experiences a remarkable enhancement, making it exceedingly difficult for them to be ambushed, as their sensitivity to magical fluctuations is exceedingly acute. Of course, Li Chengfeng's sword strike was indeed unexpected. Yet when he made his move, the others still managed to react and defend themselves, albeit their adversary's strength was overwhelming, rendering their resistance futile. However, the assailant was an ordinary elder from the Haotian sect. Most significantly, the adversary had unknowingly sealed their own magical power and soul pool. And even the most covert actions should have elicited some fluctuations in magical energy. Although both individuals were plagued by countless questions, no one was there to provide answers to their doubts, and they could only descend into an endless abyss of despair. Two Calamity realms fell. Meanwhile, the two unfamiliar Calamity realm attackers targeting Yun Xiao displayed even greater prowess. As Yun Xiao fended off the assaults, she simultaneously shielded Lin Feng and Ali. Struggling against the odds of 1 versus 2, she wielded a magical artifact in the form of colorful ribbons, which danced gracefully. Ali and Lin Feng were ensconced within these ribbons as Yun Xiao fought while retreating. She also witnessed Zhang Juyi swiftly vanquishing the two Calamity realm adversaries. Yun Xiao had no time to ponder the reasons behind such a turn of events, yet she was now certain that this was a trap. An unprecedented snare aimed not only at Li Chengfeng, but also at the Lingxi sect and indeed everyone present. Chapter 14. Chaos. What on earth is this? The tortoise shell is exceedingly thick. Li Chengfeng struck the flying vessel once more with his sword, only to find it had little effect. He grasped the Starfall sword, flicking its blade with his middle finger. Hey, my friend, aren't you supposed to break through all worldly barriers? Why is this tortoise shell utterly unyielding? Of course, the Starfall sword, no longer possessing any spirit, could not directly retort Li Chengfeng's complaints. If it could speak, it would likely quip, "I sent it simply because you are too weak." Nevertheless, banter aside, the chaos continued. Li Chengfeng once again brandished his sword, prepared to unleash a formidable strike. He held steadfast in his belief that there was nothing in the world that could withstand his might. attributing any failure to a lack of sufficient force. Instead of wielding the sword with both hands, he positioned the Starfall sword, which was as wide as a door panel, before him, murmuring incantations. Larger, larger, even larger. The Starfall sword stretched skyward, its once dull blade suddenly radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, exuding a dazzling golden light. This time, the colossal sword truly transformed into a giant blade, matching the size of a flying vessel. With a sweeping motion, Li Chengfeng commanded, "Go forth." On the central island of the World Lake within the Xiufang Cave, a multitude of celestial descendants, along with guests aware of their inability to withstand the aftermath of the calamity, descended upon the island. Here, hundreds of visitors and thousands of personnel from the Xiufang were already gathered. Lin Shishir busied herself with soothing the crowd, as the tremors erupting from the sky not only shook the earth, but also stirred the hearts of the assembly. Many celestial descendants openly displayed their grievances towards Xiufang for failing to promptly quell the disaster. "We must escape. The Lingxiu sect must bear responsibility for this incident." The air was thick with anxious proclamations of impending doom. Lin Shishir tirelessly attempted to pacify the rising unrest, but amidst the turmoil, a group of formidable individuals emerged from the throng, their mastery in the realm of enlightenment allowing them to mercilessly harvest the lives of those at the soul perception level and below. Blood flowed freely, the slaughter continued, with some resisting while others fled, plunging the scene into utter chaos. In the rift of the celestial dome, Li Chengfeng witnessed the colossal sword he had conjured strike the flying vessel with a resounding blow. The swirling drill at the front of the vessel ceased its rotation. Yet the vessel remained unscathed, emanating wisps of vapor from its drill array, hinting at a revival not far off. "Damn vulture, think of a way." Li Chengfeng bellowed at the master of Li Hua. "What can I do? All I can do is smash it." The onlookers, witnessing the formidable strike fail to yield decisive results, could only sigh. Did such vessels exist in the Kanglan realm? Many cultivators of the tribulation stage pondered, if they did, which sect possessed them? If not, from whence did they come? While the assembly deliberated on how to breach the vessel's shell, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy resonated from the banquet hall below. Li Chengfeng's pupils constricted. In his perception, Yin Xiao was evading the pursuit of Zhang Ji and his entourage alongside Lin Feng and Ali. "Zhang Ergo, are you courting death?" Li Chengfeng roared. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the flying vessel. Summoning his great sword, he soared towards Yun Xiao, with the master of Li Hua following suit. What nonsense was this? Someone was violating their domain, and they were dawdling here? As the two departed, the cultivators hesitated. But within the vessel erupted an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy, shifting its posture from defense to offense. Those who managed to evade thought that power was akin to the divine might of calamities, unfathomable and terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng, riding his sword, rushed forth. Just as Zhang Ji's onslaught was about to descend upon Yun Xiao, he intervened at the last possible moment, saving Yun Xiao from imminent peril. Following closely behind was the master of Li Hua. With a swift motion of his crimson sleeve, he cast a protective barrier over Lin Feng and Ali, shielding them from the aftershocks of the battle. In truth, even though Yun Xiao exerted every effort to safeguard the two, she was still outnumbered, and Lin Feng and Ali had succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the tumult. "Are they all right?" Li Chengfeng inquired with a playful grin, directing his query towards the two. The ethereal beauty of the fairy Yun Xiao appeared somewhat pallid, with a trace of crimson seeping from the corner of her lips. Her resplendent attire had lost its luster, indicating she had sustained considerable injury. Yet, with her innate pride, Yun Xiao replied, "I am fine." After uttering this, she glanced at Lin Feng and Ali beside Li Hua. The master of Li Hua remarked, "Thank you, fairy Yun Xiao, for your protection. These two young ones have merely fainted. Old Li, I shall keep an eye on them, so you may freely wield your sword." Li Chengfeng crossed his sword, pointing it at Zhang Ji. "Zhang Ergo, who would have thought you possessed such prowess?" Zhang Ji responded with a gentle smile. "Does the sword saint wish to speak?" "Indeed, I have something to say. I, Li Chengfeng, have always adhered to the principle of action over words. However, today I wish to break this precedent. Let us converse before we engage in battle." Upon hearing this, the 7 members of the opposing faction, including Zhang Ji, focused intently. Having learned from past encounters that this fellow was unpredictable, Li Chengfeng, witnessing their reaction, burst into laughter. "Huh, what are you all doing?" "I, Li Chengfeng, am a person of repute on the heavenly rankings. If I say I shall not launch a surprise attack, then I shall not. This time, the others promptly revealed their protective artifacts. Bland and uninspired. Now let us speak of matters of substance. I truly cannot fathom how audacious you, Zhang Ergu, could be. You have plotted against me, Li Chifeng, and conspired against so many in our circle. It seems that the Haotian sect is destined for extinction. The top 10 sects have remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. The last alteration occurred when my ancestor, the Starfall Patriarch, eliminated one. I never imagined that today. I, Li Chifeng, would also partake in such a grand endeavor. I fear I shall disappoint the Sword Saint, for the name of Kanglin has endured for millions of years, and it will not be long before it is known as the Haotian realm. Kanglin is but a remnant of the past, while Haotian shall embody the future. Zhang Jueying, invigorated and brimming with spirit, has shed his former demeanor. It is well known that Zhang Jueying is famed for his patience, earning him the moniker Zhang the Patient. It is said that in his youth, he endured the bullying of his fellow disciples towards his partner, not only swallowing his pride, but even pushing his partner into the arms of the tormentor. During the power struggles for leadership, he sacrificed himself to the whims of the Haotian Patriarch, known for his affinity for youthful beauty. When he first assumed leadership of the Haotian sect, it was languishing at the bottom of the top 10 sections. Zhang Jueying diligently worked to forge alliances with smaller sects and offered tributes to the more powerful factions among the top sections. Thus, he fought to salvage the sect, ultimately elevating the Haotian sect from the brink of decline back into the ranks of the top 10. Zhang Jueying has always possessed the fortitude to endure what others could not, which has led to his current accomplishments. However, he has always maintained the guise of a refined scholar, carefully crafting his public persona. Yet, Li Chifeng knows of his past, for in his youth, Zhang Jueying once knelt before Li Chifeng, begging for his life while mimicking a dog. This is how the moniker Zhang Ergu came to be, repeated by Li Chifeng time and again. I, Li Chifeng, pride myself on being a fervent devotee of the sword. Yet I never anticipated the presence of one even more arrogant than myself. Could it be that you, Zhang Juyi, aspire to attain immortality? How utterly laughable. Not only I, but even the nearby figures of Li Hua and Yunxia share the sentiment that Zhang Juyi has lost his mind. Consider, if you will, the three esteemed sects of Kanglin, Qingye, and Li Hua, which have endured the trials of the ancient cataclysm, and now, the flourishing Tianjiamen. Which sect does not boast a plethora of remarkable talents? Even Li Chifeng would not audaciously claim that a single individual with a single sword could vanquish them all. What merit does Zhang Ji possess to make such claims? Boom. Once again, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the rift in the celestial canopy was once more thrust open. This time, no one sought to impede the passage, and the flying vessel finally entered the celestial realm of Xiufang. It has arrived, Zhang Ji remarked with a serene demeanor. Li Chifeng, Li Hua, and Yunxia all gazed upward, witnessing a grand, ancient flying vessel manifest within the confines of the celestial realm. Its colossal form obscured the sun, the brilliance emanating from the exquisite spirit stones suspended in the sky entirely shrouded by its presence, marking the first nightfall in the Xiufang celestial world. Oh, what a splendid vessel! I can only imagine the delight of traversing the world aboard such a ship. I declare that it shall henceforth bear the surname Li. Li Chifeng commented, offering his critique. Meanwhile, two figures of the Jia realm, not of Haotian, scoffed, a frog at the bottom of a well. Oh, it seems you have emboldened Zhang Ergu with such audacity. How intriguing indeed. Li Hua, you may lead your men ahead. I can manage these trivial pests alone. Li Chifeng gestured dismissively at Li Hua. The exit has been destroyed. Yunxia interjected at the opportune moment. Li Chifeng furrowed his brow, regretting that he had not brought along those old swords. Outside the Xiufang, within a quaint tavern, I suggested to my two brothers, shall we venture inside for a look? Sword 3 glanced at the chaotic scene outside the tavern. What is there to see? It's merely a brawl. The old man. If he doesn't call for me, I certainly won't budge an inch today. Sword 2 replied earnestly. Are you truly not going? Inquired Sword 3. Meanwhile, Sword 1 raised his cup, inhaled the aroma, and then set it down. Let us wait. I trust the old fellow can manage. However, at that moment in the Xiufang cave heaven, had Li Chifeng been privy to the conversation of these ruffians, he would have surely gone mad. After departing from the Cloud Summit banquet, dozens of figures descended from the flying vessel. Sensing the atmosphere, Li Qingfeng realized that this situation had become exceedingly troublesome. Chapter 15. The Destruction of the Cave Heaven. The Xiaofang Cave Heaven was originally established by the Lingxiu sect as a commercial haven, boasting a history spanning over 200,000 years. It has not only witnessed countless tales of youth and heroism, but has also become the most renowned leisure destination in the Kanglan realm. Yet, on this fateful day, the Xiaofang Cave Heaven faced its demise. The once azure sky now lay in tatters, resembling a beautiful canvas marred by sudden strokes of black graffiti. Above, a dark rift opened, appearing like a black hole, relentlessly devouring everything within the Xiaofang Cave Heaven: the trees, the stones, the deceased, and the wailing survivors. Beyond the black hole lies an endless void of swirling darkness, where a tremendous gravitational force manifests as a black vortex wreaking havoc in the realm of the cave heavens. Several unsuspecting Foundation cultivators, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, are effortlessly drawn into its depths. Furthermore, on the central island, fierce battles erupt, resembling nothing short of a massacre. Within the exquisite hall, whether they are the second-generation immortals or mere attendants, all are mercilessly slaughtered by a group of unfamiliar faces descending from a flying vessel. Strikingly, these individuals are entirely unknown to the denizens of the Kanglan realm. Even to Lin Shishir, the astute manager of the establishment, who has encountered countless individuals in her lifetime. Lady Yunxiao, does the exquisite hall possess any other exits? Inquired Mo Xianlin from the Kanglan sect. Moments ago, he had intervened just in time to thwart the sudden emergence of a transcendence assassin within the crowd. Otherwise, the death toll would have been staggering. Initially, he and Lin Shishir had led the defense against the external threat until Li Hua and his companions, including Yunxiao, arrived, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mo Xianlin cast a glance at Lin Feng, who stood behind Yunxiao. He was the individual the Kanglan sect had been diligently searching for. While he harbored intentions of rescuing him, the current circumstances rendered any escape from the cave heavens impossible. Generally speaking, to mitigate potential risks, the interior of the cave heavens is equipped with several concealed exits. To his knowledge, his sect's cave heavens boasted no fewer than 3 such exits, typically known to those of sufficient standing. He had previously inquired of Lin Shishir, yet she remained uninformed. Yunxiao, with her beautiful eyes closed, remained silent, intently sensing a token she held in her hand. This token, inscribed with the character Xiao, emitted a faint, ethereal glow. As Yunxiao chanted a spell, the token gradually levitated, and a mysterious wave began to coalesce in front of it, gradually forming the shape of a portal. However, just as the portal was on the verge of completion, it shattered, causing a backlash that struck Yunxiao. The portal that failed to open left them trapped, unable to construct another means of escape. Outside, mysterious foes lingered, rendering the denizens of Xiaofang's cave realm akin to fish in a barrel, awaiting capture. Originally, there had been 1,000 individuals fleeing, but now only a mere 600 remained. Some had been swept away by the ferocious tornado, while others had fallen victim to the sudden ambush of their enemies. These assailants showed no mercy, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone within the cave realm. Defeating them seemed impossible, and surrender appeared equally futile. Even though all present were cultivators, they remained human. Faced with such an inexplicable predicament, panic began to set in. Many of the second-generation immortals had lived lives of luxury, enjoying the finest cultivation techniques and resources from an early age, often sheltered by their elders during their training excursions. Yet now, they found themselves in peril. Although the cultivation world of Kanglan was not entirely peaceful, it had not witnessed large-scale conflicts for countless years, consisting mostly of minor skirmishes. Despite having taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, the reality of imminent death sent many into a state of terror. Currently, over 600 individuals are assembling at the roots of a colossal tree on the central island, a site that once served as a modest auction venue, specifically designated for the auctions organized by the Xiaofang Dantian world. It is noteworthy that this particular location boasts defensive formations, as it has remained impervious to invasions throughout history. The gateway to the Xiaofang world is situated in Lingxiu City, which has been fortified over countless years by Lingxiu sect, rendering it an impregnable bastion. Few would have imagined that anyone could breach the inner sanctum of the Dantian world and invade Xiaofang. The auction, often featuring valuable treasures, had implemented these defensive measures as a precaution. However, the current circumstances have afforded the attendees a fleeting chance to survive. It is essential to recognize that the Xiaofeng Dantian world has long since lost its former charm, now resembling a veritable hell on earth. Perhaps influenced by the gaping void of the Dantian, the sky has gradually darkened. While many formidable beings who had been cast down by the sudden explosion of a flying vessel are now making their way towards the auction's restricted area. The entire realm is being drawn into the black hole above, and although these powerful entities can momentarily traverse the void, the vastness of this emptiness remains an unknown peril. In the distance, the flame ascendant continues to grapple with 3 enigmatic adversaries, all the while noticing the increasing number of powerful beings falling victim to violence. Alarmed and fearful, the flame ascendant once again breaks free from one of the entanglements, feigning an impending self-detonation. This pretense frightens his opponents into retreat, providing him with the opportunity to evade capture as he elegantly sweeps away in his flowing crimson robes. At long last, the adept of Li Hua arrived at the auction house, slipping through a breach in the barrier created by Yun Xiao like a fish gliding through water. As Li Hua entered the auction hall, 3 individuals who had been pursuing him from afar also caught up. They tentatively launched an attack on the auction house, only to find their efforts fruitless before departing in haste, leaving their intentions ambiguous. Whether they had retreated or lingered in wait remained uncertain. Upon Li Hua's entrance into the auction hall, all eyes turned towards him, with Yun Xiao eagerly inquiring, "Are you injured, esteemed one?" Above, the sky was increasingly marred by rifts, and beyond the dark void, several black tornadoes, like serpents of chaos, continued to wreak havoc, causing even the towering trees they relied upon to tremble. One could only wonder about the fate of old Li. With a contemplative sigh, Li Hua gazed upward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the auction hall's dome to the treetops above. Just as his words faded, the previously dim sky erupted into a brilliant radiance, akin to a solar flare, momentarily illuminating the entire realm of Dantian. Above the treetops, the grand banquet hall, once filled with guests, now lay in ruins, revealing the massive trunk of the ancient tree. There, suspended at an elevation of several dozen zhang, stood a solitary figure wielding a sword. The figure was none other than Li Chengfeng, his silver hair billowing in the wind like a war deity, while the sword, the Xingyun sword, sparkled with a golden sheen reminiscent of dawn's first light. Facing them were nearly 100 formidable practitioners of the robbery realm, including Zhang Jui. When did the realm of tribulation become as common as cabbage? It is essential to acknowledge that there are 30 million cultivators in Kanglan. Yet only a few hundred have truly entered the tribulation realm, even during the era of extraordinary talents. According to the statistics from the Qinji sect, the current number of tribulation cultivators in Kanglan cannot exceed 300. However, Li Chengfeng now faces nearly 100 individuals in the tribulation realm, yet he does not waver in fear. The recent comet strike was a direct result of his confrontation with the individuals aboard the flying vessel, transforming into a colossal star-falling sword that cleaved towards the enemy. This strike was not to be compared with the one aimed at the flying vessel. This time, Li Chengfeng exerted all his strength. Since his debut, Li Chengfeng has never shied away from confrontation. Only those who feign madness and foolishness believe that playing the role of the underdog is amusing, yet many have fallen prey to such tactics in this world. The essence of the dominant sword path is simply this: strike if you can, and retreat if you cannot. This straightforward understanding resonates with Li Chengfeng. The adversaries are capable of launching assaults from the void into the world of Dantian, and although Li Chengfeng does not know their true identities, he is certain they are not insignificant characters. Their strength is formidable, but it is improbable that he can eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Should they employ a strategy of attrition, he might not be able to endure. Thus, Li Chengfeng resolved to adopt a different approach. Upon witnessing the dissolution of the formation surrounding the flying vessel after entering the Dantian world, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He decisively unleashed his full power, directing his sword strike towards the adversary's vessel. And indeed, as Li Chengfeng had anticipated, the vessel was the enemy's Achilles heel. As the opponent cautiously probed and besieged him, Li Chengfeng, disregarding all caution, unleashed a breathtaking sword strike. The brilliance of the sword gleamed like the dawn, slicing towards the flying vessel, compelling numerous formidable beings, including Zhang Jui, to converge and shield it. One assailant confronted nearly 100 defenders, yet an equilibrium of power emerged. At that moment, however, the towering tree beneath them began to tremble violently. The colossal tree, previously anchored to the central aisle, erupted with an enigmatic green luminescence, its trunk swelling as countless branches reached towards the heavens of the cave realm, embedding themselves within the celestial canopy. The already fractured sky resembled a mirror, shattering with a thunderous roar. In that instant, the Xiaofeng cave world was obliterated. Chapter 16. Dream. This is a desolate expanse, enveloped in boundless darkness. The realm of shadows is infinite, an abyss of nothingness, devoid of heaven and earth, above and below. Within this void, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Where is my master? Am I dead? Perhaps I have already perished. Lin Feng's final recollections lingered in the banquet hall atop the clouds, where he was engaged in a spirited debate with Ali over the tastiness of different fruits. He championed the delicacy of crystal fruit, while Ali insisted that the fiery dragon fruit, ablaze with vibrant hues, was superior. Just as their disagreement escalated, Lin Feng discovered that they were under attack. In the distance, those malevolent figures, previously wounded by his master, surged towards them. The fairy sister exerted every effort to shield him, and Lin Feng witnessed wave after wave of assaults crashing upon her. Once more, Lin Feng lamented his own insignificance. For over 3 months, he has steadfastly pursued his ideals of cultivation. His desire for strength is not for the sake of power itself. Rather, he seeks to become formidable, to ensure that no one dares to bully him, to transform into the most fearsome and formidable presence, all to protect those around him. Though his acquaintance with Yun Xiao is brief, Lin Feng possesses an uncanny intuition that the fairy sister is indeed a good person. Indeed, her exquisite beauty surely signifies her benevolence. The fairy sister has consistently shielded him, bravely enduring assaults meant for him, even at the cost of her own safety, until that fateful moment when she bled profusely. Her beautiful garments marred with countless tears. That was the final attack. Lin Feng felt a dizzying impact wash over him, and then he lost consciousness. When he next awoke, he found himself in this dark expanse. From initial confusion and fear to a current sense of tedium, Lin Feng gradually acclimated to his surroundings. Ever since childhood, he has never feared the dark, for the light of day is often blinding to wanderers like himself. Before arriving at Woniu town, he had often endured the cold glares of others. His master remarked on his youth. Yet Lin Feng understood his own maturation when the old beggar grasped his hand and weakly urged him to survive. In that moment, Lin Feng recognized he had grown. Regardless of the world, the life and death of loved ones invariably pierce the soul, even a tender heart. Lin Feng is unfortunate. His parents abandoned him from a young age. Yet he is also fortunate, for an old beggar found him, and later he encountered Zhao Yuanwei, along with the old yellow ox that perpetually grazed and grumbled contentedly. During these days, Lin Feng, under the tutelage of his master, has gained considerable insight. He has come to realize that the old ox is, in fact, a remarkable practitioner of great renown. The calamity of fire from the heavens that befell them was the very catastrophe his master had spoken of. Yet, Lin Feng understood that had the old ox chosen to disregard Woniu town, it could have continued to thrive, basking in the gentle warmth of the southern slope, relishing the tender grass while quietly enjoying the caress of the evening breeze. It could have remained a steadfast companion in his journey of growth. Although the old ox never uttered a single word to Lin Feng, he learned a profound lesson from it, the essence of guardianship, protecting the cherished pasture, safeguarding the beloved Woniu town. But what of that? I have perished in this present moment, he lamented. I still yearn to learn the sword from my master. I have yet to become a great sword immortal. I have not fulfilled my promise to linger. In the depths of the darkened space, Lin Feng began to cry out in despair, his voice resonating with anguish until fatigue overwhelmed him, curling into a ball. Just as despair threatened to consume him entirely, a glimmer of light emerged from the previously opaque darkness, a verdant radiance, seemingly a beacon of hope piercing through the abyss. Child, do you crave power? An ancient voice emanated from the green light, tinged with a weariness that felt as though it had traversed eons. The sound rippled through the space until it reached Lin Feng's ears, resembling the voice of an old man, even older than a beggar, familiar yet strangely distant. Slowly, Lin Feng uncurled himself, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at the distant glow, inquiring with a voice that was both youthful and tinged with sobs. Who are you? The ancient voice resonated once more. My name is Yu, an ancient tree, and this is one of my seeds. A tree? A tree that can speak. Akin to an old yellow ox? Lin Feng appeared to be conversing with himself, as if posing a question to you. I do not know who the old yellow ox you speak of is, you replied, but I am indeed a tree that has lived for countless years. Old and on the verge of death. Lin Feng exclaimed, Death? Am I not also dead? Yes, it seems we are both dead, you continued. No, you are still alive. You are thriving, Lin Feng insisted. If I am not dead, then where am I now? What is this place? You responded, Silly child, this is your soul sea. The realm where souls reside. What is the soul sea? If I am a soul, does that not mean I have already died? Woe is me. I am still so young. I do not wish to die, Lin Feng sobbed, his heart heavy with sorrow. At that moment, Yu's voice resonated once more, patiently elucidating for Lin Feng. Silly child, you are very much alive. This is your soul sea, ordinarily. You would not be able to enter your soul sea and perceive your own soul until you cultivated sufficiently. However, I have brought you here prematurely. Why would you do such a thing? Are you a villain? I want to leave and seek my master and the fairy sister. Lin Feng asked, bewildered, feeling an unexplainable trepidation as he gazed at the distant green light, his heart beginning to race. Could this be the legendary green that instills fear? The green light flickered. A villain? Having abandoned its past, does this entity, which has merely survived through countless years, qualify as malevolent? Perhaps it does, for it has forsaken those who once stood by it as covenant partners. Yet, it is not human, it is a tree. The tree reiterated emphatically, I am not human. I am a tree. Lin Feng replied, all right. You, the tree, release me at once. I must tell you, my master is formidable and exceedingly fierce. He wields a sword that can grow as large as a mountain. The tree responded, young one, there is no time for further entanglements. Allow me to inquire once more, do you yearn for power? Lin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss, yet deep within, he truly craved strength. He longed to become a great sword immortal, to fulfill the promises made, and to protect those dear to him. He nodded. I yearn for power. The tree chuckled, but you are utterly ignorant of power in its essence. This world is far grander than you can fathom. That sword cultivator outside must be your master, and while his sword is exceptional, he himself is somewhat lacking. Child, the pinnacle of power can alter the very fabric of reality, reshape the elements, recreate the world, and even wield dominion over space and time. Lin Feng did not grasp the full meaning of ultimate power, yet an insatiable desire stirred within him, the desire to grow stronger. I must become stronger, stronger than my master, stronger than everyone. Only then can I protect those around me. He shouted. Although he did not comprehend why he was shouting at this orb of green light, he felt compelled to express his fervor, to declare it to the world. The tree responded, the strongest, is it? Very well, this I shall grant you. In that moment, Lin Feng beheld the green light coalesce into a seed, roughly the size of a melon seed, which then descended before him. Child, seize it, and you shall possess power. Lin Feng grasped the seed with a sense of skepticism, then closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending transformation. Time passed silently, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Yet, as moments unfolded, Lin Feng felt no surge of strength. He remained ensnared in this abyss of darkness. Indeed, a villain, a deceiver. Show yourself. Nothing has changed. Child, what I bestow upon you is hope. Do you comprehend? With it, you are granted the privilege to embark upon the path of ultimate strength. Enough of my words, for you may not understand. Time is fleeting. Remember to let it sprout at the opportune moment. Li Changfeng yearned to inquire further, but at that instant, he felt a dizzying whirl, and the surrounding darkness began to illuminate. Finally, he opened his eyes. The little one has awakened. This was the first utterance Lin Feng heard. Struggling to open his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, pondering, where am I? Li Changfeng rushed over, accompanied by Yun Xiao and Ali. Upon spotting the familiar visage of the old master, Lin Feng realized his mentor had arrived. Master, he began. My disciple, you have finally awakened. Li Changfeng exclaimed, his face etched with concern. The others present were equally perplexed as to why Lin Feng had remained in slumber for so long. Within Li Changfeng's spiritual perception, Lin Feng appeared to be peacefully asleep, yet this slumber had persisted for 3 full days and nights. Astonishingly, as Li Changfeng prepared to violently dismantle the enigmatic green light, the light itself opened a pathway, with an unwavering resolve to protect his disciple at all costs. Even if it meant traversing perilous terrains, Li Changfeng ventured forth. However, upon his entry, he was taken aback to find numerous individuals present. His beloved disciple was nestled beside Yun Xiao, sleeping soundly. Initially intent on rousing the troublesome lad, he soon realized that Lin Feng was ensnared in an inexplicable slumber. Through his numerous attempts to sense the situation, Li Chengfeng found no signs of injury. Lin Feng was merely in a deep sleep, though an unusual disturbance emanated from the depths of his soul pool. Unbeknownst to Li Chengfeng, his disciple had not only encountered his own soul, but also encountered a mysterious entity within the soul pool, or more accurately, the soul sea. In contrast to the meager 100 zhang spaces of Kanglin, Lin Feng's divine gate was boundless. Yet, in that moment, neither Li Chengfeng nor Lin Feng comprehended the significance of this revelation. Chapter 17. Return to Kanglin in the boundless void. A colossal flying vessel struggled against chaotic spatial currents, its ancient form marred by scars. Within the grand hall of the vessel stood a group of tattered individuals, facing a figure clad in black robes. This individual was the commander leading the assault on the Xiu Feng Dongtian realm. Adorned in a robe embroidered with the image of a crescent moon enveloping a radiant sun, the leader finally shattered the silence after a prolonged stillness. This failure is not a crime of war. Who could possibly believe that the pristine realm of Dongtian could be ravaged by a single peculiar tree? All of you may depart. The souls you have harvested should be delivered to the main hall, where merits will be discussed and rewards granted thereafter. Yes, the assembled individuals, clad in black robes, acknowledged the command and retreated. Their garments bore not the sun and moon, but rather stars, some adorned with 2 stars, others with 3. As they exited the hall, Zhang Jui made his entrance. Clad in his traditional scholar's robes, he no longer exuded the elegant and affable demeanor of his former self. Upon crossing the threshold, his expression morphed into that of a sycophant, a visage of obsequiousness. If Li Chengfeng were present, he would undoubtedly berate him, exclaiming, "Zhang ergo." In this moment, Zhang Ji was indeed akin to a dog, poised to ingratiate himself with his master. To Zhang Ji's astonishment, upon his arrival, the black-robed figure seated at the head of the hall rose to greet him. "Please, allow me to serve tea to the esteemed Zhang sect leader." The black-robed man displayed remarkable enthusiasm, inviting Zhang Ji to take a seat. This was Zhang Ji's first encounter with the legendary protector, a figure he had heard of since his time in Kanglin, where connections had been made on his behalf. After mastering the teachings that transcended the tribulation realm, Zhang Ji willingly committed to serving this individual, both parties orchestrating a grand scheme that, while seemingly fraught with flaws, was in fact laden with a breathtaking conspiracy to ensnare Li Chengfeng and seize the ethereal realm of Lingxiu. Many might speculate that a confrontation between Zhang Ji and Li Chengfeng was inevitable. However, none could have anticipated Zhang Ji's extraordinary capability to rend the very fabric of the Dongtian world from the chaotic void, unveiling a grand design. The figure in the black robe sought to seize the Lingxiu Dongtian as a stepping stone, while Zhang Ji aimed to eliminate Li Chengfeng and simultaneously acquire the cultivation method to break through his limits. However, in the end, the Xiufeng Dongtian was destroyed. Zhang Ji initially presumed that the black-robed individual would be infuriated, considering it was a realm of considerable significance, from which they deployed nearly 100 experts, yet returned empty-handed. He believed that such a group would undoubtedly be furious. To his astonishment, the Dongtian world seemed to hold little importance for the black-robed figure. Before long, a cup of ethereal tea, which Zhang Ji had never tasted before, was presented to him. This tea not only exuded a timeless fragrance, but also possessed a remarkable ability to calm the spirit and stabilize the mind. "Master Zhang, do try our realm's unique spirit tea," the protector offered. "Thank you for the tea, guardian." Zhang Ji took a sip and could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable. Kanglin lacks such exquisite offerings." The protector chuckled, "Ah, Master Zhang, there is no need for flattery. This tea is merely of middling quality. In our realm, there exist even more extraordinary spirit teas, rumored to be worth a magic artifact for just a tale. This tea enhances one's spiritual perception, which you refer to as spiritual awareness. It is important to note that possessing peak spiritual awareness is essential for transcending the tribulation stage. I have duly noted your achievements, Master Zhang. When the time comes to assault the Kanglin realm, I will certainly report to the main hall, and I am certain the sect leader will bestow generous rewards." Zhang Ji clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I hope you will speak highly of me at that time." The guardian waved his hand dismissively, "Wherever it may be. As long as Master Zhang is wholeheartedly devoted to the divine sect, not only will you benefit, But your sect behind you shall also rise to become the sovereign of Kanglan. You understand? We, the outsiders, will inevitably depart. Zhang Ji replied, understood. Understood. However, we initially intended to annihilate all within the Xiaofang cave world, but now, due to that colossal tree, it seems Li Changfeng has managed to escape. I suspect the Kanglan realm will be on high alert. The guardian reassured him, no matter, for the time being, I shall refrain from taking action. Zhang Ji, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why is that? Yet, to his surprise, the guardian's tone grew stern. The divine sect has its own rules. Although you are not one of us, as the leader of your sect, you should comprehend which inquiries are appropriate. Zhang Ji repeatedly acknowledged this, fully aware that there was likely some hidden agenda at play. However, now was not the moment for him to investigate. He was, after all, under someone else's roof. The elders he had brought along had suffered casualties, with some missing entirely, presumed lost in the chaotic currents of space. It is crucial to understand that in the void, there is no distinction between up and down, left and right. The void serves as a barrier between different realms. Apart from the erratic spatial currents and the occasional appearance of void beasts, the void is but a desolate expanse. Meanwhile, those enveloped in the mysterious green light within the auction house were now facing the legendary void beast. Uncertain whether the mysterious green light was too conspicuous in the profound darkness of the void, a bizarrely shaped void beast was seen pursuing the auction house where Lin Feng resided. However, as the green light began to wane and the Kanglan realm loomed near, Li Changfeng discovered that a void beast had arrived from the outside. Typically, Li Changfeng would not fear this void beast, which was equivalent to the tribulation realm. But at that moment, he had to protect the lives of the hundreds within the auction house. Thus, he set out to confront the void beast alongside Li Hua. Though Li Hua was formidable, he lacked the exuberance that characterized Li Changfeng. Despite having traversed the membrane of the Kanglan realm, he had never truly roamed the void, let alone engaged in combat, particularly against such a fearsome void beast. Li Hua was acutely aware of Li Changfeng's capacity for audacity, and his apprehension was palpable. Therefore, he summoned his strength, being a seasoned entity of the tribulation realm, gradually discovering a method to contend with the foe amidst the battle. The void beast loomed like a small mountain, with 4 legs and a visage reminiscent of a turtle, albeit with 3 heads. Each head could unleash distinct spells. The left could breathe fire, the right could expel water, and the middle head, the most terrifying, could emit a silvery thread. Any being ensnared by that thread would find their treasures, regardless of their grade, shattered in an instant. Li Hua's robe, a treasure he was adept at wielding, was now continually eroded. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng, rather unscrupulously, entrusted the task of restraining the void beast to Li Hua. In the auction house, the spectators beneath the transparent dome were intently observing as Li Hua's sleeves elongated only to be severed again, until ultimately, he was left with nothing but the breeze through his arms, transforming his robe into a vest, a pained expression etched upon his face. It is worth noting that this exquisite garment was painstakingly woven from the rare silk of the celestial silkworm, impervious to both water and fire, perfectly suited to his cultivation attributes. This robe had accompanied him for centuries, forging a profound emotional bond. He incessantly muttered, "What a tremendous loss! What a tremendous loss!" In the distance, Lin Feng commented, "Master Li Hua's attire resembles that of a benevolent beggar I once envisioned." Supported by the auspicious clouds conjured by Yin Xiao, Ali was also present, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at his master's appearance. It was especially mortifying in front of Lin Feng. How could his master be so unreliable? Just look at Master Li, wielding his sword with formidable grace, each strike against the void beast eliciting desperate cries, while his own master was relegated to a position of passive endurance. He pondered whether he should have switched allegiances sooner. Yet, if he were to change his path, where would that leave Lin Feng? After all, Lin Feng had entered the sect before him, but he was also older. No, he could not possibly address this 7-year-old who had never taken a life as a senior brother. He must refer to him as a senior sister. Yes, that is it, senior sister. At that moment, another line surged silently towards him, and Li Hua's sleeves were entirely gone, leaving him with no means of evasion. Nevertheless, he did not forget to send a mental message to Li Changfeng, exclaiming, "Old Li, what is this monstrous thing? How can it be so powerful? Good heavens! Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Li Hua raised his voice in indignation. Although the individual had managed to escape, His upper body had become utterly exposed. The thought of being observed from the nearby auction house caused Li Hua's face to flush with embarrassment. Nevertheless, everyone remained vigilant, fully aware that a greater chaos was about to unfold in the Kanglan realm. What were the intentions of the Haotian sect? And what was the origin of those enigmatic calamities? Each of these conundrums awaited resolution. Chapter 18. The Guardian Light in the Kanglan Realm. At the juncture of the eastern and western domains, the clock had struck midnight. The moon hung high in a star-studded sky, and summer insects buzzed, seeking their desired companions. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens. This thunderous sound emanated from the horizon, as Li Chengfeng attuned to the location. Led a grand procession from the auction house into the Kanglan sky. Unlike the realms of the cave heavens, Kanglan is a vast world teeming with vitality. Its celestial dome composed of layers upon layers of atmosphere. At this moment, the auction house, enveloped in a lingering green light, transformed into a blazing fireball, piercing through the atmospheric layers of the Kanglan sky and plummeting rapidly toward the earth below. Those within the auction house experienced the terrifying descent, while the denizens of Lingxi City, situated at the boundary of the eastern and western domains, felt engulfed by a sense of apocalyptic despair. It was rumored that not long ago, a flaming meteor had descended in the West Chu region, heralding the tribulation of a powerful calamity wielder. Could it be that yet another calamity was unfolding before them? One couldn't help but wonder if the heavens had taken a liking to showering down meteors in these troubled times. As the inhabitants of Lingxiu City expressed their astonishment, the celestial being in the heavens, biting her teeth in frustration, exclaimed, "We cannot simply crash down, we must decelerate. Otherwise, the city below and those present will be reduced to ashes." Indeed, the current auction house resembled a great tortoise, capable of withstanding external assaults, yet lacking any shock absorption. The dilemma then arose: how to halt this massive tortoise and safeguard the tender flesh within its shell, while also protecting the city beneath from devastation. In a state of utter disarray, Yunxiao found herself burdened with this challenge, while Li Chengfeng and Li Hua were already poised to flee with their disciples. Could Yunxiao escape? Of course, she could. Yet, much like the old workhorse described by Lin Feng, she found herself in a predicament, torn between self-preservation and the salvation of others. The assembled cultivators were not fools. Endowed with spiritual perception and profound understanding, they constituted the backbone of the cultivation realm. Faced with this crisis, while the calamity realm afforded some choice, they were left with none. Either they would plunge into the earth, sustaining grievous injuries, or they would attempt to aid themselves through magical means. With voices rising in a cacophony, suggestions began to flow. Some proposed fleeing into the skies, while others advocated for a collective offensive against the impending disaster. Others still conjured bizarre ideas, each of which was promptly dismissed. In a state of collective despair, all eyes turned toward Li Chengfeng, whose valor in slaying the colossal beast in the void remained vivid in their memories. However, Li Chengfeng replied, "Why are you looking at me? I am skilled in taking lives, not in saving them. Gather your belongings. We must depart." "Master, what about them?" a disciple inquired. "Will Sister Fairy not accompany us?" Lin Feng inquired with a trembling voice. After a series of events, he was no longer the Na'vi cowherd he once was. "Master, why not take them along?" Li Chengfeng surveyed the crowd within the auction house, where yearning was palpable. If only the sword saint would take him away. Li Chengfeng shook his head. "Let us depart. Sister Fairy, shall we not leave first?" "Silly child, I shall not depart. You must promptly leave with your master." At that moment, Yunxiao seemed to have made a resolute decision. She gently caressed Yunxiao's head. People often say that cultivation requires the abandonment of emotions and desires, focusing solely on the path of immortality. Yet, for some, cultivation is not solely for the pursuit of transcendence. There are many precious things worth safeguarding along this journey. At this moment, Li Chengfeng had approached Lin Feng, casting a glance at Yunxiao, his eyes filled with admiration. Sensing the stirrings of spiritual energy within the other, Li Chengfeng instantly understood the intent. Yunxiao was preparing to self-destruct her spiritual sea. In Yunxiao's mind, since she could not save everyone, she would sacrifice those present to preserve the spirit-exuding city below. Her plan was simple: dismantle the formation outside the auction house, and, through her self-detonation, obliterate the structure, reducing it to mere fragments scattered afar. Thus, even if the spirit-exuding city were to suffer further impact, it would only be from small debris. and the city's defensive formations would naturally withstand it. Disciple, we must take our leave. Li Chengfeng urged Lin Feng. The master of fire pondered deeply, casting a thoughtful glance at Yun Xiao before letting out a sigh. Yet, Lin Feng, unaware of where his newfound strength came from, broke free from Li Chengfeng's grasp. He rushed to Yun Xiao's side, embracing her and declaring, "No, I will not leave. I want to be with my sister." Tears streamed down Lin Feng's face as he felt an intangible sense of dread. If he departed, he feared he would never see Yun Xiao again. He wept uncontrollably, no longer caring for his once naive promises. Lin Feng was engulfed in fear, trembling as time passed, and the auction house, transformed into a blazing inferno, began to plummet. The fluctuations of magical energy within Yun Xiao intensified. She remained as beautiful as ever, smiling as she urged, "Little Lin Feng, you must leave. Your sister has her own matters to attend to." At that moment, the Lihua master also pressed, "Old Li, hurry and take Lin Feng away. If you do not leave, I shall depart first." With that, he enveloped himself in the unique magical energy of the Calamity Realm, a protective aura born from surviving numerous tribulations. Lihua grasped a Li and tore through the heavens, soaring away. Meanwhile, the crowd in the auction house sensed the palpable surge of magical energy emanating from Yun Xiao and began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. She intended to self-destruct, taking them all with her. Lacking calamity energy and masters of the Calamity Realm, the crowd realized their imminent doom and began to curse in desperation, especially the few adept practitioners among them. They understood that while their free fall might offer a slim chance of survival, the imminent self-detonation of this calamity-level being would reduce them all to ashes. "You vile woman, Lingxiu Sect's wicked witch, cease this at once. Everyone quickly, stop her." Under the guidance of several adept warriors, the crowd surged towards Yun Xiao. However, Li Chengfeng did not intervene, for he understood that Yun Xiao's self-detonation could not be averted. Her resolve to perish was unwavering. Instead, he prepared to incapacitate Lin Feng and carry him away. In that moment, as disbelief coursed through Yun Xiao, an ancient voice echoed in her mind, "Guard him, and you shall possess an infinitely vast future." The emerald light emanating from Lin Feng intensified, enveloping the exterior of the auction house once more. This time, the auction house, which had been plummeting rapidly, halted in midair. To the inhabitants of Lingxiu City, the fiery descent transformed from a blazing crimson hue to a brilliant green, resembling a net that ensnared the descending flames, ultimately suspending them aloft. From a distance, the ethereal green light hung in the air, instilling a sense of unease among the onlookers. Within the auction house, the abrupt turn of events rendered the crowd's previous assaults exceedingly awkward, and their gazes towards Li Chengfeng and Yun Xiao began to shift to one of trepidation. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, they had all survived, and curiosity swelled as they turned their attention to Lin Feng. The green light emanated from him, prompting them to recall the protective glow that had shielded them throughout their journey. Could it be that this light was somehow linked to this diminutive hero? Amidst the throng, Mo Xianlin stared intently at Lin Feng, realizing that the individual sought by their sect was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Li Chengfeng was left bewildered, pondering why his disciple had suddenly become so formidable, capable not only of saving one person but an entire multitude. Unlike others, Li Chengfeng possessed the unique ability to perceive that the green light was, in fact, a manifestation of life energy. Yet, what kind of life energy could be so potent as to radiate an unsettling green hue? Li Chengfeng surmised that it could not originate from his disciple alone and speculated that there must be other underlying reasons. While he pondered this, Lin Feng succumbed to unconsciousness once more, finding himself in that dark realm again. The voice of Jin echoed once more, "Foolish child, this life energy was originally reserved for you to navigate through your existential crisis. You will come to regret this." Lin Feng raised his head towards Jin, and this time he beheld a lush green tree, an unremarkable yet towering specimen, its trunk adorned with wrinkled bark, while its crown was a deeper shade of green. The tree, not particularly tall, was on par with Lin Feng's height, and it appeared to float, revealing an elderly face upon its trunk, marked by the passage of time. "I shall not regret it. Anything is worthwhile if it means saving the fairy sister," he declared resolutely. "Why?" Jin inquired. "Because she is a good person. She has always protected me." Lin Feng recalled the scene in the Cloud Summit Banquet Hall, where Yun Xiao had resolutely withstood wave after wave of enemy assaults to shield him. Without hesitation, he sought to seize this opportunity. As Lin Feng lunged towards Yun Xiao, his intense emotional turmoil resonated with his soul sea. Upon entering this realm, he once again encountered the tree. Lin Feng recognized it as the entity that had previously bestowed upon him the seeds, and he called out to the tree for assistance in overcoming the external crisis. The ethereal silhouette of the ancient tree gradually began to fade away, and in its final moments, it imparted one last piece of advice. My child, I have bestowed upon you the seed of unparalleled strength. I hope that in the future, you will fulfill your vow and become a being more powerful than all. Lin Feng shouted with determination. Of course, I shall become the strongest. As the silhouette vanished completely, Lin Feng's soul sea once again plunged into silence. When the last glimmer of light extinguished, he awakened, only to find himself colliding with a soft object, which he found to be quite comforting. In the auction house, Lin Feng was nestled in Yun Xiao's embrace, his face naturally buried against her chest. Upon emerging from the depths of his soul sea, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Thus, he inhaled the subtle fragrance and fell into a deep, even slumber in Yun Xiao's arms, sleeping soundly and undisturbed. Chapter 19. The Great Trends of the World. The realm of Kanglin is composed of 4 territories, east, west, south, and north, all tightly enveloped by the vast ocean. The expanse of the Kanglin realm is immense, home to hundreds of billions of mortals, among which approximately 30 million are cultivators. In Kanglin, cultivators exist above mortals, possessing the divine ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, with lifespans that stretch far beyond the ordinary, and some even have the capacity to ascend to immortality and explore broader realms. However, since the cataclysmic war of ancient times, no one has ascended to become an immortal in Kanglin. The name Kanglin itself originates from the esteemed Kanglin Taoist, who ascended millions of years ago. The pursuit of immortality has become a distant legend. From the inception of a cultivator, one must undergo 5 major realms: foundation establishment, chi understanding, soul perception, profound communication, and tribulation realm, to purify their mortal body and attain the path of immortality. The foundational practitioners possess a lifespan of merely 300 years, while those who comprehend the essence of chi may extend their existence to 500 years, and those who resonate with the soul can reach 800 years. As for those who traverse the realm of calamity, there exists no notion of mortality throughout millions of years in Kanglin. Not a single calamity practitioner has perished of old age, for they all succumb to the trials of the 3 disasters and 5 calamities. These trials serve as the celestial method of testing those who defy the natural order in their cultivation. Those who succeed may attain eternal bliss, while those who fail are reduced to mere ashes. Over the span of millions of years, countless cultivators have met their demise under the calamities, and the reasons for this phenomenon have sparked diverse theories within the cultivation community. Some assert that the pinnacle of cultivation is the realm of calamity, where the heavens do not permit immortals to dwell among mortals, rendering the concept of ascension merely a beautiful legend. Others contend that the reason no one has achieved ascension in Kanglin for millions of years is the loss of the legacy necessary to transcend beyond the realm of calamity. Regardless of the interpretation, tales of innumerable cultivators have circulated throughout the 4 regions of Kanglin for millions of years. Dynasties rise and fall, the 10 major sects undergo transformations, countless heroes emerge, and numerous legendary figures have perished. If one were to encapsulate the story of Kanglin in a single phrase, it would be the cultivators with their wine, scholars with their dogs, sparrows soaring in the sky, and the neighbor's young girl has married. Of course, this is but a whimsical fabrication. The true tales of Kanglin ought to be narrated by its own people, amidst the 4 regions and within the rivers and lakes, as the world discusses worldly matters. I hope those who find joy in my words are willing to support me financially, and for those without means, I appreciate your presence. I am Tian Shu, and this concludes today's discourse. For those eager to listen, I invite you to return early next time. You old man, speaking of trivial matters, we wish to hear of the grand battles of the showcases and the legends of the sword Saint Li. A stout child, barefoot and clad in a half-sized belly wrap, clamored with fervor. Upon hearing the tales of the sword saint, those around him eagerly chimed in. Indeed, the old man of Tianshu. Even the loquacious Wang from next door speaks of the sword saint's benevolence towards the world. Why then do you linger on ancient tales? Do enlighten us. Yes, do share. This scene unfolds in a tea house nestled within the city, where the art of cultivation has become a prevailing trend. From esteemed officials to humble merchants, All engage in discussions about cultivation. Even those unable to practice find delight in the tales of the cultivation realm. If heaven forbids us from cultivating, must it also deny us the pleasure of hearing amusing anecdotes from that world? Thus, conversations about cultivation have become a beloved pastime during meals and leisure. Over time, those well-versed in the subject engage in grandiloquent discussions, transforming this interest into a thriving industry. Whether ascending or descending in their practices, cultivators remain human, and humanity is characterized by its nature. If one were to inquire about the essence of human nature, it can be distilled into two simple words: gossip and repetition. Ultimately, Tian Shu could not withstand the fervor of these enthusiastic townsfolk. Under the persistent nudging of the chubby child and the earnest entreaties of the robust man, he resolved to commence a discussion. Let us speak of Li Chengfeng, the revered leader of the Starfall sect, who bears the illustrious Starfall sword and masters the formidable Sword Dao. The essence of this Sword Dao lies in its capacity to shatter myriad laws with a single strike. Regardless of the extraordinary treasures and dazzling spells at your disposal, Li Chengfeng wields only a single sword to vanquish foes, a sword that cleaves the heavens, a sword that parts the earth, a sword that slays the pinnacle of the contemporary world. During the Battle of Xiufeng, Li Chengfeng single-handedly faced 100 adversaries, striking fear into the hearts of the dimensional robbers and, alongside the Celestial Maiden, saving the lives of hundreds of young prodigies. It is likely that Tian Shu, a well-informed individual, eloquently recounted the tale of the Xiufeng cave world in great detail, leaving the chubby lad in a state of blissful reverie. As he envisioned himself one day becoming a figure like Li Chengfeng, triumphantly declaring that a mere sword could bring his rival Zhang Xiaofan to tears. However, little did the chubby boy realize that the idol he so fervently admired had transformed into a disheveled old man, currently seated in a nearby tavern, hurriedly clearing the remnants of a meal while sharing hearty laughter with a 7- or 8-year-old boy. Lin Feng, with his endearing charm and sweet voice, was quite popular among the disciples of Lingxiu sect. Yet, one individual remained unimpressed, Li Chuanyang. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was inseparable from the venerable Yunxiao, leading many in the sect to speculate whether this young boy might be a descendant of Yunxiao. Indeed, a descendant. Though the other conjecture was one they dared not entertain. Otherwise, Yunxiao would never exhibit such indulgence towards Lin Feng, allowing him to frolic freely within the sacred grounds and partake in the lotus pods of the spirit pool, privileges far exceeding those granted to even the most esteemed core disciples. Yet, the sect master of Lingxiu made no further remarks, instead issuing a directive to the members of the sect to grant Lin Feng whatever he sought. Thus, after living a half-month of a rather carefree existence, Lin Feng's slovenly old master arrived. Li Chengfeng, as his mentor, justified his actions by claiming that Lin Feng needed to focus on his cultivation, and with righteous indignation, he whisked Lin Feng away from the embrace of the Celestial Maiden. Reluctantly, Lin Feng followed his master, harboring a sense of grievance, for he was not one to seek a life of indulgence. He merely wished to spend more time with the enchanting sister. He reassured himself that he certainly wasn't reluctant to leave the fragrant embrace of the Celestial Maiden. Eventually, after Li Chengfeng's wine gourd ceased to produce any sound, he brought Lin Feng to a tavern, where they began to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Like many places Lin Feng had traversed, the tea houses here were abuzz with tales of his master's exploits. However, Lin Feng found it quite irksome that, despite being the one who saved the people at the auction house, everyone attributed the deed to his master. How utterly unfair. Yet, despite his annoyance, Li Chengfeng had never offered an explanation. This was not an act of credit-seeking on Li Chengfeng's part, but rather a means of shielding Lin Feng. No one could fathom how the young lad had managed to rescue those who were helpless even against the most formidable foes. Finally, when the discussions from the adjacent tea house came to a close, and Li Chengfeng finished his drink, he casually tossed a jade stone, about the size of a thumb, onto the table, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and vanished from the tavern in a swift motion. Across the way, as Tian Shu was preparing to depart, he suddenly noticed the presence of two individuals, a peculiar old man and a young lad, who had appeared before him, unnoticed by others. "Ah, Tian Shu, long time no see." Li Chengfeng greeted with a cheerful smile as he regarded the elder. Tian Shu first scrutinized Li Chengfeng, and then cast a discerning glance at Lin Feng. "Do not indulge me with trivialities or mystical ramblings. Today, my disciple and I have pressing inquiries for you." Li Chengfeng took a step closer to Tian Shu, who, despite being an elder, stood half a head taller than him. The two exchanged glances, and it was evident that Li Chengfeng exuded an imposing presence. Moreover, he had unconsciously grasped the fabric of Tian Shu's attire, reminiscent of a mundane brawl. Tian Shu displayed a hint of embarrassment, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "This may not be the most suitable place," he remarked. Li Chengfeng gestured towards the sky, and Tian Shu instantly understood. With a swift motion, Li Chengfeng pulled Lin Feng along, and the three figures vanished from the tea house, seemingly unnoticed by the others. High above, the sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, while a fierce wind roared above them. Seated upon the clouds, the trio, Tian Shu, Li Chengfeng, and Lin Feng, found themselves in a serene setting. Tian Shu, with an air of sophistication, retrieved a battle table from his storage space, complete with an array of tea utensils. He then produced a gourd, distinctly different from Li Chengfeng's weathered yellow one. This gourd was a resplendent shade of purple gold. As he poured a crystalline stream from the gourd into the purple gold teapot, it hovered in midair. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a small flame and set it beneath the teapot. "What words do you wish to share, old fellow?" Tian Shu inquired. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have come to ask why the Kanglan sect shamelessly seeks my disciple. Have you, Cur, provided them with some fortuitous insight?" Li Chengfeng, usually reticent, responded with unfiltered candor. "Ah, but is it truly for his sake?" Tian Shu inquired. "Nonsense. I have but one disciple. The Xingyun sect has been passed down through generations in solitary transmission. If it were another sect, I could easily sweep them away with a single sword strike. However, you know our ancestral teachings prohibit us from provoking those three ancient sections. It is not that I, Li Chengfeng, lack strength, but rather that I honor my masters and respect the teachings. Do you understand?" Li Chengfeng continued. "The sword saint need not worry. He is your disciple and shall remain so forever. As for the Kanglan sect's interest in him, it likely pertains to that matter." Tian Shu, pondering, asked, "A single sword coming from the west?" Li Chengfeng raised his voice. "What do you mean by that?" Tian Shu nodded, yet this displeased Li Chengfeng greatly. "Damn it! I thought that single sword coming from the west was mine. I am a man who has single-handedly defeated over 100 calamity realms. Why do they presume it to be my disciple? This is the will of heaven," Tian Shu asserted. "To hell with the will of heaven. I, Li Chengfeng, believe only in the sword in my hand and the conviction in my heart," Li Chengfeng muttered. "Thus, you are not destined for immortality. It is a matter of heavenly will," Tian Shu replied indifferently. "I do not believe," Li Chengfeng declared loudly. At that moment, the water in the suspended purple gold teapot began to boil. Tian Shu waved his hand, and several tea leaves appeared in each of the three sandalwood cups on the table. The water from the teapot gradually poured into the cups, releasing a refreshing and fragrant aroma. "Sword Saint, do give it a taste." Li Chengfeng casually lifted a cup and drank heartily. To his surprise, the tea was potent, and he felt the decades-old bottleneck of his spiritual perception begin to loosen. Lin Feng, following suit, took a sip and instantly felt a wave of refreshing clarity wash over him. "Tian Shu, look, we have been old friends for quite some time. Please, do indulge me with 10 or 8 pounds of your tea. I, old Li, will remember this favor." Li Chengfeng, having savored the sweetness of the moment, shamelessly approached Tian Shu with a grin. "That's all there is, just a few leaves," Tian Shu replied, spreading his hands in resignation. He then turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "What is your name?" "Lin Feng." Tian Shu scrutinized Lin Feng once more and remarked, "Who determines the tribulations of longevity? Viewed from the front, it is a ridge. From the side, it becomes a peak." Such cryptic musings. No wonder my master once said that all of you from the Qingji sect are quite remarkable. "Disciple, we shall take our leave." Tian Shu sipped his tea, squinting as he dispersed his aura, allowing the winds at high altitude to tousle his beard. He cast one last glance at the rivers and mountains below, then at the vast sky above, ultimately questioning himself. At last, is it about to come again? Chapter 20. Devouring the seas and embracing the heavens. Here it comes, esteemed guest. Your coveted dog meat buns. In the renowned snack street of Hulai City in the Eastern Domain, an old man and a young lad were fervently competing for the buns in the steamer. Li Chengfeng devoured them with astonishing speed, while Lin Feng puffed out his cheeks, eagerly partaking as well. They had been at it for quite a while, and the steamer was stacked high with layers of buns. The owner of the bun shop, a burly man, was nearly overwhelmed, as the day's supply was rapidly vanishing due to these two voracious patrons. Their amusing eating antics drew the attention of passers-by, and at long last. As the final steamer of buns was consumed, Lin Feng patted his round belly. Master, I can no longer endure. Nonsense, is this your limit? Allow me to inform you that this, too, is part of your cultivation. Lin Feng glanced around at the people pointing and whispering, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master, shall we take our leave? Leave? Where to? Unappreciative fool. I have brought you to Hulai City specifically for training. We have only just begun, and you wish to escape? I assure you, that is absolutely unacceptable. At this rate, when will you ever master the swallowing the sea and embracing the sky technique? Li Chengfeng replied sternly. Master, I aspire to learn the sword. Lin Feng reiterated his lofty ambition, for he aimed to become a grand sword immortal. What nonsense swordplay! It is a sign of mediocrity. Swallowing the sea and embracing the sky is the most formidable. Regardless of whether it's a sword or a blade, you can consume it all. The game is over. Is it truly that powerful? Lin Feng asked timidly. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, maintaining a stoic expression as he earnestly declared. Of course, you must trust your master. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded with utmost seriousness. So are we ready? Once we have recuperated, we shall proceed to the next establishment. Lin Feng was determined to become the strongest. After all, it was merely a feast. Come, let us not fear, he proclaimed, patting his belly and rallying his spirits. Very well. Truly worthy of being my disciple, Lin Feng. Today, we shall scour the entire city together. Thus, two peculiar figures, one old, one young, descended upon Hulai City, sweeping through its myriad restaurants like a tempest. Eyewitnesses described these two as ravenous tigers unleashed, their stomachs seemingly bottomless as they devoured an array of delicacies without so much as pausing for breath. The news of the eccentrics swiftly spread throughout the city, reaching the office of the Kanglan sect stationed in Hulai City. After the sect leader personally verified the identity, a confidential message extravagantly departed through the teleportation array heading northward. In less than a quarter of an hour, the distant teleportation array in Hulai City shimmered with white light, revealing a group of individuals emerging from the array. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair, yet youthful features, a figure of great significance. He was the esteemed leader of the Kanglan sect, the Supreme Elder Xianyuan Machu. Following him were two elderly gentlemen, accompanied by a captivating middle-aged woman, and behind her was a delicate young girl resembling a finely crafted jade figure. As the five emerged from the teleportation array, the leader of the Hulai office hurried to greet them. After exchanging formalities, Xianyuan Machu inquired, "Are you still in the city?" His eyes narrowed, revealing the countenance of a seemingly affable old man. Xianyuan Machu mused inwardly, "Are we tracking the Sword Saint? There are no more than 3 individuals in this world capable of such a feat, and one of them is myself." The office leader, perceptive in nature, seemed to grasp the leader's thoughts. "Rest assured, esteemed leader, those I dispatched are mere mortals without cultivation. They are natives of Hulai City, blending in with the crowd, thus unlikely to be detected. Indeed, if our Kanglan sect had more clever leaders like you, our sect would surely flourish." 16. Do you not agree? Yes, indeed. However, despite the lack of breakthroughs until today, the leader of the Hulai office had finally achieved a significant accomplishment. It seems that this esteemed master at the pinnacle of emotional resonance might yet ascend further after this encounter. Let us hasten our journey, for if we tarry, given Li Chengfeng's temperament, he may vanish without a trace. Xianyuan Mo urged, prompting the group to set forth towards the Xiangda building. At this moment, a petite girl, who had been timidly lingering behind Kungxiu, beamed with joy. Brother Lin Feng, I can finally see you again." The Xiangda building in Hulai City stands as one of the most renowned taverns in the region. While its roast duck may not be famous across the entirety of the eastern domain, it is certainly well known throughout half of it. Merchants traveling from east to west and cultivators ascending from heights to heights speak of the roast duck at Xiangda building in glowing terms. It is said that the chefs here have undergone specialized training, honing their culinary skills far beyond those of ordinary cooks. The names of Li Chengfeng and Lin Feng, likened to the emergence of a hungry tiger, have long echoed throughout Hulai City. Upon arrival, Li Chengfeng tossed a spirit stone the size of a bowl onto the table. "Bring forth the finest dishes available." With that, the spirit stone, a rare and exquisite specimen, glimmered brilliantly. The waiter, recognizing a patron of grandeur, promptly fetched the fragrant signature roast duck. Lin Feng, patting his round belly, found himself quite unable to eat more. However, His master had once said that the more one consumes, the stronger one becomes. Li Chengfeng's exact words echoed in his mind. This technique of swallowing the seas and embracing the heavens is a supreme art derived from nature, embodying the laws of the cosmos. Have you ever pondered how a cultivator can unleash spells that fill the skies with magic? It certainly does not arise from merely reciting a few incantations. The most crucial element here is spiritual energy. From where does this energy originate? It is, of course, extracted from the ethereal essence. Ultimately, the spells we cast rely on this essence. What, then, is this ethereal essence? It is the life force that permeates all beings, an intangible and formless energy that can influence humans and all forms of life. Each leap and bound you take consumes this essence. Practitioners harness and refine the spiritual energy from the cosmos for their own use, while ordinary mortals can only replenish their depleted essence through sustenance. Without nourishment, one lacks strength. Without absorbing spiritual energy, one cannot cast spells. As you have yet to embark on your formal cultivation journey, it is imperative that you eat well to enhance your power. The notion that the more you consume, the more strength you can exert, is a principle I refer to as the law of spiritual energy conservation. While Lin Feng did not fully grasp his master's teachings, he understood the essence of the message. Consuming more would invariably lead to greater strength. At this moment, as the two indulged in their feast, an inexplicable gust of wind suddenly swept through Xiangda Tower. Though it was described as wind, no objects were disturbed. Instead, it was a pressure emanating from the spiritual realm. This pressure originated from Li Chengfeng, surging upwards toward the heavens. Lin Feng sensed this faintly and set down the greasy duck leg in his hand, tilting his head to inquire of Li Chengfeng, "Master, what is happening?" "Nothing of concern. Continue with your cultivation." Before Li Chengfeng's words could fully settle, a hearty laugh echoed in the air. "Brotherly, what great enthusiasm!" The elderly gentleman, Xianyuan Machu, with his squinting eyes, descended through the large window, accompanied by a group. It is noteworthy that this window was exceptionally spacious, befitting a tavern in the realm of cultivation, where practitioners preferred to soar through the air rather than use staircases, as such habits, once formed, are difficult to alter. Cultivators, particularly those of higher realms, seldom resort to walking when they have grown accustomed to flying. Upon noticing Xianyuan Machu's approach, Li Chengfeng, with a direct demeanor, slammed his starfall sword onto the table, demanding to know his purpose. Xianyuan Machu first glanced at Lin Feng, prompting Li Chengfeng to instinctively shield Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Fear not, brotherly. We have merely come to see Lin Feng today, with no ulterior motives." Xianyuan Machu replied with a smile. However, Li Chengfeng remained skeptical of the old trickster, recalling how, in his youth, he had often fallen prey to this squint-eyed rogue. To him, such individuals were rarely trustworthy, especially those who had lived for millennia. "I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Haven't you and that old demon Morong deceived me enough already?" "Humph." With that, the starfall sword, which had been resting quietly on the table, began to levitate. Seeing this, Xianyuan Machu stepped aside, revealing the figure of a young girl behind him. "Lin Feng Gij, I finally get to see you," she exclaimed. Lin Feng, overjoyed at the sight, responded, "Little girl, what brings you here?" This girl was none other than Lin Feng's childhood companion from Wonia Town, where she, Lin Feng, and Zhao Xiaoping had spent many carefree days together. In the present day, the cow has perished, and Lin Feng wanders alongside Li Chengfeng. Zhao Xiaoping, it is rumored, has ventured to a certain sect for cultivation, yet unexpectedly, he encounters Leia here. It has been over 4 months since their parting in Woniu Town, and during this time, Leia has incessantly reminisced about her elder brother, Lin Feng. She has fervently beseeched her master to bring Lin Feng to the Kanglan sect. Lin Feng had once expressed his aspiration to become a grand sword immortal, and at Kanglan, Leia has witnessed numerous sword immortals soaring through the skies on their flying swords. The figure beside Leia, a Kuan cultivator, is her master, who bears the surname Li and goes by the Taoist title of Wuqing, an esteemed ancestor of the Li clan. Initially, Li Wuqing paid little heed to this fairly gifted disciple. However, when the upper echelons of the Kanglan sect mobilized the entire sect to seek an individual named Lin Feng, Li Wuqing finally took notice of the Lin Feng that Leia had mentioned. The Kanglan sect was in search of a Lin Feng, a person whose existence was said to pertain to the safety of the entire Kanglan realm. Any disciple of the Kanglan sect who could locate Lin Feng would not only be rewarded with spiritual stones and treasures, but would also ascend the ranks with unprecedented ease. It is well known that the Kanglan sect dominates a vast territory, and the competition within its ranks is fierce. Consequently, many cultivators from Kanglan began to capture individuals named Lin Feng, young and old, male and female, even eunuchs from the palace. Yet none were the Lin Feng sought by the higher-ups. The name Lin Feng is exceedingly common within the hundreds of billions of people in Kanglan. It is likely that not even the largest flying vessel of the Kanglan sect could transport them all. However, unbeknownst to many, the authorities had received information that led them to focus on this Lin Feng, the little disciple of Li Chengfeng, who had been taken from the borders of Shichu, by the banks of the Luoshui River. At the borders of the western Chu, beside the banks of the Luo River, Lin Feng and Li Chengfeng made their appearance in Wenyou town. Upon comparing the information, Li Wuqing discerned that this Lin Feng was indeed the elder brother Lin Feng that his disciple, Li Ye, had often mentioned. He promptly reported this to the higher-ups of the Kanglan sect, who were elated upon hearing the news. Consequently, upon receiving the trace of Lin Feng, they swiftly set off with Li Ye and others, this time led personally by Xianyuan Machu, for everyone was aware that a formidable sword saint awaited them ahead. Chapter 21. A chivalrous encounter in the Jianghu. Lin Feng and Li Ye were overjoyed at their reunion after a prolonged separation. He generously offered her the duck leg he held, considering her one of his closest companions. "My dear, come and enjoy this. It is truly delicious." Li Ye gazed longingly at the glistening duck leg, tempted yet hesitant to accept it. She cast a wary glance at her master. During her time in the northern domain, he had strictly permitted her only to consume spiritual fruits and drink from the spiritual springs, asserting that as an eye-spirit body, she must maintain an untainted state within. The notion of indulging in earthly, greasy food was utterly out of the question. Her master had warned her that such rich fare was detrimental to her cultivation. In a hushed tone, she whispered her thoughts, fearful of being overheard by Li Wuqing. It was well known that Li Wuqing often bore a stern demeanor, resembling a forbidding presence. In contrast, Li Ye held a fondness for Xianyuan Machu, whom she found exceedingly kind, as he would discreetly offer her delightful treats. Unbeknownst to her, her words had already been heard by those around her. "Not at all. My master insists that one should eat more, regardless of whether it soars through the sky, scurries across the ground, or swims in the depths of the water. Anything that does not resemble a human can be consumed. He also mentioned that the more one can eat, the stronger one becomes. This is indeed my master's unique technique. Impressive, I assent it," Lin Feng declared with pride. Li Ye's eyes sparkled with envy. She too yearned for the delectable roasted duck. However, the old man Xianyuan Mochu, overhearing this, chuckled and remarked, "Is it truly that remarkable?" Before Li Chengfeng could respond, Lin Feng interjected, "Of course it is. This is my master's profound technique, derived from the very essence of heaven and earth, the swallowing the sea and embracing the sky technique." Lin Feng brimmed with confidence, as if he had already mastered this formidable art. He failed to notice that Li Chengfeng's countenance had begun to grow uneasy. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Mochu regarded Li Chengfeng with a teasing glint in his eye. He was well aware that Li Chengfeng had three great passions in life: boasting, drinking, and eating. He was a consummate glutton, and if one were to trace back a few centuries, Li Chengfeng's shadow would loom large over many notorious incidents in the Kanglan realm, be it the theft of spirit herbs from a garden or the cooking of a sect's guardian spirit beast. Most of these mischiefs could be traced back to the gluttonous exploits of Li Chengfeng, who wielded the Starfall sword to break through barriers. Li Chengfeng, noticing Xianyuan Mochu's gaze, realized that he must prevent Lin Feng from continuing his tale, for doing so would only lead to his own embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, he thought, when had he ever cared about his reputation? Still, there were times when one must maintain a semblance of dignity, especially in front of his disciples. To uphold a grand and noble image, Li Chengfeng, full of vitality, proclaimed, "Old Xianyuan, speak your mind swiftly, and do not hinder the cultivation of my disciple and me." The emphasis on cultivation was palpable, as if to suggest that should Xianyuan dare to reveal any truths, he would unsheath his sword in response. Xianyuan Mochu, sensing the gravity of the moment, abandoned his playful demeanor and began to address the pressing matters at hand. His visit was primarily for two reasons, the first concerning Lin Feng, and the second regarding the affairs of the Xiaofang Cave Heaven. Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow at the mention of Lin Feng, recalling the recent endeavors of the Kanglan sect in search of his disciple. With the principal actor present, he decided to engage in an open dialogue. "How can it be," he inquired, "that I, Li Chengfeng, am deemed unworthy of wielding a sword? Yet you believe my young disciple possesses the potential? He pressed further. Destiny? Who among them dares to chatter about fate? Tianshu, Tianquan, or Tianwen? Xian Yuan Mo Chu replied, Tianwen. Where is he now? Li Chengfeng queried. Deceased. Xian Yuan Mo Chu answered. Where did he meet his end? Li Chengfeng persisted. At the Kanglan sect, came the response. Did you kill him? Li Chengfeng asked, his tone sharp. Of course not, Xian Yuan Mo Chu clarified. He perished as a consequence of divine retribution after foreseeing a significant event. Their exchange, though straightforward, concealed a wealth of information. Li Chengfeng contemplated Xian Yuan Mo Chu's words. Tianwen had met his demise beneath the chasm of destiny. It was known that Tianwen, a master of divination from the Thousand Mechanisms sect, was not only adept at predicting outcomes, but also skilled in self-preservation. How could such a cunning figure meet such an end? In his youth, Li Chengfeng had shared many interactions with Tianwen, and they had maintained a favorable rapport. They all enjoy indulging in wine, boasting, and engaging in spirited duels. Though death is an inherent part of life, the demise of Tianwen left Li Chengfeng with a tinge of melancholy. Before Li Chengfeng could utter a word, Xianyuan Machu spoke again, with a smile upon his lips. He proclaimed his intent to save countless souls in Kanglan, and he urged me to convey to you that the grandiose dreams you once shared in your youth have now come to fruition. Is that so? Li Chengfeng inquired softly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, sensing a shift in his master's demeanor, deliberately rubbed his greasy hands against his master's robe in a gesture of comfort. It was rare for Li Chengfeng to refrain from delivering a slap in response. Noticing his master's indifference, Lin Feng obediently settled beside Li Ye and began to whisper. However, he soon heard his master mention his name, as Li Chengfeng shifted his attention to Xianyuan Machu, stating, What concern is it of Lin Feng asks? Xianyuan Machu glanced at Lin Feng and replied, He is the one fated to face tribulations. To avert unforeseen circumstances, we wish to take him to the Kanglan sect. Li Chengfeng erupted into hearty laughter. Preposterous. Unforeseen. What is more unexpected than encountering your band of old tricksters? What brings you here today? If not to engage me in a contest? I have no intention of seeking trouble in Kanglan's territory, yet here you are, presenting yourselves at my doorstep. Xianyuan Machu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, before vanishing in a blink from the confines of Shangda Tower. Understanding the unspoken exchange, Li Chengfeng too disappeared. Lin Feng, witnessing this spectacle, was no longer taken aback. He had once asked his master how he could vanish from sight, to which Li Chengfeng had replied that if one moved swiftly enough, others would be oblivious. As Li Chengfeng departed, the three from Kanglan exchanged glances. Recalling the message Xianyuan Machu had just conveyed, Li felt a twinge of reluctance as she gazed up at her master with wide, glistening eyes. Just when she had finally met brother Lin Feng, was she all ready to be separated from him? Lin Feng, upon hearing that Li Yu was leaving, also felt a sense of regret. At that moment, Li Wuqing seemed to see through Li Ye's thoughts. If my dear disciple is reluctant to part with brother Lin Feng, you may invite him to visit our sect. Upon hearing this, the little girl exclaimed, That's right. I can invite brother Lin Feng to my cave. Although I don't have those fragrant duck legs, I do have a plethora of beautiful and delectable fruits. Li Ye tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and pleaded, Brother Lin Feng, why don't you come to our sect for a visit? It's so much fun there. There are many sword immortals soaring through the skies, and orchards, as well as Xiaobai. Oh right, Xiaobai is a little cat, and it's quite amusing. Li Ye elaborated on the various delights within the Kanglan sect. Lin Feng's expression showed a hint of hesitation. He found it curious that his master did not directly convey this to him. Moreover, despite this woman being Li Ye's master, he sensed that she was not a good person, especially since Li Ye mentioned that this person forbade her from enjoying delicious food. Upon hearing herself referred to as Auntie, Li Wuqing felt a surge of indignation. After all, she was the illustrious master of the Wuqing Hall. How dare this little brat address her in such a manner? Indeed, every woman, regardless of her nature, is sensitive to how others refer to her, particularly when it pertains to age. Yet, in Lin Feng's eyes, she was indeed an auntie. Although she appeared younger than he had imagined, compared to Sister Yin Xiao, there was no doubt she was an auntie. Seeing that her attempt to coax him had failed, Li Wuqing decided to take a more forceful approach to ensure Lin Feng's departure. My disciple, we must go. As Li Wuqing transformed her fingers into claws, a sword suddenly appeared from the void, blocking her path. A mocking voice then echoed, TSK TSK. The esteemed lord of the Heartless Palace has resorted to the despicable act of abducting children? Who dares to show themselves? Li Wuqing, on high alert, scanned her surroundings, her senses fully awakened, determined to uncover the source of the voice. Elders 15 and 16 remained vigilant in the shadows. Indeed, the reality is far more entertaining than the rumors. Third brother, do you think this woman has become so crazed for men that she would not spare even such a young child? The mocking voice continued. What do you think? First brother, it is said that she was abandoned in her youth, which has led her to seek companionship from the very young in her later years. The voice inquired further. Shameless thief, reveal yourself. Li Wuqing retorted, her fury palpable. The mocking voice erupted again. Haha, I relish seeing you so furious, yet utterly powerless against me. This time, however, the voice was not merely an apparition. 3 swordsmen descended gracefully from the window. The mocking tone originated from one among them. Clad in the attire of wandering heroes, they wore cloaks and cradled swords, floating effortlessly between Lin Feng and Li Wuqing. Li Wuqing glared at the trio with fiery intensity, her cultivation and composure strained by their vile taunts. She longed to exact vengeance upon the one who had dared to provoke her. Sensing the extraordinary prowess of these newcomers, Elders 15 and 16 stepped forward to assist. What brings you here? Elder 16 inquired. We are but wayfarers who cannot abide injustice, one of the trio replied. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the 3 individuals before him. Although he was unaware of their identities, he instinctively sensed their benevolence. This inclination was an innate intuition, akin to a gift. He could discern who harbored goodwill and who bore malice. One of the cloaked figures inquired, Do you wish to accompany them to the mountain gate? Another cloaked figure interjected, Did you hear that? He does not wish to depart with you. With this declaration, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as both parties were stalemated over Lin Feng's decision. Chapter 22. Resurgence of turmoil. As the impasse persisted, the previously silent Elder 15 finally spoke. But the Thunder 3 swords are right before us? The cloaked figure could not deny this. One among them, with a flourish of his hat, elegantly turned around. He appeared middle-aged, with sharp features and a teasing smile. He unsheathed his sword horizontally from his embrace, producing a dazzling display of swordplay, embodying the persona of a charismatic swordsman. Indeed, I am the second sword of the earth. It could be surmised that in his youth, Sword 2 was undoubtedly a charming and dashing figure. Yet, time, ever impartial, had etched subtle marks upon his countenance, though it could not extinguish the wild spirit that radiated from within. Even Li Wuqing had to concede that, despite his indiscreet remarks, the man's demeanor was quite commendable. However, his loose tongue was indeed a liability. Upon hearing this, Elder 15 could not help but reflect on events from centuries past. It was said that the thunderous 3 swords comprised 3 formidable individuals, one sword to split the heavens, another to cleave the earth, and the third to take lives. Regardless of the season, their affinity for the raincoat was unparalleled. The Sword of Heaven was the mightiest, possessing both valor and wisdom, ranking as the leader among the trio. The Sword of Earth was notoriously shameless, holding the second position, while the Sword of Death was sparing with words, lethally precise, and ranked third. They were referred to by their respective titles, Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3, with no one privy to their true names or histories. Yet, the name of the thunderous 3 swords echoed throughout the Kanglan territories, fueled by their earth-shattering deeds. However, as time flowed inexorably onward, even the most extraordinary figures were eventually swept away by the tides of history, fading into obscurity alongside the passing of their predecessors. Those who lived in that era would refer to the sword attendants who had once contended alongside Li Changfeng as Old Sword or Old Scoundrel, for like attracts like. And people often congregate in groups. As Elder 15 reminisced, Li Wuqing could no longer contain herself. I care not for your so-called sword. Today, this Lin Feng shall belong to the Kanglan sect. Li Wuqing recognized the voice of Sword 2 from earlier and felt a surge of anger, her chest heaving with agitation, drawing the curious gaze of Sword 2. In her fury, she fell silent. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the Buddhist dust in her hand, aimed directly at Sword 2. Quick-witted and agile, Sword 2 evaded the attack effortlessly, but the table behind him was not so fortunate, splitting cleanly in 2. Oh, impetuous woman, why do you resort to violence at the mere hint of a disagreement? Come, whether it be a duel or a brawl, I shall accept, Jian Er declared boldly. At that moment, the innkeeper presented a new round of roasted ducks. The innkeeper, being quite astute, noticed the tension in the air and wisely placed the ducks down before discreetly retreating, ignoring the overturned table lying on the floor. Since its establishment, Xiangda Tower primarily served the needs of cultivators. It is said that with greater power comes a fiercer temper, and it was not uncommon for this group of practitioners to damage a table leg in their disputes. On the adjacent table, a large platter of Xiangda roasted duck exuded an enticing aroma. A gust of wind carried the delightful scent to everyone present. This was no ordinary duck, but one that had grown on spiritual herbs and was expertly prepared by a skilled culinary cultivator. Despite the allure of the delicacy, the seasoned practitioners remained unmoved, continuing their standoff, or rather, maintaining their vigilance against one another. As everyone stood in a daze, Lin Feng, undeterred, approached the table laden with ducks. "Aren't you all going to eat? Sit down and enjoy. My master has already paid for it. Come, it's on me." "Oh, wait, no, it's on my master," he said cheerfully. Lin Feng held Jian Er in high regard, the figure clad in a raincoat and straw hat, with that carefree smile and graceful swordplay, embodied the true essence of a sword immortal, unlike his master, who resembled a weary old man. "Ah, humph." Li Chengfeng steadied himself, pointing his great sword. "Old Xianyuan, are you truly forcing my hand? Let me clarify. When I unleash my fury, I cannot guarantee restraint. I fear I might sever your old limbs. And that would not bode well for my ancestors, considering the oaths they made with you regarding the heavenly path." Xianyuan Mo, Chu earnestly remarked. "I do not wish for this either, but Lin Feng is not only pivotal to the legacy of your Starfall sect, he is also crucial to the safety of the entire Kanglan realm." Li Chengfeng retorted, "Regardless, I will not relent. My disciple is under my authority. Even if you possess the most compelling reasons, you cannot take him away." Xianyuan Mo, Chu gently urged, "The external world is fraught with peril. In the northern region lies the territory of my Kanglan sect, a place ample enough for his growth. However, accompanying you, with your Starfall sect's method of inheritance, would mean yet another contest of swords across the realm. Yet this time is unlike any before. Someone seeks not only the sword order, but also his very life." Li Chengfeng declared sternly, "In the Kanglan realm, I challenge anyone who dares. If they so much as lay a finger on my disciple, I shall obliterate their legacy." Xianyuan Mo Chu replied with a somber tone, "But what if it is not from the Kanglan realm? The inheritance of your Starfall sect is not merely that of a single school, but encompasses the very essence of the heavenly Tao. Your master, the sword god, and you, Li Chengfeng, thrive not solely because of your own strength. Rather, it is the Kanglan's fortuitous fate that favors your Starfall sect. Lin Feng is the destined child of fortune, the one fated to confront the tribulations of Kanglan." Li Chengfeng scoffed, "Such nonsense about fate. Have I not carved my path to this day with sheer determination, sword by sword? I do not believe in this heaven, nor in the so-called fortune of the heavenly Tao." Xianyuan Mo Chu responded, "I share your skepticism. However, we both exist beneath this heavenly Tao, under its protection as well as its constraints. Not everyone is capable of defying the heavens. You, Li Chengfeng, are indeed formidable, able to challenge 100 tribulation realms single-handedly, able to annihilate a great sect. But what does that signify? It has been millions of years since anyone ascended to immortality in Kanglan. Are you truly the strongest of all? And let us not forget, have you truly surpassed your master? The esteemed sword god, originally hailing from the Kanglan sect, yet inheriting the legacy of your Starfall lineage." Upon hearing the term sword god, Li Chengfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glistening with emotion. He observed as the Starfall sword in his grasp expanded until it transformed into a resplendent golden sword. He then proclaimed, "If my master were present, who would dare to harm the disciples of Starfall? If my master were here, who among the Kanglan would dare utter a word against the Starfall sword? Alas, my master has passed away, succumbing to the chaotic tribulations of the 3 disasters and 5 calamities. Though my master is no longer with us, I, Li Chengfeng, remain. And so does the essence of Starfall. Xianyuan, today I shall make you remember that he is the sword master of my Starfall sect, not just a disciple of your Kanglan sect, and I am the current master of the Starfall sword." As the title master of the Starfall sword echoed, it seemed to possess an enchanting power. The once brilliant golden sword radiated even brighter, its light manifesting above Hulai City, resembling a second sun in the sky. This miniature sun surged towards Xianyuan Machu. Witnessing such formidable might approaching, Xianyuan Machu, who had been nonchalant, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Li Chengfeng, have you lost your mind? There are still millions of innocent lives below," he shouted, continuously channeling his magical energy to withstand the sword's power, imploring Li Chengfeng to temper his might. Despite his rebukes and self-proclamation as the foremost sect of the Kanglin realm, the arbiter of cultivation norms, Xianyuan Machu was compelled to suppress the sword technique's ferocity. It must be said, Xianyuan Machu truly possessed remarkable strength. It is known that Li Chengfeng had once repelled over 100 calamity realms with this very sword. Yet Xianyuan Machu, also of the calamity realm, barely managed to withstand it, with his treasured artifact playing a crucial role. Before long, Xianyuan Machu brandished a three-legged cauldron, a treasure steeped in the profound heritage of the Kanglin sect, which has endured for millions of years. The legendary Jiuzhou cauldron is said to be a celestial artifact bequeathed by the ascended immortals of the Kanglin sect. Upon being cast into the air by Xianyuan Machu, the cauldron expanded dramatically, soon attaining the size of a mountain, and met the radiant sword light of Li Chengfeng. The sword pierced the cauldron, producing a resonant clash akin to the sound of metal striking metal, ultimately halting the blade's advance. After the confrontation, Xianyuan Machu's once meticulously arranged silver hair was tousled by the wind, likely a testament to the tremendous energy expended during the clash. As beads of sweat began to form upon his brow, Li Chengfeng, seeing that Xianyuan Machu had thwarted his attack and relieved the impending threat to the city below, felt no remorse. Instead, he boasted, "Well, old Xianyuan, can you still withstand my blade?" At that moment, had Xianyuan Machu the ability to express his feelings through animated gestures, he would have surely sent forth a dismissive image, "Get lost." Yet, despite the banter, Xianyuan Machu urged, "Li Chengfeng, calamity has befallen us. The various sects of Kanglin must unite to endure this apocalyptic trial. Lin Feng's journey to the Kanglin sect will yield nothing but benefits. There, he will find abundant resources and privileges that far exceed those of core disciples. Upon his arrival, he shall become the esteemed young master of the Kanglin sect." However, before Xianyuan Machu could finish his counsel, a swift sword message flew in from the city of Hulai below. Li Chengfeng's keen perception unveiled the urgency of the situation, prompting him to hurl the sword message towards Xianyuan Machu. Enraged, Li Chengfeng exclaimed, "Is this the so-called treatment of the young master? If anything befalls Lin Feng, all of your core disciples from Kanglin will be awaiting their doom." Upon receiving the sword message and reading its contents, Xianyuan Machu was rendered speechless, utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? Chapter 23. The destruction of the Tao Foundation. Come. No need for formality. My master is treating. Lin Feng greeted the members of the Thunder Sword and the Kanglin sect with the poise of a young adult, among whom Jianair was the most exuberant. Jianair boldly plopped down, exclaiming, "Since this young brother has so graciously invited us, let us not stand idly. Let us sit and converse. Who knows? Perhaps through our discussion, we might align our intentions." Thus, she took the initiative to seat the members of the Kanglin sect. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly placid 16th Elder suddenly gathered his strength and leapt into action, transforming his fingers into a grasping motion aimed at Lin Feng. This scene was utterly inconceivable to all present. Naturally, if there were any ordinary mortals among them, they would wonder what was so astonishing about someone attempting to seize Lin Feng. Yet, there existed a crucial premise. None of those present were mundane beings. As formidable figures of the Tribulation realm, their profound mastery of magical power ensured that any intent to strike would inevitably manifest as a palpable surge of energy. To those attuned to the senses of the Tribulation realm, such fluctuations were as illuminating as a beacon in the night. While it was permissible for those within the Tribulation realm to engage in combat, it was expected to be conducted with integrity. The three members of the Thunder Sword were not without vigilance. However, they were deceived by their own habitual assumptions. They believed that should anyone from the Kanglin sect attempt to strike, as sword cultivators, they would surely be able to intervene in time. Observing the 16th Elder's movements, the 15th Elder, who had initially felt assured, was suddenly seized by alarm. This was not an attempt to capture. This was an intention to kill. However, before this thought could transform into words, the 16th Elder unleashed a powerful strike that landed right before Lin Feng. Just as everyone expected the child to be instantly obliterated by the impending doom, a beam of sword light intervened, thwarting the Elder's assault. It was the killing sword wielded by Sword 3, a practitioner of the swift sword technique. This obstruction prompted an immediate reaction from the onlookers. Elder 15 shouted, "Stop!" Elder 16, you will kill Lin Feng this way. How dare you? Nevertheless, the 16th Elder remained unfazed, emanating an inexplicable aura that not only repelled Sword 3, but also forced the others to retreat. Li Wuqing, swift and astute, shielded Li Ya, for without his intervention, the young girl would have surely met her demise. 16, are you mad? Li Wuqing admonished. In response, the 16th Elder, at the cost of his severed arm, retrieved an object from his spatial treasure, a black orb riddled with holes resembling a wasp's nest. As the orb emitted a rapid stream of black mist, it swiftly enveloped the area, spreading throughout the entire Shunga Tower. This mist, intangible and formless, effectively cloaked the spiritual awareness of everyone present. Yet, the 16th Elder seemed unaffected, deftly maneuvering through the haze, evading Sword 2 and Sword 3, and making his way toward Lin Feng. Just as he was about to reach Lin Feng, Sword 1, who had been vigilantly guarding him, sprang into action. With eyes closed and sword held aloft, he thrust upward, unleashing a beam of sword light aimed at the 16th Elder. The Elder, his spiritual perception unimpeded, deftly evaded the strike, silently acknowledging, so, it is the sword heart that is clear and bright. At this moment, 16 understood that he could no longer linger in this conflict. Resolute in his determination to withstand Jian Yi's assault, he charged forward once more, his left arm brimming with energy as he met the attack head-on. Jian Yi, gathering his strength, unleashed another wave of sword light. Alarm bells rang in 16's mind. He had fallen into a trap. Jian Yi struck towards a shadowy figure, yet it was a battle against the ominous black sphere. In truth, the others dared not make a move, for the black mist not only obscured their spiritual senses, but also severed their other 5 senses. Only Jian Yi, having attained the clarity of sword heart, could perceive 16's presence through his focused mind. He aimed another strike at 16, this time without restraint, and likewise, 16 did not hold back, for the black sphere had been cut by Jian Yi, causing the mist to gradually dissipate. He realized that if he were to eliminate Lin Feng, it had to be now. Otherwise, once the mist cleared, not only would these 3 sword cultivators impede him, but even his 2 fellow disciples would intervene. His exposure was inevitable with this attack, and he had to fulfill the command of the divine sect. Otherwise, years of concealment would be rendered meaningless. Ignoring his injuries, Elder 16 allowed tendrils of grayish-white energy to emanate from his fingertips. Jian Yi, even with his eyes closed, sensed this. It was the aura of calamity. Resolving to stop holding back, Jian Yi's own body surged with grayish-white calamity energy, enveloping his sword. However, this time he miscalculated. For Elder 16's calamity energy was not intended for himself, but surged directly towards Lin Feng. Upon witnessing this, Jian Yi hastily summoned his own share of calamity energy. But it was too late. The calamity energy unleashed by the 16th Elder swiftly penetrated Lin Feng's body, causing Sword 1 to feel a chill run down his spine. It is well known that calamity energy is a lethal poison for those beneath the tribulation realm. Upon realizing his strike had succeeded, the 16th Elder promptly withdrew, fully aware that the moment the calamity energy entered the body of this so-called child of destiny, the youth was doomed to ruin. He knew he must escape before the mist dissipated, otherwise he would suffer grievously from his own injuries. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself in a hellish descent. The calamity energy not only inflicted immense pain, but also wreaked havoc within him. His bones, flesh, meridians, and internal organs faced imminent collapse under the relentless invasion of the calamity energy. Had it not been for the faint threads of verdant life energy emanating from his dantian, he would have perished in an instant. The calamity energy surged through him, severing his meridians and rupturing his organs, leaving his body adorned with crimson markings. Just as he teetered on the brink of death, a warm current surged forth. Sword 1, abandoning the pursuit of the 16th Elder, swiftly appeared before Lin Feng, channeling his magical energy to shield the youth on the verge of physical collapse. Moments later, as the black mist dispersed, onlookers beheld the scene. A swirling mass of blood mist enveloped the barely breathing Lin Feng, with Sword 1 forcibly sustaining his life through sheer will. Sword 2, witnessing this, felt a deep sense of remorse. He had underestimated the situation, allowing the Kanglin crowd to approach, thereby endangering Lin Feng. With his sword pointed at Li Wuqing and the 15th Elder, he was poised to strike, only to be halted by Sword 1. Elder brother, assist me. Third brother, send a message to the old man, quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. Sword 2 glanced at Li Wuqing and the 15th Elder, hesitating in his decision. However, what exactly is this 16 doing? This is a betrayal of the sect, a betrayal of Kanglan. Leah, still untrained, certainly could not react with the swiftness of the great cultivators around her. All she perceived was the fleeting appearance of a dark mist, followed by the sight of her brother Lin Feng, transformed into a figure of blood. At first, she recoiled in fear. Such a scene is truly terrifying for a child. Yet, after a moment, she overcame her trepidation and felt compelled to approach Lin Feng. However, the sword of Jiansen obstructed her diminutive form. Before long, a figure soared in from outside the window, the furious Li Chengfeng, his hair and beard billowing wildly in his rage. His exceptional skill in swordplay manifested once more. From a distance, he sensed Lin Feng's plight, and his heart was filled with unease, his hair, clothing, and brows moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Shortly thereafter, Xianyuan Mosh descended, appearing somewhat pale, perhaps due to enduring Li Chengfeng's full-force strike, or perhaps due to the matters mentioned in the letter. He glanced at Lin Feng, who was being suspended by Jian Yi's magical prowess, and with a flicker of thought, conjured a renowned healing elixir of the Kanglan cultivation realm, the 9-turn golden pill. Xianyuan Mosh intended to administer it to Lin Feng, but was halted by Li Chengfeng. This is the 9-turn golden pill, Xianyuan Mosh exclaimed. Li Chengfeng snatched it away and tossed it to Jian Yi, who caught it deftly and nodded at Li Chengfeng. Jian Yi was about to feed it to Lin Feng when Xianyuan Mosh interjected, "His injuries are too severe. Let me handle this." Li Chengfeng replied, "Xianyuan, I, Li Chengfeng, have always kept my word, especially when it comes to matters of life and death." He sensed a disturbance with a keen awareness, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. The calamity energy that had penetrated Lin Feng's body surged relentlessly, not only ravaging his meridians, but also causing his internal organs to rupture. Were it not for the potent magic of Jian Yi, even the 9-turn golden elixir would be powerless in such a dire situation. Simultaneously, Xianyuan Mo Zhu perceived wisps of life energy escaping from Lin Feng's dantian, sustaining his existence. Yet, despite this, Lin Feng's injuries were grievous, and Xianyuan Mo Zhu recognized the urgency of commencing healing. Before long, the 9-turn golden elixir levitated, emanating a gentle glow under the influence of magical energy. Subsequently, it was crushed by Xianyuan Mo Zhu, transforming into a stream of light that enveloped Lin Feng's form, the elixir's essence gradually seeping into him. Although the elixir's potency was mild, Lin Feng's condition demanded more than the entirety of its power. Xianyuan Mo Zhu meticulously focused his energies to assist the elixir in mending Lin Feng's internal afflictions. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, as the elixir's essence was depleted, the crimson mist surrounding Lin Feng began to dissipate, and his damaged skin gradually returned to its former state. However, Lin Feng remained in slumber, his eyes tightly shut. Li Chengfeng, filled with anxiety, inquired, "What is the situation?" Xianyuan Mo Zhu shook his head. Just as Li Chengfeng prepared to erupt once more, Xianyuan Mo Zhu spoke slowly. Boom. In response, a great sword materialized, along with a table from Xianda Tower. But this time it was reduced to powder. "Old Xianyuan, do you think I, Li Chengfeng, can be easily trifled with? Today, if you cannot return my disciple unharmed, I shall not rest until vengeance is achieved." Xianyuan Machu replied, "Brother Li, do not be anxious. Our immediate priority is to devise a means to rescue Lin Feng." Li Chengfeng, unusually composed, retorted, "I do not trust you." Xianyuan Machu squinted, deep in thought. "Then let us seek Tianquan." Chapter 24. The balance of power. The vast expanse of Kanglan is divided into two domains by the towering Tianshan mountain range, whose peaks rise majestically into the clouds. Within these mountains dwell countless insects, birds, and beasts, among which those with innate wisdom harness the aura of heaven and earth, transforming into formidable entities. However, most of these beings fail to thrive, primarily due to the presence of the Tianjian sect, a sword-fighting clan dedicated to eradicating evil and upholding justice. The Tianjian sect mandates that its disciples, from the foundational stage onward, must present the heads of monsters to ascend in rank, resulting in a relentless extermination of any creature that poses a significant threat within the Tianshan range. The current leader of the sect, Jian Wushuang, is a renowned rising star, celebrated for his swift mastery of the sword and ranked among the top tier of the Tianbang. A century ago, He entered the Tribulation realm and gained fame after a singular battle. He ventured alone to Chingiest Sansien Island to settle a personal vendetta, where he slew the then leader of the Chingiest sect. Despite being besieged by numerous adversaries, he managed to escape and was subsequently appointed as the sect's master. In the same year, Song Zhuangzizi, the esteemed elder of the Chingiest sect, challenged Jian Wushuang to a duel in the Tianshan Mountains. Embodying the principle of retribution, an eye for an eye, a grudge for a grudge. Thus, the people of the realm often draw comparisons between Li Chengfeng and the formidable Tianjin sect. One is an old rogue who has roamed for a millennium, and the other is a rising star. Both are sword cultivators. People always anticipate a confrontation between the two. No one dares to underestimate Jian Wushuang, for it is said that Song Xuanzai once defeated Li Chengfeng. High upon Tianshan, at the ethereal Tianqi, lies the abode of the Tianjin sect. Here a lake, formed from the gathered clouds and mists of Tianshan, pulses with spiritual energy, serving as the sword-washing pool for the sect's sword cultivators. In the center of the pool stands a small pavilion, furnished with a stone table and stone benches. Upon the table lies a game of chess in a stalemate, with two individuals engaged in play. One, clad in a gray-white Taoist robe, appears middle-aged, with a wooden hairpin securing his hair in a bun. He is the Tianquan spoken of by Xinyuan Machu. The other, slightly younger, possesses strikingly handsome features, with sharp contours, eyes as calm as still water, and an air of grace in his flowing white attire. He embodies the saying, "A person on the path is as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world." This individual is none other than Jian Wushuang, ranked third on the celestial rankings. Jian Wushuang smiled and remarked, "Playing chess with my master uncle is akin to battling a formidable opponent. I have learned much, indeed." Tianquan replied indifferently, "You are neither his disciple, nor am I your master uncle." Jian Wushuang countered, "Though you may not acknowledge me as your disciple, I recognize you as my master uncle. I owe my life to my master's guidance, and in this lifetime, I can offer no greater repayment than to slay many foes when the great calamity arrives, thereby comforting my master's spirit in the heavens." Tianquan responded, "What great calamity exists? It is merely human greed. Today is as it is, later, I shall require your precious location to meet an old acquaintance." As his words fell, Jian Wushuang received a sword message, which stated that a formidable presence from the realm of calamities was paying a visit. Sword Wushuang proclaimed, "The people you have been waiting for have arrived." Tianquan replied, "Not only are they the ones I await, but they are also those who occupy your thoughts. Go on, meet your old friends after so many years." In the sword hall of the Tianjin sect, the guests were being received. At that moment, Li Chengfeng and his companions were present. Like Li Chengfeng, Tianquan was elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him. However, the urgency of their search was undeniable. Tianquan was regarded as the most skilled physician in the world. Lin Feng's condition had reached a critical state, and only Tianquan could offer a glimmer of hope for his recovery. The Kanglan sect, known as the foremost cultivation faction in the Kanglan realm, although somewhat isolated, possessed commendable intelligence capabilities. After a day of anxious waiting, news finally arrived. Tianquan was a guest at the Tianjin sect. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and Xinyuan Moju led Li Chengfeng towards the Tianjin sect. Due to his severe injuries, Lin Feng could not endure further jolting, so they found a secure and concealed location for him, guarded by the three thunder swords. Within the sword hall, the attending disciples served fragrant tea. Yet, Li Chengfeng had no inclination to savor it. His sole desire was for Tianquan to emerge and hasten to treat his apprentice's wounds. At long last, two beams of light approached from outside the hall. The first was the elegant sword Wushuang, followed closely by Tianquan. Upon seeing Tianquan, Li Chengfeng exclaimed with fervor, "Tianquan, at last, I have found you. Come, we must leave at once. It is a matter of utmost urgency." Tianquan chuckled, "You old fellow, your temperament remains unchanged." Li Chengfeng retorted, "This is not the time for jesting. Spare me the trivialities. I have pressing matters at hand. We must depart immediately." Li Chengfeng, adhering to his usual demeanor, feigned an intention to strike, yet at that moment, Jian Wushuang positioned himself between Tianquan and Li Chengfeng. "My master has yet to agree to accompany you," he stated firmly. Li Chengfeng inquired, "Who are you?" Jian Wushuang retorted, "And who might you be?" The two engaged in a silent exchange, their gazes locked, an inexplicable tension brewing between them. One was a seasoned sword cultivator, renowned across the realms, while the other was a rising star, a prodigy in the way of the sword. Though both found themselves in Kanglan, they had never before crossed paths. Tian Quan observed the two with a smile, while Xianyuan Machu stood composed beside him. Reflecting on the fiery tempers of sword cultivators, Li Chengfeng, with a chilling tone, commanded, "I care not who you are, step aside." Jian Wushuang boldly responded, "And what if I refuse?" With deliberate elegance, Jian Wushuang drew forth a sword, its blade reminiscent of willow leaves, shimmering with a frosty gleam at its tip. Li Chengfeng's pupils constricted as he summoned the Starfall sword. "If you shall not yield, then let us engage in battle." This time, the Starfall sword did not transform into a colossal blade but retained the size of a conventional sword, radiant in golden hue. With a swift thrust, Li Chengfeng lunged forward. Wielding the sword with his own hands rather than manipulating it from afar, he declared, "Who would have thought another remarkable sword cultivator would emerge in this world? The youth are indeed formidable." Jian Wushuang replied, "You are worthy of the title Sword Saint. However, my blade is swifter." Despite his confidence, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. His sword shattered into fragments. The verdant blade had originated from an ancient renowned sword, a testament to his prowess in defeating the Kangzuanzi. Li Chengfeng, deep in thought, remarked, "This sword, I have long wished to shatter it. Previously, I lacked the opportunity, but today, it has finally presented itself." Rumors had it that Li Chengfeng was being pursued by Zhang Xuanzu. However, rumors are merely whispers. And who truly knows that Li Chengfeng was constrained by the regulations of his sect, compounded by his own guilt from stealing the other's wine? Thus, such hearsay can often be unreliable. Haha. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily, yet in his slender palm lay a lock of white hair, tinged with yellowing. He released his grip, allowing the hair to drift gracefully through the air. This was the hair Jian Wushuang had severed from Li Chengfeng. One had lost a sword, while the other had lost a lock of hair. To the untrained eye, it appeared that Li Chengfeng had the upper hand, yet in truth, Jian Wushuang held a slight advantage. Swift sword. Li Chengfeng observed Jian Wushuang from a distance, realizing how formidable he had become. But what of it? Today, none could impede Li Chengfeng. Just as in days of yore, no one could stand in the way of his master, the sword god. For the sake of his disciple, the master of the Starfall sword would do anything. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng gained insight. Was this the fate of the master of the Starfall sword? One master for each generation. The former perished, the latter succeeded. Once more, Li Chengfeng pointed his sword at Jian Wushuang, declaring, "You step aside." Just as the two were poised for yet another fierce battle, Tian Quan, who had been watching with great interest, interjected, "Wushuang, stand down." Jian Wushuang replied, "But, Master Uncle, you." Tian Quan chuckled, "No worries, Li Chengfeng is an old friend of mine. He has this temperament." He then teasingly added to Li Chengfeng, "I shall accompany you, but try to temper your fury. I fear that Tian Shan may be cleaved in two by your wrath." Li Chengfeng exclaimed, "We must hurry. I am nearly frantic." He seized Tian Quan, and with a swift motion, summoned the Starfall sword. The blade hovered in the air, elongating with the wind like a small boat, and in an instant, it shot forth, leaving a trail of clouds in its wake. Both individuals held positions of authority, unlike the light-hearted demeanor of Li Chengfeng. Their subordinates numbered in the multitude, and thus, under the same sky, one must maintain a cordial facade. Xianyuan Machu spoke little, merely bidding farewell to Sword Wushuang. Yet before departing, he cast a lingering glance at this rising star of Kanglan. Indeed, the youth was formidable, capable of severing a strand of hair from the venerable Li Chengfeng. A remarkable feat. Sword Wushuang, lost in thought, gazed in the direction of the departing figures, murmuring to himself, "Sword Saint truly lives up to the title. Yet, I can become even stronger." With that, he leaped into the sword cleansing pool, determined to forge a swifter blade. Not far from Dongyu Hulai City, on a tranquil mountainside, Lin Feng lay motionless in a secluded courtyard. Despite the assistance of the 9-turn golden elixir, his breath remained faint, and his complexion pale, showing no signs of improvement. Beside him stood Jian Er, who vigilantly clutched his sword, unwaveringly guarding Lin Feng's side. Just then, a commotion arose from outside the courtyard. Jian Er furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly. However, his expression soon relaxed, revealing a hint of joy. "They have arrived. The rescue is at hand." He approached to greet Li Chengfeng and the others, willingly stepping outside to stand guard. Without further ado, Tianquan approached Lin Feng, extending his perception to probe within. The magical essence emanating from his fingertips coursed through Lin Feng's body. He merely shook his head. Li Chengfeng, filled with rage, demanded, "What does shaking your head signify?" Tianquan replied, "This young man's survival itself is nothing short of a miracle. The calamity energy within him has fused with the essence of his life. The essence of the 5 declines of a celestial being is incessantly eroding his life force. Even if his injuries are healed, it is uncertain how long he can endure, unless—" Tianquan hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Li Chengfeng pressed, "Unless what? Speak plainly." Tianquan continued, "Unless one can procure rare heavenly materials that can replenish the essence of life. Otherwise, even if he is healed, he will not survive for long." Li Chengfeng, with a fierce determination, declared, "What rare treasures? I, Li Chengfeng, will seek them out. At worst, I will scour the 10 great treasure vaults. Is it not merely a matter of replenishing the essence of life? I will ensure he consumes them as sustenance." However, Tianquan shook his head in response. Setting aside the fact that such rare treasures are exceedingly scarce, even if he were to survive, he would be rendered a shell of his former self. His foundational cultivation has been destroyed, his energy reservoir has been compromised, and the calamity energy continuously torments him. Do you truly wish for a cripple to inherit the legacy of the Xingyan sect? Master, the sweet potatoes I roasted for you. Please eat them. They are delightful. Master, teach me to wield the sword. I aspire to become a grand sword immortal, to soar through the heavens. Master, I cannot endure any longer. In Woniyu town, they encountered one another. In the western regions, they traversed the path of cultivation, within the Xiufeng and in Hulai City. In the span of just half a year, Lin Feng had steadfastly accompanied Li Chengfeng, a truly innocent child who had journeyed from the banks of the Luo River, aspiring to become a great sword immortal. Yet, he failed to safeguard him. Who could be blamed for this? Should one cast blame upon the 3 sword masters for their lack of protection, or on the traitor within the Kanglan sect, or perhaps the injustice of the heavenly Tao? Or should the fault lie solely with oneself? At this moment, Xianyuan Machu entered the scene. He had witnessed Li Chengfeng in such a state before. During the time when his master had valiantly withstood the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations to protect him. Back then, Li Chengfeng had stood in silence, much like he did now. However, this time, the youthful exuberance had faded. Li Chengfeng had aged, his hair turned completely white, resembling an ordinary old man, mourning in silence. The once proud and indomitable Li Chengfeng had vanished, leaving only a despondent elder behind. Tianquan gently patted Li Chengfeng's shoulder and said, "My old brother, it is time to let go. It would be better for both you and Lin Feng." With that, he turned to leave, and Xianyuan Machu followed closely behind, eager to pose further inquiries. As they strolled through the courtyard, Tianquan mused aloud, "Pray tell, how fares Lin Feng?" Xianyuan Machu replied, "He is the child of destiny. And now he is ruined. When calamity strikes, who will stand in its way?" Tianquan responded, "The fortunes of the heavenly Tao wax and wane. That is all." Xianyuan Machu appeared to grasp the meaning of these words. Tianquan continued, "But let us not dwell on that. You must thoroughly reorganize the affairs within the Kanglan sect." Xianyuan Machu retorted, "Reorganize? How should I go about that? Though I am the sect leader, you are aware that the Kanglan sect is vast. And with such a large family, one can expect all manner of troubles. The situation with the old ghost, Yin, is already a headache. This is precisely why I am so eager to bring Lin Feng to the Kanglan sect. In this world, there lies a profound truth encapsulated in the notion of one's fist. At times, I truly envy Li Chengfeng." Tianquan remarked, "His suffering is beyond our comprehension." Xianyuan Machu fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, to be born amidst the heavens and the earth, is there any sense of freedom without attaining immortality? However, is it even possible to achieve immortality? With this thought, Xianyuan Machu could not help but lament inwardly. Chapter 25. Awakening. Gazing at the little disciple who had followed him throughout, Li Chengfeng ultimately resolved to persevere. He summoned the Starfall sword, which transformed into a dagger-sized blade, its hilt gleaming with a golden hue. Without hesitation, Li Chengfeng plunged it toward his own heart. The sword's essence penetrated his being with unparalleled sharpness, slicing through his garments and flesh, revealing a vibrant, crimson heart nestled within. With a cold grunt, a fountain of blood surged forth from the golden blade. Li Chengfeng sheathed the small sword, disregarding his own injuries, determined to encapsulate the primal essence of life within Lin Feng before it dissipated. Just then, Tianquan appeared to thwart his actions. "Stop," Tianquan commanded. "Li Chengfeng, have you truly lost your mind? This path will only lead you to a bitter end. And you cannot nourish the void. Not to mention whether Lin Feng can endure this. Harming yourself in such a manner will yield no fruitful results." "I care not," Li Chengfeng retorted fiercely. "If I cannot save my own disciple, what value does longevity hold? I will still face death beneath the tribulations. Dying sooner or later makes no difference. Today, no one shall deter me." Tianquan replied calmly. "Oh, then continue on your path. I shall not impede you." Tianquan embraced the scene with both hands, appearing as though he were an audience member. Yet, Li Chengfeng refrained from taking action, casting a dubious glance at Tianquan, who was the true expert in healing. "Damn it," Li Chengfeng grumbled. "If this one Ti do and that one Ti do, perhaps I might as well resort to murder. What say you, old Xinyuan?" Xinyuan Machu observed Li Chengfeng's demeanor and thought, "This old fellow is willing to harm even himself. Who else in this world does he fear? Should he escalate the situation, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of chaos and bloodshed. However, the current state of Kanglin must not descend into turmoil. Restraint is essential. More restraint." Tianquan tossed a medicinal pill to Li Chengfeng, indicating he should find a place to heal, for he appeared quite shabby. Li Chengfeng accepted the pill, still harboring trust in Tianquan, but he sought to ruffle Xinyuan Machu's feathers. With a fierce glare, he declared to Xinyuan Machu, "And you? If you don't provide me with 10 or 8 treasures to replenish my life essence, I might just come after you someday." Xinyuan Machu squinted, concealing his expression, but internally he felt a deep anguish. After all, he was in the wrong. Tianquan took the blood clot from Li Chengfeng's hand and began to chant incantations. He executed a technique, transforming the blood clot into a myriad of vibrant dots that enveloped Lin Feng's surface. Li Chengfeng's vital essence indeed held some potency, for Lin Feng's previously tightly shut eyes stirred ever so slightly. It was effective, the essence worked. Li Chengfeng, disregarding his own injuries, gazed intently at the assembled figures of the tribulation realm, causing them to feel an unsettling chill at their throats. What sort of gaze was that? Li Chengfeng chuckled softly. "Ladies and gentlemen, might I borrow some of your essence for my use?" Li Chengfeng once again brandished the golden dagger, eager to engage. Xinyuan Machu observed the still dripping crimson blade, instinctively recoiling. This fellow, when driven to madness, could unleash anything. Tianquan, witnessing Lin Feng's unexpected reaction, felt a flicker of astonishment. It must be noted that Li Chengfeng's frenzied essence still brimmed with the vitality of life, yet it was ultimately foreign. In truth, he had merely encased the essence upon Lin Feng's surface, rendering minimal assistance. Tianquan intervened, urging Li Chengfeng to cease. If he wished to save his treasured disciple, he must hasten to guard the entrance. Lin Feng's condition had changed and required immediate attention. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng promptly sheathed the dagger and dragged Xinyuan Machu outside. Once the others had exited, Tianquan immediately activated his spiritual perception, retrieving a pristine white lotus from his storage space. This was the Tianshan snow lotus he had specifically requested from Jian Wushuang, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in restoring internal organs and meridians. With a pained resolve, he plucked a petal from the lotus and administered it to Lin Feng. He sought to harness the medicinal potency of the snow lotus to aid Lin Feng in reconstructing his meridians, one petal after another, until only the lotus base remained. A refreshing spiritual aura enveloped Lin Feng's body. Subsequently, Tianquan produced various vials and jars, intermittently extracting elixirs or precious materials. The courtyard where Lin Feng lay was aglow with ethereal light, resembling a golden peak bathed in sunlight. Ultimately, after an indeterminate number of precious resources had been expended, Lin Feng's previously shattered organs were largely mended, and even his meridians had begun to reform. A beam of emerald light emerged, engaging once more in a fierce struggle against the ominous gray energy, while Tianquan could do nothing but observe from the sidelines. Moreover, he was tasked with safeguarding the battlefield, which was none other than Lin Feng's very own body. The gray energy sought destruction, whereas the green light aimed for restoration. And thus the conflict unfolded upon Lin Feng's corporeal form. As a mere bystander, Tianquan fervently stoked the flames of battle. having realized that the earthly treasures imbued with wood attributes could supply energy to the green light. Renowned as a skilled healer, Tian Quan possessed an abundance of treasures enriched with wood attributes, be it an array of medicinal herbs or refined wood-based elixirs. Anything of wood essence he cast into the fray would be eagerly absorbed by the green light. However, the gray energy not only ravaged Lin Feng's physical form, but also targeted his very soul. Within the ocean of his soul, Lin Feng's ethereal body curled into a tight ball, ensnared by tendrils of grayish-white gas. This gas was engaged in a fierce clash with Lin Feng's own violet and azure soul light. The violet hue represented the fortune bestowed upon Lin Feng by this realm, while the azure reflected the essence of his own soul. As the gray energy infiltrated, the violet began to fade gradually. Once it vanished entirely, the gray gas launched a direct assault on Lin Feng's intrinsic soul light. As time wore on, the azure luminescence was incessantly consumed, and within the confines of the soul ocean, Lin Feng's once solid form began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the flame of his consciousness flickered precariously, awaiting the moment of his soul's obliteration. At that juncture, even should Lin Feng's physical body remain, he would merely exist as a hollow shell. However, just as Lin Feng's soul was on the verge of complete obliteration, a green light materialized within the sea of souls. It took the form of a seed resembling a sunflower, radiating a verdant luminescence that illuminated the inky darkness of Lin Feng's soul. The flickering flame of his consciousness, which had been nearly extinguished, suddenly grew resilient. Lin Feng. This was a nascent awareness, fragile and teetering like the flickering flame of Lin Feng's consciousness. Please don't die. Oh, why must you perish? You cannot leave me. If you do, I cannot survive, implored the green seed. It was precisely this plea that reignited the dwindling flame of Lin Feng's awareness. Indeed, I cannot succumb. I must endure. Lin Feng, unwilling to yield, felt the relentless agony of his soul tearing apart, but he understood that surrender was not an option. Who is calling my name? What is that? Light, green light. Observing Lin Feng's fading essence, the green seed, undeterred by the prospect of its own demise, resolved to act. It had only just come into existence, and had yet to savor its protracted existence as a tree. It could not allow itself to perish so soon. Without hesitation, the green seed transformed into a streak of luminescence, recklessly charging towards the ashen-gray calamity entwined around Lin Feng's essence. It was a desperate gamble. In the realm of consciousness, the green light collided with the grayish-white calamity, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking the ground. A plume of azure smoke billowed from Lin Feng's essence, and as he uncoiled from his curled position, his eyes fluttered open, unleashing a harrowing wail of anguish. It was a torment akin to the obliteration of the soul. Yet the verdant light recklessly surged towards the ashen and white calamity. The grayish-white calamity, seemingly cowed, ceased its relentless erosion of Lin Feng's soul and instead fled from it, retreating into the depths of the boundless dark void. The green light, with a childlike tone, exclaimed, "You have some sense after all. Just wait. When I grow up, I shall surely annihilate your true form. Do you think that by merely changing your appearance, I would be oblivious to your identity?" It glanced at Lin Feng and sighed. "Alas, I know not how long I shall slumber this time. I can only hope you grow quickly, for our future lies within the infinite realms of immortality." After calling out to Lin Feng several times without success, the green light ceased its attentions and journeyed deeper into the sea of souls. Time, it seemed, lost its meaning in this boundless darkness. Lin Feng's soul gradually began to mend itself, the previously fragmented parts reassembling, and when the fire of consciousness blazed anew, Lin Feng opened his eyes. In the outside world, Tian Quan, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, finally exhaled in relief. Lin Feng had awakened, and it seemed his life was no longer in peril. To Tian Quan's perception, the green light and calamity within Lin Feng had vanished without a trace, as if they had dissipated into thin air, and even his calamity senses could not discern their whereabouts. Lin Feng stirred awake languidly. "Master! Master!" A barely audible call echoed, startling Li Chengfeng, who had been attentively monitoring the situation outside the door. He burst in like an exuberant child, recklessly crashing through the threshold. Heedless of any restraint, he laughed heartily. "Lin Feng, my disciple, you have finally awakened. It is wonderful that you are awake. I assure you, I shall never leave your side again." Lin Feng attempted to sit up, only to be met with excruciating pain throughout his body. "Master, I am in great pain." Li Chengfeng erupted with fury. Tianquan, you incompetent physician. I give you a quarter of an hour to heal my disciple, or you shall bear the consequences. Tianquan cast a glance at Li Chengfeng, thinking to himself, this wretched fellow has squandered countless rare treasures and miraculous medicines on his disciple. And although ungrateful, he now dares to shout at me. Cursing under his breath, Tianquan waved his sleeve and departed, ignoring the commotion caused by Li Chengfeng behind him. Chapter 26. He severed the ancient ties. Time, like ink, has stained the river of history, altering Lin Feng's destiny. A year prior, he was cherished as the favored child of destiny, the prodigious heir eagerly sought by the foremost sect of the Kanglan realm. He possessed a path to greatness, a thoroughfare leading to the pinnacle of cultivation within the Kanglan realm. Yet, all of this was shattered, destroyed by the hands of the 16th elder of the Kanglan sect, obliterated by the calamity that beset him. One may ponder, was he not the child of fortune, destined to effortlessly stumble upon treasures and sip from the fountain of youth? How could a mere calamity nearly lead to his demise, rendering the title of child of fortune so trivial? However, the truth is far more complex. The so-called child of fortune is merely an investment. The Kanglan Dao perceives this realm's inhabitants as an investment, and when it senses an impending crisis, it selects suitable individuals, bestowing upon them its unique favor. Yet, this care is not boundless. The heavenly Dao cannot eternally watch over a single being. As the embodiment of the consciousness of countless souls, its will is selfless. Each life born from the vast expanse is like a child to it. Naturally, there are times when it may favor certain children more, such as Lin Feng, the destined child born of calamity. However, the gifts of the heavenly Dao are not without limits. It seeks to select those fated to endure trials, understanding that one cannot place all eggs in a single basket. Thus, the notion of mutual rise and fall, as spoken by Tianquan, emerges. When one mountain is leveled, another must rise. Presently, Lin Feng has lost his qualification for further investment. The fortune of the heavenly Dao is a manifestation of the collective will of all beings. It is not as simple as a common vegetable. A single investment may falter, and while it may affect the heavenly Dao slightly, it will eventually give rise to another child of fortune at the appropriate time, though it shall no longer be Lin Feng. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's life remains preserved. As the calamity dissipates, coupled with Tianquan's meticulous care, Lin Feng recovers at a visible pace. Yet, due to the collapse of his foundational essence, the destruction of his qi, and the natural atrophy of his meridians, his physical condition deteriorates day by day. Were it not for Xianyuan Mo's sincere donation of hundreds of pounds of rare treasures, Lin Feng would scarcely measure up to an ordinary person. Even so, he still appears quite frail. In response, Li Chengfeng has devised numerous plans, yet all have proven ineffective. Over several months, he has visited various sects throughout the Kanglan realm, seeking a remedy for Lin Feng, but to no avail. Undoubtedly, the outcome is evident. Even Tianquan finds himself powerless. Who in the vast Kanglan realm could possibly offer salvation? Setting aside the gaping flaws in the qi, even the meridians have begun to accumulate and obstruct. Every day, Li Chengfeng expends countless efforts to assist Lin Feng in clearing these blockages. Each attempt requires utmost caution, for at this moment, Lin Feng is exceedingly fragile. Meanwhile, the Kanglan sect, including Li Chengfeng, has mobilized various resources to track down the instigator behind Lin Feng's attack, the 16th elder of the Kanglan sect. Yet, despite the extensive intelligence network of the foremost Kanglan sect, no trace of the 16th elder has been uncovered. He seems to have vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. In recent days, Lin Feng has persistently implored his master to instruct him in cultivation, but Li Chengfeng continually responds that he must first recuperate. The traditional practice of carrying a sword has even been abandoned. Consequently, Lin Feng seeks out his second uncle, Jian. Uncle, will you teach me how to cultivate? Uncle, you practice swordsmanship too. Will you impart your skills to me? Uncle, why do you remain silent? Lin Feng repeatedly vocalizes his desire for cultivation. He yearns to become a grand sword immortal, oblivious to the fact that he has already forfeited his qualification for training. Thus, the days pass in a monotonous succession, with Lin Feng always delighting in wielding the sword crafted from Tsang Song wood by Jian. On one such day, under a clear sky adorned with drifting white clouds, Jian descends from the heavens, riding his sword. This time, however, he arrives empty-handed and bears numerous wounds. He sidesteps Lin Feng and proceeds directly to Li Chengfeng, who remains nearly inseparable from Lin Feng, seated in a pavilion at the periphery of Lin Feng's vision. Jian exclaimed with palpable excitement, "We found it! The legendary ancient secret realm." Li Chengfeng, too, was stirred, inquiring, "What is the situation?" He cast a thoughtful glance toward Lin Feng in the distance and casually remarked. Jian, in disbelief, turned to Li Chengfeng. "Are you planning to reunite the sect? But isn't there a rule in Xingyun that forbids establishing a mountain gate or forming a sect?" Li Chengfeng gazed skyward, where streaks of light traversed the heavens, traces left by the flight of cultivators disturbing the clouds. "This world has indeed changed," he mused. "My master once told me that he severed my ties to eternity and all causality. From now on, I can pursue whatever I wish." Jian eyes held a complex expression as he regarded Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng's master, in a strict sense, was also Jian master. Yet the formidable sword god had never acknowledged Jian as his disciple, not even in name. Li Chengfeng seemed to perceive Jian thoughts. "Old heir," he began. "When our master was alive, he often spoke of you. He remarked that among us brothers, your talent is unparalleled and your understanding profound, albeit your temperament is a bit too carefree. If you could apply yourself diligently, not only would you master the sword Dao's transformation, but you would have also comprehended the sword heart long ago. Our master had his own burdens, and we too have our responsibilities. How he treated me in the past, and how should I treat Lin Feng now?" Li Chengfeng sighed, a rare display of sentiment. Jian replied, "Indeed, we three brothers understand. Since the sword god severed the ties of causality and you have made your decision, it is time for we old swords to re-emerge into the world. Not for any other reason, but to provide Lin Feng with a home, a haven of peace and security, in a picturesque valley of the western regions. Crystal clear snowmelt converges into a gently flowing brook, its waters transparent and luminous. This stream, emerging from the snow-capped mountains, meanders gracefully, crossing shallow meadows and piercing through coniferous forests, eventually leading to a small hill where a waterfall cave resides. The brook flows into the dark abyss, disappearing from sight. This cave, approximately 20 zhang in circumference, has its entrance at the base of the hill, where a dozen figures are currently gathering. Among them, some grasp swords with both hands. Others carry sword sheaths on their backs, and a few, though empty-handed, exude an aura as sharp as drawn blades. It is evident that they are all sword practitioners, with those at the stage of calamity comprising more than half, while the remainder are formidable experts in the realm of comprehension. Sword 2 took the lead, addressing the group. "Everyone, the secret realm lies beneath this dark cave. In a moment, my elder brother and I will lead the charge. Your role will be to assist from the sides." The old man has spoken. He declared that once they conquer the secret realm, they shall not depart, as he wishes to establish a home. Upon hearing this, excitement erupted among the crowd. Though all present were formidable cultivators, they could not contain their exhilaration. After so many years, we have finally awaited this day. Indeed, from now on, we can all stay together. Let us swiftly conquer this secret realm, and then we shall celebrate with drinks until we are inebriated." Amidst the fervor of the sword practitioners, only one remained composed. She spoke up, inquiring, "What shall we do about the heavenly Dao contract?" The moment those words were uttered, it was as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the fervor of the crowd. Indeed, the woman known as the Red Dust Sword spoke with undeniable truth. The absurd heavenly contract of the fallen stars still loomed, preventing everyone from uniting. The Red Dust Sword, the one who had posed the earlier question, stood clad in crimson attire, her youthful and exquisite features radiating an air of noble detachment. Her red garments resembled a bridal gown. Yet her demeanor was one of frigid elegance, reminiscent of a celestial maiden high in the heavens, exuding an unapproachable authority. "Silence your tongue, lest I sever it." The icy tone of the Red Dust Sword resonated throughout the assembly. The crowd fell silent, recognizing the peril of provoking one who dared to wield a sword against the old man. Her warning rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. At that moment, Sword 2 boldly interjected. "There is no need for such formality regarding wedding attire. From now on, we shall be comrades who encounter each other frequently." Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Sword 2 paused. "The heavenly contract is no longer a shackle. The sword god has severed the ties of antiquity and causality." Upon hearing this, the crowd's enthusiasm was rekindled. Among them, the formidable breakthrough sword, wielding a massive two-handed sword, bellowed, "What are we waiting for? Charge forth." No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of sword light descended from the heavens. Wait for what? Naturally for me. Look at you lot. Not a single one has matured into anything worthwhile. Remember, the ancient fallen star sect once held dominion over the entire Kanglan realm. Seeing you all now, I almost regret involving you in this escapade. Li Changfeng swaggered onto the scene, exuding an air of bravado. Do not be so hasty, old fellow. One must be magnanimous. We cannot forget our old brothers and sisters. The sword of destruction sensed a piercing gaze and quickly altered its tone. Li Changfeng scoffed, "Humph. Do you think I lack integrity? I see that after such a long absence, you, sword of destruction, are rather restless." Li Changfeng then adjusted his voice to address serious matters. "In recent days, you all have tirelessly scoured the land concerning my young disciple. I am sincerely grateful for your efforts," he said, bowing with earnestness. The crowd hastily averted their gazes, excluding the bride's attire. Noticing this, Li Changfeng did not feign politeness but continued, "Of course, I shall not dwell on other matters. I will speak candidly. The purpose of this expedition into the ancient secret realm is to provide my disciple with a secure home. The world is changing, and I may not be able to withstand the upheaval. Hence, I have summoned you all. There is no ulterior motive, but to dismantle this ancient secret realm. You are all seasoned veterans, so I need not elaborate on the complexities involved. Those who do not wish to partake may stay behind. I, Li Changfeng, have never imposed my will upon others." At this moment, a cold voice emerged from the bride's attire. "Li Changfeng, do you look down upon anyone? After this matter is settled, we shall have a contest." Li Changfeng, however, ignored her words, seeming not to hear, and instead raised his hand, summoning the Starfall sword to point towards the dark cavern. The remaining sword cultivators followed suit, whether cradling their swords, carrying them on their backs, or expelling sword pellets from their mouths. Soon, dozens of flying swords soared into the air. With a thunderous shout, Li Changfeng proclaimed, "No regrets in drawing the sword." The crowd surged forward in unison, rushing towards the black abyss. Observing this, the bride's attire cursed, "Humph, that old fellow ignores me once again, a heartless man. I wonder how my sister ever found him appealing." However, as the crowd had already entered, there was no alternative. He could only stamp his foot in frustration and follow suit, soaring on his sword. Chapter 27. The Ancient Secret Realm. Upon entering the cavern, the group discovered it to be far more expansive than they had anticipated. Behind them, a gentle stream flowed serenely. As they descended deeper, after traversing several hundred feet, they beheld a subterranean river, broad and majestic, with narrow sections still measuring hundreds of feet across. On either side of this dark river, bizarre stalactites loomed or dangled, creating an otherworldly scene. The water flowed gently, devoid of life save for a few small fish. As the group continued their ascent, the once dim cavern began to illuminate, revealing stones that emitted a soft, ethereal glow, embedded in the rocky walls like precious gems. Leading the way, Jian Er announced, "Ahead lies the entrance." The subsequent actions of Li Changfeng would soon unveil the truth. "Make way," bellowed Pajun. "The old man is about to unleash a powerful strike." Before them, Li Changfeng summoned the Starfall sword, transitioning it into the form of a colossal golden blade that gleamed brilliantly. With a swift motion, he brought the sword down upon the threshold of the ancient secret realm. Instantly, the very stone of the cavern quivered from the impact. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Yet the portal remained unyielding. Li Changfeng spat in exasperation. "Damn it, this wretched turtle shell is remarkably sturdy. Come on, everyone, let us unleash our full strength. No holding back. I shall bear the ensuing troubles." Li Changfeng often proclaimed that true sword cultivators should engage directly, for it is only in such confrontation that one can truly savor the exhilaration of the moment. At the beckoning of Li Changfeng, the crowd entered without hesitation, with the fierce Pajun leading the charge. His sword technique, reminiscent of Li Changfeng's frenzied martial prowess, was indeed powerful, though it paled in comparison to Li Changfeng's might. The sound of the sword echoed as vibrant beams of light struck the portal incessantly, creating shimmering, iridescent ripples that formed a resilient membrane. It was not until the passage of a fragrant incense stick that the ripples finally shattered. This was the culmination of Li Changfeng's final, forceful strike, which shattered the door and effortlessly dispelled the barriers. Breaking through was Li Changfeng's forte. To be precise, the Starfall sword excelled in this regard. With the sword casually slung over his shoulder, he called out in a somewhat brigand-like manner, "Let us proceed, seize the territory." The gathered sword cultivators, apart from the bridal attire, resembled wolves ready to pounce, their eyes gleaming with greed, their true predatory nature fully revealed. Upon entering the portal, they were greeted by a breathtaking landscape. Lush green pastures stretched endlessly before them. At the farthest point of this boundless expanse, a towering hill rose majestically, adorned with intricate prohibitions. Beyond these barriers lay a cluster of palatial structures, complete with pavilions and towers, at the center of which stood a blue stone tablet. Li Chengfeng, accompanied by the other sword cultivators, transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the prohibitions. Upon reaching the stone tablet, they beheld 4 grand characters inscribed upon it: Xiantian Beast Garden. This script, unfamiliar to the Kanglan realm, was instantly recognizable to the crowd as Taoist text. Embodying the essence of the Tao, its form represented the manifestation of the will of heaven, and its spirit harbored boundless power. The assembly, upon witnessing this, found no cause for surprise. Such inscriptions were not uncommon in ancient secrets. In Kanglan, there were individuals dedicated to the collection of rubbings of such mystical texts, hoping to glean insights into some ancient secrets. However, their efforts yielded naught. Gazing upon the stele, one could see a gem embedded at its center, shimmering with a flickering light. This was a realm within a realm, a space forbidden by the laws of the outer world. The term cave heavens and blessed lands essentially refers to a miniature world. These small worlds vary greatly, merely existing in proximity to the grander universe. Some are situated on the surface of the larger world, while others orbited in the void. It was evident that the Xiantian Beast Garden belonged to the category of small worlds attached to the surface of the grand realm. However, within this small world, there existed yet another miniature realm. This discovery was akin to cracking open an egg only to find a double yolk surprise within. It signified that the rewards from this ancient secret realm would be twofold. Li Chengfeng cleared his throat. "Esteemed colleagues, from this point onward, this shall be the stronghold of our Starfall sect. Now, let us commence the clearing of the area. We shall eradicate all intruders, while retaining those who are deemed appropriate beneath the threshold of intrusion." The crowd nodded in agreement, forming into groups as they darted off like streaks of light. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard in the outer world, Jian San was accompanying Lin Feng. Lin Feng inquired, "Where have Master and my second uncle gone?" Jian San, as always, was reticent. "I do not know." Lin Feng pressed, "How could you not know? Uncle, you appear honest, yet you harbor a slyness. You must be deceiving me again." "I know Master and the others have gone to gather medicinal herbs for me. They always leave you to watch over me when they depart." "Uncle, why do you remain silent? Alas, you are perpetually taciturn. Shall we play a game?" "Uncle San, do you not enjoy it when I call you that?" While Lin Feng spoke to himself, Jian San stood by his side, cradling his sword. When it was time for medicine, he would bring forth the concoction, which, although referred to as medicine, was in truth a blend of various gentle and precious herbs sent as gifts from different sections. Most of these were borrowed from Li Chengfeng, who had taken the Xingyun's sword. Do not inquire how he acquired them. Jian San's duty was to keep watch over Lin Feng, and compared to the careless Jian Air, Li Chengfeng evidently felt more at ease with Jian San. Li Chengfeng often remarked, "Jian San possesses a tranquil demeanor and is remarkably patient." Should these words reach the realms of Kanglan cultivation, they would undoubtedly elicit a wave of sighs. Indeed, the killing sword is characterized by its calmness. A calmness that is so profound it spares no one beneath its blade. Its bloodshed is the very foundation of the killing sword's formidable reputation. After consuming a mouthful of the elixir crafted from precious herbs, Lin Feng picked up the wooden sword that Jian Er had given him. He gazed up at the lazily drifting white clouds in the sky. "Uncle San, what splendid weather we have today. Would you consider teaching me swordplay?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with longing. Over the past few days, everyone he encountered had implored them to instruct him in the art of the sword. His master refused to teach, his uncle paid him no heed, and even his beloved second uncle ignored his pleas. This left young Lin Feng quite despondent. Each person assured him that soon he would be able to practice swordsmanship, yet the days passed, one after another. Although he now lived the life of a pampered young master, devoid of worries about sustenance, what Lin Feng truly desired was not this. He yearned to grow stronger, to strive earnestly for strength. Lin Feng clutched a wooden sword, aimlessly swinging it at the branches within the garden as his practice targets. He pondered that, Since no one was there to teach him, he would train himself, believing that one day he could become a master swordsman. Sweating profusely, he awkwardly executed strike after strike. Yet before long, beads of perspiration adorned his body. Pain radiated through him, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Jiansen observed in silence. Lin Feng did not need to endure this torment. He could simply wait for the many uncles and elders to arrive with remedies, allowing him to cultivate peacefully. Yet, was that truly feasible? Since the records of the Kanglan realm began, no one with shattered meridians and a broken dantian had ever succeeded in cultivation. Lin Feng's condition rendered him inferior even to an ordinary mortal. He would spend his life confined indoors, unable to experience the trials of the outside world. His existence might span merely a few decades or even just several years, which is why Li Chengfeng endeavored to provide Lin Feng with a home, a sanctuary of safety. This assault on the ancient secret realm was unlike any before, for the elder intended to establish a sect. The Starfall sect, which had been passed down for millions of years, was finally to take root. Some whispered that this was due to an unprecedented calamity looming on the horizon. A shadow of despair hanging over all those ensnared by tribulation, a warning from the will of the Kanglan heavens. Soon, a tumultuous era would dawn, a vibrant age. Jiansen gently caressed the sword in his hand, gazing into the distance. Yet, how the future would unfold was of no concern to Lin Feng. Stubbornly, he continued to thrust his sword, until exhaustion overwhelmed him, until the pain rendered him immobile. Ultimately, Lin Feng succumbed to unconsciousness, overcome by the agony. Lin Feng, despite the circumstances, did not deter Jiansen, for he understood the importance of preserving hope for the child before him. Recognizing the child's unwavering spirit, he resolved to strive onward. Even if such efforts were but ephemeral illusions, they would nonetheless sustain hope within the child. Jiansen gently lifted the unconscious Lin Feng and placed him upon the lotus pedestal at the center of the pool. A precious artifact gifted by Yun Xiao of the Lingxiu sect, a product of the Ling pool. Upon learning of Lin Feng's injury, Yun Xiao had been the most anxious. She vaguely recalled the diminutive figure from whom immense energy had radiated. She had not forgotten the elderly figure who had saved her in the city of Lingxiu. In both public and private regard, she owed Lin Feng a debt of gratitude. This lotus pedestal was one of the oldest treasures within the Ling pool, blooming once every 9,000 years and withering after the same span, possessing miraculous effects of calming the spirit and healing wounds when in bloom, in its dormant state. It served as a magical seat. The one gifted to Lin Feng, however, bore significant historical weight, having been utilized by the founding ancestors of Lingxiu, enduring the trials of time. Yet, regardless of its immense value, to Lin Feng, it was merely a place to rest momentarily. Jiansen carefully laid Lin Feng upon the lotus pedestal, which then gently closed around him, enveloping him within its petals. The petals were filled with a ginger-colored powder that entered Lin Feng's body with each breath he took. It was a balm for the spirit and a remedy for pain. After ensuring Lin Feng was settled, Jiansen gazed upward toward the heavens, pondering in silence. I wonder how they are faring? In the ancient secret realm of the Xiantian Beast Garden in the western regions, the ancient stone tablet remained unchanged. Before Li Chengfeng stood a dozen or more sword cultivators, some in tattered garments, while others still radiated vitality. There were both the wounded and the unscathed, yet overall, there were no visible casualties. Li Chengfeng spoke, declaring, "From this day forth, this place shall serve as the mountain gate of my Starfall sect. This time, I shall instill fear into the Kanglan realm. To hell with this great calamity. Behold as I cleave it in two with my sword." With that, Li Chengfeng summoned the Starfall sword, erasing the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. After several swift strokes of sword light, for grand characters appeared upon the azure stone. Star Peak Sword Domain. Henceforth, this realm shall be known as the Star Peak Sword Domain. Thus, within an ancient secret realm in the Western Territories, after millions of years, the Starfall sect once again established its mountain gate. As Li Chengfeng's words resonated, the heavenly Tao responded, unleashing a formidable bolt of thunder towards the Kanglan realm. The lightning penetrated the boundary of the Star Peak Sword Domain, striking directly at Li Chengfeng and the gathered crowd. However, all could only watch in horror as the thunder descended. Everyone, including Li Chengfeng, felt as though they were suspended in the fabric of time, their consciousness flowing while their bodies and internal energies remained immobilized. It became clear to all that this was the punitive force of the heavenly Tao's contract. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a radiant golden light surged forth, the brilliance of the Starfall sword. The sword leapt forward, meeting the overwhelming thunder, and with its emergence, the lightning was extinguished. Simultaneously, in the northern region's Kanglan sect, the eastern region's Cringiest sect, and the southern region's Lihua sect, 3 pieces of chaotic white stone suddenly shattered. A snow peak in the north erupted into an avalanche. A tsunami engulfed the shores of the 3 Immortals Island, and a long-dormant volcano of the Lihua sect erupted once more. As the thunder calamity dissipated, the crowd found themselves alive, yet unlike before. They sensed that the weight pressing upon their hearts had vanished in an instant. Before them stood a sword cultivator who had achieved a remarkable breakthrough, transcending the boundaries of the sword path, while others had advanced further into the realm of tribulation. The Starfall sword hovered in the air, and suddenly, it emitted a resounding roar. Below, a multitude of swords flew uncontrollably into the sky, creating a dazzling display of flying swords. Under the guidance of the Starfall sword, these blades plunged into the ground of the Star Peak sword domain, forming a circular sword array. Above the array, thunder rumbled, and a gentle rain descended, transforming into a pool of water. In no time, a magnificent sword-washing pool, spanning hundreds of feet, took shape. Li Chengfeng, along with others, gazed in awe at the unfolding scene. As the sword pool solidified, a figure materialized within the Starfall sword's projection. Witnessing this, the crowd fell to their knees, and Li Chengfeng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Master!" The projection turned to glance at the crowd before dissolving into a shower of light that scattered across the heavens and the earth. Li Chengfeng soared into the air, attempting to grasp the luminous rain, yet ultimately found nothing but emptiness. It dawned upon him that this was his master, the illustrious master of the Starfall sword throughout history. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly capable of transcending the confines of time and space, and beheld Lin Feng lying upon a lotus platform. In that moment, Li Chengfeng gained clarity about the path ahead. Chapter 28. The Star Peak sword domain. On this day, the weather was splendid, with gentle winds and drifting white clouds. In a secluded valley of the western region, a stream flowed serenely towards a small hill. Suddenly, the hill erupted, revealing a hidden subterranean river. Fragments of stone tumbled into the dark waters below, as sunlight dispersed the shadows within the hill's cave, casting shimmering reflections upon the water's surface. Meanwhile, a group of concealed dark bats flapped their wings in a state of confusion. At the end of the dark river, several figures emerged from the dust, with Pajun leading the charge. He had been dispatched by Li Chengfeng to address the small hillock. As Li Chengfeng had articulated, the gate of the star-falling sect must stand dignified and upright. How can it remain hidden in this dark cavern? Consequently, Pajun wholeheartedly embraced and perpetuated Li Chengfeng's esteemed tradition, armed with several old swords. He departed from the Star Peak sword domain and obliterated the small hillock. Furthermore, he had an additional task, to notify the major sects that the star-falling sect had officially established itself. Meanwhile, those remaining in the Star Peak sword domain began to reorganize the arrangements within the domain, with particular emphasis on the sword pool, which required a layered fortification to ensure impenetrability. For a sect of sword cultivators, the sword pool is of paramount importance. As cultivators refine their swords, they often tread the path of slaying. However, the path of slaying carries a heavy intent that can easily extinguish the spirit of the sword. Throughout their lives, sword cultivators typically develop a singular devotion to one sword. This sword serves as both their weapon and their companion in the pursuit of the Tao, and as time progresses, the swords of accomplished cultivators often manifest a spirit of their own, enhancing the cultivator's combat prowess. Nevertheless, the relationship between the cultivator and their sword is fraught with paradox. While a spirited sword can bolster its master's swordsmanship, it is also susceptible to the taint of bloodshed. Thus, for a sword cultivator, nurturing their sword is of utmost significance. It is not uncommon to observe cultivators carrying their swords with them, be it cradling, wielding, or sheathing them. This is not an act of pretension, but rather an essential practice. Particularly after each act of slaughter, they must tenderly care for their treasured blade, akin to soothing a beloved elder. At times, when there has been an excess of bloodshed, it is necessary to cleanse the sword with the essence of rootless waters. Thus, every sect of sword cultivators possesses a sword pool, the quality and size of which often dictate the strength of the sect. The newly established Starfall sect, with the assistance of Master Li Qingfeng, has given birth to its own sword pool. Consequently, the entire Starfall community treasures it dearly, striving to cultivate more rootless waters within the pool by collecting materials of the 5 elements. Naturally, no one desires to undertake the unpleasant task of offending others, prompting Li Qingfeng to resort to the fairest method of all, drawing lots. The unfortunate Broken Army sword drew the short straw, yet rather than lamenting, it accepted this fate with equanimity. In its perspective, since the Starfall sect had decided to re-emerge into the world, it should do so with great fanfare. What could be more ostentatious in this realm than demanding protection fees from others at their own gates? Thus, with a resounding blast echoing from a valley in the western regions, a group of seasoned swordsmen, more accurately described as old rogues, began to stir the currents of the Kanglan realm. Following the suggestion of the wedding dress, the Broken Army initially sought the expertise of a renowned calligrapher from the mundane world to draft invitations. These invitations were delivered by the sword itself, one by one, without the use of teleportation arrays. In this manner, news of the establishment of the Starfall sect spread throughout the Kanglan cultivation community, leaving some smaller sects utterly bewildered. Hadn't the Starfall sect always been one of the top 10 sects? How could it possibly establish itself anew? Yet, many of these smaller sects were disinclined to investigate further, since they had been acknowledged by one of the top 10 sects, receiving an invitation no less. They felt it only fitting to extend their courtesy. However, some were left puzzled as to why they needed to bring 5 element materials to the banquet. Certainly, this reflects the essence of the Broken Army. Since there is a need to collect interest, it would be prudent to invite some smaller sects as well. Do not underestimate these minor sects. While their foundations may be modest, their numbers are substantial. Apart from a few major sects to whom invitations were personally delivered by the Broken Army, the remaining smaller sects receive their invitations through designated messengers. There is no harm in sending multiple invitations. Every notable figure ought to be included. Even the renowned Ba Dao sect, which has made a name for itself in the western wilderness over the years, received an invitation. A robust man, brandishing a large red invitation, boisterously proclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Behold, my Ba Dao sect has indeed caught the eye of the Sword Saint. I must tell you, I witnessed the Sword Saint's prowess in Woniyu town. His broad sword and graceful form are truly the epitome of our cultivators' ideals. The Sword Saint's path of wild swordsmanship aligns perfectly with our Ba Dao sect's techniques." After making his declaration, he seized the opportunity to promote his sect. "Esteemed villagers, when it comes to training your children, choose our Ba Dao sect." However, at that moment, a member of the Black Tiger gang stepped forward to contest this claim. "Fellow villagers, do not be swayed by this burly fellow's boastfulness. Our Black Tiger gang received the Sword Saint's invitation 3 days ago. We are a prominent sect in the western wilderness, and our leader is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the soul perception realm. Therefore, for your children's training, it is only wise to come to our Black Tiger gang." The speaker from the Black Tiger gang was an elderly man with keen eyes, gesturing emphatically as he declared, "Products from the Black Tiger are guaranteed to be of the finest quality." In the midst of the bustling crowd, tensions flared between the Ba Dao men and the Heihu gang. It is well understood that the growth of any sect, particularly smaller ones like theirs, hinges upon the infusion of fresh blood. Consequently, the acquisition of disciples stands as a paramount duty for the development of a sect. Amidst the throng, an elderly man clad in red observed the scene with a smile, accompanied by a young maiden. These two were the wandering Lai Huashang Run and his disciple, Ali. Ali proposed, "Master, shall we not join the fray and witness the excitement?" She continued, "Isn't the treatment of Lin Feng our priority? He is destined to become the future sword master, and any efforts invested in him are undoubtedly worthwhile." With a sigh, Lai Hua replied, "Ah, Lin Feng. He is indeed a good child, but I fear this may be the end of his journey. His Qi is shattered, and his meridians destroyed. He is destined to live the life of a wealthy young master." He then remarked, "Yet, old Li is quite persistent, isn't he?" Tentatively, Ali inquired, "Shall we go and see Lin Feng?" With that, Lai Hua and Ali vanished into the crowd. At the northern snow mountain, outside the snow-capped peaks, Pu Jun soared through the air on his sword, arriving at the Tsanglan sect, his final destination. As he glided through the flurry of snowflakes, he mused, "Snowflakes are not mere flowers. They resemble plum blossoms, and plum blossoms echo the essence of snow. Yet, as time passes swiftly, The wandering youth transformed into the Paijun sword, and the sword dancer ascended to become the master of the Zhonglan sect. The rivers and lakes of the world have been a beautiful intoxication indeed. Paijun arrived at the entrance of the Zhonglan sect and presented his visiting card, proclaiming, Xingyun Paijun seeks an audience with the esteemed friends of the Zhonglan sect. The broken army deliberately unleashed his magical power, sending his voice resonating through the air. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to announce his arrival loudly. Li Wuqing, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Holding a Buddhist whisk, she flew straight towards the mountain gate. Upon reaching the gate, she observed Xianyuan Machu engaged in a cordial conversation with someone. Xianyuan Machu accepted the invitation from the broken army, his lips twitching involuntarily. How long would Li Chengfeng continue this? Not long ago, there were reports of disturbances within the secret treasure pavilion. Xianyuan Machu personally investigated and discovered that a contract stone had shattered. This chaotic stone was a gem capable of bearing the heavenly contract. Yet, it had been destroyed. Such a situation could only yield two outcomes. The heavenly contract had either been fulfilled or torn asunder by someone. Setting aside the former, could anyone truly shatter the highest level of the heavenly contract? Later, upon verifying the records, Xianyuan Machu found that the contract stone was specifically related to the Starfall Gate. He could not help but ponder about that extraordinary individual who had captivated an era and exerted immense pressure upon it. His uncle, the discarded disciple of the Kanglan sect. The master of the Starfall sword. Was it he? Xianyuan Machu remained uncertain. Perhaps it was Li Chengfeng himself. His heart was filled with myriad emotions as he silently lamented. Since ancient times, love often leads to lingering regret. Ultimately, what is the purpose of cultivation? He then saw Li Wuqing exchanging glances with the broken army. The broken army, shedding his usual playful demeanor, gazed earnestly at Li Wuqing and declared, once again, I have arrived. Li Wuqing replied, I am called Wuqing. The broken army responded, you remain eternally in my heart. Li Wuqing, still the same. Yet the person is no longer the same. Paijun paused momentarily, gazing at the strands of white hair interspersed among Li Wuqing's dark locks. He cast another steady glance at Li Wuqing, yet without hesitation, turned and soared away on his sword. Snow is not a flower, and a flower is not snow. Snow resembles plum blossoms, and plum blossoms resemble snow. The young Paijun remarked, snow is not a flower, and a flower is not snow, yet the fairy is here. And the subtle fragrance wafts through, for that snow resembles plum blossoms, and those plum blossoms resemble snow. The passage of time has submerged the past, and the relentless march of time has torn apart what once was. Li Wuqing understood that he was no longer himself, and she was no longer herself. In the western regions, still within that nameless valley, during these days, Lin Feng began to harbor doubts. He questioned whether his injuries could ever heal and whether he could continue his cultivation. Once, his master had promised to teach him the ways of cultivation, and he had borne the immense sword akin to a door plank. However, now his master no longer paid him any heed. This was a contemplation worthy of an 8-year-old child. Indeed, it had been a year since he left Niu Town. Throughout this year, he had endured much and witnessed even more. He observed the lofty practitioners engaging in duels of magic, met numerous kind-hearted individuals, and had been stained with blood. He had dreamt of an old man, an ancient tree, and a chattering green seed. He had suffered injuries and shed tears. And all of this made Lin Feng marvel at the wonders of the world, while simultaneously solidifying his resolve to cultivate. His master once stated that one should inquire about the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations in the heavens above, and he had vowed to become a great sword immortal. Thus, Lin Feng worked diligently and, in a playful manner, implored, Third uncle, please teach me to wield the sword. You see, you remain silent once again. You seldom utter a word. My uncle informed me that you were once quite the chatterbox. Is your silence a sign of disdain towards me? How am I to discern your feelings if you do not speak? Perhaps you harbor affection. If you spoke, I would know. Uncle San, do you tire from holding that sword? Allow me to assist you for a moment. I am capable, having once borne my master's great sword. Uncle San, please teach me the art of swordsmanship. I promise to keep it a secret. Lin Feng rambled on. Even he was unaware of what he was saying. His ultimate aim was to implore Jian San to impart his sword techniques. Yet, Jian San was neither unwilling nor unable to teach. He simply lacked the courage to do so. Without a reservoir of energy or meridians, how could one cultivate? How could the swordsmanship be executed without true chi or magical prowess? Jian Sen could only respond with silence, fortunate that his character arc was nearing its conclusion. As long as he could guide Lin Feng to his destination, he would eventually be able to teach Ergo, who was particularly adept at charming children. Lin Feng pranced around Jian San in little steps, and thus they arrived at the current Star Peak Sword Domain, once the ancient secret realm of the Xiantian Beast Garden. The small hill that once stood had vanished, and the dark river had transformed into an open stream, though the stalactites flanking the river remained, glistening with a dazzling golden light under the sun. At last, with Jian San's assistance, Lin Feng crossed the river and arrived at a grand gateway, before which stood a large stone tablet inscribed with 4 prominent characters: Star Peak, Sword Domain. Chapter 29. Young Sect Master Lin Feng, April 18th. A day of gentle winds and bright sunshine, the air clear and refreshing. Today marks the grand ceremony for the inauguration of the Starfall Gate. On this day, streams of luminous light traverse the skies above the western regions. Given that the Star Peak Sword Domain is situated far from any major city, the nearest teleportation array in Hanhai City lies a daunting 3,000 miles away, compelling numerous attendees to travel through the skies. All those in the Kanglan realm who have received an invitation to the Starfall Gate have gathered, with the most fervent among them being the Zhongding sect. The Haoyan sect has been utterly uprooted, and the Zhongding sect stands as the most promising candidate to ascend in its stead. Renowned for its mastery in artifact refinement, the Zhongding sect has garnered a reputation in Kanglan, with the adage proclaiming that produced by Zhongding, only the finest quality prevails. All treasures and magical items crafted by the Zhongding sect are highly sought after in the realm of cultivation. With the downfall of Haoyan Wuda at the hands of Li Chengfeng, a vacancy has emerged among Kanglan's top 10 sects, presenting an opportunity for the cultivation community to redefine the hierarchy during the Starfall Gate's opening ceremony. It is well understood that the impending Kanglan cataclysm looms, and the turmoil instigated by the Haoyan sect has left the community in trepidation. Thus, it is time to establish a new order among the top 10 sections. The prestige of these top 10 sects not only signifies formidable strength, but also embodies the authority within the Kanglan cultivation realm, enabling them to attract superior disciples and maintain numerous vassal sections. Consequently, for many lesser sects, ascending to the throne of the top 10 is the pinnacle of their aspirations. The Zhongding sect is no exception to this ambition. Prior to the downfall of the Haoyan sect, their support stemmed from Zhang Juyi. Now that the Haoyan sect has been dismantled, the Zhongding sect must seek a new foundation. They stand at a crossroads with 2 potential paths before them, either to establish themselves among the top 10 sects and bolster their power, or to seek a stronger ally to support their endeavors. As a sect dedicated to the art of forging, the Zhongding faction possesses considerable wealth, making it an object of desire for many. The sect's leader has received numerous overtures from several prominent factions, and while he is reluctant to continue in a subordinate role, he is also plagued by anxiety. However, upon receiving an invitation from the Break Army, the leader of Zhongding, Zhong Wuwei, finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Today, he had set out early with his disciples towards the western regions, bringing with him substantial gifts, for the coveted 5 elements materials were in abundance within Zhongding. He hoped to align himself with the esteemed Li Chengfeng. Just as they were nearing the nameless valley, Zhong Wuwei encountered an old acquaintance. "Brother Li Hua, you have come as well," Zhong Wuwei greeted, and upon seeing another unsuspecting target, Li Hua called out to Ali, Come. This is your uncle Zhong. Hurry and pay your respects, for he is the leader of the Zhongding faction and possesses a wealth of fine treasures." Zhong Wuwei's lips twitched involuntarily. It is said that like attracts like, and Li Hua had once roamed the world alongside Li Chengfeng, wreaking havoc. Ali approached Zhong Wuwei and respectfully performed the rites of a junior. "Uncle Zhong, may you attain boundless longevity. I am Ali, and I pay my respects to you." Ali performed a gesture of reverence, which, of course, was not an ordinary salute, but rather a customary acknowledgement among cultivators, steeped in significance. The ultimate goal of a cultivator is to achieve boundless longevity, and wishing someone to live 100 years in the realm of cultivation is akin to wishing them an early demise. In the fundamental understanding of practitioners, anyone below 100 years of age is considered part of the younger generation. At merely 11 years of age, Ali could still be deemed a mere child. Zhong Wuwei, his face alight with joy, returned Ali's respectful greeting. From his spatial storage, he retrieved an exquisite treasure, a flying saucer-shaped artifact adorned with 5 elemental spirit pearls. The artifact shimmered with the radiant hues of the 5 elements, embodying the eternal cycle of creation and destruction inherent in nature. This was indeed a rare gem, versatile in offense and defense, with the added benefit of gathering spiritual energy, an invaluable asset for both domestic tranquility and adventurous escapades. With a cheerful demeanor, Ali accepted the treasure, only to extend her hand again, signaling her desire for more. Though Zhong Wu Wei's smile faltered slightly, his composure as the leader of a sect remained intact. He produced another item from his storage, a pair of delicate bracelets, each embellished with a deep-sea merfolk spirit pearl. These bracelets not only enhanced water-based spells, but also possessed the power to purify the soul and calm the mind. Zhong Wu Wei believed that this offering should suffice. Yet, Ali graciously accepted the bracelets and expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. However, she quickly stowed the treasures away, only to extend her hands once more. The adage that one should not overindulge seemed lost on this little girl. Zhong Wu Wei glanced at Li Huashangren, who wore a smile but refrained from intervening. It is worth noting that over the past year, Li Hua had accompanied Ali on numerous journeys, their primary endeavor being to seek out masters and collect treasures, a pursuit in which the master and disciple had truly excelled. Once, the venerable mentor of Ali imparted wisdom, instructing that to thrive in the martial world, one must first cultivate a certain audacity. Only by shedding one's shame can one seize opportunities with aplomb. As Zhong Wu Wei observed the duo before him, he resolved not to unveil his treasures this time. Though the Zhongding sect boasted considerable wealth, it could scarcely withstand such insatiable leeches. Ali, noticing Zhong Wu Wei's lack of response, remained composed. She had encountered similar situations countless times over the past year and had become quite adept at navigating them. With a melodious voice, she addressed him, "Master Zhong, I have come to attend the grand ceremony of the Xingyun sect." Zhong Wu Wei affirmed, "Indeed." Ali continued, "Might Master Zhong be aware of Lin Feng, the young deputy leader of Xingyun sect?" Zhong Wu Wei nodded. "I have heard a little." "That is splendid. My junior brother Lin Feng is greatly favored by Master Li Chengfeng, and I share a close bond with him. Recently, I learned that he has sustained grave injuries, which has weighed heavily on my conscience. My primary purpose in coming here is to visit him. However, I find myself empty-handed. I humbly beseech Master Zhong to bestow upon me some treasures. I shall forever remember your great kindness." As Ali eloquently articulated her plea, Zhong Wu Wei found himself overwhelmed. This young girl, with her remarkable ability to weave tales, rivaled even her mentor. Yet upon reflection, if she truly had connections with Lin Feng, might there not be hope for the Zhongding sect? With renewed fervor, Zhong Wu Wei rummaged through his storage space for treasures, while Ali, collecting them, privately mused, "I shall allocate 1/10 to Lin Feng. After all, a disciple of such a remarkable master surely lacks for nothing." Thus, under the auspices of Zhong Wu Wei, who generously paved the way, Lin Feng embarked on a journey alongside Li Huashangren to attend the grand inauguration of the Xingyun Gate. Within the quaint and elegant confines of a time-honored pavilion nestled in the Star Peak Sword Domain, Lin Feng donned a splendid ceremonial attire. His hair was meticulously arranged, transforming him from the disheveled child he once was into a charming young lad, his bright eyes sparkling with vitality, and his sharp brows exuding an air of gallantry. As he gazed into the mirror, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Just a year prior, he had been a humble cowherd in Woniyu town, and now, he had ascended to the status akin to that of the young master Zhao Xiaobang. Lin Feng felt immense gratitude towards all those he had encountered, for they had unveiled to him a magnificent new world. As he stared into the mirror, Lin Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Recently, he had expressed a desire to learn to read, prompting Jianair to invite a tutor from the mortal realm. Though this teacher lacked any cultivation, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of certain realms of practice. The tutor also provided Lin Feng with books on the common knowledge of the cultivation world, which piqued his curiosity, leading him to peruse some of them. It was then that Lin Feng stumbled upon a harsh reality. A shattered qi rendered one incapable of cultivation. This was an immutable truth within the realm of cultivation. Lin Feng understood that his qi had been damaged because, during his unconscious state, he had faintly overheard his master's discussions. Initially, he believed that a ruptured qi was merely an ordinary injury, confident that his formidable masters would surely find a remedy. However, he now realized that a shattered qi was irreparable, and the notion of becoming a great sword immortal had become a distant dream. In an effort to validate the disheartening truth of his inability to cultivate, he surreptitiously sought the guidance of his master, Engineer, procuring the most renowned qi induction technique from a learned sage within the Kanglan realm. Following the instructions meticulously inscribed within the text, he endeavored to perceive the ethereal white orbs of light that danced amidst the cosmos, directing them into his being through sheer will. However, upon their entry, Lin Feng was besieged by excruciating pain throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, laboriously guiding the white orbs through his meridians towards the Qi Sea. To his dismay, he discovered that these luminous orbs did not linger. Instead, they flowed through a funnel-like aperture in the Qi Sea, escaping into the void. No matter how he strained to contain them, the spiritual energy eluded his grasp. After countless attempts, despair enveloped Lin Feng as he realized that everyone had deceived him all along. He was irreparably flawed. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through his gloom. Fengo, hurry. Join Uncle Air outside. There's a delightful commotion, and I assure you will relish it. Uncle, I am on my way, Lin Feng exclaimed, hastening towards the door. In his haste, he stumbled, but just as he was about to fall, Jian Air swiftly caught him. Haha, what has you so flustered? Excited? Elated? From this day forth, you shall be the young master of Xingyun's sect, destined to become a grand sword immortal. Jian Air laughed heartily, recalling Lin Feng's fervent aspirations to achieve the status of a grand sword immortal. Noticing Lin Feng's recent melancholia, Jian Air had endeavored to uplift his spirits with encouraging words. Yet, as time passed, Lin Feng seemed increasingly indifferent, leaving Jian Air perplexed. In the outer realm, within the Star Peak Sword Domain, a grand platform had been erected in the center of a lush, verdant prairie, designated for a ceremonial gathering. This elevated stage was filled to capacity, accommodating no fewer than 1,000 guests. As the sole female among the sword cultivators, despite her somewhat aloof demeanor, the bride, possessing a temperament far more amiable than that of her rugged male counterparts, undertook the responsibility of organizing this momentous celebration. Fortunately, she was aided by a group of disciples from the Lingxiu sect, led by Yun Xiao, some of whom were survivors from the previous Lingxiu Cave Heaven incident. It is noteworthy that these survivors harbored a secret concerning Lin Feng. At the zenith of noon, the sun's rays were at their most concentrated. Within the Star Peak Sword Domain, a sword-washing pool had been established, measuring approximately 1 mile in radius, from which hundreds of swords of varying sizes ascended into the air. Leading this magnificent display was a colossal golden sword, exuding an overwhelming and regal aura, guiding the other blades toward the banquet stage upon the prairie. The flying swords transformed into streaks of light, each radiating a different hue corresponding to their attributes, as they raced in pursuit of the dominant golden sword. The dazzling sword lights and the resounding echoes of their flight coalesced into a torrent of blades, sweeping across mountains and fields, drawing ever closer to the grand ceremony. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled crowd gazed skyward in awe, marveling at the grandeur unfolding before them. At that moment, Li Chengfeng made his entrance. Today, he presented a striking contrast to his usual disheveled appearance, with his hair meticulously groomed, flowing gracefully, and clad in a gray robe that complemented his silver locks, exuding an ethereal and transcendent presence. With a commanding gesture toward the platform, he proclaimed with a thunderous voice, "Starfall stand." A resounding roar followed. With a resounding crash, a sword monument slowly ascended from the center of the banquet stage. This monument exuded an air of antiquity, yet it was bisected, revealing only half of the character for fallen. However, at the command of Li Chengfeng, the stone tablet began to grow, transforming from a fragmented relic into a complete monument. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Star Fallen." The Star Fallen sword flew alongside the monument, standing in parallel. A sword and a stone monument frozen in the brilliance of the sun. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng, who had been with the sword, soared into the sky. He proclaimed to all present, "From this day forth, Lin Feng shall be the young master of Star Fallen, the next master of the Star Fallen sword." Upon hearing this declaration, those aware of the circumstances could not help but sigh. Appointing a wasted individual as the young master, had Li Chengfeng lost his mind? Chapter 30, Secret's Young Master? Lin Feng stood beside Li Chengfeng, surreptitiously observing his master. Everything Li Chengfeng had done in recent days had not escaped Lin Feng's notice. For him, encountering such a mentor was perhaps the greatest fortune of his life. "Disciple, Today, your wishes have finally been fulfilled. From now on, you shall have many uncles and senior brothers who will safeguard your path ahead. The future of Star Fallen belongs to you, and so too does the future of Kanglan, Li Chengfeng proclaimed. Yet, as he contemplated Lin Feng's circumstances, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. It seemed Lin Feng might never cultivate again. But what of it? Lin Feng remained his disciple. His master, the sword god, could sever ancient karmic ties for him, and thus, he too could restore his disciple's broken path, even if it meant turning Kanglan upside down. Lin Feng's voice caught in his throat, a mixture of excitement and sorrow evident in his demeanor. Master, can I truly succeed? Tears brimmed in his eyes. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's state, Li Chengfeng did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he delivered a firm slap to the back of his head. Silly disciple, why weep? A man must not shed tears. What is there to be so stirred about? As my disciple, you shall undoubtedly prevail. Li Chengfeng, contemplating this, summoned the Starfall sword. The sword circled Lin Feng gracefully before lifting him aloft. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng stood firmly upon the blade as the scorching sun poured down from the heavens, the golden sword reflecting its radiant brilliance. Bathed in this golden light, Lin Feng appeared as a deity, a solitary figure, a singular sword, witnessed by thousands. Lin Feng was officially inaugurated as the next sect leader of the Starfall sect. The founding ceremony of the Starfall sect was unpretentious. The flying swords in the sword pool performed a mesmerizing dance, and Li Chengfeng introduced the next leader before the festivities commenced. The banquet was organized by the disciples of the bridal dress and spirit elegance sects, while Li Chengfeng busied himself with greetings. No longer could he embrace the carefree days of his past. He had become a man with responsibilities. Now that he had established a sect, the powers and privileges associated with the top 10 sects must be firmly grasped. Though newly founded, Starfall sect was built upon the legacy of Li Chengfeng, the sword god. As for the inner circle, there were already 17 disciples at the Tribulation realm, who were, in essence, Li Chengfeng's brothers in arms, disciples of the sword god from years past, yet never officially acknowledged due to the constraints of the heavenly oath. In the realm of the fallen stars, the age-old tradition dictated that only one could inherit the legacy, a rule established through the celestial covenant over millions of years. However, the sword deity's defiance of this tradition heralded a new era for the Starfall sect, allowing it to flourish as a conventional sect. At a grand banquet, notable figures from the Kanglan realm filled the hall. Among the 10 prominent sects, 9 were present, with the top 3 being the Northern Kanglan sect, led personally by Xianyuan Machu, the Eastern Xingye sect, headed by the esteemed Elder Murong Chongqing, and the Southern Lihua sect, represented by Master Lihua and his disciple A Li. These 3 sects boasted an unfathomable legacy dating back to the ancient wars. The remaining sects were newer establishments formed after the Great Conflict. Notably absent was the leader of the Tianjian sect, Jian Wushuang, who was instead represented by an adorable porcelain doll of a girl, merely 7 or 8 years of age. Despite her youthful appearance, she commanded respect as the esteemed elder of the Tianjian sect, skilled in the art of swordsmanship. A flaw in her early cultivation had caused her to retain the form of a child. This elder, known simply as Qiu, was affectionately referred to as Elder Qiu, although some of her contemporaries preferred a different moniker. For instance, the host, Li Chengfeng, inquired, "Qiu doll, where is Jian Wushuang?" Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu's fury ignited. "Li mad dog, I shall reiterate, I am called Qiu, not Qiu doll. Should you continue this nonsense, I will dismantle your Star Peak sword domain." Li Chengfeng, unfazed by her ire, replied with a sheepish grin, "Qiu doll, no need for such hostility. After all, you once learned swordsmanship from my master. Why the formality? Back then, I too was called Qiu doll, and you seemed to enjoy it. I've never witnessed your wrath before." Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu became even more enraged. "Li Chengfeng, today I shall surely bring about your demise." Before her youthful voice could fade, a formidable aura erupted from Elder Qiu. She unfurled her sword domain, instantly enveloping everyone within its confines. The domain appeared shrouded in a gray mist, with countless swords suspended in midair, all aimed directly at Li Chengfeng. At that moment, a visitor from the Thousand Mechanisms sect, Tian Quan, stepped forth to intervene. "Qiu, do not stoop to the level of that old fool Li Chengfeng. We have pressing matters to attend to today." Elder Qiu, consumed by fury, paid no heed. She was resolute in delivering a lesson to Li Chengfeng. Otherwise, The epithet Qiu would once again be widely circulated. Over the years, anyone who dared to address her as Qiu had met an untimely fate. And Li Chengfeng would not be an exception. Realizing he could not dissuade Elder Qiu, Xianyuan Mo turned to Li Chengfeng, pleading earnestly, "Brother Li, today marks the grand inauguration of your Starfall sect. It is ill-advised to resort to violence. Perhaps you could take a step back?" However, retreat was an impossibility for Li Chengfeng. Moreover, he saw no fault in the title Qiu, as she was indeed a mere child. Thus, his efforts to counsel her were in vain. The swords within Elder Qiu's domain descended upon Li Chengfeng with a chilling brilliance, appearing menacing and swift, closing in on him in an instant. Just as Lin Feng worried for Li Chengfeng, the sword light that had reached him suddenly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Elder Qiu, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. How could you silently breach my sword domain?" Yet, Li Chengfeng remained unperturbed, a serene smile gracing his features. As the crowd observed, Li Chengfeng effortlessly dismantled Elder Qiu's attack, leaving them all in a state of contemplation. However, at that moment, Qiu articulated the profound truth behind it. The ability to silently shatter my sword domain could only signify one thing. You have attained the legendary realm of the sword domain. Elder Qiu's expression was one of disbelief. Yet, when the term sword domain reached the ears of Xianyuan Machu and Murong Changqing, despite not being sword cultivators themselves, they recalled the accounts within their sect's ancient texts. Sword cultivators possess a unique classification of realms, which is not determined by cultivation level, but rather categorized into various stages from the foundational level upwards. According to historical records, a sword cultivator who is utterly devoted to the sword can comprehend the sword heart. The sword heart signifies the unity of sword and self. When the sword heart is clear, one perceives the sword intent, which embodies the mighty forces of the universe. When the sword intent reaches its zenith, it transforms into a domain, creating an internal space. Above this sword domain lies the legendary sword realm, an indescribable state of existence. Since the dawn of the Kanglan cultivation world, only a handful have managed to attain the sword realm. Among them was the first sword master of the Starfall sword and the founding patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect, and now, astonishingly, yet another has emerged, Li Chengfeng's master. The sword god, Xianyuan Machu could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, is this a result of fortuitous destiny? Elder Qiu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately retracted the sword domain, for she understood that in the face of the sword realm, the sword domain was but a tender sprout. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede. The realm she had tirelessly pursued throughout her life had been achieved by this elderly man before her. In terms of talent, she felt she was in no way inferior to anyone, and in terms of effort, did her youthful form not convey something profound? If she could not ascend to immortality in this life, attaining the sword realm would at least allow her to close her eyes in peace. For the sword realm transcends the tribulation realm, belonging to the Tao. In a state of trepidation, Qiu inquired, "Have you succeeded?" This question, however, incensed those privy to the matter, while the disciples of Lingxiu sect, Sun and Moon cult, and Joyous sect appeared utterly perplexed. Tianquan, on the other hand, seemed to ponder deeply. In his heart, he mused, the sword realm? Could it be that the legendary sword has indeed arrived? Is it possible that Lin Feng is merely an illusion, a transient shift, and that the fortune has now befallen him? Yet, Tianquan quickly dismissed the thought. It should not be so. If the fates had favored Li Chengfeng, it would not be at this moment, but rather much earlier, before he entered the tribulation realm. Now, having entered the tribulation realm, Li Chengfeng is burdened with calamity, and the heavenly destiny of Kanglan cannot possibly merge with the calamity aura. At this juncture, Murong Changqing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Dressed in a Taoist garb, he appeared ethereal, yet there was a lack of that celestial aura at this moment. With a hint of anticipation, Murong Changqing asked, "Have you truly transcended the 3 disasters and 5 calamities?" Upon hearing this, the other sects began to grasp the implications. Sword realm? Could it be the legendary domain? However, Li Chengfeng shook his head in response. The 3 disasters and 5 calamities are not so easily overcome. My master is also of the sword realm, yet he has not succeeded. I can't help but feel that the heavens are conspiring against us. Murong Changqing, disappointment etched on his face, shook his head. Becoming immortal seems to remain an elusive dream. He had initially believed that Li Chengfeng had taken that pivotal step ahead of them, which would have offered them all a glimmer of hope. Yet, he had not anticipated that Li Qingfeng remained ensnared within this realm of tribulation. At this moment, Tianquan interjected, "It is not the heavens, but humanity." Upon these words, Yun Shao of the Spirit Bloom sect, the venerable Jishin of the Joyous Union Monastery, and the left protector of the Sun Moon sect all turned their gazes toward Tianquan. Awaiting his response, Tianquan stepped into the center and began to expound in detail. "Esteemed ones, you are all cognizant of the impending Great Tribulation, a premonition from the Tao of Heaven. Yet, does anyone know the origin of this calamity?" Yun Shao inquired. "Could it be the enigmatic figure who devastated my Spirit Bloom grotto?" The assembly appeared perplexed by this query. Li Qingfeng, growing impatient with the suspense, interjected, "Old Tianquan, cease your riddles and elucidate the matter with clarity. Or else, I shall cleave your skull and seek the truth myself." Tianquan, poised to reveal all, seemed to reconsider. His gaze shifted to Ollie and Lin Feng, and the others immediately comprehended. Eyes turned towards the blazing fire and Li Qingfeng. Though impetuous, Li Qingfeng was not foolish. He deemed it best that Lin Feng remain ignorant of these affairs for the time being. Meanwhile, the two young ones, with ears perked to catch the secret, perceived a fleeting blur before succumbing to slumber. Tianquan surveyed the assembly, now comprised of the core figures of the Azure Wave cultivation world, and proceeded to disclose the earth-shattering revelation. The tribulation of immortality, who shall decree it? Neither heaven nor Tao, but humankind. Tianquan pronounced, "The great tribulation of Azure Wave is also the great tribulation of you, the masters of the tribulation realm." Chapter 31. Obsession. The inauguration ceremony of the Starfall Gate concluded before sunset. The arrival was marked by a surge of people, while the departure resembled the ebb of a tide, leaving scattered petals in its wake. The Starfall Gate had amassed a substantial bounty of 5-element treasures, undoubtedly sufficient to expand the sword-cleansing pool by a considerable margin. For the invited smaller sects, this gathering presents an invaluable opportunity for mutual support and camaraderie. The essence of cohesion and warmth among the smaller factions constitutes their core values. Meanwhile, the leader of the dominant Blade sect is busily forging connections, eager to meet fellow wanderers of the Jianghu. On the other hand, the chief of the Black Tiger Gang is equally occupied, for in this world, having numerous friends paves many paths. Some arrive with joy, while others depart with equal delight, for each has attained that which they sought. However, Zhong Wuwei finds himself in a state of discontent. His countenance is a deep shade of purple as he observes the top 10 sects convening without his inclusion. This exclusion weighs heavily on his heart, for he considers himself a prospective member of the elite circle, yet these individuals disregard him. As if that were not enough, they have even initiated a sword domain, and he had contemplated mustering the courage to approach, thinking that with the presence of the Li Huashang run, the situation would not be too awkward, especially given the favors he had received from them. However, as he drew near, he was met with a dreary sword domain that barred him from entry. Faced with this predicament, Zhong Wuwei had no choice but to wait outside, reasoning that eventually, those within would conclude their duel and emerge. Yet, this wait stretched on for quite some time, until the sun began its descent, and at last, the sword domain was lifted. One by one, the influential figures of the top 10 sects emerged, with Xianyuan Mosh leading the way, followed by the Li Huashang run. Just as he prepared to greet Li Hua, the latter, with an expression of grave seriousness, swept his sleeve and ascended into the air, departing without acknowledgement. Zhong Wuwei had prepared a speech, yet before he could utter a word, he was met with disdain. Not only that, but he also observed the expressions of others mirrored that sentiment. Even the celestial figure, Yun Shao, wore a frosty demeanor, while the 10 esteemed guests appeared to completely disregard his presence. Zhong Wuwei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, for he understood that the indifference of others mattered little as long as Li Qingfeng acknowledged him. At long last, Li Qingfeng emerged, cradling the unconscious Lin Feng in his arms. Zhong Wuwei promptly stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. "Sword Saint, I trust you are well." Li Qingfeng cast a glance at Zhong Wuwei, pondering his identity. The face seemed unfamiliar, yet oddly reminiscent. His expression appeared to inquire, "Who are you?" Zhong Wuwei felt somewhat speechless. Li Qingfeng had visited his Zhongding sect on numerous occasions, while they could hardly be deemed friends. They had crossed paths enough times to warrant some recognition. Moreover, Was it not Li Qingfeng who had extended the invitation? What was the meaning of this unfamiliarity? With sincerity, Zhong Wuwei responded, I would not presume to call you a friend in your esteemed presence, Sword Saint. I am Zhong Wuwei, the head of the Zhongding sect. I come with no ulterior motives. I have heard that your esteemed sect is gathering the 5 elements treasures, and I wish to contribute this small token of goodwill. As he spoke, he presented a storage bracelet. Li Qingfeng's keen senses detected its substantial contents. Zhong Wuwei then glanced at Lin Feng in Li Qingfeng's arms and, inspired by a sudden thought, produced a selection of precious materials. Among these treasures were rare items capable of replenishing the essence of life, such as the crimson fruit, dragonbeard grass, and everlasting fig, totaling an impressive array of about 10 types. Li Qingfeng accepted the matter with a smile, perceiving it as an absolute windfall. Zhong Wuwei, delighted by Li Qingfeng's amiable demeanor, harbored no further thoughts. In his view, these treasures were sufficient to bolster his Zhongding sect, for even the profits sought by others fell far short of a third of this bounty. The primary reason for choosing Li Qingfeng was the reliability of this towering figure. With a beaming countenance, Li Qingfeng exuded joy, and Zhong Wuwei, feeling pleased, seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. However, Li Qingfeng's initially pleasant mood began to wane due to Zhong Wuwei's incessant chatter, which he found particularly irksome. Consequently, he unceremoniously interrupted, urging him to state his business directly. Zhong Wuwei, a seasoned individual, recognized that he had perhaps overstated his praise, so he finally revealed his intent. Upon hearing it, Li Qingfeng initially presumed it to be a matter of great significance and casually acquiesced, as his primary concern was to ensure the well-being of the young Lin Feng. With Li Qingfeng's consent, Zhong Wuwei departed with elation, deeming the venture truly worthwhile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, nearly all the guests had vacated the premises, leaving behind only a scattering of refuse in the once grand banquet hall. Fortunately for cultivators, disposing of such debris posed no challenge. With a mere incantation, a tempest arose, sweeping away the remnants of the gathering and lifting the banquet table skyward, carried off by a swirling vortex straight toward the Xingfeng sword domain. In no time, the verdant expanse returned to its pristine state, save for the monumental stone tablet that now stood in the center, rising majestically against the setting sun, resembling a sword thrust into the ground, casting a long shadow that stretched far and wide. Once again, the sun graced the day as expected. The Star Peak sword domain, being nestled within the mystical realm of the Kanglan surface, was spared the worry of illumination. The sun remained a singular celestial body, its radiant light streaming through the dimensional veil and illuminating the Star Peak sword domain. As the gentle sunlight filtered into Lin Feng's chamber, he opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut. Today promised to be yet another splendid day. It had been some time since the grand ceremony of departing the mountain, and during these days, Lin Feng had witnessed the transformation of the Star Peak sword domain. He had also gained 17 uncles and elders. Yet, amongst them was one unique presence. She insisted on being called Aunt. In Lin Feng's recollection, his aunt always donned garments of crimson, reminiscent of a wedding dress. The other uncles and elders referred to her as wedding dress, but Lin Feng simply addressed her as Aunt. Over the past few days, the familiarity of calling her Aunt had grown. The wedding dress treated Lin Feng exceptionally well, even surpassing the care he received from Sword 2, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed by such attention. Just as Lin Feng opened his eyes, he heard a commotion outside his door. The wedding dress entered, gracefully holding a delicate porcelain bowl containing a delightful 8 treasures snow lotus porridge, his breakfast, or rather, his medicinal meal. Fenger, it's time for your porridge. With a swift motion, Lin Feng rolled out of bed, feeling slightly embarrassed as he looked at his aunt. Aunt, Fenger has yet to wash up. There's no rush. Approaching Lin Feng's room, the wedding dress placed the porridge on the table and, with a sense of urgency, moved ahead of him to the golden bronze basin filled with clear water, from which hung a towel. With a delicate hand, she dampened the towel and said, Fenger, let Aunt help you. Jia Yi knelt down, holding a damp towel, and carefully wiped away the traces of tears from Lin Feng's eyes. Aunt, let me do it myself, Lin Feng protested. Observing the tear stains at the corners of his eyes, Jia Yi smiled and inquired, Did you have another nightmare? How can a young man like you be frightened to tears? Perhaps I should keep you company tonight? Her smile radiated like blossoms in sunlight, illuminating her exquisite face. But you must promise not to cry anymore. After breakfast, I shall take you to play on the prairie. Lin Feng nodded earnestly. No more tears, I promise. He accepted the jade bowl from Jia Yi's hands, savoring each bite slowly. In recent days, Lin Feng often concealed himself under the covers, weeping quietly. For every time he witnessed the newly admitted disciples training vigorously in the courtyard, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Yet, he was confined like a caged bird, living a life of luxury. His master had become increasingly busy, often appearing only every few days, while his second uncle was preoccupied with teaching the new disciples. The rising stars were all engrossed in their own pursuits, leaving him, the young master, to spend his days eating and sleeping. Despite the abundant care from his uncles and aunts, Lin Feng felt an unending sense of loneliness and melancholy, for he believed they were deceiving him. In the stillness of the night, he would often hide away to weep in silence, and although Jia Yi noticed his distress, Lin Feng used nightmares as a pretext. Though merely 8 years old, he was gradually beginning to understand the complexities of life. These uncles were truly kind-hearted individuals, and undoubtedly, his aunt was as well. Lin Feng finished the medicinal dish in just a few bites. As he lifted his head, he found himself captivated by the gaze of his aunt, who was staring intently at him with her beautiful, large eyes, radiating profound affection. "Aunt, you are so beautiful," Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, which elicited a delightful giggle from his aunt, a sound akin to a startled swan that dazzled the morning light and enchanted the passage of time. She playfully tapped the tip of Lin Feng's nose and teased, "You little rascal. Yin Xiao has mentioned that you are quite the sly one. Now tell me, where would you like to go today? Your aunt will take you out to play." No. Aunt is already very beautiful," Lin Feng quickly protested, insisting that he was a good child who never told lies. Yet, almost immediately, he noticed his two fingers playing with each other mischievously. But, today I want to go to the training grounds." "Yes, I am going to see my second uncle," Lin Feng admitted, appearing somewhat anxious. His aunt, with a playful smile, replied, "Very well. Today, I shall take you to the training grounds. As per our usual custom, you must find me first. Let the games begin. I shall count to 5. 1, 2. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he discovered himself in a dye shop, surrounded by vibrant fabrics that floated in the air, suspended on bamboo poles. He skillfully pushed aside one piece of cloth after another, calling out, "Aunt, where are you? I have come to find you." He first shouted towards the east, then stealthily tiptoed towards the west, employing a strategy his teacher referred to as making a diversion. Lin Feng found himself within the realm of the wedding dress, a place designated by the wedding dress to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. This was due to Lin Feng's understanding that this was the sword domain that emerged after one achieved mastery in swordsmanship, which filled him with endless excitement. On that fateful day, Lin Feng clamored to venture outside, and the wedding dress, struck by inspiration, released the sword domain to frolic alongside him. Over time, the two had grown accustomed to playing within this domain. The wedding dress's sword domain was the realm of mortal swords, an embodiment of her most profound memories. The dye vats, the cloths fluttering in the wind, and the playful figures of two little girls chasing each other were indelibly etched in the wedding dress's mind. Symbols of her unwavering dedication to the art of swordsmanship. A millennium ago, in a dye house located in the eastern domain, two delightful little girls were engrossed in a game of hide-and-seek. "Sister, where are you?" The little wedding dress tiptoed, parting the dyed cloth in search of her sister. However, as she searched, a sudden cry pierced the air. It was her sister's voice. In an instant, a group of fierce men wielding knives stormed into the dye house, seizing the wedding dress's sister. The little girl, flailing her arms in desperation, shouted to the approaching wedding dress, "Sister, you must run." Despite the fearsome presence of the armed men, the little wedding dress charged forward without hesitation. "You villains, release my sister," she exclaimed, striking and scratching at them. Yet, the men appeared unfazed, as though merely tickled by her efforts. With a swift kick, one of them sent the little wedding dress flying, crashing into a dye vat. Blood mixed with dye rendered it impossible to discern the two. At that moment, one of the men commanded, "Stop playing around, quickly seize the target." "Yes, boss," they responded. As the burly men wielding knives prepared to take away her sister, the young bride struggled to her feet once more. With a feeble voice, she cried out, "You! Let go of my sister." To her astonishment, she was still alive. The knife-wielding thug approached her, raising his weapon high. Just as it seemed to descend upon her, the man suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness in an instant. Chapter 32. My sword is your sword, who are you? Where's my sister? In a valley. A roaring bonfire blazed brightly as the young bride directed her questions at the man clad in white before her. You have awakened. Would you care for a roasted yam? He offered, presenting a vibrant red yam to her. With a swift motion, she slapped it away. Where's my sister? What have you done with her? The man in white chuckled softly. Your sister is safe. She has gone to a better place. You are deceiving me, she retorted. Do I truly need to deceive a young girl like you? He replied gently. Tilting her head, she scrutinized the man before her. His smile was consistently warm. And for reasons unknown, she instinctively trusted his words. Come, eat, he encouraged, extending another yam. Compelled by an unknown force, she accepted it. Sniffing it before taking a small bite, her demeanor adorably innocent. Observing her enjoyment, the man in white said, From now on, you shall train with me in swordsmanship. Yet, the young bride savored the yam, its taste evoking a sensation as if it could transcend the passage of millennia. In the realm of the red dust, Lin Feng was in search of the wedding attire and finally discovered it beside the dye vat. The wedding attire appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought. Lin Feng leaped forward and embraced it. At last, I've caught you, my dear aunt, he exclaimed. Indeed, this time I have made significant progress. Come, aunt, let me take you to the training grounds. The wedding attire rose to her feet, taking Lin Feng's hand. As they moved, the once vibrant dye house shattered like a mirror, and their figures materialized at the threshold. Hand in hand, they strode out into the world beyond. Outside, the sky stretched endlessly blue. The wedding attire pulled Lin Feng aloft, their destination being the inner realm of the Star Peak Sword Domain, a celestial world nestled within a verdant stone tablet at the heart of a palace complex. Upon arriving beside the stone tablet, they were greeted by two disciples stationed there. Elder Hongshun, they called out. Their eyes widened as they beheld the celestial being they revered being led by a mere young boy, igniting a surge of envy and admiration within them. How fortunate it would be if it were they in his place, they mused silently. Open the inner realm. I wish to enter, commanded the wedding attire. The disciples, having never encountered Lin Feng before, were bound by their duty to prevent any strangers from entering. One of the disciples, emboldened, inquired, Elder Hongshun, may I ask who this young gentleman is? We are tasked with guarding this place, and we kindly request that you disclose his identity. In the newly established Starfall, a diverse mix of disciples arrived daily from the outside world. Yet due to its recent formation, the rules were stringent. Even elders were not permitted to overstep their boundaries. The bridal attire did not pose a challenge to the two disciples present, who were indeed quite diligent. However, on this occasion, they were mistaken. The bridal attire spoke. This is Lin Feng, the young master of the Starfall sect. Lin Feng, was he the very Lin Feng? The two pondered, having heard of him, though they had not laid eyes upon him, as they had not attended the sect's grand inauguration. Yet, despite their lack of acquaintance, they were aware of Lin Feng's illustrious reputation, although they had heard tales of his supposed demise. Naturally, they dared not voice such thoughts in the presence of the bridal attire. Regardless, Lin Feng was now the young master, prompting the two to bow respectfully. Subordinates, we pay our respects to the young master. Lin Feng found himself somewhat at a loss, hiding behind the bridal attire. She smiled and gently urged him forward. Feng, come, let them rise. This marked Lin Feng's first experience of receiving such a greeting, leaving him profoundly affected. Throughout his days as a beggar, he had been the most humble of beings, often needing to bow and scrape just to secure a morsel of food. A peculiar sensation washed over him, one that was both comforting and filled with pride. He vowed to remember this feeling. Enough. Let us proceed inside. With a wave of her hand, the two gatekeepers rose to open the portal to the inner realm. After a brief disorientation, the bridal attire led Lin Feng into a new expanse. This world had once served as a prison for countless demon beasts. However, with the efforts of the sword cultivators of the Starfall sect, many formidable demons had been slain or captured, leaving behind primarily those of the spirit-sensing realm. The training ground spoken of by Lin Feng is situated in the summer region, where the blazing sun shines fiercely and the yellow sands swirl about. Within this arena, hundreds of young swordsmen wield their blades in unison with Jian Air, diligently practicing. One sword stroke after another, the youths, brimming with vitality, seem oblivious to the scorching sun above. Lin Feng gazes at these children, who are of similar stature to himself, feeling a twinge of envy as he trails behind Jia Yi, who holds his hand. Young ones, take a break. Upon hearing Jian Air's voice, The hundreds of young swordsmen immediately sheath their swords and sit cross-legged, commencing their unique sword cultivation practice beneath the relentless sun. Jian Run then glides over to Lin Feng. Fenger, what brings you to your second uncle's side today? Haha, just as it should be. It's no fun following this woman around. Only a man understands another man. Henceforth, you shall train with your second uncle. Jia Yi, however, remained silent, quietly producing the red dust sword and pressing it against Jian Er's chest, her stance suggesting that should he utter another word, he would find himself thoroughly pierced. Jian Er promptly fell silent, yet Lin Feng seized the opportunity to respond. All right then. I shall train with you, second uncle, Lin Feng remarked mischievously. He was well aware that he was not meant to practice swordsmanship, but he was unwilling to abandon the prospect altogether. He understood that during these days, everyone deliberately refrained from mentioning cultivation, instead opting to indulge Jia Yi in feasting and merriment, all in an effort to dissuade him from thoughts of training. Absolutely not. Both Jian Er and Jia Yi exclaimed simultaneously. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jia Yi then leaned down, speaking softly, Feng, let us venture over to the autumn region yonder, for there are many delightful fruits to savor. Jian Er also echoed, indeed. Let your wedding dress and take you to play over there. This place is filled with dullness and holds nothing of interest. Lin Feng observed the clumsy performance of the two, a scene that had unfolded countless times over these recent days. Whenever he expressed a desire to cultivate, they would invariably divert the conversation or shift their focus elsewhere. The more they did so, the more discontented Lin Feng became. He gazed upon the hundreds of sword children on the training grounds, all of similar stature to himself, and finally voiced the words that had been trapped within his heart for far too long. Is it truly impossible to cultivate after my energy sea has shattered? Uncle Aunt. Feng truly wishes to cultivate. Tears streamed from Lin Feng's eyes. He was once a prodigy, yet now he felt like a complete failure. And the most disheartening part was that everyone around him refused to abandon him, this so-called waste. Fenger, the wedding dress, and embraced Lin Feng, allowing his tears to soak her delicate ropes. I know that for these past days, you all have been avoiding me, Master has been avoiding me, Uncle has been avoiding me. Everyone has been avoiding me. When I said I wanted to cultivate, you always deflected me with other matters. You think I am just a child, that I know nothing. But I know everything since that night. My foundational path has been destroyed, my energy sea has ruptured, and I have become a complete and utter failure. Lin Feng choked as he broke free from the embrace of the wedding dress aunt. So please allow me to try. I do not understand what an energy sea is, nor do I comprehend what a foundational path entails. I only wish to cultivate. I want to become a great sword immortal. Lin Feng, with a resolute tone, poured out all the grievances he had accumulated over the days, his words laced with tears. Jian Er, hesitating to speak, felt a deep sense of guilt as he observed Lin Feng's state. If only he had been more careful and prudent in the past. The figure before him would not be that of a tearful boy, but rather a dazzling prodigy, shining with brilliance. Jian Er gently patted Lin Feng's head, glancing around at the hundreds of sword disciples, and proclaimed loudly, the young master of Xingyun Gate, Lin Feng, shall be the one to whom you pledge your loyalty in the future. From this day forth, your swords will be his swords. Long live the young master. With a triumphant gesture, Jian Er raised his arm, and the hundreds of disciples echoed in unison, long live. Long life. My sword is also your sword. Jian Er leaned down and spoke softly. What does it matter if you cannot cultivate? The entirety of Xingyun will stand as Lin Feng's support. Jia Yi embraced Lin Feng, saying, Fenger, the wonders of this world do not solely rely on cultivation. Look at the fragrant flowers of spring, the chirping insects of summer, the bountiful fruits of autumn, and the fragrant plum blossoms amidst the snow of winter. Your life, with us by your side, will be a magnificent journey. Lin Feng remained silent, understanding that these were merely comforting words from the crowd. Yet, he did not wish to surrender. What if he could not cultivate? He possessed an indomitable spirit. I want to practice swordsmanship, Lin Feng declared earnestly. Jian Er and Jia Yi exchanged glances, well aware that Lin Feng's stubbornness had been vividly displayed throughout their time together. He held a unique pride. However, his current physical condition did not permit him to continue his endeavors. As the two found themselves in a quandary, a voice resonated from above. If he wishes to train, then let him train. The voice of Li Chengfeng echoed from the heavens. With a flourish, he summoned the Starfall sword, which split from beneath his feet and thrust itself firmly into the ground before Lin Feng. Pick it up, this shall be your sword. Chapter 33. Cultivation. Lin Feng bent down to retrieve the sword, attempting to hoist the Starfall sword onto his back, as he had always done. However, as he ran to place it upon himself, he was met with an overwhelming weight, as if it were a mountain pressing down upon him. Time and again, he endeavored to lift it, his face flushed with exertion. Despite summoning every ounce of strength, he found the Starfall sword utterly immovable. With effort, with determination, he fought. Yet without Li Chengfeng's control over the sword's weight, the 8-year-old Lin Feng stood no chance of shifting it. The day you can lift it, you shall join them in cultivation. Li Chengfeng hovered in the air, having maintained an ethereal demeanor since the grand opening ceremony of the Starfall sect. The disheveled appearance he once bore was now a relic of the past. He was no longer the carefree wanderer. He had disciples and followers, and thus he had to present a dignified facade. Clad in a flowing gray-white robe, his hair and beard danced in the wind. He observed Lin Feng from above, allowing him to struggle. Lin Feng was resolute in his desire to lift the Starfall sword, driven by a fierce unwillingness to concede. A year prior, he had shouldered this massive blade daily. If his past self could do it, then surely his present self could as well. Gritting his teeth and disregarding the pleas of his wedding dress, he firmly believed in his potential. Yet, in truth, all of Lin Feng's efforts proved futile. Whether he hoisted or pushed, the Starfall sword remained steadfast and unyielding. Li Chengfeng timely remarked, "Let it go. If it is unfeasible, then relinquish it. You shall remain the young master of the Starfall sect, living a carefree life of opulence." He casually spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone remarkably ordinary, as if genuinely advising, yet simultaneously encouraging the individual before him. However, when these words reached Lin Feng's ears, they transformed into boundless motivation. Relinquish? Is that even a possibility? Once more, Lin Feng charged towards the golden giant sword, exclaiming loudly to Li Chengfeng, "You old curmudgeon! Is it not your attachment to the Starfall sword that compels you to suggest I give up? To abandon it is utterly out of the question." His proclamation instantly stirred a commotion among the hundreds of sword disciples. How could he be so audacious? That was the Sword Saint, the current master of the Starfall sect. The Lin Feng who had moments ago been weeping and lamenting now appeared transformed, brimming with vigor and resolve. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng burst into hearty laughter. "This is the disciple of mine, Lin Feng. What sort of demeanor is it to weep and wail? Now, go and seize the sword that rightfully belongs to you. From this day forth, you shall cultivate alongside them." Sword 2 and the bride looked at Li Chengfeng in confusion. Did he not previously decree that Lin Feng should refrain from engaging in cultivation for the time being? How could it be that after only a few days, this old fellow had once again lost his senses? Could it be that a breakthrough had occurred? Sword 2 eagerly communicated telepathically, "Old man, have you discovered a way to restore Lin Feng's qi?" The bride's wide eyes were fixed upon Li Chengfeng, glancing between him and Lin Feng, finally realizing that this child had been given a glimmer of hope. However, the subsequent words of Li Chengfeng fell upon their hearts like a bucket of cold water on a winter's day. With a sense of despair, Li Chengfeng lamented, "There is none. Throughout the ages, there has never been a method to restore the sea of qi in the Kanglan realm. If such a remedy exists, it can only be found above." He gestured toward the heavens, asserting that nothing in the mortal realm could compare to the celestial realm. Yet, after countless millennia, the celestial was but a legend. Jia Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Then why did you send Fenger to retrieve the sword?" To know of hope is to face the greatest disappointment. When he grows older, what will he think? He will only suffer more. This child, so young, had already endured such hardships. Wasn't the establishment of the Starfall sect intended to grant him a stable and prosperous life? Li Chengfeng gazed at the little figure below, who was gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to draw the sword. With a whimsical tone, he remarked, "He is no ordinary person. It is essential to understand that calamity qi is an existence that even the heavenly principles must avoid. Ultimately, calamity qi does not belong to this realm but originates from above. The heavenly principles here are merely a fusion of the will of Kanglan's beings." Li Chengfeng had already learned the secret of calamity qi from Tian Quan. It simply involves obtaining something. The current inability of Lin Feng to cultivate does not signify a permanent condition. Li Chengfeng firmly believed that Lin Feng's inability to practice was merely temporary, for he had the confidence to carve out a bright and expansive future for his disciple. In this lifetime, he was destined to become an immortal. Moreover, upon his arrival in the inner world, Li Chengfeng sensed a unique transformation in the Starfall sword. Even though Lin Feng's sea of qi was shattered, it still acknowledged him. It is imperative to mention Li Chengfeng's feelings of guilt and self-interest. His affection for Lin Feng is undeniable. However, upon learning of his master's, the sword god's, dying wish, he bears the heavy burden of the Starfall's legacy. Thus, Li Chengfeng's purpose in coming to this training ground today is to once again invoke the sword-seeking method of the sword master of the Starfall Gate, albeit merely as an experiment. Yet, what he did not anticipate was the unwavering bond the Starfall sword still shares with Lin Feng. Historically, there have been instances where the chosen successors of the Starfall sword met with untimely demise. Much like the Kanglin Heavenly Path, the Starfall sword is selfish. It is only drawn to those with immense potential for the future. Consequently, when Li Chengfeng sensed the faint signals emanating from the Starfall sword, he was filled with excitement. The adage, once a disciple, always a disciple, resonates strongly with him, especially as Lin Feng holds a special place in his heart. Should there be hope for Lin Feng, Li Chengfeng would unequivocally disregard any other candidates. The bride's attire and the sword were utterly perplexed. Are they not ordinary individuals? Not a single person present is ordinary. At that moment, Lin Feng charged forward once more, his face flushed. Finally, the golden giant's sword began to tremble. Lin Feng slid beneath the sword's body, skillfully lifting it onto his back. Li Chengfeng's eyes brightened at this sight. He had not assisted Lin Feng in adjusting the weight of the sword, which weighed 1,200 pounds. How could this seemingly powerless young boy, whose foundation had been shattered, manage to lift it again? However, before he could ponder further, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with the residue of spiritual herbs. Boom! Fenger! The bride cried out in alarm as she rushed forward, immediately scooping up Lin Feng. After inspecting him, she shot a fierce glare at Li Chengfeng. From this day forward, you, and you, do not approach my Feng. With those words, she soared into the sky, leaving behind a bewildered Jian heir. He turned to Li Chengfeng, questioning, "Did you instigate this? He is your cherished disciple." Li Chengfeng shot him a furious glare. What nonsense. What about Lin Feng's secret training? You've been the one overseeing him all this time. What? Training? Jian heir exclaimed in shock. He had been preoccupied with training the new recruits of the Xingyun sect and had not paid attention to Lin Feng's situation. It was well known that due to his injuries, Lin Feng had been consuming rare treasures and elixirs, so it was entirely normal for him to retain some spiritual energy within him. Indeed, he has been training. Li Chengfeng continued fiercely. Lin Feng forcibly channeled his meridians and gathered energy to lift that enormous sword weighing over 1,200 pounds. Don't tell me he learned the art of energy manipulation without a teacher. Without a teacher. Without. Jian heir repeated, suddenly realizing his oversight. He had indeed arranged for a literate tutor for Lin Feng a while back. That old fellow must have secretly taught Lin Feng. In this world, cultivation was not a secret. Lin Feng had not been exposed to the methods of energy manipulation while in Wonyu town, likely due to the old ox's consistent support in solidifying his foundation. Afterward, Lin Feng had wandered alongside Li Chengfeng, thus having little exposure to cultivation techniques. Yet, fortuitously, the tutor Jian heir had found for Lin Feng was not merely a teacher of letters. He also provided enlightenment in the ways of cultivation. Jian heir was well aware of Lin Feng's condition. Due to the collapse of his innate Dao foundation, Lin Feng's qi lay in ruins, and his meridians had been severely damaged and even withered. Despite receiving timely assistance from Tian Quan, Lin Feng's meridians remained constricted or obstructed. This explained why, despite consuming copious amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had not been overwhelmed. The spiritual essence merely traversed his esophagus like ordinary food, failing to penetrate his meridians. Even if it entered the qi, it slipped away like water through a funnel. It was a universally acknowledged truth that Lin Feng could not cultivate. Not only could his qi not retain spiritual essence, but his meridians were entirely incapable of allowing it to flow. Unless he endured excruciating pain to forcibly assimilate the essence, his situation would not change. In a moment of clarity, Jian heir understood why Lin Feng had been frequently spitting blood and why his bed was often stained with crimson in the morning. It turned out that this young man had been secretly attempting to cultivate. Yet what was the point? It only served to augment his suffering and subject him to boundless torment. Were it anyone else, they would have long since abandoned such a futile endeavor, not due to a lack of will, but because no one in the entire Kanglin realm would treat rare treasures as mere sustenance, like Lin Feng did. Jianair murmured, old fellow. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you could check on Lin Feng for me? Li Qingfeng remained silent, deliberately placing the Xingyun's sword aside, its golden light radiating a chilling aura. It seemed it had been quite some time since I last had the opportunity to bestow a good thrashing upon you. How I missed that little snot-nosed brat who used to call me senior brother with such innocence. At that time, you were exceedingly charming, but now. Jianair was drenched in cold sweat. What has transpired? Now, you are the leader of the Starfall sect, and this is before hundreds of newcomers. You ought to show me some respect. Jianair felt like weeping without tears. Before he could react, he suddenly sensed a shift in space and found himself within Li Chengfeng's sword domain. Old man, are you serious? Jianair exclaimed loudly. Of course. It has been quite a while since I guided your cultivation. Just look at you. You lag behind Jai, who has already entered the sword domain while you still linger in the sword intent. It seems your habitual laxity has led to this. Today, I shall push you to your limits. In an instant, Jianair felt deflated. He muttered in dissatisfaction, Big brother and third brother are still in the sword heart. I have already reached the sword intent. This is unfair. Why don't you push them instead? I refuse to accept this. There are scarcely any sword cultivators in this world who can rival Jai or you. Li Chengfeng, however, paid no heed to Jianair's grievances. Brandishing his colossal sword, he declared, My master once said that you possess the highest talent among us. Yet you have remained too frivolous. Today, as the leader of the Starfall sect, I have the duty to oversee your studies. With this strike, I act on behalf of my master. Prepare to receive my blow. As Li Chengfeng swung his sword, the brilliance of his attack was as dazzling as the sun. Good heavens. Old man, you're not just trying to push me. You're trying to kill me. Without reservation, Jianair responded with a strike of his own, summoning a radiant full moon overhead to meet the attack. Behind him, another full moon surged forth toward Li Chengfeng. It was, astonishingly, a sword pellet. The old fellow. Have you forgotten the origins of the young master of Shuangyue? Humph. Jianair let out a cold snort, brimming with confidence, for this was indeed his unique skill. However, before his words could finish, all of Jianair's attacks were effortlessly dispelled by Li Chengfeng's overwhelming prowess, the Haori divine might. Flashy and extravagant, with such a low realm and insufficient power. What use is it? Today, let me teach you once more what it truly means, to strike down with a single sword. The magnificent, formidable great sword cleaved towards Jianair, who, aware of his inferiority, chose to shut his eyes, firmly believing that the old man would surely temper his strength. Yet, as the might approached ever closer, Jianair found himself engulfed by the boundless power of Li Chengfeng's sword. Chapter 34. The mighty bull demon technique Li Chengfeng's strike was indeed grandiose, yet it served to fully illustrate the principle of smoke without harm. Just as the sword energy began to sting Jianair's face, this mighty blow suddenly vanished, akin to a fleeting shadow. Well done, old man. You have finally mastered the art of control. Li Chengfeng mused. I recently heard that you have taken in a cat demon. It seems you have indeed become increasingly weak from indulging in petting your cat. As your senior, I have both the right and the duty to confiscate your feline companion. Jianair, filled with exasperation, retorted, Li Chengfeng, if you dare to lay a finger on my little cat, I shall fight you to the bitter end. In a flash, Jianair dashed toward Li Chengfeng, reckless in his pursuit of his beloved pet, when he suddenly felt a jolt, as space shifted once more. Jianair charged forward, undeterred, heading straight for the training ground. He gazed at the wide-eyed young disciples, swiftly adjusting his demeanor. After all, he was their chief instructor, and must display elegance and restraint. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng floated in the air, observing him with a smile. Second brother, do take good care of these little rascals. I shall look after your cat for the time being. Li Chengfeng remarked, bursting into laughter as he departed. Damn it, that old scoundrel, utterly shameless. Sword 2 could only grit his teeth, for he simply could not match up. Thus, he channeled his pent-up frustration onto the young disciples, determined to intensify their training. After all, how else could they aspire to become formidable sword immortals? All right, children, gather around. The second generation of the meteor sword technique begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The young disciples flushed with exertion, diligently practicing. Beneath the blazing sun, amidst the gleaming sword lights and the sandy terrain, hundreds of disciples were pouring their sweat into forging their future. though Lin Feng was injured. The blood he had coughed up was merely a result of forcibly channeling his energy. In the worst-case scenario, it would only lead to further rupturing of his already weakened meridians and additional destruction of his flesh. Yet, these tribulations paled in comparison to the torment inflicted by the calamity energy. Once the calamity energy receded, Lin Feng's body, nourished by the spiritual materials he consumed as sustenance, began to recover swiftly. However, his meridians remained languid, and his energy reservoir still bore a breach. After the wedding dress fed him the final spoonful of Tianshan honey and medicinal paste, Lin Feng gradually awakened. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? He realized he had once again caused his aunt concern, and so he obediently accepted the jade bowl, his voice ringing clear as he said, "Aunt, I am sorry. Fenger has once again caused you concern." Those enchanting dark eyes, coupled with his timid demeanor, render him, despite being a boy, a pure and innocent child yet to mature. The bride's attire, witnessing this, could hardly bear to see Lin Feng in such a state. Thus she embraced him once more. As Lin Feng reveled in his aunt's warm embrace, he couldn't help but draw a comparison with his sister, the celestial fairy Yunxiao. It seemed, perhaps, that her embrace offered a touch more comfort. Lost in thought, Lin Feng was suddenly roused by the murmurs of the bride. "Fenger, if you choose not to cultivate, your aunt shall remain by your side for a lifetime, accompanying you in roasting your beloved sweet potatoes, playing hide and seek, journeying north to witness the snow, venturing south to gather firewood, and even catching shrimp and crabs in the waters of Luo to roast for amusement. There exists a world full of wonders, dear Feng, and with your fragile constitution, it would be prudent not to overexert yourself," the bride earnestly advised. "Aunt Fenger, I shall heed your words." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively at first. However, he soon inquired, "But aunt, are you aware that I have managed to wield that enormous sword in the training grounds? Master, that grumpy old man, promised that if I could lift it, I would be allowed to cultivate." Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, he received a light smack on the back of his head from the bride. "Were you even listening to your aunt?" Of course, Fenger was listening, yet as a man, one must live life with a sense of freedom and exuberance. He was reluctant to abandon the path of gradual cultivation, for he harbored a dream. "I want to smack." This time, it was a gentle tap to the back of his head. The bride, visibly annoyed, retorted, "And what dream might that be? Who imparted this knowledge to you? Surely, it cannot be your roguish, drunken uncle. I must advise you to keep your distance from him and cultivate a closer relationship with your aunt." Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. He had promised his uncle that he would never become a traitorous scoundrel. As for his aunt, he dismissed the notion, attributing his insights to the strange tales he had read, absolving his uncle of any blame. Henceforth, Lin Feng vowed to nurture a deeper bond with his aunt. Just wait, for when Lin Feng soars to greatness, the world shall sing his praises. Jia Yi cast a contemplative glance at Lin Feng, realizing that the teachings of the recent scholar had indeed borne some fruit. Lin Feng's words, though, lacked the unrestrained candor of his disheveled master. Moving forward, he would need to be guided in his studies. While he may not become a grand sword immortal, he could certainly evolve into a refined gentleman of profound knowledge. If he were to don white garments and wield a fan, he might bear a striking resemblance to that elusive figure. However, as this thought crossed Jia Yi's mind, he promptly shook his head. Lin Feng was his own person, not a mere shadow of another. Jia Yi reiterated this in his mind, yet the image of that white-clad figure lingered, an indelible mark that time only exacerbated, never healing the underlying wounds. Jia Yi understood Lin Feng's temperament well enough, so he decided to be a bit stern with the lad. As long as Lin Feng aspired to continue his cultivation, he would certainly refrain from further mischief. Lin Feng nodded resolutely. In the pursuit of cultivating his internal energy, Lin Feng had endured countless trials, not to mention the excruciating pain of channeling spiritual energy into his body. The efforts had proven utterly futile, leaving him battered and bruised. He was acutely aware that, were it not for the care of his master and uncles, he, a mere wastrel, would have long since met his demise. Yet it was precisely this realization that fueled his desire to cultivate. Whenever he recalled the despair of facing insurmountable challenges, he yearned fervently for the power to transform his fate. Lin Feng watched as the bridal garment receded into the distance, and then, with utmost stealth, he descended from his bed. Of late, he had been haunted by dreams of the old yellow ox, prompting him to rummage through the belongings he had brought from Yunyo town. Among them lay a brilliant yellow gem, a relic of the old ox, which had remained untouched since he retrieved it from the Starfall sword. Preoccupied with his own cultivation, Lin Feng had neglected it until now, when, as if guided by some unseen force, he impulsively picked it up. Perhaps it was fated, or perhaps it was simply Lin Feng's fortuitous luck. As he held the ox's gem, it radiated a gentle yet resplendent yellow light, akin to a ray of celestial illumination, exuding a formidable and majestic energy while also imbued with a unique vitality. The gem, resembling the essence of the ox, transformed into a stream of flowing water, a vivid yellow reminiscent of the fabled waters of the Yellow Springs. This water cascaded from above, shattering the fabric of space, revealing an abyss of inky darkness. The yellow water seemed to be in search of something, yet just as it was on the verge of entering Lin Feng's body, it appeared to recoil in trepidation from an unknown fear. In Lin Feng's soul sea, a flickering light appeared, one grayish-white and the other a tender green. The yellow water, which was originally destined to enter Lin Feng's soul sea, retreated like a mouse fleeing from a cat. The breached black hole vanished in an instant. And with nowhere to go, the yellow water aimed for Lin Feng's Qi Si and Dantian. However, upon entering, it discovered a gaping hole the size of a bowl within the Qi Si. If the yellow water could voice its grievances, it would surely lament, "I am here to bestow blessings upon you. Yet you, ungrateful wretch, cast me aside. Even the awning at your doorstep is in disrepair." Like a wronged child, the yellow water circled within Lin Feng's Qi Si, finding no refuge. Perhaps hearing commotion from the outside world, it decided to delve into Lin Feng's flesh. Just as Li Changfeng and Jiayi broke through Lin Feng's door, the yellow water had already merged with Lin Feng's very being. Simultaneously, a profound martial arts technique, the great strength of the bull demon, materialized in Lin Feng's mind, an inheritance from the bloodline of the ancient ox. Clearly, Lin Feng succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Li Changfeng and Jiayi approached to investigate, but found nothing amiss. Lin Feng was unharmed, merely having fainted again. Yet, in the residual traces of the space, they detected an unusual aura. Why is it termed broken pot physique? Ever since Lin Feng was rescued by Tian Quan, Li Changfeng observed that although his disciple's Qi Si was breached, he possessed an insatiable body akin to a whale, capable of devouring any heavenly or earthly treasures, reducing them to mere dross. Thus, it leads to the reason why Lin Feng cannot be cured, and this precious celestial treasure cannot be exhausted. With the inventory perilously low, Li Changfeng pondered whether to borrow some from elsewhere, promising to repay it once Lin Feng matures. However, with his hands spread wide, the bride's attire left Li Changfeng awkwardly scratching his head as he chuckled. "Well, we're almost out. Let us conserve it." The bride resembled a protective hen, undeniably beautiful. Li Changfeng, how can you, a dignified sword saint, fail to provide for your own disciple? You should be ashamed to face the ancestors of the Starfall lineage. Perhaps it would be better to find a pit and fade into obscurity. The bride, known for her fiery temper in her youth, was once again provoked by the situation concerning Lin Feng. Li Changfeng ceased his speech and extracted the last Tianshan snow lotus from his storage space, making a swift escape. He fled with remarkable grace, soaring through the air on his sword, leaving a beautiful trail of clouds in his wake. Meanwhile, our Lin Feng slumbered peacefully, seemingly dreaming of something extraordinary. Volume 2. The Young Man with a Sword ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 35. Lin Feng transforms into a calf. Who am I? Lin Feng walked upon the verdant grasslands, lowering his head to nibble on a blade of fresh tender grass. Why did he nibble? Because Lin Feng discovered that he had inexplicably transformed into a young calf. Approaching the stream, the reflection in the water clearly depicted his form, a pair of tender horns, a bovine head, and a swaying tail. Lin Feng was bewildered by his transformation, yet an instinct urged him to follow the current, foraging for the succulent grass alongside the other calves. However, at that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from afar. On the opposite side of the small stream lay a seemingly larger pasture. Lin Feng forded the creek, swishing the tail of his little yellow cow, and made his way toward the source of the commotion. Initially, he strolled leisurely, but gradually broke into a run, covering greater distances until he surpassed the hill and beheld the origin of the ruckus. Captivated by the scene before him, Lin Feng descended the slope and sprinted towards the plain, eager to observe the activities of the cattle up close. The plain was teeming with various breeds of cows, robust black bulls, slender yellow cattle, and dairy cows adorned with patches of white. Each cow was distinct in form and lineage, yet they gathered excitedly together. At first, Lin Feng's little yellow cow did not catch the attention of the larger bovines. But somehow, it stumbled and jostled its way into the very center of the gathering. Lin Feng found himself at the forefront, enveloped by the fervent energy of these powerful creatures, whose bellowing roars resonated like cheers for the combatants in the ring. At last, two bulls in the center erupted into a fierce battle for dominance. One black bull, charged with its horns aimed at the yellow bull, which, caught off guard, was pierced through the lung. The yellow bull was hoisted into the air by the black bull, blood splattering across the scene as it desperately struggled, ultimately succumbing to its injuries. In the midst of this chaos, a magnificent golden bull emerged victorious, having torn its adversary in two. Unlike the others, this bull astonishingly stood upright on its hind legs and strode directly toward Lin Feng. The surrounding cattle, upon noticing this little calf, erupted in a chorus of astonishment. What is this calf doing here? It shouldn't be here. The multitude of cattle fixed their gaze upon Lin Feng, their imposing presence akin to a mighty avalanche. Lin Feng recoiled, his diminutive hooves scraping against the ground in a futile retreat. A sense of trepidation enveloped him. At that moment, a golden divine bull approached, parting the throng with an air of authority. This was the reigning Bull King. The Bull King strode forth to stand before Lin Feng, now transformed into a small yellow bull, its eyes imbued with a penetrating force that seemed to transcend both time and space. It spoke, "Little one, you should not be here." Lin Feng, gripped by fear, uttered a soft, bewildered moo. His expression mirrored disbelief as he continued, "Moo, moo, moo, moo." Yet, he realized to his dismay that articulate speech eluded him. His earnest attempts at communication emerged solely as the plaintive cries of a calf. Observing Lin Feng's departure, the golden divine bull ascended a platform and proclaimed. Just as the ancient Ka was about to declare victory, a sudden rift tore open in the sky, a spatial fissure that elongated with the wind, swiftly expanding into a chasm of considerable magnitude. The herd lifted their gaze towards the heavens, awestruck by a spectacle they had never before encountered. Yet, even greater astonishment lay ahead, as the rift widened, revealing colossal flying vessels emerging from within. A tempest swirled about these vessels, stirring the very elements of the world, casting an eerie pall over the landscape. The cattle remained oblivious to the identity of these newcomers, until figures began to descend from the sky, each wielding nets that glimmered with a silvery radiance. The magical artifact descended from the heavens, ensnaring one bull after another, leaving them helplessly bound with their legs in the air, ultimately capturing them within a net. Witnessing the capture of his kin, King Guka instantly transformed into a colossal divine bull, towering over the landscape. "Who are you? Release my kin at once." His eyes reddened with fury as he saw his brethren being taken one by one. With a mighty roar, he charged at the adversaries. Guka's mountainous form surged forth like a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the enemy's vessel. "Stop it, you brute!" A command rang out from the opposing side, and dozens of figures converged upon Guka. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades, and Guka's body became riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain, cascading down to the grassy earth below. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself similarly bound, helpless on the ground. A drop of Guka's blood fell from above, landing in the eye of the little yellow bull that Lin Feng had transformed into, while Guka continued to be besieged in the skies. "Who are you? Release my kin. We can offer you our grazing grounds." Despite Guka's pleas, the onlookers responded only with derision and merciless attacks. Aware of his grim fate, Guka bellowed, "I shall fight to the end." With a resounding explosion, Guka self-destructed, his golden form disintegrating into a shower of flesh and blood. A piece of him plummeted directly towards Lin Feng, and the surrounding assailants, caught off guard, found themselves wounded amidst the chaos. This creature possesses true valor. "Boss, there's still a small one here." The leader barked. "What are we waiting for? Do I need to handle this myself?" Yes. The diminutive figure was none other than Lin Feng. After the golden divine bull in the heavens self-destructed, he felt several pieces of flesh drifting towards him. Particularly, the droplets of blood that had recently splattered into his eye imparted a multitude of sensations to one of his bovine eyes. For a moment, he could scarcely discern what it was. However, at that instant, an adversary was advancing directly towards Lin Feng, clad in a cloak adorned with black stars. A figure wielding a knife approached him with a sense of amusement. It had been quite some time since he had savored such fresh young beef. Indeed, the quality and texture promised to be exquisite. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was seized by terror, his heart racing in fear. The implication was clear: he was to be consumed. At that moment, he was one with the bull, and the bull was one with him. Lin Feng began to struggle desperately. He had no intention of being devoured. Yet, his strength proved insufficient to break free from the crystalline bindings that ensnared his limbs. Moo! Moo! Lin Feng cried out, as if calling for help. His voice tinged with despair. Nearby, within a netted enclosure, the black water buffalo that had previously escorted Lin Feng suddenly erupted into action. It flipped over and, using its horns, toppled a guard, then charged towards Lin Feng. The black water buffalo tossed Lin Feng onto its back and galloped away, evading the startled onlookers. As it ran, it rescued several other bulls ensnared in nets, who joined the black water buffalo in a burgeoning tide of beasts. Observing this from the airship, a figure lamented, "I specifically chose this moment to hunt a greater number of ancient demon bulls. I never anticipated that my plans would be so thoroughly disrupted. Relay the order, regardless of life or death, eliminate them on the spot." As the transformation from capturing the path to slaughter occurred, the guardians no longer held back. They wielded swords or unleashed spells against the tide of beasts. Yet, amidst this chaos, Lin Feng found himself safeguarded at the center by the herd of cattle. The black water buffalo, while galloping, spoke to Lin Feng. "You have inherited the legacy of the Bull King. You must survive and avenge us in the future." The heavy breaths of the black water buffalo resonated in Lin Feng's ears, stirring an involuntary pang of sorrow within him. He yearned to offer words of comfort, but could only manage a few soft utterances. Moo! Moo! Thus, the tide of beasts shielded Lin Feng as they fought their way through, ultimately reaching the edge of the grassland, where a precipice loomed over a sea below. This was the ancestral land of their mighty bull demon tribe. The black water buffalo glanced at the other bulls nearby, and they nodded to one another. Gently, the black water buffalo set Lin Feng down. "Child, remember to survive, to carry forth the legacy of the Bull King. Should the opportunity arise, you must avenge us." With that, the black water buffalo forcefully pushed Lin Feng into the abyss, sending him plummeting toward the sea, while the other bulls charged towards the pursuing enemies. Only the Bull King was destined for such peril, and Lin Feng, the young calf who had hastily accepted the Bull King's inheritance, embodied the hope of their mighty bull demon tribe. To preserve this flicker of hope, they were willing to fight with all their might, even at the cost of their own lives. The herd surged towards their foes, undeterred by blades or fire, though they typically grazed on grass. Today they aimed to make the invaders aware of their flesh, their blood, and their indomitable spirit. Boom! A majestic bull fell heroically, while another bravely took its place, undeterred and unwavering, for behind them lay their hopes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, plummeting from a precipice, gradually sank into the depths of a sea of eyes. At the brink of consciousness, he beheld a golden altar. As Lin Feng descended upon the altar, it activated, and in the boundless void beyond, another altar illuminated. Amidst the trembling earth and sky, Lin Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally awoke, he found himself enveloped in a dark space, his soul's ocean, a realm he had traversed several times, now somewhat familiar. Within this ocean of his soul lay a scripture, the great strength of the bull demon. Lin Feng glanced at his hands and feet, relieved to find that he was still human, not a bull. Yet, what had he just experienced? He pressed his hand against his chest, vaguely recalling the black water buffalo that had sustained grave injuries to protect him, and he remembered the resolute, hopeful gazes of the bulls. Lin Feng pondered their desires and expectations, feeling a weight upon his shoulders that seemed heavier. Soon, darkness enveloped him once more, and he languidly opened his eyes. Before him stood the aged figure of Li Changfeng, with his bride nowhere in sight. He spoke slowly, "Master." "Master." Li Changfeng, seeing Lin Feng finally awake, scolded, "You little rascal, you startled me again. I am here to inform you that during your last encounter at the training grounds, you successfully wielded the Starfall sword. From today onward, you may continue to bear it as you pursue your cultivation. Remember, act within your limits. Regarding the issue of the Qi Si, rest assured, my disciple, I shall devise a means to resolve it for you. A man of honor should not constantly weep and wail. Such behavior is unbecoming." Lin Feng rose, brushing away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gazed thoughtfully at the heavens. Volume 2, The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 36. Awakening from the Great Dream, to begin cultivation, Lin Feng contemplated whether to disclose the matter of the mighty bull demon technique to his master. However, before he could utter a word, Li Chengfeng had already set forth, striding outwards. Young one, take good care of yourself. Your aunt has ventured out to gather medicinal herbs for you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the room and vanished from Lin Feng's sight in a single leap. Li Chengfeng, hands clasped behind his back, soared through the air, a faint smile gracing his lips. The vitality within Lin Feng had notably surged compared to before, yet Li Chengfeng chose not to delve into the details. After experiencing that peculiar dream, Lin Feng noticed a newfound vigor within himself. Previously, he would tire after only a few steps, but now he could leap and run with ease, even continuing to practice with the wooden sword gifted by his uncle. As Lin Feng toyed with the wooden sword, he realized he possessed no knowledge of swordsmanship, nor had anyone instructed him. He merely trained, sword stroke after sword stroke. However, this was not a fruitless endeavor. Rather, he was attuned to the changes within his body. In truth, all of Lin Feng's transformations stemmed from the inheritance of the old yellow bull, whose accumulation of cultivation power spanned over a millennium. In the realm of cultivation, treasures derived from bovine entities are considered supreme, possessing the potential to elevate a practitioner to a new realm. However, throughout the vast expanse of the Kanglan realm, there has never been a whisper of the divine ox from the realm of tribulation. Lin Feng was indeed fortunate. Not only did he receive the blessings of the divine ox, which allowed him to forge his foundational path ahead of time, but he also healed some of his internal injuries with its shed remnants. Although the foundation he had established was shattered, his energy sea was destroyed, and his meridians were as fragile as gossamer within him. Lin Feng meticulously contemplated the ox horns patterns inscribed in the scriptures. He sensed an instinctive certainty that his journey of cultivation lay before him. The root-like feet of the life doll flailed incessantly, resembling a rabbit being pulled by its ears, struggling and resisting, unwilling to be served up as someone else's meal. Lin Feng gazed fondly at this life doll and inquired, "Auntie, what is this? Is it a gift for me to alleviate my boredom?" The bride replied with a shake of her head. "This 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng is intended to help you nurture your health. Do not be deceived by its appearance. I exerted great effort to capture it from the mountains. Remember, never let it touch the ground. It must be nourished with rootless water. Each day, take a small root to brew into a soup. This will significantly aid your recovery." Lin Feng scrutinized the ginseng doll, which appeared like a little old man with its claws brandished. "Master, why does this ginseng look so human? I cannot bring myself to eat a person." The bride's exquisite visage broke into an enchanting smile. "This is no human. It is merely a mountain ginseng that has cultivated its essence. This creature may seem harmless, yet it possesses extraordinary ferocity. The insects, ants, birds, and beasts of the mountains serve as its nourishment, so tread carefully. Who knows when it might decide to devour you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instinctively recoiled. This entity was perilous. To eliminate any potential future threats, it would be prudent to consume it. Jia Yi retrieved a glass vial from her storage space, adorned in a delicate blue floral pattern, emanating a faint gleam from its mouth, clearly sealed with a restriction. She placed the ginseng into the vial, and instantly, the lively ginseng doll subdued, revealing leaves reminiscent of a radish. In her hand, Jia Yi now held additional white roots. "This will suffice. We will harvest once a month, thus ensuring ample sustenance for Fenger," she exclaimed joyfully. Jia Yi gazed at the blue and white vase resting on the bedside table, marveling at the wonders of this world, where cultivation unveils an array of extraordinary curiosities. Lin Feng contemplated, ultimately deciding to confide in Jia Yi about his experiences during his unconsciousness. "Aunt, I have something to discuss with you." Jia Yi leaned in attentively, but at that moment, a thunderous sound resonated from the outside world. Within the Star Peak sword domain, a figure wielded dual swords, one blue and one white, their energies clashing against the heavenly thunder. The practitioners within the realm sensed the disturbance. "Someone is undergoing tribulation," Jia Yi remarked with a furrowed brow, while Lin Feng appeared puzzled. "Come, let us investigate," she urged. Lin Feng nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice, as Jia Yi took his hand and led him out of the room. Beneath their feet, clouds formed, soft as cotton, and together they hurried towards the site of the thunder tribulation. In the Star Peak Sword Domain, amidst an endless grassland, the sky was shrouded in layers of dark clouds, with streaks of lightning flickering within. Beneath these ominous clouds stood a defiant figure, who laughed heartily. "Come forth." "Heavens, have I been struck down so easily?" The man, his hair and beard singed into curls by the electric light, bore a face mottled with black and white, yet he continued to shout defiantly. Surrounding him were several elders from the Starfall sect, their gazes fixated on this calamity. Witnessing another's tribulation is indeed a rare opportunity, a chance to glean wisdom from their experiences. With the arrival of Lin Feng and the bride in white, however, this thunderous ordeal was nearing its conclusion. Lin Feng, riding on a cloud, beheld a dark sphere before him, roaring defiantly at the heavens. In his hands, two luminous swords transformed into serpentine forms, entwining as they surged towards the raging thunder. A resounding crash echoed as the two beams collided with the lightning, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Yet, this standoff was fleeting. With a mighty shout, the dark sphere propelled the swords upward, shattering the thunderbolt. The remnants of the lightning dissipated into delicate arcs scattered about. The onlookers erupted in joyous celebration, for the tribulation had been successfully navigated. The thunder now vanished. Yet, the ominous clouds above showed no signs of dispersing. From the depths of the dark clouds, a glimmer of light emerged, not as lightning, but as a portal that opened amidst the storm. Ethereal wisps of grayish-white calamity energy drifted forth, and as they materialized, the portal snapped shut. This could be considered a reward for those who have endured the trials and tribulations, perhaps even a token of their perseverance. Just as the calamity energy descended towards the man, an unexpected twist unfolded. The calamity that was meant to strike him instead hurtled towards Lin Feng. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the ominous force abruptly surged into Lin Feng's soul sea, delving deep within. In the vast abyss of his soul sea, a flicker of green light lay nestled in the darkness. Suddenly, it soared into the air, sensing the presence that irked him. Just as he prepared for yet another confrontation, that presence retreated even deeper into the shadows. Disregarding it, the green light settled back down, choosing to rest and gather energy. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Lin Feng, were engulfed in confusion. The shadow rushed toward Lin Feng. "Fenger, are you all right?" asked Jia Yi, gripping Lin Feng's shoulder anxiously. It was known that Lin Feng had sustained severe injuries the last time he was afflicted by such a calamity. The other cultivators also cast concerned glances in his direction. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat bewildered, reassured himself that aside from the fleeting sensation in his mind, he was perfectly fine. The shadow, undeterred by the tribulation's consequences, approached Lin Feng. Swirling around him, it lifted Li Cheng, showcasing him in various positions, until, under Jia Yi's furious gaze, it finally set Lin Feng down. "How could you possibly be unscathed? That was calamity energy. The last time, it nearly cost you your life," he exclaimed with evident disdain. "Auntie, who is this black loach? Barely clothed. Doesn't he fear the chill?" Sword 2 immediately covered his groin upon hearing this. He spun around and playfully delivered a light smack to Lin Feng's head. Black Loach, I am your second uncle. You ungrateful little rascal." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately changed his expression, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Second uncle, what has happened to you? Are you well?" Jian Er, with a darkened countenance, nonetheless found the faces of those around him alight with amusement. Yet, amidst the jesting, it must be acknowledged that the calamity energy is akin to poison for those below the calamity realm. Its presence not only serves as a weapon against foes, but possesses countless other extraordinary applications, all of which must be harnessed under the guidance of calamity realm cultivators. Should it infiltrate Lin Feng's body as it did previously, he would either perish or be left crippled. Strange as it was, today, though the onlookers clearly witnessed the calamity energy entering Lin Feng's being, this young lad emerged unscathed, prompting a flurry of speculation among the crowd regarding the events that had transpired. At that moment, the arrival of Li Changfeng, rushing in on his sword, stirred the air with urgency. Upon learning the details, he boldly proclaimed, "You know nothing. This is called immunity. My disciple has endured the baptism of calamity energy and is now immune to it," Li Changfeng asserted with great conviction. However, the crowd hesitated to test the calamity energy, fearing the potential chaos that could ensue. One certainty remained. The ancient scripture resided persistently in Lin Feng's mind, indelible and unforgettable. Thus, as spring gave way to autumn, Lin Feng grew gradually. Although he remained unable to cultivate his qi, his physique became increasingly robust, and his appetite expanded day by day. Since the onset of Lin Feng's injury, his diet has been exceptionally sumptuous, feasting on rare and precious ingredients. While the once captured ginseng child has visibly withered to mere skin and bones. Curiously, despite Lin Feng's robust physique, which far surpasses that of an ordinary individual, he cannot forego these medicinal substances. Cessation plunges him into a state of lethargy and weakness. Consequently, over the years, the members of the Xingyun sect have been deeply concerned about Lin Feng's dietary needs. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman in the Jianghu Chapter 37, A Decade Time. Like a fleeting shadow, has quietly slipped away, and a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. In the training grounds of the Xingfeng sword domain, amidst swirling sands, numerous disciples of the Xingyun sect are diligently honing their skills. Those once young sword children have now matured into striking sword practitioners. This is Lin Feng, the young submaster of the Xingyun sect. Over the span of 10 years, he has transformed from a mere child into a formidable young man, standing 7 feet tall, brimming with vitality. The scorching sun casts its rays upon his bronzed muscles, accentuating his athletic and vigorous physique. His chiseled features and increasingly prominent brows echo the visage he bore a decade ago. Yet, despite his impressive musculature, Lin Feng still struggles to channel energy into his body. While he diligently trains with his sword, a figure descends from the sky, calling out to him from a distance. Junior brother Lin Feng. The elders and the master are awaiting you in the conference hall. Allow me to escort you, as urgent matters require discussion. Lin Feng set down the sword that rested upon his back and gazed up at the sky. Approaching him was Xian Yi, the disciple of Pejun. With one foot upon a sword, Xian Yi soared towards Lin Feng, and as he drew near, he leapt gracefully onto the horizontal blade. Lin Feng looked up, feeling a tinge of envy for Xian Yi's flying sword, then glanced down at his own cumbersome sword resembling a door panel. He spoke, Xian Yi, my senior. What brings you here? I have yet to complete my training for today. Perhaps it would be better to wait until I finish? Seeing Lin Feng return to his training, Xian Yi hurriedly interjected, Junior brother Lin Feng, you should come with me at once. The elders and the sect leader have been waiting for quite some time. Master mentioned a matter of great significance regarding the future development of the Xingyun sect that requires your input as the young sect leader. Lin Feng's expression turned to one of confusion. What could possibly be so important that it involves him, a person incapable of cultivation? Surely, it was not that old man seeking to experiment with yet another concoction. He had repeatedly expressed his desire for that old coot to cease worrying about his lack of cultivation. He was living quite well, thank you very much. However, this summons was not for the purpose of testing new methods, but rather for another matter entirely. Yet, Xian Yi was unaware of the higher-up's intentions. His only directive was to escort Lin Feng. Junior brother, do take a moment to rest. You have been training for many years already, and there is no need to rush. Please accompany me just this once. Xian Yi earnestly urged. Lin Feng, still puzzled, inquired, is it truly urgent? After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to go. It had been some time since he last saw his esteemed uncles and aunts. Clang! Lin Feng hurled the massive sword to the ground, producing a thunderous sound, and dusted off his hands. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother, to lead the way. Xian Yi, witnessing Lin Feng's acquiescence, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, having been anxious that his junior would refuse. Reflecting on the rumors surrounding his junior, Xian Yi could not help but shake his head in silent amusement, feeling a mix of exasperation and irony. Then hasten onto my flying sword. Xian Yi commanded as he lowered the sword, which hovered in the air. The blade measured approximately 3 inches in width and 6 feet in length, providing ample space for 2 individuals. Lin Feng scrutinized Xian Yi's flying steed, noting its ancient simplicity devoid of ostentation, adorned only with intricate lines that signified its sharpness. He glanced at the starfall sword beneath him and then at Xian Yi, who appeared puzzled. Junior brother, why do you hesitate to depart? Lin Feng pointed to the starfall sword lying on the ground, stating, Senior brother, I must take it with me. Xian Yi, effortlessly ascending onto the sword, responded. Then bring it along. Hurry up. I shall stabilize it. Just a moment, Lin Feng replied. As Xian Yi urged him, Lin Feng ceased his delay. He bent down, hefted the enormous sword, inhaled deeply, and leaped towards Xian Yi's flying sword, soaring over 3 zhang in height. The instant Lin Feng landed upon Xian Yi's blade, Xian Yi's earlier composure shattered, as the flying sword dipped abruptly under the sudden weight. "Junior brother, this sword is indeed heavy. Why don't you stow it away?" Lin Feng, with one hand bearing the great sword and the other raised in a gesture of resignation, wore an expression of helplessness. Xian Yi furrowed his brows, pondering the weight of the sword. It felt excessively burdensome, and the fact that he could not stow it away only heightened his discomfort. The thought of his master's fiery temper sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he resolved to hasten and escort Lin Feng without delay. Xian Yi finally comprehended the necessity of carrying Lin Feng. It was not merely because Lin Feng was heavy, but rather due to the sheer weight of his sword, which weighed an astonishing 1,200 pounds. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Feng's immense strength, especially considering that he was entirely untrained in cultivation. As he reflected, Xian Yi swayed unsteadily, bearing Lin Feng towards the teleportation array. In the conference hall of the Star Peak Sword Domain, 18 grand chairs made of southern phoenix wood were arranged in 2 rows. Seated in the central position was naturally Li Chengfeng. Initially, the assembly had opposed this arrangement, for a plaque hung prominently above, inscribed with the words "Upholding Justice for Heaven." The layout of the chairs led the gathered sword cultivators to feel that this place resembled more of a bandit-esque lair than a legitimate sword sect. Over the years, the elders present had lamented that the resurgence of the celestial falling stars should have been a cause for celebration, yet under Li Chengfeng's leadership, they had taken on a bandit-like existence. In the past decade, as calamity loomed, the tides of fortune had shifted unpredictably. Countless small sects either thrived or perished amidst the turmoil. Throughout these 10 years, Li Chengfeng had frequently led them in bending the rules, assisting whichever sect offered the highest bid. Moreover, Li Chengfeng proposed a mutual assistance agreement among the sects, with the Xingyun sect as the primary entity and other smaller sects as supplementary participants. The terms of this agreement are quite straightforward. The Xingyun sect offers nominal and some tangible protection to various smaller sects, while those under the aegis of the Xingyun sect are required to periodically contribute a modest amount of resources to it. The nature of these resources can vary, but if they include rare treasures capable of replenishing one's life essence, the Xingyun sect promises to provide even more meticulous and comprehensive protection. In essence, the Xingyun sect bears a striking resemblance to a bandit, engaging in the collection of protection fees. However, Li Chengfeng does not view this with shame. Rather, he takes pride in it, referring to it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. Of course, who truly benefits and who is being favored remains a topic for debate. It is precisely for this reason that over the years, the Xingyun sect has experienced substantial growth, with its disciples becoming increasingly formidable. Yet, there is a troubling aspect. The entire sect has a veritable sinkhole for resources, embodied by Lin Feng, the disciple of Li Chengfeng and the junior master of the Xingyun sect. Speaking of Lin Feng, he has already arrived at the entrance of the conference hall. With a leap, he descended gracefully from the flying sword of Xian Yi, brandishing a colossal sword as he charged into the hall, greeting everyone with a bow. "Greetings, esteemed uncles. I wonder if any of you have brought some snacks for your little nephew? I've been feeling rather famished lately," Lin Feng inquired, his face beaming with eagerness as he rubbed his palms together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It is important to note that over the years, Lin Feng has endured considerable hunger, though not in the literal sense. As a prominent junior master of the Xingyun sect, he could easily have any delicacy from across the land delivered to him if he so desired. This hunger is not a mere craving for sustenance, but rather an insatiable thirst for the treasures of heaven and earth. From a tender age, he was nurtured on various spiritual herbs, which he consumed as both his staple and snacks. However, ever since Lin Feng experienced that strange dream, his yearning for these celestial materials has intensified day by day. It is an undeniable truth that man is like iron and medicine is like steel. One cannot help but feel famished when deprived of nourishment. Lin Feng understands this sentiment deeply. During the stillness of the night, when the celestial materials he has consumed are insufficient, he often finds himself lethargically collapsing into a heap. Li Chengfeng once brought Tianquan over to inquire about this predicament, only to receive the explanation that it was merely a consequence of Lin Feng's injuries, nothing serious. As long as he had ample provisions. Before departing, Tianquan cast a scornful glance at Li Chengfeng, who had previously vowed to empower his disciple to conquer the heavens and battle the earth. Now, it seemed trivial to be preoccupied with mere morsels. "You fool! Do you fear that I shall deprive you of a single bite? Here, Take this exquisite demon flesh I procured from the Hanhai region. Truly a treasure. Shall we share a drink, uncle and nephew? Ahem. Before Jianair could finish his sentence, a cough echoed nearby, accompanied by a gaze that could pierce through flesh. Lin Feng hurried over with a smile. Although he had long outgrown his cousin, in the presence of his aunt, he remained a child. He crouched down, allowing her to ruffle his hair, a sight both comical and endearing. Yet, the onlookers feigned ignorance to this exchange. Lin Feng found himself at a loss. He could not simply leap into his aunt's embrace as he did in his childhood. Thus, he proposed a compromise, a gentle pat on the head. The bridal attire remained stunningly beautiful, untouched by the passage of time, with no trace left upon her visage. She smiles with her eyes narrowed, as if speaking of something trivial. However, beside her, Pajun wears a face clouded with worry. What does transplanting mean? It is clearly an act of plundering. Over the years, the bride has been involved in numerous acts of robbery for the sake of this very individual. Time flows like a shuttle, and he has matured. Pajun hurriedly beckoned. Come, quickly, join Master Uncle here. Lin Feng also rushed to Pajun's side, for Pajun is his esteemed Master Uncle. Indeed, among the 17 elders of the Xingyun sect present, none are strangers to Lin Feng. Yet, before Pajun could elaborate further, Li Qingfeng, seated at the head, spoke up. Enough, you little rascal, come here and stand behind me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng had no choice but to obediently position himself beside Li Qingfeng, just like many other disciples standing dutifully behind their respective master uncles. Now that the first generation of disciples and esteemed elders of the Xingyun sect are gathered, I shall announce an important matter. The crowd eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed on Li Qingfeng. Over the past decade, while Li Qingfeng has often displayed a carefree demeanor, he has indeed strived to fulfill the responsibilities of a sect leader. Volume 2, The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Martial World, Chapter 38. 3 years of rations. Li Qingfeng surveyed those present. They were the very core of the Xingyun sect. The 17 elders of the cataclysmic realm, along with dozens of first-generation disciples, represented the present and future of Xingyun sect. Clearing his throat, Li Qingfeng began to speak slowly. Today, I have summoned you all for a singular momentous announcement. I have resolved to abolish the position of Lin Feng, the young master, and to appoint the esteemed Xian Yi as the new leader of the Xingyun sect. The instant these words left my lips, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Everyone turned their gaze towards Li Qingfeng and Lin Feng. Little did they know the machinations of this old fellow, who seemed to be orchestrating yet another scheme. This scenario had eerily echoed 3 years prior, when external turmoil had beset the sect, leading to a decline in its revenues, yet the burden of sustaining Lin Feng, that extravagant figure, remained. Consequently, the members of the Xingyun sect found themselves in a state of silent anguish. For Lin Feng was the cherished disciple of a certain influential individual. It could be posited that Lin Feng was, in fact, the very reason for Li Qingfeng's establishment of the Xingyun sect. Even the naming of this realm, the Dantian world, bears an air of distaste. Xingfeng Dantian. Which star? Which peak? It is glaringly evident that the Xingyun sect has become Lin Feng's private garden. Nevertheless, despite this knowledge, none dared to speak out, and the majority were, in fact, more than willing to acquiesce, all for the sake of Li Qingfeng. As long as he remained steadfast in his commitment to safeguard this home alongside them, his personal interests matter little. They always remember the words of one distinguished individual, the graceful and esteemed sword god. The 17 elders present, all of whom had been graced by the sword god's generosity, owe their standing to the legacy he bequeathed to Li Qingfeng, serving as the very foundation upon which the Xingyun sect was rebuilt. While these individuals may not regard Li Qingfeng with particular favor, they will certainly honor the sword god, for he has bestowed upon them immeasurable gifts, so vast that they feel compelled to dedicate their lives in repayment. This commitment is their vow to the sword god, a manifestation of their enduring aspirations for the remainder of their existence. This is the Red Dust Sword, and this is also the conference hall of the Starfall sect. Ultimately, sword cultivators are quicker to speak than to act, and swifter in their deeds than in the flight of their swords. What grievances can there be? Let us converse with our blades. Li Qingfeng, you old scoundrel, what grievance could my disciple Feng have caused you? For over a decade, whether before or after becoming a master, he has always thought of you when there was something delicious to share or something enjoyable to partake in. To him, you are akin to heaven and earth, his sole pillar of support. Though he cannot cultivate, he strives tirelessly with his sword. What is his aspiration? Is it not to one day be worthy of the title of young master? And now, you, with merely a few words, have set the tone. What is your intention? Do you disdain Lin Feng for his inability to cultivate? Do you begrudge him his appetite? Li Chengfeng, you are nothing but a coward. What nonsense about being a sword saint? You forsook my sister in the past, and now you wish to abandon my Feng. Very well indeed. Her chest heaving with indignation, she brandished her sword before Li Chengfeng, the tip emanating a crimson glow, sharp and piercing, as if it were poised to drive itself into his face at any moment. Yet, Li Chengfeng did not flinch or evade. As for the matter of Lin Feng, I believe you all have already reached a consensus. The Starfall sect is not solely his domain. For 10 years, you have endeavored to procure elixirs for Lin Feng, and we are now stretched thin. The future of Starfall should not be entrusted to one who cannot cultivate. Lin Feng is my disciple, but I am the master of Starfall. I cannot be swayed by personal desires. Thus, I must endure this painful sacrifice. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Chengfeng lamented with great solemnity. In an instant, a multitude of questions emerged in the minds of the crowd, while the elders exchanged hesitant glances. Some of the younger disciples audaciously began to congratulate Xian Yi in private. The atmosphere in the Starfall sect's conference hall became charged with unspoken currents. Some were speculating on Li Chengfeng's intentions. Others debated the suitability of appointing Xian Yi as the junior sect leader, and some proposed the idea of holding a selection competition for the position, asserting that the sword cultivation sect should let their swords do the talking. Yet, all of this transpired discreetly, with no one daring to voice their thoughts aloud. For the enigmatic Li Chengfeng was notoriously difficult to decipher. At this moment, Li Chengfeng spoke again. Do any of you harbor doubts? Rest assured, this time it is unequivocally genuine. Even if I, Li Chengfeng, were to falter, I am still the leader of a sect. I would never jest repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt even more uncertain, while the principal party involved, Lin Feng, stood nonchalantly to the side, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Jia Yi, signaling her to proceed. Without the need for communication, Jia Yi instantly understood. The performance required thorough execution, for otherwise, no one would believe them. Jia Yi, in a huff, indicated her displeasure towards Li Chengfeng, declaring, "Today, I shall not let you off easily." In an instant, the conference hall was enveloped in a deep crimson hue as Jia Yi unleashed her sword domain. And many of the younger disciples experienced the majesty of her sword domain for the first time, gazing up in awe. However, just as everyone anticipated a fierce duel, the sword domain of Jia Yi burst like a bubble with a soft pop, leaving the audience unprepared to appreciate its profound wonders as it vanished from their midst. The bride's attire reddened with emotion. You. Such a demeanor resembled that of a beleaguered young wife. Naturally, this was a result of Li Chengfeng shattering the confines of the bridal dress within the realm of swords. Rising from the Grand Master chair, he began to speak. His voice steady. Bridal attire. It is wise to temper one's temperament. Our esteemed master wishes for the Starfall sect to flourish and prosper. Thus, the decision to revoke Lin Feng's position as the junior master is ultimately beneficial for all. The elders remained silent, while the Thunderbolt Sword trio closed their eyes. Well acquainted with the theatrics of such matters, their previous performance had involved sword too. However, someone finally broke the silence, none other than the Breaking Army sword. Old fellow, do you speak in earnest? When have I, Li Chengfeng, ever uttered a falsehood? The Breaking Army, somewhat taken aback, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Observing the silence of the assembly, Li Chengfeng continued, "In light of this, let us finalize the matter. Now, we shall discuss the compensation for Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened, realizing that all preceding events had merely been an elaborate charade. What was the purpose? They regarded Li Chengfeng and the bridal attire with disdain, their gazes shifting to the Thunderbolt trio, recognizing the recurrence of this ploy. The fiery-tempered Breaking Army exclaimed, "I say, old fellow, are you so idle as to contrive such convolutions? Pray tell, how much are we expected to contribute this time? Speak freely, and rest assured. The Breaking Army will not shy away from our share." Li Chengfeng, having mastered the art of maintaining a stoic facade, remained unperturbed. Yet, the wedding dress flushed with embarrassment. Her originally stunning and cold visage now adorned with a rosy hue that captivated a throng of youthful disciples. Beautiful. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Meanwhile, the elder members of the robbery realm feigned ignorance, pondering that these young ones were still too naive to understand the concept of a brazen woman in the mundane world. A fellow elder sighed inwardly. Ahem. Li Chengfeng pretended to cough. As you all are aware, Feng's situation is quite unique. He becomes quite famished if he misses a meal. I feel rather hesitant to burden you further. Yet it is fortuitous that Lin Feng has taken the initiative to resign from his position as the junior master of the Starfall sect, primarily for the flourishing development of our sect. As a mentor witnessing such benevolence from a disciple, I find it only natural to acquiesce, albeit with a tinge of regret. In the preceding years, Lin Feng had utilized his title to appropriate the resources of the entire Starfall sect for his own benefit, but that cannot continue henceforth. Therefore, the bursting army, robust and imposing, spoke up. How much do you require this time? Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment, raising his hand to reveal 5 fingers. As thin as withered twigs. Not much, just 50 portions per person. Upon hearing this, a commotion ensued. Even the wedding dress cast a perplexed glance at Li Chengfeng, while Lin Feng subtly twitched his lips, internally exclaiming, "Is this old fellow truly so ruthless? What, old fellow, are you planning to dismantle the family?" 50 portions per person would suffice for Lin Feng's sustenance for 3 years. Moreover, where are we to procure such a vast quantity in such a short time? Indeed. The elders began to voice their grievances. Their complaints stemmed not from a lack of willingness to provide, but rather from the impracticality of gathering such an amount hastily. Unless we sell the Star Peak Sword domain, where can we possibly gather such resources? Li Chengfeng nodded affirmatively, stating, the reality is as such. We must prepare at least 3 years' worth of provisions for Lin Feng, for significant events are about to unfold. Li Chengfeng exclaimed with astonishment. The old man from Tianquan sent me a message, summoning all from the Kanglan Tribulation realm to enter the secret realm of Tianshan together. As you all know, this secret realm opens once every 90,000 years. It is said to be the celestial abode of ancient immortals, filled with treasures and countless secret techniques. This time, it coincides with the impending Great Calamity, and perhaps it even harbors methods of ascension. This is an opportunity for all realms of tribulation, and it may well be the last. I believe none of you would wish to forfeit this chance. Thus I have decided that all elders of the tribulation realm shall set forth, leaving not a single one behind. But if we all depart, who will oversee the Starfall Gate? In the event of an enemy attack, who will stand in defense? A middle-aged sword immortal named Zhou Jinyu, renowned for his profound cultivation and sharp intellect, posed the question. That is a pertinent inquiry. Hence, for this expedition into the Tianshan secret realm, all realms of tribulation must participate. This is the consensus of the 10 major sections. It is for overcoming the great calamity and for the ethereal path of immortality. And this endeavor is worth the risk. Furthermore, who among us can truly relinquish the opportunity to transcend the tribulation realm? Is there anyone present who can? The gathered elders reflected deeply, realizing they could not. This was indeed a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. The path of cultivation lay ahead. How could they hesitate? In light of the 10 paramount agreements initiated by the Heavenly Mechanism sect, it is imperative that we venture forth to the rear, ensuring that we remain undisturbed henceforth. All realms of calamity must collectively vow to uphold the celestial principles and adhere to this pact. 3 years. Volume 2. The Young Man with a Sword Wanders the Jianghu, Chapter 39. Lin Feng's decision, as the saying goes, when the tiger is away. The monkeys reign supreme in the mountains, which is precisely why Li Chengfeng intended for Xian Yi to succeed him as the next leader of the Starfall sect. He understood that upon their departure, there would inevitably be dissent within the sect regarding Lin Feng's leadership. Rather than allowing discord to erupt later, it was wiser to arrange matters beforehand. These years of serving as the sect leader have profoundly transformed Li Chengfeng. He has not only learned to employ strategy, but also to master the art of balance. Yet, one thing remains unchanged. He is still Li Chengfeng, the audacious sword saint who challenges heaven and earth. 7 days later, at the entrance of the Star Peak Sword Domain, a gathering of disciples from the previous generation bid farewell to their elders, and Lin Feng was naturally among them. Li Chengfeng spoke, "As we depart, remember, it is for 3 years. We are undoubtedly pursuing the path to immortality. You all must remain steadfast at home and avoid chaos. That is indeed a great merit. Xian Yi, I entrust my junior brother Lin Feng to you. You must take good care of him. On this occasion, Li Chengfeng took the Starfall sword with him, but also selected a new sword for Lin Feng, identical in style and weight, urging him to refine his skills with it. He regarded his disciple, who had grown from a humble shepherd in Waniyu town to a youth of equal stature beside him. Time has indeed wrought many changes. With a profound gaze, Li Chengfeng addressed Lin Feng, saying, "Disciple, take care of yourself." Li Chengfeng felt a surge of frustration. This lad had always relished the act of challenging his master. However, upon hearing this, the others burst into hearty laughter. For opportunities to witness Li Chengfeng's blunders are rather rare. Lin Feng, with his characteristic wit, remarked, "I have always held great respect for all of you esteemed elders. After all, you are my source of sustenance. Without you, I would find myself in dire straits. Dear elders, please embark on your journey. Oh no, I mean, travel safely. Do not forget to bring back some delectable treats for me and my fellow brothers." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd instantly turned awkward, and they could not help but curse this insufferable brat. Yet, many of them displayed a tone of fond indulgence. Jia Yi approached Lin Feng, gently adjusting the bun atop his head, her gaze resting on the young man who had grown taller than her over the past decade. Lin Feng increasingly resembled a certain individual, possessing the same captivating gaze and charming demeanor. However, Jia Yi understood that he was ultimately not that person. With a sense of reluctance, she said to Lin Feng, "My dear Feng, Auntie's return is uncertain, so you must take good care of yourself. If you miss me, just take a bite of that ginseng." This remark foreshadowed the dismal fate awaiting the ginseng. This time, Lin Feng refrained from mischief. He attentively listened to Jia Yi's instructions and nodded earnestly. All present were cultivators, and they carried no burdensome luggage, for their essentials were stored within their spatial devices. As the sun began to set, outside the Star Peak sword domain, a dozen flying swords soared through the sky, each bearing a formidable cultivator. The elite of the current sword practitioners, few could rival their prowess. The silhouettes of their swords gradually receded into the horizon with the setting sun. At that moment, Zhao Guangxin, one of the top disciples of his generation, suddenly appeared to intercept Lin Feng. He spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Lin Feng, you display an utter lack of propriety. The senior disciple, the acting sect leader, has yet to speak, and you dare to withdraw unceremoniously. Do you not regard your fellow disciples present?" Lin Feng was intercepted by Zhao Guangxin, a figure he recognized from 4 years prior when Master Zhou introduced him. It was said that he possessed remarkable talent and excelled in the art of gold element swordsmanship. Although Lin Feng maintained cordial relations with his masters, his interactions with their disciples were infrequent. They were merely acquaintances at best. "Your lofty status is hardly evident," Lin Feng remarked, "but I sense your understanding of etiquette is lacking. Do you not realize that you are no longer the young master of the Xingyan sect? With Brother Xuani now at the helm, do you not think it appropriate to acknowledge him, perhaps with a respectful address as sect leader?" Lin Feng appraised Zhao Guangxin, who possessed a striking appearance, his golden locks a testament to his mastery of gold element sword techniques, reminiscent of a regal golden lion. Lin Feng continued with a smile. "You are indeed correct, brother. I shall pay my respects forthwith. Congratulations to Brother Xuani on ascending to such a prestigious position." Xuani shot a fierce glare at Zhao Guangxin. Well aware of his ill intentions, it was common knowledge throughout the Xingyan sect that Lin Feng was the apple of the leader's eye, cherished by the upper echelons of the sect. Although Lin Feng's inability to cultivate was widely acknowledged, this so-called useless disciple continued to monopolize the sect's resources, a source of discontent among many disciples. They were merely impetuous youths, driven by their prideful tempers, and naturally, none would yield to another. In the absence of the esteemed elders from the sect, the disciples found themselves unable to restrain their ambitions. The departure of these venerable figures ignited a spark of desire among them, particularly concerning the 3 years' worth of rations, resources for cultivation that were not mere trifles, but substantial assets for their spiritual development. If these resources were distributed among them, it would surely suffice for numerous breakthroughs, not merely into a higher realm, but even into several minor ones. As the core disciples of the Starfall sect, most were entrenched in the realm of soul perception, with exceptional talents like Zhao Guangxin and Xian Yi nearly grasping the threshold of profound understanding. Should they obtain these cultivation resources, it was conceivable that they might all ascend rapidly. Yet, each disciple understood the unspoken rule: these resources must not be seized. To extend a hand towards them would invite inevitable retribution. Zhao Guangxin, however, devised a cunning maneuver to incite conflict between Lin Feng and Xian Yi, stirring the rivalry between the former and current princes of the Eastern Palace, a notion that thrilled all. Yet, contrary to Zhao Guangxin's expectations, Lin Feng capitulated unexpectedly. Xian Yi, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that despite Lin Feng's loss of status as the junior master, he remained a figure acknowledged by the Starfall sword. The sect was founded upon the sword, a lineage that spanned millions of years, and as long as Lin Feng drew breath, the Starfall sword would not hastily choose a new heir. With this thought, Xian Yi swiftly cast aside any reckless notions that invaded his mind. Understanding that such musings were perilous, not only would the sword's saintly Chung Feng react unfavorably, but even his own master would undoubtedly exact a dreadful vengeance. Observing Lin Feng before him, who was bowing respectfully, Xian Yi pondered deeply and quickly raised his hand to speak. Xian Yi spoke with utmost sincerity. Yet the disciples of the new generation began to harbor disdain in their hearts. The notion that my sword is your sword seemed to suggest they might even wish for Lin Feng's premature demise, as it would allow one of them to rightfully assume the position of the young master of Xingyun's sect. Zhao Guangxin, appearing rugged, possessed a remarkably astute mind. Although they all coveted Lin Feng's resources, none dared to be the first to speak out. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to his fellow disciples, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Brother Xian Yi, there is no need for such concern. I am well aware of my own limitations. After 10 arduous years of training without progress, I am certainly unworthy of the title of young master of Xingyun's sect. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave due to some health concerns." With that, he turned and departed, effortlessly shouldering his massive sword with an air of nonchalance. Xian Yi observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, particularly the sword upon his back, and his pupils constricted. Was Lin Feng truly an ordinary individual? Could an ordinary person bear a colossal sword weighing 1,200 pounds with such ease? Could a commoner consume countless rare treasures as if they were mere sustenance? All of this stirred an unsettling doubt within Xian Yi's already wavering convictions. After Lin Feng left, a disciple standing beside Xian Yi remarked in a mocking tone, "Lin Feng truly lacks self-awareness. He is no longer the young master of Xingyun's sect. A useless individual, yet he receives such unwarranted favor? The heavens are indeed unjust." Xian Yi, however, furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the sentiment was genuine or feigned, and cautioned, "Junior brother, be mindful of your words." With that, Xian Yi waved his sleeve and turned to leave, followed closely by the other disciples. As Xian Yi passed before Zhao Guangxin, their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, the air seemed to crackle with electricity. Xian Yi spoke earnestly. "There are words that should be spoken and words that should remain unuttered. There are deeds that may be undertaken and others that must not. The current state of Xingyun relies solely upon the support of one individual. With him, Xingyun endures. Without him, it perishes. In this great calamity, we are but mere insects. Only by clinging tenaciously to the mighty tree that is Xingyun can we hope to survive. Furthermore, never underestimate the profound affection that our elders hold for Lin Feng, or rather, for the master of the Xingyun sword." Xian Yi implored with heartfelt sincerity. Zhao Guangxin, offering no further commentary, simply replied, "Your words, brother, I shall remember closely." Naturally, Lin Feng's steed was a magnificent white horse, distinguished by a small tuft of black hair in its mane, which led Lin Feng to affectionately name it Xiaohe. Initially, Xiaohe was reluctant to accept this name, for it was a remarkable creature, endowed with exceptional stamina, one of the few capable of bearing both Lin Feng and the formidable sword upon his shoulder, a sword weighing a staggering 1,200 pounds. Yet, the white horse, Xiaohe, carried Lin Feng with ease. Moreover, Xiaohe possessed a certain intelligence. He roamed freely across the verdant pastures, responding only to Lin Feng's call, a single resounding whistle summoning him forth. As Lin Feng sat astride the horse, the wind tousled his hair without restraint, while he pondered the implications of his master's words. Ultimately, he arrived at a resolute decision to embark on a journey away from home. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 40. Running away from home for many years, Lin Feng had spent most of his time within the confines of the Xingfeng sword domain, with the occasional excursion accompanying his second uncle for a brief respite. One could unreservedly liken the Xingfeng sword domain to an expansive, gilded cage, with him as the captive bird awaiting sustenance. although his days passed in leisurely tranquility. This was not the existence Lin Feng yearned for. The world was vast, and he longed to explore its wonders. Thus, Lin Feng mounted his steed, Little Black, who galloped swiftly towards his private treasure trove. This so-called private treasury was, in reality, the secret chamber of the Xingyun sect, housing Lin Feng's provisions. The chamber was situated beside the sword-washing pool of the Xingfeng sword domain, which had expanded to a considerable size over the course of a decade. Within the sword-washing pool lay a multitude of swords, both mundane and extraordinary, alongside several divine instruments radiating an intimidating sword light. These weapons had been meticulously gathered and nurtured by the Xingyun sect over the years. Some belonged to elders and disciples, while others were forsaken. Notably, the sword currently in Lin Feng's possession had been retrieved from this very place. The sword-washing pool, being a sacred site for sword cultivators, was naturally guarded. Lin Feng was acquainted with the two sentinels stationed there, both adept sword cultivators who had transcended the Dao Tongxian realm. They were permanently stationed beside the pool, tasked with its protection and honing their sword hearts through the sword energy emanating from the waters, aspiring to break through to the tribulation realm. Lin Feng had developed a camaraderie with these two guardians over time. At the entrance to the pool, the figure on the left, who rested with a sword cradled in his arms, was known as Ada, while the one seated cross-legged was called A-Air. Ada and A-Air are twins, and if one were to count carefully, they could also be regarded as the senior disciples of Lin Feng. However, in pursuit of breaking through the Calamity realm, they have chosen to remain within the confines of the Starfall Gate. As Lin Feng dismounted, he greeted the two. Master Ada, Master A-Air, have you awakened? Since the day 3 years ago when Lin Feng acquired the white steed, Xiao He, as his mount, he had always come personally to collect his rations, of course, sharing a portion with Xiao He. Otherwise, with just a trace of demonic blood, he could not have achieved his current level of prowess. At Lin Feng's call, Ada and A-Air stirred from their slumber. Ada was the first to open his eyes, while A-Air slowly rose. Has the young sect master come to collect rations again? Ada inquired with a stoic expression, his broad forehead and broom-like hair giving him an unkempt appearance. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I kindly request Masters Ada and A-Air to activate the formation. In contrast to Ada, A-Air appeared much more composed. Without uttering a word, they coordinated their movements, their swords clashing to produce profound ripples that spread through the air, penetrating the entrance to the sword pool. The portal then opened wide enough for a single person to pass through. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist and entered, leaving his sword outside. As he stepped inside, the portal naturally closed behind him. In the western regions, the sky grew darker, and at that moment, several streaks of light soared through the air. These were the glimmers of sword flight. Leading the way was Li Chengfeng, embarking once more on his exhilarating journey of swordsmanship. The old man was clearly enjoying himself, even catching up with Jian for a competition. It seemed that Li Chengfeng sensed her thoughts and, without hesitation, transmitted a message. Are you concerned about my disciple? Haha. There is no need for such formality. My own disciple knows me best. Lin Feng has never been one to suffer losses. As Lin Feng stepped into the Xingfeng sword domain's sword-washing pool, it felt as though he had entered a realm dominated by swords. Although he had visited countless times before, he remained in awe of the wonders within the pool. Dark, vengeful energies emanated from the swords submerged in the pool, only to be swiftly obliterated by the ethereal, milky white sword energy that danced above. The energies would tear apart, and on occasions when the dark vapors surged, a treasured sword would rise from the center to impose order. This was a battleground where sword energy and vengeful spirits clashed. Above, a translucent, grayish-white barrier separated the surroundings. In truth, the sword-washing pool was a crystallized sword realm, constructed upon the 5 elements, embodying earth, wind, water, fire, and serving as a backbone with treasured swords to stabilize this world. Unlike the sword realm controlled by Li Chengfeng, this was a fixed and unyielding domain, with a singular purpose, to cleanse the sword souls. Lin Feng's destination lay beneath the sword energy that governed the realm, where an assortment of heavenly treasures collected by Li Chengfeng awaited. Navigating with ease, he followed a pathway formed by flying swords, arriving beneath a colossal sword towering 100 feet high, firmly embedded in the ground. Beneath the sword lay a platform, saturated with spiritual energy, adorned with jade boxes. Lin Feng skillfully opened one, seizing a snow lotus and consuming it with the fervor of a hungry beast, savoring the rich essence before contentedly releasing a satisfied belch. This is his sustenance for today. The rich essence of the snow lotus not only fills him with a profound sense of satiety, but also causes his body to emanate a subtle glow of spiritual energy. From a distance, Lin Feng appears ethereal, almost as if he were a celestial being. Naturally, should any cultivator from the Kanglan sect witness this scene, they would undoubtedly berate Lin Feng as a wastrel, for that is indeed a snow lotus, a miraculous healing herb worth thousands of top-tier spirit stones, unjustly squandered. However, in Lin Feng's perspective, it merely constitutes a day's rations. The faint spiritual energy it exudes is of little interest to him, as it has been this way for many years. This is not merely a common hunger, but rather a deep yearning that gnaws at his very soul, accompanied by the debilitating aftermath of physical weakness. If only he could utilize a storage space, be it a storage ring, a storage belt, or a storage bracelet. Lin Feng lamented his plight. It was not that he lacked such items, but rather that he possessed no spiritual power to access these storage spaces. Indeed, storage spaces are essential tools for both domestic life and adventures, as well as for acts of thievery. Calculating the pace of the white horse, Little Black, Lin Feng felt he had ample time. Thus, he took action. He removed his outer robe, fashioned a bundle, and casually tossed a jade box from the shelf into his pack. With everything secured, he nonchalantly turned to leave. Ayer stepped forward to block his path. "What is the meaning of this, young master?" he inquired, gesturing towards Lin Feng's bundle. Lin Feng exchanged a silent glance with Ada and then responded cheerfully to Ayer. Upon reflection, Ayer realized there was nothing amiss. After all, no one had stipulated that Lin Feng could only retrieve one herb at a time. Thus, Ayer stepped aside, while Ada continued to gaze at Lin Feng with a persistent smile until Lin Feng departed. Holding a package in one hand, Lin Feng bent down to retrieve the enormous sword that lay abandoned on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, the white horse, Xiaohe, immediately trotted over, its intentions unmistakably clear. It brushed Lin Feng's cheek with its tail and nudged his package with its muzzle. However, Lin Feng paid it no heed. Instead, he swiftly mounted the horse and urged Xiaohe onward. "Hurry, take the right path and circle around," Lin Feng urged, having carefully surveyed the route. He intended to slip away quietly while everyone was preoccupied with bidding farewell to the elder. He was aware that his master had likely assigned someone to keep an eye on him, though he remained unaware of the individual's identity. At that moment, Ayer seemed to have come to a realization. He inquired of Ada, "Can Lin Feng cultivate?" Ada shook his head, replying no. He continued, "Ayer, you exaggerate. Look at Lin Feng. He merely carries a small package. At most, he's off for a few days, and all his provisions are within. Surely, he wouldn't starve himself. The eagles of the grasslands do not grow up nestled in their nests. Although he cannot practice cultivation, he still possesses considerable strength and is more than capable of traversing the mountains and fields." Ayer furrowed his brow, but Ada interjected, "There are no buts. Let us keep this matter from Lao Huang for now. It is only natural for the young one to develop his own thoughts as he matures." Ayer remained somewhat unconvinced. The martial world is fraught with peril, and the outside world teems with dangers. Ada laughed heartily, gesturing with his chin. "The martial world is dangerous everywhere. Staying here does not guarantee safety." At this moment, Xian Yi arrived accompanied by a group of first-generation disciples. Surveying the surroundings as if in search of something, he approached and inquired, "Masters, may I ask if you have seen junior brother Lin Feng?" Originally beaming with joy, Ada's expression shifted to one of indifference as he replied, "He has left." Xian Yi promptly asked, "Where did he go?" Ada retorted sternly, "That young lad has grown wings. It seems I must teach him a lesson on behalf of Pajun. How dare he question me, his master?" Before Xian Yi could respond, Zhao Guangxin unexpectedly interjected, "Brother Xian Yi is no longer just a child. He is now the young master of our Xingyun sect." Seeing this, Xian Yi's anger flared. Zhao Guangxin was essentially placing him on the pyre. Ada, digging in his ears as if to clear them of accumulated debris, sought to comprehend the situation. "What nonsense is this? Him, the young master of Xingyun sect? I acknowledge Pajun's capabilities, but his disciple? I think not." Ada scrutinized Xian Yi from head to toe with a piercing gaze. Xian Yi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, quickly sought to appease the situation, though his sidelong glance at Zhao Guangxin bore an edge of sharpness. Volume 2, The Young Man with the Sword ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 41, Encountering Bandits Beyond the Western Regions. In a valley once part of the former Great Chu Kingdom, Lin Feng galloped furiously on horseback, a burden strapped to his back. A massive sword wrapped in cloth resembling an elongated case. The white horse, Xiao He, galloped swiftly, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake along the official road. As Lin Feng traversed a steep hillside in a secluded valley, a colossal boulder came thundering down from above. Reacting swiftly, he urged his steed to veer aside. Yet he was unceremoniously thrown from his mount, landing in a disarrayed heap. Just as he prepared to investigate the commotion, he found himself encircled by a band of brigands. Among them stood a burly man with a bushy beard, brandishing a gleaming sword, who bellowed menacingly, "This path is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, you must. Before he could finish, a diminutive, shifty-eyed lackey beside him interjected, "Boss, you've got it wrong. It should be, this path is mine, and this tree is yours." The burly man retorted, "Enough of this nonsense. Are you the boss, or am I? I shall dictate the terms." He then pointed his sword menacingly at Lin Feng. "You there, toss your pack over here, and I shall spare your life." Lin Feng and his faithful steed, Little Black, managed to regain their footing. The horse shook its mane, its eyes ablaze with indignation, nostrils flaring heavily in a display of anger. Lin Feng brushed off the dust from his attire, astonished that mere moments after exiting the Starfall Gate, he had already encountered marauders. Despite lacking any cultivation, he felt no fear. He unsheathed the massive sword from his back, leisurely unwrapping the cloth that enveloped it. As the imposing blade was brandished before the bandits, the burly man instinctively took a step back. "By heavens, that is exceedingly large," he thought to himself, realizing that while he wielded a sword, Lin Feng brandished a gigantic sword, rendering his own weapon a mere child's toy in comparison. The burly man pondered silently. Could it be that I have encountered a formidable opponent? The small, shifty-eyed subordinate trailing closely behind, noticing the leader's hesitation, promptly whispered, "Boss, this individual shows no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. It is likely that the sword in his hand is merely ornamental. We, as cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, are more than capable. You, in particular, are a master of the insightful Qi realm. In this chaotic wilderness of the Western Chu, he rides alone. He cannot possibly be a skilled soul cultivator capable of flight. He is at most a mere practitioner of insightful Qi. Perhaps, boss, you should sense further to determine if he is concealing his true strength." The burly man with a beard evidently took his subordinate's advice to heart. He opened his senses fully, but could not detect any spiritual energy emanating from Lin Feng. Instead, he discerned a strong spiritual power emanating from the bundle behind him. After years of bloodshed with blades, what had he relied upon? Caution and unwavering courage. With a fierce determination, the man charged ahead, brandishing his sword toward Lin Feng. His footsteps seemed to smoke, the blade gleaming with a white light, likely a result of spiritual energy enhancement. The other subordinates, emboldened, also brandished their weapons, shouting as they surged forward. In the world of banditry, success hinged upon ferocity and unyielding bravery. Generally, a show of formidable presence would compel the opponent to surrender immediately. Lin Feng, accustomed to witnessing the conflicts among cultivators characterized by dazzling flashes of blades and soaring figures, found himself faced with an onslaught of attackers. Although their approach lacked the grandeur he had previously observed, he, having never engaged in combat himself, felt a surge of heat in his mind as the group charged at him. Without considering the sword techniques learned from his uncle, he closed his eyes and swung his greatsword forward. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries as Lin Feng opened his eyes to behold a chaotic scene of fallen bandits sprawled around him. Just as confusion enveloped him, he noticed the spirited steed, Little Black, trampling the head of a burly man with its mighty hooves. Before him lay several more brigands, bloodied and defeated. In a moment of panic, Lin Feng swung his massive sword, weighing over 1,000 pounds, effortlessly dispatching the foundation-building cultivators who lay helplessly on the ground. The sound of neighing echoed, resonating with indignation. Little Black was incensed, furious that anyone would dare cause its esteemed self to stumble. It was determined to crush the head of its opponent beneath its iron-like hooves. Despite the man's desperate struggles, he was utterly powerless against the relentless pressure. Lin Feng watched in astonishment, unable to fathom that his typically docile steed could exhibit such ferocity. He was equally bewildered by the ease with which he had vanquished his foes. Was it that he was exceptionally powerful, or were his opponents simply feeble? This posed a profound question worthy of contemplation. However, just as Little Black was poised to obliterate the man's head, Lin Feng intervened. "Little Black, show some mercy, oh? I mean, spare him." Little Black, in a playful manner, began to negotiate its price. Nay, Lin Feng responded. "All right, 2 stocks will suffice. Are you not afraid of overindulgence? But first, you must release this gentleman." Little Black, gleeful, complied with a cheerful whinny. Meanwhile, the bandits watched in disbelief as a man and a horse engaged in what appeared to be a whimsical negotiation. Unbeknownst to the burly man, Lin Feng had expended 2 precious stocks of supreme material to ensure his life was spared. If the burly man with the beard had known the true value of his head, he might have willingly severed it to exchange for a fortune. The black horse stepped back, and the bearded man immediately rolled over and knelt, demonstrating remarkable proficiency. He dared not flee, for had he not witnessed the lightning speed of this horse, not to mention the imposing figure before him, who had effortlessly sent a multitude sprawling to the ground without even unleashing a hint of spiritual power. The bearded man pleaded, "My lord, spare my life. I am but a fool who failed to recognize a true immortal and inadvertently offended you. I sincerely apologize." With that, he bowed repeatedly to the ground. And the other bandits followed suit, the rat-faced henchman weeping profusely, lamenting about his aged mother and his wife and children, recounting his tragic tale. Having recently entered the world of martial arts, Lin Feng had never encountered such a spectacle. He promptly urged the man to rise. "Stand up and speak. What is your name?" The bearded man quickly replied, "I am Hu Hanzhong, a rogue from the region of Lufengpo in the Western Chu. To have crossed paths with you today is akin to an experienced goose being caught by an eagle. I vow to reflect on my wrongdoings and mend my ways. But I beseech you to spare my life." Hu Hanzhong was truly a pitiful sight, tears streaming down his face. In the face of life and death, pride was but a fleeting illusion. Lin Feng did not genuinely intend to deal harshly with these individuals. Although he had been robbed, he had emerged unscathed. He had merely stumbled into this territory and was somewhat disoriented. Since fate had brought them together, he thought it prudent to inquire about directions. Lin Feng rested his great sword on his shoulder and, emulating the dialogues from novels, said, "You fellows who have turned to banditry must have your own untold hardships. I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you today. Hu Hanzhong, do tell me, what region is this?" Lin Feng understands his own circumstances well. He is far from reaching the realm of enlightenment, unable to even master the art of channeling energy into his body. He is, without a doubt, a person incapable of cultivation. Yet, he finds himself intrigued by the sand demon. What precisely is a sand demon? Hu Hanzhong, perplexed, observes the young man before him, who wields a heavy sword, presumably a disciple undergoing trials. If he is not pursuing the sand demon, could it be that he is deliberately lingering here to deceive bandits? However, given his ability to conceal his presence, he may indeed have such intentions. With this thought, Hu Hanzhong immediately bows again, saying, "Sir, I acknowledge my wrongs. I have turned to banditry out of sheer necessity. 11 years ago, the imperial family of the Western Chu was slaughtered overnight, leaving the region devoid of its nominal rulers. Furthermore, the Haotian sect, which governed this territory, was eradicated in the same instant. Although other sects have risen to prominence, and the imperial lineage has been replaced by the Zhao family, chaos reigns in the Western Chu, leaving the populace displaced and the martial world in turmoil. We had no choice but to resort to banditry." Lin Feng could not help but inquire, "Are you familiar with a place called Woniu Town?" Hu Hanzhong suddenly nodded vigorously. "I know it well. I visited there in my youth." Woniu Town is a significant stronghold in the Western Chu, renowned for its salt trade and the phrase west out of Yangguan. However, with the upheaval in the Western Chu, Woniu Town has inevitably suffered. In recent years, the flow of merchants to Woniu Town has diminished, consequently impacting our earnings. At this point, Hu Hanzhong hastily covered his mouth. Lin Feng, lost in thought, smiled and remarked, "Regardless of your circumstances, encountering me may indeed be your misfortune, yet it is also a stroke of luck. Today, I shall spare your lives. Depart swiftly and refrain from engaging in banditry in the future. Otherwise, the heavens are just, and you shall undoubtedly meet a dire fate." Emulating the eloquence of characters from tales, Lin Feng imparted his lessons to Hu Hanzhong and his companions with authority. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Lin Feng finally understood why the protagonists in stories reveled in chivalry and the eradication of evil. Perhaps it was this very sensation they sought. With his sword hoisted upon his shoulder, he declared, "Begone. Should we meet again, I shall assuredly sever your heads." Witnessing this, the crowd hastily dispersed, vanishing from Lin Feng's sight, and once they had all fled, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What an exhausting charade. In the city of Hanhai, left behind by his master, Li Huashangren, Ali held a skewer of candied hawthorn and muttered, "What a ridiculous master. Off frolicking in the secret realm without me. Alas, what is there to enjoy here amidst all this sand?" Volume 2. The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 42. Life is a play dependent on performance within a room constructed of compacted yellow sand. A young servant dressed as a Hanhai sand dweller reported his findings from the marketplace to the Sand Hero. The Sand Hero, the son of the vice commander of Hanhai City, was notorious for his lecherous pursuits. He had gathered a band of ruffians with the sole intention of seeking intelligence on the whereabouts of beautiful maidens. Situated on the desert's frontier, Hanhai City was awash in yellow sand, and even the few women present were predominantly unremarkable, a reality intolerable to the Sand Hero. For many years, he has indulged in the power bestowed upon him by his father, tarnishing the dignity of countless virtuous women from the outside world, including the daughters of mundane merchants, married young wives, and even those who, in a bid to curry favor with him, have specially transported fair and enchanting maidens from the southern water towns of the eastern territories. The city of Hanhai, being a borderland, naturally lacks strict regulations. Coupled with the formidable reputation of his father, Sha Polong, Sha Yingxiong has lived a life of indulgence and pleasure over the years. However, even the most exquisite delicacies can become tiresome, and thus, Sha Yingxiong set his sights on the female cultivators. It is well known that female cultivators, having undergone the purification of spiritual energy, are cleansed of impurities. While they may not all possess celestial beauty, each has her own unique charm. Not long ago, Sha Yingxiong was kept in check by his father, forced to act discreetly. However, with his father away, his audacity swelled. His subordinates soon relayed an enticing report, revealing the presence of a breathtaking beauty within the city. Upon hearing this, Sha Yingxiong felt a surge of excitement, akin to 100 claws scratching at his heart. He was determined to behold the beauty that had elicited such praise from his followers. As a local tyrant of Hanhai City, Sha Yingxiong had numerous informants at his disposal, and it was not long before he spotted Ali leisurely wandering through the streets. From a distance, he was struck by her otherworldly beauty. Among the crowd, there she was, like a wafting fragrance, her lustrous black hair cascading elegantly, her skin fair as snow, and her flowing dark dress could not conceal her exquisite figure. With sparkling, watery eyes, a delicate cherry blossom mouth, and an oval face, she was indeed a vision to behold. Sha Yingxiong could not help but exclaim, "To possess such a beauty, what more could one desire?" The Sand Hero was undeniably enamored with the enchanting figure ahead of him, unable to contain his excitement. He disregarded the bustling marketplace around him and swaggered towards Ali, flanked by his henchmen and guards. The vendors, upon recognizing him, promptly vacated the area, their hearts heavy with sympathy for the beautiful woman soon to be ensnared by the clutches of the sand tyrant. Many among them lamented, "Such exquisite beauty, destined to fall into the hands of this villain. What a pity." At that moment, Ali was perusing some trinkets from Hanhai City. However, as she turned around, she found herself surrounded by a throng of followers. At the forefront, a man with a gaunt face and a disingenuous smile approached her, his attire betraying his true nature. "Is the young lady alone?" Ali inquired with a smile. "And who might you be?" Her smile, akin to a blooming peony, struck the Sand Hero's heart with a sweetness that nearly left him breathless. He felt as though his very soul was being lured away by her beauty and charm. "My dear lady, you have indeed inquired of the right person. I am the Sand Hero, and my father, the Sand Wolf, is somewhat renowned in Hanhai City. I noticed you wandering alone. Allow me to assume the role of your guide and introduce you to the wonders of the Sand Sea." Ali gazed at him, her smile radiant. "Very well. I shall trouble you, Brother Sand." As she turned, her flowing black skirt swayed gracefully, drawing closer to the Sand Hero. The way she addressed him as brother sent a thrill through his heart. "Then please, dear lady, accompany me," he said eagerly. "I assure you, I will unveil the enchanting sights of Hanhai City for you." As the Sand Hero reveled in his inner amusement, Ali was also calculating her own thoughts. Fortune smiled upon her. Upon arriving in Hanhai City, she had stumbled upon a wealthy patron. However, she wondered just how substantial this catch might be. Ali discreetly appraised the sand hero, noting his attire and the magical artifacts he bore. She couldn't help but lick her soft pink tongue, and with her alluringly cold visage, she was indeed a sight to behold. Thus, amidst the sighs of the onlookers, Ali departed with the sand hero, not forgetting to surreptitiously pilfer a prized local herb from a nearby stall. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the swirling sands and the figures of the sand hero and his companions away. 300 miles from Hanhai City, in the western regions, lies a valley known by the legendary name of One Blade Gorge. It is said that this gorge did not originally exist. The mountains on either side were once connected. However, 1,000 years ago, two formidable cultivators engaged in a fierce battle here, one wielding a blade, the other a sword. The gorge was formed when the blade-wielding fighter descended from the heavens and cleaved the mountains apart, creating this breathtaking rift in the earth, earning it the moniker of One Blade Gorge. Additionally, there exists another tale surrounding this gorge. It is rumored that on either side, there are 18 valiant heroes. To traverse One Blade Gorge, one has two options, either to cultivate one's spirit to soar through the air or to dutifully submit to the extortion of the mountain bandits. These bandits, however, differ from others, as they adhere to a code of conduct, seeking wealth without taking lives. Fortunately, the traveling merchants are well aware of this understanding and dutifully provide tributes each month in hopes of securing a safe passage through. Here lies the vital route eastward from Hanhai City, a hub of flourishing commerce, where the mountain bandits lead relatively comfortable lives. Naturally, one might wonder, why? Given that this location is merely 300 miles from Hanhai City, a distance easily traversed by cultivators, does the city neglect to eradicate these bandits right at their doorstep? Such a situation seems utterly unreasonable. Yet, the existence of phenomena in this world often defies conventional logic. Lin Feng rode forth to Yidao Gorge, encountering no bandits along the way. As he approached Hanhai City, he came across numerous merchant caravans. Alone and appearing quite youthful, Lin Feng attracted the attention of passing traders, who extended invitations for him to join their ranks, offering companionship in times of need. The caravan leader, surnamed Sun, was a man of integrity and warmth, hailing from Lin Feng's homeland. Upon noticing Lin Feng's lack of spiritual energy fluctuations, he unhesitatingly invited him to accompany their caravan. Although Sun was a merchant, he possessed a measure of cultivation, residing in the mid-level of comprehension, which rendered him less susceptible to bandit confrontations. Having traversed Yidao Gorge numerous times, he typically enjoyed a peaceful journey, always delivering his monthly dues without encountering any bandit disturbances. Approaching the gorge, Sun beckoned Lin Feng to his side, gesturing towards the magnificent expanse of sky before them, engaging in light conversation. Young Lin, he began, Yidao Gorge has quite the illustrious history. Lin Feng clasped his hands in respect, replying, Indeed, Boss Sun, your extensive travels must have imparted valuable lessons. Boss Sun is indeed a man who delights in imparting knowledge. He heartily patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and began to speak. This place is known as the One Blade Gorge, a site where a formidable cultivator cleaved the mountain with a single strike eons ago. Initially, Lin Feng listened with rapt attention. However, Boss Sun's discourse soon became incessant. While Lin Feng pondered whether his master, Li Chengfeng, could slice through the mountain before him, an unusual sound suddenly erupted from the ground, the unmistakable clatter of hooves. Observing this, Boss Sun abruptly halted his narrative, his brow furrowing with concern as he mused. Could it be bandits? Yet that seems unlikely. My monthly dues have remained consistent. The heroes of One Blade Gorge have always maintained a commendable reputation and would not engage in arbitrary plundering. I shall approach to investigate. Being a cultivator himself, Boss Sun swiftly covered the distance to the front of the caravan, moving with remarkable speed. There, the vehicles were halted, and a contingent of over 100 riders was arrayed before them. The newcomers were a disparate group, their cultivations varying widely, and even their banners were not uniform. Among them stood a familiar figure to Boss Sunday. He called out, Esteemed heroes, I am Sun Shinda, a representative of the Sun family trading house from Woniu town. Our establishment has never failed to honor your contributions. Today, it is my utmost pleasure to meet you all. Why not dismount? I have some fine wine from Jiangnan to offer you as a gesture of goodwill. At that moment, one of the bandits stepped forward, a man famed on the roads, known as Big Head Yang, characterized by his notably large head, which indeed earned him his moniker. He was acquainted with Boss Sunday. Fear not, Boss Sun. my brethren, and I do not come here for you." The Tuyong waved his hand, and soon a burly man with a thick beard emerged from the rear of the line, riding forward. The bearded man gestured towards Lin Feng, who was at the rear of the caravan, and whispered a few words into the Tuyang's ear. Meanwhile, Boss Sun expressed his confusion, asking, "Why is that?" The Tuyong replied, "We have come for but one man." Boss Sun inquired, "Who is he?" The Tuyong raised his saber, pointing its tip directly at Lin Feng. Him. Boss Sun followed the direction of the Tuyang's blade, his gaze landing upon this fellow townsman, who appeared devoid of any martial prowess and did not seem to possess great wealth. Why, then, were these mountain bandits targeting him? Before Boss Sun could voice his questions, Lin Feng proactively rode forward. He had recognized a familiar face, Huhan San, a bandit he had recently let go. Lin Feng, astride his white horse, Xiaohe, confronted 100 heavily armed riders, his brows knitted in irritation. He was affronted that he had spared this man, only to find him ungratefully rallying others against him. To the crowd, Lin Feng maintained an air of calm and composure, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, internally, a whirlwind of doubts plagued his mind. Could he truly contend with these men? Would he be able to escape? Would Boss Sun come to his aid? In that fleeting moment, countless questions flooded his thoughts. Nevertheless, he understood that he must not succumb to panic. His uncle often said that the first prerequisite in battle is to project an aura of confidence. What is this aura? It is the fierce demeanor that shows one is unafraid of both heaven and earth. Lin Feng had long resided within the confines of the Starfall Gate. Having perused numerous tales, and recalling the scenes from his youth when he witnessed his master confronting others, he unsheathed the great sword from his back, positioning it horizontally and resting it upon his shoulder. With an air of indifference, he addressed the band of mountain thieves, a bunch of scum. Since my debut, I have yet to encounter anyone bold enough to point a finger at me. Come at me. His audacious words, coupled with the imposing presence of his formidable sword, momentarily stunned the onlookers. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 43. Battle within the inner residence of Commander Sha in the city of Hanhai. Hero Sha was hosting a banquet for Ali. The table was laden with delicacies unique to Hanhai City, featuring various sand demons, their essence skillfully extracted and cooked into delectable dishes. Though their appearance was somewhat peculiar, they offered an exquisite flavor that left Ali nodding in approval. Indeed, this taste is remarkable. Might I inquire, Brother Shah, if there are any treasures here? I, as a solitary traveler in the western regions, take great pleasure in discovering various treasures. Upon hearing Ali's inquiry, Hero Shah eagerly began to enumerate his prized possessions, akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube. He thought this would surely allow him to showcase his wealth before the enchanting lady. We possess 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, hundreds of treasured artifacts, and 2 Dao instruments, making us one of the foremost families in Hanhai City. My father, Sha Polong, is a formidable figure in the realm of robbery, and over the years, he has amassed quite a fortune, which will soon be mine. After consuming a few cups of wine, Sha Hero, feeling slightly intoxicated, could not help but boast. Ali, listening to his extravagant claims, felt a surge of joy, realizing she had finally caught a plump sheep. May I request that you, dear Brother Shah, allow me a glimpse? Alalai inquired. Brother Shah hesitated momentarily, but the steward, ever the vigilant guardian, interjected firmly, Young master, your father expressly commanded that the treasury must remain sealed. He then turned to Alalai, asserting, moreover, as a mere child, what right do you have to behold the treasures of my master? You are but a trinket for the young master's amusement. The stewardess' forthrightness was palpable, and Shah's countenance shifted slightly. This steward was his father's confidant, a figure to whom he often felt compelled to show deference. Wang Lao, Miss Alalai is my esteemed guest. Such rudeness is unacceptable. Shah retorted. Alalai, with a charming smile, regarded Steward Wang, a practitioner of profound mastery, whose cultivation surpassed her own by a notch. Yet, she remained unfazed. With a casual wave of her hand, she exclaimed, Brother Shah, do not take offense. I merely spoke in jest. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave, for my family awaits my return. Her enchanting smile and playful demeanor belied her intentions. Yet as she prepared to depart, Shah grew anxious. No, this cannot be. Alalai maintained her cheerful expression. Shah, shedding his pretense of civility, coldly remarked, once you have crossed my threshold, you belong to me. Miss Alalai, I implore you to reconsider your departure. The night is upon us. Why not take refuge here for the evening? Brother Shah, if that is the case, I shall graciously accept your hospitality, Alalai replied. What is it you wish to say? Shah pressed. Alalai gestured for him to come closer, and with a lack of caution, he leaned in. At that moment, Ali sprang into action, brandishing a short blade that she swiftly pressed against the neck of the sand hero. The chilling glint of the blade pierced his skin with a stinging pain. Just as Steward Wang was about to intervene, Ali commanded sharply, "Do not move. Your young master's life hangs in the balance." Accustomed to a life of luxury, the sand hero, despite being a fellow soul cultivator, found himself instantly subdued by Ali. With his powers sealed, his life was effectively in her grip. Ali had her reasons for capturing the sand hero. She addressed his subordinates and Steward Wang, saying, "Now, take me to the treasury. Use your family's treasures to exchange for your young master's life." The sand hero had lost all his previous bravado, now merely wishing to survive. "You useless fools. What are you waiting for? Quickly escort Miss Ali." Observing the sand hero's reaction, Ali smiled and remarked, "At least you know your place. Rest assured, I shall spare your life." Seeing no other option, Steward Wang reluctantly led Ali to the treasury. En route, he seized a moment when Ali was distracted to signal the city guards. In an instant, news of the sand young master being abducted by an unknown girl spread like wildfire. This was indeed explosive information, for the sand hero was notorious for his nefarious deeds. And today he was finally facing retribution. Make sure to fill it up. If you don't, your young master is as good as gone. Ali's deftness in tossing out her storage ring indicated that she was no novice at this. In roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the Sand family's treasury had been completely emptied. Ali surveyed the contents of the fully stocked storage ring, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent." The steward, Wang, noticing her contentment, spoke up, "Esteemed heroine, I implore you to release my young master. I assure you of his safe passage." The valiant Shah, now thoroughly frightened, stammered, "Why yes. If you let me go, I will ensure they release you." Ali responded, "Do you take me for a fool? You propose to set me free only outside the city? Very well. Once we reach the outskirts, you shall release my young master. However, let me be clear, should you fail to do so, what then?" Ali asked with a playful smile. Wang offered no reply. His gaze lowered as he scrutinized the young woman before him. He remained perplexed as to why she would dare to brazenly abduct Sha Yingxiong, particularly in Hanhai City, where the Sha family held significant power and influence. Even if this woman managed to escape the city, evading the grasp of the Sha family's domain would prove exceedingly difficult. Ali declared, "Let us not waste time with idle chatter. Now, escort me out of the city." She hoisted the captive Sha Yingxiong and soared into the air, heading towards the city's outskirts. The guards of the Sha family followed closely behind. In the distance, members of the city guard observed, aware that although many within the guard harbored disdain for Sha Yingxiong, it was unacceptable to allow such an abduction to occur in broad daylight without intervention. Just as the onlookers contemplated their next course of action outside the city, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by a figure plummeting from the sky. It was none other than Sha Yingxiong himself. It was Alalai who, mid-flight, severed the vital essence beneath the sand hero with a single swift stroke, casting him down from a great height of 100 zhang. The sand hero let out a heart-wrenching wail as he plummeted through the air. Following this, a resonant voice imbued with magic reverberated across the skies above Sansi City, proclaiming the notorious sand hero, infamous for his nefarious deeds. Today, the chivalrous Alalai, aiding the impoverished and enacting justice on behalf of the heavens, has risen against this villain, a truth acknowledged by all within Sansi City. The guards of the city stood momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. How could she dare? Most strikingly, Alalai had not slain the sand hero. Instead, she had obliterated his lineage. For a lascivious man, this fate was undoubtedly more agonizing than death itself. Steward Wang immediately soared towards the sand hero, hastily producing a healing elixir and placing it within his mouth, while he called out to the multitude of figures in the sky, "Kill! Kill this vile woman!" In an instant, the crowd, including the guards, surged towards Alalai, their enthusiasm palpable despite the guards' lack of full commitment. Some even shouted, "Activate the defensive formation. Do not allow her to escape." However, before the last word could fade, Alalai produced an object from her hand, resembling a conch shell. With a breath directed at the shell, the air rippled, revealing a void passage in the sky, wide enough for a single person to traverse. Steward Wang, well versed in the arcane, exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be? It is a spatial conch. Quickly, bombard the void to disrupt her teleportation." With that, he summoned a conical artifact, approximately 2 inches in length, shaped like a nail, his prized possession, the void nail, rumored to possess the power to anchor the very fabric of the void. Yet, in the end, it was all too late. Ali, harnessing her mystical powers, boldly confronted the void spike, and, in an instant, she slipped into the void passage, vanishing above the vast expanse of the Sea of Sands. For a moment, the city lay in eerie silence, broken only by the harrowing cries of the Sand Hero, echoing in agony, lingering in the air. Those who had once suffered at the hands of the Sand Hero in the city raised their thumbs in approval, proclaiming, "What a true hero." It is said that in the world of martial arts, both righteousness and villainy coexist. Simultaneously, 300 years hence, the knife gorge was embroiled in its own battle. "Impudent child, you have harmed my brother and stolen our treasures. Today, we, the 18 valiant heroes, shall surely seek justice," bellowed De Tuyong, aiming to quell Lin Feng's audacious arrogance. However, these words only served to infuriate Lin Feng. What did it mean to harm his brother and steal his treasures? 18 heroes? They were clearly bandits. Lin Feng finally comprehended the nature of the scoundrel his uncle had spoken of. Tightening his grip on the great sword, he glanced at Boss Sunday. "Boss Sun, I must apologize for today's events. Kindly withdraw your men. It seems these bandits and I shall not part amicably." Boss Sun hesitated. "Lin, young brother, this." Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "It matters not. Please retreat. If I should fall, I trust you will honor our camaraderie and retrieve my remains, laying them to rest in the grove on the southern slope of Wenyo Town. In that way, I may find my roots once more." Though he spoke these words, Lin Feng felt little fear. His heart raced not from dread, but from an unusual fervor coursing through him, as his entire being began to heat up. Kill. Before Lin Feng could fully comprehend the peculiarities of his body, the adversary's 100 riders were already charging towards him. These 18 brigands, perhaps well-versed in the art of coordinated assault, understood the principle that even a lion must exert its utmost when hunting a rabbit. They preferred the strategy of a multitude overwhelming a solitary foe rather than engaging in one-on-one combat. Observing this, Lin Feng, suppressing his unease, realized there was no escape. Thus, he chose to advance, keen to test the fruits of his years of cultivation. As he summoned his strength, Lin Feng's muscular arms surged, transforming his seemingly ordinary physique into a formidable presence. His body radiated power, each muscle resembling a smoldering iron, interconnected and brimming with explosive potential. Exhaling a deep breath, akin to rallying his own spirit, Lin Feng charged into the fray, his sword poised for battle. At that moment, his steed, the agile black horse, played a crucial role, deftly maneuvering as Lin Feng wove through the adversaries. Initially, the mountain bandits were caught off guard, receiving the brunt of Lin Feng's massive sword, which weighed over 1,200 pounds, causing several of them to spew blood and fly backward. "Beware of this man's extraordinary strength," shouted Hu Hansen, prompting the bandits to regroup and once again encircle Lin Feng. Observing the scene, Big Head Yang commanded, "Those at the Foundation establishment stage, retreat. Those at the Enlightenment stage, advance. Utilize your true chi for ranged attacks. He lacks spiritual energy." Quickly, upon hearing this, the Foundation establishment practitioners swiftly vacated the battlefield, as their spiritual power was too feeble to extend beyond themselves. Only those who had reached the Enlightenment stage could refine their internal spiritual energy into true chi, which could be projected externally for long-range assaults and momentarily glided upon. Lin Feng marveled at this unexpected advantage of provisions. However, the sight of this unfolding drama incited fury among the mountain bandits. "That is a precious elixir, an unparalleled treasure indeed." Hu Hansan was not mistaken. This individual carries a secret treasure. Judging by his bundle, it is likely that he possesses several more. The mountain bandits, their eyes filled with envy, could no longer remain mere spectators. Big Head Yang personally took to the field. "You dare to squander my precious elixir? Today, I shall ensure that you meet a gruesome end." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle, for indeed, mountain bandits are the epitome of shamelessness. "What are you shouting about? If you possess the ability, come and seize it." Having regained some strength, Lin Feng took the initiative to gallop towards Big Head Yang, adhering to the adage that one must capture the leader before dealing with the followers. If he could eliminate Yang, everything else would fall into place. After all, that is how the tales recount it. Lin Feng, indifferent to the truth of it, wielded his blade with resolve. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 44. Miracles through strength. The steed galloped swiftly, adrenaline surging through Lin Feng's veins as he charged forward, cutting down anyone who dared to obstruct his path with a single stroke of his sword. These were all adept practitioners of the enlightened Qi realm, capable of being core disciples in lesser sects. Yet among the mountain bandits, they were the elite of the elite. Yet now, they found themselves toppled by a youth devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot, his heart raced, and his blood coursed vigorously through his body, surging towards his brain. He felt as if he were ablaze, his body burning with an intensity that threatened to shatter him. Yet an inexhaustible strength surged within him. The massive sword, weighing 1,200 pounds, danced in his hands with formidable might. A sudden, inexplicable roar escaped Lin Feng's lips, a sound reminiscent of an ancient demonic beast's cry, echoing like the whispers of celestial fiends, both fervent and laden with gravity, striking directly at the soul. The news reached the ears of the mountain bandits, resonating like a deafening buzz that left them disoriented, even causing discomfort to those, including Boss Sun, who had retreated to the canyon's outskirts. At that moment, Lin Feng was consumed by a singular thought: to charge forth and sever the head of the largest foe with a single stroke of his sword. As he surged forward, his hair was disheveled, flowing wildly in the wind like a tempestuous mane. In that instant, Lin Feng resembled a madman, recklessly pushing ahead, further and further into the fray. The steed, Xiaohe, seemed to sense the fervor of its rider, galloping with wild abandon. This was no ordinary horse, it was a demon steed, its lineage tracing back to a celestial beast, once a mount of an emperor. Big-headed Yang, witnessing Lin Feng's frenzied advance, felt an involuntary shudder at the overwhelming aura he exuded. In a state of panic, he brandished his sword and shouted, "Stop him! Quickly! Halt his advance!" As the spokesperson of the 18 factions of mountain bandits, Big-headed Yang naturally summoned his comrades to action. One by one, the bandits charged at Lin Feng. Yet their efforts were futile, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot or a moth drawn to a flame. In his berserk state, Lin Feng's strength intensified further. Even adept practitioners of the enlightenment realm, enveloped in vital energy, crumbled upon contact with his massive sword, sent sprawling to the ground. Sensing the dire situation, Big-headed Yang turned to flee on horseback. However, Lin Feng, fueled by fury, would not permit such an escape, charging recklessly after him. With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng erupted in a surge of crimson energy, akin to flames, enveloping not only himself but also the white steed, Xiaohe, in a fiery embrace. With a fiery spirit, the steed, black, seemed as though it had ingested some miraculous elixir, its speed notably intensified. To Boss Sun observing from outside the battlefield, the duo appeared as a blazing streak of crimson, swiftly cleaving through the fray. In an instant, Big-head Yang realized that retreat was no longer an option. To flee would surely render him a casualty beneath that sword. Since escape was futile, it was far better to turn and confront the adversary. Yet, he knew he could not achieve this alone. Thus he rallied his comrades. "Brothers, though this foe is fierce, he stands alone. Let us join forces to vanquish him. He possesses unparalleled treasures. Slaying him could break our boundaries." The transformation from foundational cultivation to profound awareness, and from awareness to soul perception, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Strike him down, and we shall no longer tread the perilous edge of survival. Big-head Yang's words resonated like a potent elixir, the allure of transcending their limitations swirling in the minds of the mountain bandits, an irresistible temptation they could not shake off. In that moment, they rallied around Big-head Yang without hesitation. Over 30 adept warriors united to erect a barrier of true energy before him, no longer concealing their strength. They channeled their full power, erecting a formidable wall along Lin Feng's path. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, driven by fervor, did not lessen his pace. Instead, he charged headlong into the barrier. With a thunderous impact, he collided with the true energy wall, which yielded not like solid matter, but rather like cotton candy, denting upon his assault before springing back into form. Lin Feng and his horse were propelled several dozen feet away, but fortunately, both remained unharmed. However, the burden he carried on his back scattered widely, with 2 or 3 dozen jade boxes strewn across the ground, some of which had even burst open. In an instant, spiritual energy diffused into the air, and the bandits in the canyon became infuriated, their eyes gleaming with greed. Someone shouted, "Treasure elixirs! Exquisite treasure elixirs! Quick, seize them!" Before the leader, Yang, could utter a word, the mountain bandits had already disregarded all caution and rushed forward. The unwritten rule among them was that the swift would claim the spoils while the slow would be left empty-handed. Yet, upon closing in, they hesitated. For Lin Feng had already regained his footing. Shaking his head to clear the haze from the fall, he found his muddled thoughts sharpening with clarity. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. His blood surged vigorously, emanating wisps of crimson gas from his skin, as the sustenance he had ingested transformed into a dye that continuously generated more of this vibrant energy. With the deepening crimson aura, Lin Feng felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, filling him with immense confidence. Gazing at the distant knife gorge, he fancied that he could split the heavens and carve the earth with a single stroke of his sword. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Seeing the horde of bandits converge upon him like ravenous wolves, Lin Feng first gestured to his horse, Xiaohei, signaling it to flee. For engaging in close combat while mounted was inadvisable. Xiaohei, possessing a keen intuition, noticed a precious herb on the ground, a wood lingji. In that moment, Lin Feng, shedding his previous reluctance, tossed the herb to Xiaohei, who eagerly opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. In an instant, its eyes glowed crimson, and white vapor gushed from its nostrils, a testament to the overwhelming spiritual energy it had absorbed, though Xiaohei stubbornly kept its mouth and nose shut. Waste is an intolerable sin. Master Ma must not emulate those disgraceful beings who squander resources. Little Black, with its large eyes, cast a glance at Lin Feng, only to witness him stuffing two precious herbs into his mouth with the fervor of a cow chewing peonies. The sight pained its heart deeply. If it could speak at that moment, it would surely condemn him as a spendthrift. In the distance, the mountain bandits gradually encircled Lin Feng, for they were not fools. His earlier display of valor had left a profound impression. At length, one among them could no longer resist the allure of the treasure and charged toward Lin Feng, a skilled practitioner of the Enlightenment realm wielding a massive hammer. Enveloped in true energy and radiating with spiritual brilliance, he bellowed as he advanced. With a vanguard established, the other bandits ceased their hesitations, one after another rushing toward Lin Feng. These were men accustomed to bloodshed, for whom the value of life paled in comparison to the allure of riches. What mattered was the gamble for glory. The majority of these desperate souls harbored such thoughts. Yet, despite not being a reckless outlaw, Lin Feng found himself imbued with fervor under the influence of the crimson energy, his heart ablaze with the desire for a thrilling battle. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes transformed into a deep shade of red, blood red. Kill! Lin Feng charged towards the gathering bandits, and White Horse Little Black, invigorated by its recent feast, joined the fray with unrestrained enthusiasm. With each precise kick of its hooves, it targeted the heads of its foes, demonstrating the extraordinary prowess of equine combat. Ancient wisdom declares, a donkey kicks at the head. Yet, in this moment, the mastery of a horse's strike was vividly displayed. The valley erupted into chaos. And rather than a battle, it resembled a frenzied assault on Lin Feng and White Horse Little Black by the encircling bandits. Lin Feng, regardless of the swordsmanship employed, fully embodied the essence of overcoming skill with brute force in this battle. No matter how ornate your techniques may be, a single strike from my sword will shatter them. He wielded his blade with a combination of sweeping, slashing, and horizontal cuts. These were his primary methods of dispatching foes. Simple yet effective. He had already felled a dozen adept practitioners of the Enlightenment realm before him. However, just as Lin Feng was caught up in the thrill of the slaughter, the formidable Yang, at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, stealthily approached from behind. In utter silence, he glided towards Lin Feng from the battlefield's flank, his feet momentarily airborne. Utilizing his true energy for a brief, yet remarkable glide, moving with the swiftness of an arrow released from a powerful bow. How could this be? He had but two choices, to either risk a direct confrontation, aiming to strike Lin Feng, or to retreat. To attempt to strike Lin Feng was a perilous endeavor. His current position would leave him vulnerable to counterattack. Even if he managed to evade a lethal blow, he would surely sustain significant injury. Conversely, if he dared to land that strike, he would undoubtedly incur Lin Feng's wrath in return, likely suffering grievous harm. In battle, decisiveness leads to victory, while hesitation breeds defeat. When engaging an opponent, there is no room for second-guessing. Just then, Lin Feng lowered his head and bent his body to evade the impending strike. Swiftly, he switched the sword from one hand to the other and, in an instant, slashed towards Yang. Alarmed, Yang realized the gravity of the situation and sought to withdraw. Yet it was far too late. A moment's hesitation had sealed his fate. The heavy sword, devoid of sharpness yet imbued with tremendous force, met Yang's blade with a shattering impact. His very being was sent hurtling backward, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. In truth, Lin Feng had not contemplated much. At that moment, his blood surged with fervor, and all his combat was guided purely by instinct, disregarding life and death. Upon witnessing his opponent's defeat, he turned to confront the remaining mountain bandits. The hefty Yang, who had been flung away, promptly consumed a healing elixir, exclaiming in astonishment, "What extraordinary strength is this?" Furrowing his brow, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately reached a difficult decision. Since I cannot obtain this precious medicine, why not report the information? Perhaps there will be a reward in return. Resolute, Yang immediately retrieved a communication talisman, which transformed into a paper crane. After inscribing the message upon it, he cast the crane into the sky. The paper crane soared as a streak of light, heading towards Hanhai City, a mere 300 miles. Yang was confident that as long as he and his companions could hold off for less than half a stick of incense, help would surely arrive. At that time, this young man would be unable to escape. Lin Feng's eyes burned with intensity as the mountain bandits fell one after another, with the contributions of the Black Horse, by Ma Xiaohei, being indispensable. In the distance, outside the valley, Boss Sun stood atop a branch of a large tree by the roadside. Observing the battle within the valley, he could hardly fathom that this young compatriot possessed such remarkable abilities. However, just as he was marveling, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several dark figures suddenly flew into the sky, growing larger as if two parties were in pursuit of one another. Yang also looked up, calculating the timing. Something felt amiss. His paper crane had only taken flight for a brief moment. How could reinforcements arrive so swiftly? The shadows in the sky drew nearer, revealing three individuals dressed in attire from Hanhai City, chasing after a young girl clad in dark garments, who was wounded in the abdomen and bleeding profusely. A demoness. Where can you escape? Do not resist any longer. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from the heavens, resonating like a thunderous roar, causing all combatants on the battlefield to instinctively halt their actions. Volume 2, The Young Swordsman's Journey Through the Jianghu, Chapter 45. One sword breaking 10,000 techniques above the sky, three individuals, each possessing at least the strength of the soul sense realm, pursued a young girl. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her complexion was ashen, and she clutched her left abdomen, evidently wounded. This girl was Ali, who had fled from Hanhai City. While she escaped through a spatial tunnel created by her spatial spiral, she unfortunately fell victim to a void nail launched by Butler Wang. This void nail was insidiously malicious, akin to a bone-deep curse, and it bore a mysterious toxin that drained Ali's magical energy while surreptitiously infiltrating her bloodstream through the wound. Not long after exiting the void, she was pursued by relentless assailants. In a frantic game of chase, Ali's magical energy waned, just as despair began to envelop her. The sounds of a fierce battle echoed in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared toward the commotion, hoping for a glimmer of hope. As she traversed through the Blade Canyon, a resonant roar filled with potent magical energy erupted from Butler Wang. At that moment, she could no longer endure. She wobbled and plummeted from the heights, fortuitously landing behind Lin Feng. Upon touching the ground, she remained silent, retrieving a healing elixir from her storage space and consuming it. As the potion dissolved, she immediately sat cross-legged to commence her recovery. Her magical energy surged forth, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Beneath that luminous aura lay her exquisite, yet slightly pallid visage, evoking a deep sense of compassion. In Lin Feng's eyes, she was an exquisite maiden, yet it remained a mystery why she was being pursued. Whoosh! Before Lin Feng could ponder further, three figures swiftly descended from the sky, the foremost being Butler Wang, a master of the profound realm, followed closely by two formidable practitioners of soul perception. Butler Wang's countenance was grave. This wretched woman had not only emptied the Xia family's treasury, but had also severed the lineage of the only young master of the Xia clan. As a trusted confidant of Xia Polong, Butler Wang was acutely aware of the heavy responsibility that lay upon him. Before departing, His master had implored him repeatedly to safeguard the young master, yet the current predicament left him at a loss for how to report back to his lord. The instigator of all this chaos was the vile woman before him. He was determined to capture her and deliver her to Sha Yingxiong, subjecting her to countless torments. However, just as Butler Wang prepared to seize Ali, the raucous figure of Big Head Yang leaped forth. Of course, Big Head Yang had no intention of rescuing Ali. He lacked the audacity for such an act. Instead, he intended to report Lin Feng's possession of an unparalleled elixir. Coincidentally, the Sha family, of which Butler Wang was a part, happened to be one of his pillars of support, and he had often provided treasures to the young master of the Sha family. Butler Wang's expression hardened as he questioned, "Do you remember Yang?" His face was as stern as iron, and rage coursed through him. This impudent fool dared to obstruct him. He paid no heed to whether it was Yang or Mu. To him, they were mere insignificant nuisances, easily dispatched. With a flick of his hand, a gust of fierce wind surged toward Big Head Yang, who cried out, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side." Do not be deceived by the seemingly casual gust of wind. It is, in fact, a profound strike. Should it connect, De Tu Yang would undoubtedly meet his demise. One must understand that there exists a chasm of two realms between Wu Qi and Tong Xian. To speak frankly, it is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. In a state of urgency, De Tu Yang called out, "Elder Wang, please cease at once. I am De Tu Yang, the esteemed leader of the 18 Heroes Hall." As the steward of the Sha residence, Steward Wang was well acquainted with numerous individuals. Upon hearing this exclamation, he took a closer look and indeed recognized the man. With a flick of his sleeve, the fierce wind dissipated. De Tu Yang, drenched in cold sweat, approached Steward Wang like a humble lapdog, recounting the entire saga of Lin Feng with the rapidity of a bamboo tube spilling beans. This unexpected turn of events afforded Lin Feng a moment's respite, albeit only for a brief duration. However, a sudden exclamation from Steward Wang filled Lin Feng with foreboding. "What? He possesses supreme elixirs, and not just one?" Steward Wang inquired incredulously, to which De Tu Yang fervently nodded. He had witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing of the supreme elixirs, a fervor ignited within Steward Wang, who mused to himself that this was indeed a moment of unexpected fortune. With such elixirs, particularly those capable of regrowing severed limbs, it seemed plausible that the Sha hero's affliction could be mended. At that moment, Steward Wang paid no heed to Ali, who was meditating nearby. In his estimation, she was surely trapped. He gestured for two attendants to keep a watchful eye on her while he leisurely approached Lin Feng. Unlike the naive De Tu Yang, Steward Wang is a man of considerable experience, well versed in the grander aspects of life. The extraordinary elixir he seeks is not something that an ordinary household could possess. Even the esteemed Sha family of Hanhai City would be hard-pressed to lay claim to even one or two specimens. Yet, according to De Tu Yang's description, this individual not only possesses such a treasure, but has multiple specimens. He displayed a smile that he believed to be amiable and gradually approached Lin Feng. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng warily retreated 2 steps. Steward Wang first performed a respectful bow, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Although he sensed that Lin Feng bore no martial prowess, he did not dare to underestimate him. He had previously observed Lin Feng's remarkable strength from a distance. This individual was certainly not a mere scion of an ordinary family. Lin Feng wielded a sword, and in the western regions, those of noble lineage who wield swords belonged solely to the Xingyan sect. Steward Wang's intentions were straightforward. He sought to exchange for a healing elixir, utilizing materials from the storage ring possessed by Ali. He was not among the unrefined mountain bandits. The Xingyan sect was not to be trifled with, a sentiment echoed even by his master, Sha Polong. It was wise to avoid antagonizing them if possible. Thus, he directly inquired, "Might I ask, young sir, if you are a disciple of the Xingyan sect?" Lin Feng did not deny it. Steward Wang's expression indicated that he had anticipated this response. "Upon hearing that you possess a supreme elixir, my young master, who has suffered severe injuries, wishes to exchange for one. Might this be feasible? Your generosity would never be forgotten by my Sha family in Hanhai City." In Steward Wang's view, he had already humbled himself considerably. As long as he could secure the elixir, he would not hesitate to offer a favor for his master. As an elder who has followed the Sandbreaker Wolf for many years, he understood that such actions would certainly not be welcomed by the Sandbreaker Wolf. To save the Sand Hero while establishing a connection with the Starfall sect was indeed a matter of great fortune. Lin Feng cast a glance at the burden behind him. It was evident that the other party was after his provisions. Though his blood surged with fervor, it did not signify a loss of reason. The opponent was clearly a formidable expert. Lin Feng, despite not having cultivated himself, was aware of the classifications of cultivation realms. The ability to soar through the skies indicated that the opponent was at least above the soul perception stage. At this moment, Lin Feng had come to a better understanding of his own brute strength. He believed he could contend with someone at the awakening stage, primarily because the opponent could fly while he could not. Lin Feng wished to extricate himself from the current predicament. Yet when he turned to glance at the young girl not far behind him, he found himself inexplicably reluctant, perhaps moved by a sense of compassion. The precious medicine can be exchanged for you, but this individual I must take with me, Lin Feng declared resolutely, pointing at the wounded Ali. Upon hearing this, Ali, who had been quietly healing, could not help but feel a stir of emotions. Why does this person wish to save me? By what means does he intend to do so? Steward Wang instinctively blurted out, no? Normally, a cunning individual like him could easily agree first and then devise a plan. But this girl was of utmost significance, as it pertained to whether the young master's wrath could be appeased. Lin Feng waved his massive sword. Then there is no need for further words. Steward Wang found himself in a difficult position. He wished neither to offend the people of the Starfall sect nor to allow this girl, who had depleted the Sand family's treasures and severely injured the Sand hero, to leave. He extended his senses, surveying the surroundings, and discovered that aside from the mountain bandits and a distant caravan, there were no other figures in sight. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action to silence them. The act of killing and plundering, extinguishing lives and souls, was a commonplace occurrence in the realm of cultivation. As long as one executed the deed with precision, no one would be the wiser. With determination, Steward Wang discreetly communicated with the two soul guardians accompanying him while advancing towards Lin Feng. As he approached, he inquired, "Do you know her?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I do not." Steward Wang pressed on. "If you do not know her, why do you wish to take her away?" Lin Feng glanced at the closed-eyed Ali, unsure of why he felt compelled to save her. Perhaps it was his innate compassion, or perhaps her beauty had captivated him. Regardless, he found no answers within himself. Yet, an inner voice insisted that he could not allow these individuals to take away the young girl, especially given her striking beauty. As he observed Steward Wang drawing closer, Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly and stepped back until he positioned himself protectively in front of Ali. With a smile that lacked warmth, Steward Wang remarked, "Why go to such lengths, young master? All you need to do is obediently exchange the treasures and depart safely. Why wade into such murky waters? Not only will you fail to secure the treasures, but your life may also be forfeit here." Ignoring the threats, Lin Feng cast a glance at the white horse, Xiao He, contemplating whether he could make a swift escape. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, with the mountain bandits surrounding them and the 3 airborne cultivators before him. He knew that fleeing was futile. In this dire situation, he could not help but roar in frustration. Why must it be like this once more? A profound sense of helplessness, long absent, surged within him once more. The vows made in youth, the aspiration to become a grand sword immortal, relentlessly battered at his spirit in this very moment. A tempest of emotions, resentment, fury, madness, lay buried deep within his chest. The footsteps of Steward Wang drew near, his hands gathering visible spiritual energy. Wait, something felt amiss. Visible spiritual energy? An epiphany struck Lin Feng. He felt his right arm's muscles contract as he swung the great sword with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, directed at Steward Wang. Naturally, Lin Feng's actions did not escape the perception of one in the realm of profound understanding. Without flinching, Wang transformed his gathered energy into a luminous orb, a manifestation of compressed magical power, surging towards Lin Feng. In Wang's estimation, this strike would surely obliterate Lin Feng. Yet, to his astonishment, an incredible event unfolded. The great sword in Lin Feng's grasp flashed crimson, cleaving through the orb of magical energy, which vanished without a trace. This is impossible," Wang exclaimed in disbelief. Though this strike had been casual, it should not have been shattered by a mere boy devoid of any spiritual fluctuation. Wang's pupils contracted in realization. Could it be that the great sword in Lin Feng's hands was a treasure? He heightened his spiritual perception, scrutinizing Lin Feng's oversized sword intently. One sword, shattering myriad laws. The magnificent name materialized in Lin Feng's mind. Volume 2. The youth with a sword ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 46. The Green Attire. In truth, Lin Feng was unaware of why these words suddenly emerged in his consciousness. Just a moment ago, his crimson eyes had caught sight of a silver thread. One end of the silver thread was connected to the magical orb of Butler Wang, while the other end linked to his palm. It was this very silver thread that Lin Feng severed with his sword. Although Lin Feng was unaware of the underlying principle, he effortlessly dispelled his opponent's spell. This was a remarkable breakthrough, deserving of an extraordinary title. In the novels Lin Feng often read, grandiose names were a common occurrence. Thus, he decided to borrow one for himself. Seeing that his initial strike had failed, Butler Wang speculated that it was the power of Lin Feng's sword at play. Yet, he remained unfazed, secretly elated. He had already resolved to keep Lin Feng here, for the greater the opponent's treasures, the more significant his own gains would be. With his casual demeanor set aside, Butler Wang adopted a serious attitude, no longer viewing Lin Feng as an unrefined novice, but rather as a worthy adversary of equal standing. Over the years in the cultivation world, many had met their demise due to underestimating their opponents. Even Butler Wang understood the adage that villains often fall victim to their own verbosity. Without uttering a word, he stealthily summoned his magical energy, unleashing another strike of thunder. This time, he wielded a magical artifact, a serpent-like long whip. The whip slithered like a snake, imbued with magical power, and surged towards Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng once again swung his sword, and this time he perceived the silver thread. However, he failed to sever it. Instead, the whip advanced, deftly circumventing Lin Feng's broad blade. With a sudden, sharp sound, the once supple and agile whip transformed into something as unyielding as iron. Piercing like a blade into Lin Feng's left arm. Lin Feng's left arm flexed powerfully, breaking free with a swift motion, accompanied by the visceral tearing of flesh. It turned out that the long whip was laced with barbs. Though he was seared by pain, Lin Feng paid it no heed and swung his sword towards Steward Wang. Unperturbed, Wang deftly maneuvered the whip for another strike, this time aimed at Lin Feng's right leg. Lin Feng winced in agony, barely managing to keep his footing. Yet his momentum remained unyielding as he lunged toward Wang. Steward Wang, confident in the mystical powers he had refined through the bridge of heaven and earth, believed he could withstand Lin Feng's onslaught. However, at the moment the great sword made contact with his protective barrier, a wave of panic washed over him. Lin Feng's sword cleaved horizontally, its blade shimmering with a crimson glow reminiscent of the dawn's light. As the red radiance met the barrier, it melted away like snow upon a searing iron. Just as the sword was poised to strike Wang, the seasoned master reacted instinctively, leaping back into the air. Lin Feng, undeterred, found himself grasping at emptiness, crashing heavily to the ground with a pool of dark red blood spilling forth. Quickly, silence them, Wang discreetly relayed to two soul-sensing guards, who ascended into the air before descending upon the surrounding mountain bandits like famished wolves. In an instant, a chilling scream pierced the air. Big Head Yang, incredulous, implored, "Why must you slaughter us, Elder Wang?" With a cold demeanor, Wang replied, "It is unfortunate that you have witnessed this. Some matters in the martial world are best left unseen." In that moment, Big Head Yang and the bandits fell to their knees, pleading for mercy and swearing oaths. "We are willing to pledge our lives to the heavenly principles. Please, Elder Wang, spare us." Steward Wang did not take matters into his own hands. Those under the influence of the soul sense realm are akin to deities or demons, for they possess the ability to soar through the heavens and wield arcane powers. In contrast, those in the Qi awakening realm can merely harness a modicum of true energy, which is but a rudimentary refinement of spiritual essence, lacking even the quality of true magical energy. As the two beings of the soul sense realm engaged, the scene transformed into a tempest of destruction, with bandits falling one after another in a gruesome slaughter. Slowly, Steward Wang descended from the skies towards Ali. Just as despair began to consume her, a voice resonated in her ear. "You cannot take her away." Lin Feng, lying amidst the pool of blood, staggered to his feet, leaning on his great sword for support. He reached into his backpack and retrieved a jade box, intending to consume a sustenance herb. However, out of nowhere, a figure flashed forth, and Steward Wang seized Lin Feng's throat midair. "Indeed, there is a supreme treasure," he declared, "but regrettably, it is no longer yours." With a swift motion, Steward Wang snatched the precious herb from Lin Feng's grasp and, with a flick of his wrist, claimed possession of the backpack behind him. As he probed its contents with his spiritual sense, an unprecedented wave of elation surged through him. The jade box was brimming with treasure herbs, over 20 of them, such wonders he had never encountered in his lifetime. Overjoyed, Steward Wang relaxed his grip, and Lin Feng plummeted to the ground. At that moment, a small figure that had gone unnoticed suddenly sprang into action. Xiaohe darted forward, seizing Lin Feng and hoisting him onto its back before scampering away. Yet, how could Steward Wang allow Lin Feng to escape? With such an abundance of supreme treasures in his possession, Lin Feng's identity was all too clear. If he were to flee, it would undoubtedly invite endless retribution. Steward Wang's mind sparked with inspiration as his magical whip surged towards Lin Feng and the white horse. Xiaohe, witnessing the dark whip approaching, silently lamented, "Alas, the fate of Master Ma is at stake." He had already closed his eyes in reluctant anticipation, yet after a considerable pause, he realized the whip had not struck him. Turning his gaze, he beheld the girl in black, now standing resolute. Ali, disregarding her injuries, stepped forward to confront Steward Wang. "It is I who harmed your young master and sought your family's treasures. Why must you involve innocent bystanders?" Steward Wang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I, Wang, a dignified master of profound arts, need not seek permission from a mere child like you to take a life." Ali also smiled, her originally pale and exquisite visage revealing a mysterious grin, a smile so enchanting that even Steward Wang felt a tremor in his heart. It was a beauty that pierced the soul, akin to a captivating orchid. Yet, he understood that he must now act decisively. Xiaohe could not help but exclaim inwardly once more, "Alas for Master Ma." Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was clinging to Xiaohe's back, gritted his teeth. He firmly grasped his great sword, his eyes filled with a crimson hue. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and an inexplicable pain within. The pain of unfulfilled youth. Why could he not cultivate? Why could he not become a formidable sword immortal like his master? Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted within his heart, it proved to be in vain. Blood continued to flow from the wound, gradually clouding Lin Feng's consciousness. His grip on the sword weakened, and with a clatter, the great sword slipped from his grasp, leaving an imprint on the ground. Darkness enveloped his vision. Just as Lin Feng succumbed to unconsciousness, Ali sprang into action. As a disciple of the Fire Master and the daughter of the Fire King, she possessed countless methods for self-preservation. From her storage space, she produced a fire spirit jade, a unique treasure of the Southern Fire Kingdom, capable of absorbing spiritual energy without refinement. This was Ali's trump card. She had intended to wait until Lin Feng's condition stabilized before using it, hoping for a chance to escape to safety. However, she could not bear to see him perish. Ali grew increasingly fatigued as she absorbed energy, her magical powers dwindling. Yet she persevered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had fallen into a deep slumber, found himself once again within his soul sea. In the boundless darkness, a golden halo emanated from a scripture inscribed with the title The Great Strength Bull Demon Scripture. Before it, a diminutive sprite with fragile cicada-like wings was perusing the text, offering commentary as it read. Quite good. This part is quite suitable. And this section is excellent. Truly a testament to the techniques of the ancient saints. Oh, you're awake? Lin Feng stirred back to consciousness, surveying his surroundings, which were shrouded in pitch darkness. This place felt somewhat familiar, as he had visited it several times in his childhood. Here lies his soul's ocean. However, to his astonishment, he beheld a diminutive figure adorned in green attire, with a pair of dragonfly wings, like a Thumbelina. Oh dear, oh dear. It is you who possesses dragonfly wings. Your entire family must be endowed with them. The little sprite exclaimed through gritted teeth. Clad in verdant hues, with 2 leaves fashioned into a skirt, her cherubic face was irresistibly cute. She fluttered her wings and soared towards Lin Feng's forehead, delivering a swift kick. Despite her petite stature, her strength was formidable, and Lin Feng was sent sprawling to the ground. Struggling to rise, clutching his head, he stammered, Who are you?" The sprite responded with another kick, leaving Lin Feng comfortably prone on the ground. "You foolish Lin Feng, how could you forget me? Humph, you treacherous scoundrel." Lin Feng, lying there, was drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by the label of a scoundrel, especially given her diminutive size. The sprite, incensed, radiated fury, and Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned, as if he could sense her emotions. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged forth. "It's going to explode. Stop it, green-clad one. Please halt." Lin Feng pleaded in desperation. Humph, let your mind wander, let your foolishness prevail, you big dolt, Lin Feng. The sprite wobbled gracefully in the air. While Lin Feng lay on the ground, twitching, a faint green thread connecting his head to the sprite's tiny cranium. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu, Chapter 47. The Supremely Soaring Cow. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an excruciating headache as an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his consciousness, relentlessly battering against the defenses of his mind. Yet, those defenses teetered on the brink of collapse, wavering in a state of uncertainty. From this deluge of information, Lin Feng not only discerned the origins of the green sprite but also received an abundance of insights regarding the mighty bull demon sutra. It turned out that this little sprite had emerged from the very seed that had once formed a symbiotic contract with Lin Feng. Thus, a mental connection was established between the two. The reason Lin Feng had indulged in celestial treasures and earthly delights throughout the years was primarily due to this seed. After consuming countless potent elixirs brimming with the essence of life, the seed finally sprouted, and the green sprite materialized as a manifestation of the seed's consciousness. However, it was not merely this influx of information that caused Lin Feng such distress. Rather, it was the profound insights and experiences regarding the mighty bull demon sutra conveyed by the green sprite. As a descendant of the ancient Panchon tree, she possessed an inexhaustible wealth of ancestral knowledge. Although she had only recently emerged from her shell, resembling nothing more than a tender sprout, she had witnessed and learned much. For days, the green sprite had been contemplating the mighty bull demon sutra, preparing to share her findings with Lin Feng. Yet, before she could take any action, Lin Feng's desperate cries jolted her awake. Observing Lin Feng convulsing on the ground, the green sprite shook her tiny fist in frustration, exclaiming, "What a useless being. All you do is shout and scream." Imitating Lin Feng's tone, she declared, "I shall become a great sword immortal. I shall become the strongest." Alas, she was once again reduced to a state of disarray by an old curmudgeon, mimicking the demeanor of an adult. She shook her head and let out a sigh, her expression undeniably endearing. At last, Lin Feng completed the inheritance of the mighty bull demon sutra. In truth, it was only at this moment that he realized that his past transformation into a bull was merely a recollection of the old yellow bull's memories. The mighty bull demon sutra is the inherited technique of the old yellow bull, a supreme method originating from the ancient great sage, the bull demon king, and has been passed down through the elite lineage of the bull clan. Unlike conventional techniques that cultivate spiritual energy, this method focuses on the physical body and vital blood. Thus, even with damaged dantian and hidden meridians, Lin Feng is still capable of practicing it. Similar to the 5 realms of transcendence: foundation establishment, spirit comprehension, soul perception, profound passage, and calamity realm, the mighty bull demon sutra also delineates 5 stages prior to transcendence: calf, young bull, mature bull, bull monarch, and bull saint. The stages correspond sequentially, with young bull equivalent to foundation establishment and bull saint to the calamity realm. Over the years, with the aid of the bull treasure's power, Lin Feng effortlessly traversed the first 2 realms of the mighty bull demon sutra, calf realm and young bull realm. Presently, Lin Feng stands at the threshold between the young bull realm and the mature bull realm. Although he could have long since ascended to the mature bull realm, akin to the soul perception stage, he has struggled to find the proper method. His practice over the years has been haphazard. It would be more accurate to describe it as a fervent endeavor to strengthen his physique. The muscular form he possesses is the finest testament to this, as it so happens that the first 2 realms of the mighty bull demon sutra primarily emphasize the refinement of the body. For the past decade, Lin Feng has consumed countless precious elixirs. Although these potions were intercepted by the figure clad in green, he nevertheless reaped considerable benefits. His physical form has matured. Had he belonged to the bull clan, he would have already been deemed a worthy bull. Once he navigates the trials of life and death and awakens his battle aura, Lin Feng will officially come of age, transforming into a formidable bull, capable of soaring through the skies. Can a bull truly take flight? Is the dream of the great sword immortal not within reach? For years, the ability to fly through his own prowess has been Lin Feng's fervent aspiration. Yet, as he indulged in these reveries, the figure in green suddenly transformed into a tempestuous sprite, delivering a sharp kick to Lin Feng's forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Your physical form is on the verge of collapse. There's a delicate young lady outside who is also nearing her end. To be honest, do you harbor feelings for her? If so, be candid. There is no need for coyness. One must be forthright, whether as a person or as a bull. With an intense gaze, the sprite continued, I know what you're thinking. After all, we share a symbiotic contract. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. He gazed at the sprite before him, intending to voice a retort, but the moment he contemplated it, he sensed her imminent capture. This sprite clearly exhibited a propensity for violence, yet what could be done? Years ago, he had foolishly trusted that ancient tree's deceptive words, which promised that acceptance would grant him the key to power. Indeed, one cannot expect fortune to simply fall from the heavens, nor can one expect benevolent elders to descend. Instead, one is likely to encounter a tempestuous, adorable sprite. With this realization, Lin Feng promptly shifted his thoughts, determined to avoid further discomfort. Lin Feng understood that the pressing urgency was to rescue the exquisite maiden, yet he was at a loss as to how to escape. Each entry had been shrouded in confusion, and the prospect of exiting seemed equally enigmatic. The little sprite clad in green appeared to sense his thoughts. Come, Lin Feng. Shall I guide you out? Lin Feng inquired. How will you do so? Must it be this way? Very well. With a sudden snap, Lin Feng's spirit transformed into a dark wisp, soaring into the distance. This was the sole means of escape that the green sprite had suggested, though it was merely a mischievous prank on her part. As Lin Feng departed, the sprite let out a sigh of relief, for she was nearing her limits in containing that individual. With a final, playful huff, she fluttered her wings and vanished into the depths of darkness. In the outside world, Lin Feng, having received a kick from the green sprite, abruptly awoke, his eyes opening to reveal a crimson hue. He recognized it for what it was, the harbinger of awakened battle energy. Feeling the weakness that coursed through his body, he realized it was due to excessive blood loss. Yet, the immediate imperative was to break through to the bull realm. Only by achieving this could he extricate himself from his current predicament. While a method for breaking through had presented itself, a new dilemma arose, the absence of a catalyst. According to the ancient text of the Mighty Bull Demon Sutra, a young bull must undergo a trial of life and death to grasp the essence of battle energy. With the aid of a precious elixir from his clan, he could replenish himself, thus allowing his battle energy to flourish and nourish his flesh, in a continuous cycle leading to his ascendance as an unparalleled celestial bull. Lin Feng's foremost concern now was reclaiming that which was rightfully his. Butler Wang did not carelessly toss the precious elixir into his storage space, for such a treasure is incomparable to mere earthly materials. The elixir possesses a spirit of its own. Only a living elixir is deemed supreme. Typically, it requires a special storage space for collection, as ordinary storage can only accommodate inanimate objects. In his haste, Butler Wang found himself without a suitable vessel for the elixir, so he resorted to holding it in his hands. With one hand grasping a bundle and the other engaged in combat with Ali, he appeared to navigate the situation with remarkable ease, even gaining a slight advantage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained sprawled atop the white steed, Xiao He, feigning death. Yet, within the depths of his mind, thoughts raced swiftly. The great sword lay beneath him, while his opponent hovered above. He pondered how to seize the bundle from the adversary's grasp. Beneath him, Xiao He emitted soft whinnies, though Lin Feng could not decipher the horse's language. However, after 3 years of companionship, an unspoken understanding had blossomed between them. This silent accord had only proven effective in matters of pilfering elixirs from the world. Yet now it was their only hope. Gently, Lin Feng tugged at Xiao He's white mane, an action that went unnoticed by the adversary. Nevertheless, Xiao He seemed to grasp the intent behind it. Aware that Lin Feng was awake, the manner of the tug mirrored the subtlety required for stealing elixirs. Xiao He's eyes glimmered with understanding. The clever steed swiftly connected the dots to the elixir above. With a delicate swish of his tail, Xiao He brushed against Lin Feng, sealing their silent pact. The horse swished 5 times, indicating that upon success, 5 elixirs would be rewarded, to which Lin Feng countered with 3 swishes, signifying his offer of only 3. Little Black readily agreed, embodying the spirit of a horse that rises early only for profit, and one that dares to act boldly for the sake of sustenance. As Little Black adjusted its posture, Lin Feng secretly gathered the scant amount of battle energy he had just awakened. Through the teachings of the great strength bull demon scripture, Lin Feng understood that this battle energy was referred to as demonic energy in ancient times, a force that subtly restrained the spiritual power of ordinary cultivators. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself at the pinnacle of the little bull realm, on the cusp of the bull realm. He had indeed awakened battle energy, albeit in limited quantity. The operational mechanism of battle energy differed from that of spiritual power. While spiritual power flowed through meridians, battle energy coursed through bloodlines. Bloodlines were visible and manifested, whereas meridians remained hidden and imperceptible. In the same realm, bloodlines surged like a torrential river, while meridians trickled like a babbling brook. Lin Feng intended to execute a surprise maneuver, utilizing his battle energy to disrupt the opponent's spiritual power, seizing the burden and consuming the precious elixir to achieve the unparalleled status of a soaring celestial bull. Finally, after patiently lying in wait for a considerable time, the opportunity arose. Alu was overwhelmed and struck down by Butler Wang. As Butler Wang descended from above, before he could utter his declaration of victory, Lin Feng sprang into action, akin to a nimble mantis, his movement swift as the wind and lightning. Little Black bent its limbs in a remarkable and uncanny manner, while Lin Feng bent down to grasp the great sword lying on the ground. Little Black then rose, executing a small rotation, as Lin Feng, sword in hand, suffused with the crimson glow of battle energy, propelled himself like a sharp arrow toward Butler Wang. Unlike spiritual power, battle energy caught Butler Wang off guard. Realizing he was a moment late, he hastily turned, aware that his protective aura could not withstand the might of Lin Feng's great sword. Steward Wang, a master of profound cultivation, demonstrated his prowess as he narrowly evaded Lin Feng's colossal sword strike. Yet, he soon sensed a grave misfortune, for Lin Feng's true target was not himself, but rather the parcel he held. With a swift motion, Lin Feng seized the bundle and deftly revealed the jade box within, consuming several precious herbs with the voracity of a bull devouring peonies, even while suspended in midair. Witnessing this, Steward Wang's heart shattered. Those were unparalleled treasures. How could they be so recklessly devoured? As Lin Feng landed, a brilliant crimson radiance erupted from him. Empowered by battle energy, he transformed into an unparalleled celestial being, akin to a soaring celestial bull. In the second volume, the young swordsman ventures into the Jianghu, chapter 48, at a loss. Steward Wang, having narrowly evaded, was engulfed by a tempest of astonishment and fury, astonished that Lin Feng possessed the strength to retaliate, and enraged that Lin Feng had squandered the precious herbs that rightfully belonged to him. He felt his dignity as a master of profound cultivation being insulted, an overwhelming rage surging within him. Yet, before he could act, he beheld Lin Feng adjusting his stance and launching himself towards him once more. The sanguine battle energy enveloped Lin Feng like a blazing inferno. He resembled a phoenix reborn from flames, visibly recovering from his injuries at an astonishing speed. With both hands gripping his sword, Lin Feng charged upward towards Steward Wang with an unstoppable momentum, the red flames accentuating his strike. To Steward Wang, it was as though Lin Feng had consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards, while he remained unaware of the nature of Lin Feng's sinister aura. It did not hinder his assessment of Lin Feng's combat prowess. This individual, newly initiated into the realm of spiritual transformation, is hardly comparable to someone who has already forged a bridge between heaven and earth. The hierarchy in the cultivation world is rigid, and the notion of rising from the lower ranks is but a legend of the martial world. However, Butler Wang remained unperturbed. Given that his opponent could shatter the protective aura with immense strength, he resolved to engage in long-range attacks, believing that by simply employing some spells from a distance, he could bring his adversary to ruin. Moreover, he had two allies at his disposal. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's side featured a lone white horse and a gravely injured young girl. What could they possibly offer in this confrontation? Their lives? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly ridiculous individual who, at that moment, was fervently channeling his battle energy. Lin Feng, having just entered the realm of transformation, should have focused on recuperating to solidify his foundation. Nevertheless, due to the excessive consumption of precious elixirs, he felt as if he might explode. Previously, the seed of the Ba Shu tree had assisted him in refining the elixir's spiritual energy, but now that the green attire had matured, it no longer aided him in taming the turbulent energy. In the past, he had progressed gradually, consuming one herb at a time. However, in his eagerness to make an immediate breakthrough into the transformation realm, he had carelessly ingested 7 or 8 herbs all at once. At present, he was engulfed in unbearable heat, as the blood coursing through his veins surged like a torrential river, and his heart reverberated with thunderous beats. The battle energy flowed through his veins, transforming from a pale red to a deep crimson. At that moment, Lin Feng desperately needed an outlet. Otherwise, he felt he would burst. Thus, he concentrated fiercely on gathering battle energy, preparing to unleash a formidable strike against that old man in the sky. In an instant, enveloped in deep red battle energy, Lin Feng leaped across dozens of yards, closing in on Butler Wang. However, Steward Wang was not a fool. He had already devised a strategy for walking the dog and summoned his distant companions to first subdue Ali. Clearly, Lin Feng's strike was deftly evaded by his opponent, yet he pressed on relentlessly. Wang seized the opportunity to lash out with his long whip from afar. But Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng of yore. A simple truth emerged. The previous Lin Feng could only leap, whereas the current Lin Feng had taken to the skies. Go ahead and strike him. To the left, to the right. Ali had never witnessed such an awkward aerial combatant. He resembled a fledgling bird just learning to fly. Yet this fledgling was engaged in a battle against its natural predator. Time and again, Lin Feng's attacks found only empty air. He felt a sense of helplessness, yearning to hit his adversary, but the foe slipped away like a fish in water. To make matters worse, he was contending with a piranha. The magical whip occasionally lashed out, fueling Lin Feng's irritation. Steward Wang astutely recognized Lin Feng as a novice in combat, gradually wearing down his patience. Below, Ali was ensnared in the assault of two soul-absorbing opponents, while the nearby steed, Little Black, was clearly of no assistance. One could hardly expect a creature bound to the ground to kick at those soaring above. As Ali coughed up blood and collapsed, Lin Feng's composure began to waver. Though he had attained the realm of the Flying Divine Bull, he was still burdened with raw strength. He had yet to master the various divine powers within the Great Strength Bull Demon Scripture, and the enemy's guerrilla tactics proved to be quite a headache for him. Lin Feng could not help but express his disdain, realizing that those tales were indeed nonsense. The notion of a breakthrough in the heat of battle to overpower opponents was nothing but a deception. As he endeavored to deliver a decisive blow, he also sought to descend to the battlefield below to rescue Ali. However, attempting to juggle both tasks ultimately proved unwise. Within the ethereal realm of the soul, he was striving to suppress the erratic movements of the figure clad in green, who incessantly murmured critiques directed at Lin Feng. The scolding from the figure sparked a moment of clarity in Lin Feng, prompting him to slap his forehead in realization. If he could not overcome his adversary, could he not simply retreat? The opponent was evidently wary of his surging battle energy, consistently avoiding close combat. Thus, he resolved to employ that particular technique. In an instant, the previously flustered Lin Feng came to a sudden halt in midair, his battle energy surging with a fervor as if it were on the verge of erupting. Witnessing this, Butler Wang became cautiously alert, inwardly contemplating. Could this individual be poised to unleash some earth-shattering martial art? Just as Butler Wang remained vigilant, Lin Feng launched his attack. This time, he did not wield his sword with both hands. Instead, he planted the massive sword beneath his feet, evidently intending to harness his battle energy to attempt a grand technique from his school. Lin Feng charged directly towards Butler Wang, who was entirely focused on the impending assault. However, just as Wang prepared to evade Lin Feng's onslaught once more, he realized that Lin Feng's target was not him at all, but rather the white steed below. With the grace of a master, Lin Feng soared downward, his sword gliding through the air as he seized the white horse, which emitted a sharp whinny. The horse's forelegs dangled from the hilt of the great sword, and thus they ascended into the air. Yet the ordeal was not over. Lin Feng hastened towards Ali, his battle aura surging like a rainbow, effortlessly shattering the protective barrier of two guardians at the soul sense realm. Stripped of their defenses, the two lost their ability to hover and plummeted like iron weights. With a rough yet determined grip, Lin Feng hoisted Ali onto his shoulder and dashed away in a flash. Meanwhile, Butler Wang, who had been keeping his distance from Lin Feng's onslaught, was seething with rage, his words tumbling out in a furious jumble. Wretched boy, is this display merely a ruse for escape? Despite his fury, Butler Wang pressed forward in pursuit, disregarding the two guardians who lay on the ground, howling in agony. He understood the urgency. He must apprehend Lin Feng, lest calamity befall him. However, he soon realized he could not match Lin Feng's speed, for the latter soared away at an astonishing pace, already thousands of zhang distant, heading toward the horizon. In the azure sky, Lin Feng, with Ali and a steed in tow, raced through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson light. This was the pinnacle of his sect's secret technique, the sword flight art, a method Lin Feng had long yearned to master. What is sword flight, one might ask? It is the art of soaring through the skies on a blade of light. In his youth, he had endured much under Li Changfeng's tutelage. And as he grew older, he was often drawn into experiences of the sword flight art. Though he could not initially cultivate, Li Changfeng had imparted the essence of the technique to him, compressing spiritual energy at the tip and releasing it in an explosive moment to achieve instantaneous acceleration. Now, although Lin Feng lacked spiritual energy, he was endowed with a vast reservoir of battle aura, which he expelled behind him, using the spirited steed, Little Black, as a point of propulsion. In a secluded valley of the western regions, a sudden crimson light streaked across the sky, not a mere comet, but accompanied by the piercing cries of horses. The sound was heart-wrenching, as a steed struggled to grasp the edge of a colossal sword with its forehoofs. Upon that sword stood Lin Feng, and the frigid winds at such heights forced the horse to bare its teeth, ears drooping, eyes tightly shut. Yet, despite its distress, the horse clung steadfastly to the sword, not out of choice, but from an overwhelming sense of duty and fear of relinquishing its grip. A few silent tears escaped the corners of its eyes, only to be whisked away by the relentless wind. Observing this, Lin Feng could only chuckle softly. The white horse, Little Black, realizing it was finally time to emerge from the shadows, regretted ever agreeing to accompany that accursed individual. Nostalgia for its verdant pastures and the robust mares flooded its mind. Suddenly, as Lin Feng descended from the clouds, he delivered a forceful kick to the horse's hooves, which were desperately clutching the sword's hilt, sending the steed plummeting to the earth with a mournful wail, followed closely by a precious medicinal herb. In the end, Lin Feng's voice echoed from above. "Dear horse, I implore you. This is a token of gratitude. Go forth and deliver the message, and there shall be further rewards." His voice gradually faded into the distance, disappearing from Little Black's sight. Initially, the horse fell, hooves flailing, but upon hearing the promise of rewards, it quickly righted itself and began to trot joyfully towards the horizon, calling out for the precious herb. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, soaring through the skies, finally felt a release from the overwhelming tension, as most of the battle energy within him had been expelled, granting him the swiftness needed to escape. Lin Feng was acutely aware that their pursuers were relentless, and the girl he carried had already succumbed to slumber. With no other option, he pressed on, brandishing his sword with fervor. He contemplated releasing Xiao He with two intentions. One, to send a message in hopes of receiving aid. The other, to ensure a means of escape for Xiao He. The reason for not relinquishing the girl before him was straightforward. The pursuers had undoubtedly placed a tracking mark upon her, for they would not be so tenaciously on their trail otherwise. Several times they had nearly caught up, and had it not been for his sudden surge of power, both of them would have already been captured. Ahead, he spotted a concealed cave nestled precariously within the cliffs. Sensing the gravity of the girl's condition, he realized her injuries were severe. If not treated promptly, her life could be in jeopardy. He observed a dark nail embedded in her abdomen, seemingly bound by a sinister enchantment that relentlessly tore at her. The girl's own magical energy was engaged in a desperate struggle against it. Yet blood continued to seep from the wound, darkening her once black attire. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Lin Feng knew he must act swiftly to heal her. The cave, while modest in size, was sufficient for two to take refuge. With resolve, he carried Ali into the cavern. Upon landing, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving a substantial stone from the cavern wall. He maneuvered the stone to block the entrance. After ensuring the entrance was obscured, he gently laid the girl down. He recognized that this cave would hardly shield them from the pursuer's scrutiny, and the priority was now to tend to the girl's wounds. Yet, he faced a dilemma. Should he remove the nail embedded in her abdomen, or leave it be? If he were to extract it, how could he do so without exacerbating her condition? In his initial foray into the world, Lin Feng found himself at a loss as he gazed upon the exquisite, yet gravely injured young woman before him. Volume 2, The Young Swordsman's Journey Through the Jianghu. Chapter 49. I am called Shi Chonyo. To draw or not to draw? That is the quandary. Within the stone chamber, the light was dim, and only a faint glow trickled in through a small aperture at the top of the cavern. This meager illumination shimmered with hues reminiscent of the sunset. The twilight cast an enchanting path of light through the air, delicately splattering upon Ali, causing her dark garments to gleam radiantly, akin to stars adorning the night sky. Yet the beauty of the maiden surpassed all. At the tender age of 18, Lin Feng was captivated by the sight of this breathtaking young woman. her eyes gently closed, stirring a flutter of emotions within him, though he recognized this feeling as merely an appreciation of beauty. What troubled him more was the urgent need to tend to her wounds. With no experience in traditional cultivation and utterly ignorant of the arts of immortality, Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration as he grasped the back of his head. Time was of the essence. The enemy could very well be on their heels. Suddenly, he recalled the presence of green attire. However, he was at a loss as to how to summon her, leading him to shout out in desperation. Green attire, come forth quickly, he chanted, invoking whimsical phrases such as Thumbelina, dragonfly wings, violent sprite. Meanwhile, deep within the sea of souls, green attire was in a state of agitation, her head swirling with confusion as the suppressed forces she had long kept at bay stirred once more. To her dismay, it was this insufferable Lin Feng who dared to disturb her at such a critical moment. Infuriated, green attire exclaimed, "You spend your days merely shouting about, you fool. Ultimate, indomitable, colossal fool Lin Feng. You are indeed foolish, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Do you carry mere grass in your pouch? Snow lotus, dragon blood grass. Wouldn't it suffice to bring forth just a couple of specimens? Pray, do not trouble me. I am currently occupied." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, having always regarded the contents within as mere sustenance, never contemplating that they might actually be supreme elixirs. Who would have thought that provisions could possess such remarkable properties? Lin Feng promptly retrieved the box containing the snow lotus and dragon blood grass. The snow lotus resembled a pristine and translucent white lotus flower, shimmering with enchanting brilliance amidst a spectrum of ethereal hues. Conversely, the dragon blood grass appeared rather unremarkable, resembling ordinary grass. Yet it was entirely crimson and possessed the virtue of nourishing the vital essence. Lin Feng, lacking knowledge on how to properly harness the medicinal potency, thought to himself that he might as well administer both precious herbs directly to a Li, performing the act with a rather uncouth demeanor. Should a third party have been present at that moment, they would undoubtedly have intervened. Aghast at the audacity of such a brute to treat a maiden of such unparalleled beauty in such a manner, Ali's cheeks bulged, filled with the precious herbs. However, Lin Feng's well-intentioned actions backfired. As a conventional practitioner, the potency of these herbs was indeed excessive for her. The snow lotus melted effortlessly upon contact, transforming into a sweet elixir, while the dragon blood grass required spiritual energy to be activated and refined. The recommendation from the figure in green was not erroneous. Yet Lin Feng had misapplied the method. After hastily completing the task, Lin Feng observed Ali's expression worsening, as she began to choke slightly, leaving him utterly flustered. In his increasing panic, he once again called out to the figure in green. The green-clad figure sensed Ali's demeanor, her emotions oscillating between laughter and tears, bewildered by the eccentricity of such a host. Could it be that this person is related to the equerry of the Shantian realm? Ali scolded, "Lin Feng, you big fool. Hurry and pull out the dragon blood herb. Why did you recklessly shove the whole plant in? Could you not have fed her a little at a time?" Lin Feng, scratching his head innocently, replied, "This isn't my first time, you know. I lack experience. I promise to be more careful next time." The green-clad figure remarked, "Lin Feng, I fear you will eventually meet your demise through your own foolishness." Lin Feng chuckled silently, immediately flustered as he hurriedly extracted the dragon blood herb from Ali's mouth. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to complete her treatment. Yet he refrained from recklessly addressing the void nail. Time passed, and eventually, Ali gradually regained consciousness from her stupor. She could only recall being carried away by someone before succumbing to sleep. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself in a cramped cave, lying helplessly on a large stone. Her abdomen still aching, the cursed void nail desperately attempting to burrow into her body. Fortunately, Ali was adorned in a 7-colored treasure robe obtained from the Lingxiu sect, the enchantments upon the robe effectively countering the force of the void nail. Otherwise, she would have been pierced through instantly. True to its name, the void nail was indeed a nail that could be driven into the void, remaining embedded within Ali, its sharp tip having already punctured her delicate skin, allowing the toxins to seep into her body. Otherwise, how could Ali, with her illustrious title as the Treasure Fairy, be pursued by a mere butler-like figure of the Transcendence realm? Truly, it is despicable and shameless for such a formidable Transcendence expert to resort to poison. Of course, the name of the Treasure Fairy is a self-proclaimed title of Ali. Her sole passion in life has been the collection of various treasures. Over the years, she has traveled extensively with the Li Hua, traversing both the south and the north, the east and the west, unknowingly befriending countless mentors and elders, and thus accumulating a wealth of treasures. The items she possesses are far too numerous to be contained within a single storage space. The necklace around her neck is, in fact, strung together from several storage rings, which illustrates her extravagant nature. However, as with the constant pursuit of wild geese, one is bound to face the occasional peck to the eye. Ali's ruckus at the Shah family in Han High City led her to deplete their treasure vault and injure their young master. Yet she found herself in a dire predicament. Fortunately, it was the robust young man before her, with his endearing demeanor, who came to her rescue, sparing her from a disastrous fate. Indeed, Ali's first impression of Lin Feng was that of a charming simpleton, a tall figure with muscular arms, decidedly different from the effeminate scions of noble families. Strangely enough, Ali found herself rather fond of this type, far preferable to those delicate, powdered faces. As time passed and night descended, the cave's illumination transformed from the hues of twilight to the serene glow of the moonlight. The silvery beams cascaded upon Ali's face, exuding an elegant natural beauty, reminiscent of the celestial goddess from the heavens. Lin Feng gazed at Ali, and she returned his gaze, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Ultimately, it was Ali, with her slightly bashful nature, who broke the silence. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Ali felt somewhat perplexed. In the realm of cultivation, encounters are often fleeting. It is preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. While there are indeed valiant heroes who revel in the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie, such tales are but legends from storybooks. In reality, most individuals prioritize their own safety. Thus, Ali inquired, "Why did you save me?" Lin Feng, without much contemplation, replied spontaneously, "Because you are beautiful." If the motive were merely lustful, there would have been no need for such actions. Yet, beyond that, Ali could not fathom why he had chosen to rescue her. Lin Feng was both blissful and innocent, or at least he believed himself to be so. He was, after all, the well-regarded gentle youth known as Lin Feng, conveniently forgetting his mischievous antics within the confines of his sect. Ali then asked Lin Feng, "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng prepared to reveal his true identity, but suddenly seemed to recall something. A decade prior, the name Lin Feng had resonated throughout the world, spread by the Kanglan sect. Although he lacked the resolve to become a recluse, he had no desire to announce himself as Lin Feng. The once inept young master of the Starfall sect, immediately upon his descent from the mountains, glancing at the stones on the ground, he thought of his intended destination and, almost whimsically, blurted out, "I am called Stone Ox." Ali, seeking confirmation, asked, "Stone Ox?" Lin Feng nodded. "The stone from Shur and the ox from Nyo." Ali, however, shook her head. No. The two characters do not flow well together. I shall call you Stone Ugly Ox instead, since you are indeed quite unsightly." Lin Feng gently touched his face, which was sharply defined and handsome. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "I am not ugly." Ali let out a tinkling laugh, reminiscent of silver bells. "It's settled then. From now on, you shall be known as Stone Ugly Bull." Lin Feng was at a loss for words, unable to argue against her. Stone Ugly Bull it would be, after all, merely a pseudonym. He immediately countered, "What about your name then?" Ali pondered for a moment before replying. "Zhu Rue." Lin Feng repeated the name, contemplating it deeply. "But is that your real name?" Ali caught on. "Are you implying that yours is a false name?" Lin Feng, feeling a bead of sweat form, hastily thumped his chest, exclaiming, "Of course. This name is as genuine as it gets." Ali cast a skeptical glance at Lin Feng, beginning to question whether this seemingly simple-minded fellow was truly as unpretentious as he presented himself to be. Thus, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange. 10 years later, they would meet again, yet remain strangers. He would not recognize her as the girl who had once claimed she would hire him to commit murder. She would not realize he was the sword master Lin Feng she had come to find. Perhaps fate is indeed wondrous. In the vastness of the martial world, they would encounter each other again, oblivious to their true identities. They exchanged glances, conversing about mundane matters, finding beauty in the simplicity of life. Yet, there are always those who, at specific moments and places, disrupt such serenity. With a resounding boom, boulders outside the cave were shattered to pieces. Lin Feng instinctively shielded Ali with his body, an instinctive act that did not escape Ali's beautiful eyes. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman Ventures into the Jianghu Chapter 50. A vow of lifelong loyalty. The boulders shattered, revealing the sparse, starry night sky outside the cave. A brilliant moon illuminated the scene, and there stood a solitary figure, draped in flowing garments, suspended in midair. It was none other than Butler Wang, who had pursued relentlessly. His white hair danced wildly in the night breeze, and in his hand, he wielded a long whip adorned with thorns, the tip of which forked like a serpent's tongue. Just moments ago, he had obliterated the disguise that Lin Feng had set up. However, for one of his cultivation level, such a ruse was somewhat laughable. Butler Wang remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of fatigue after the arduous chase that had led him to the two individuals. He understood that he could not allow them to survive, for their lives would spell disaster for his sand mansion. If earlier he had a 70% certainty that Lin Feng was a direct descendant of the Falling Star sect, now that certainty had escalated to nearly 99%. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was renowned within the Kanglan realm, specifically the art of Huahong. This technique was exclusively mastered by the legendary sword saint, Li Chengfeng. The striking similarity between Lin Feng's skills and the Huahong technique was unmistakable. It was not difficult to surmise the connection between those who could master Huahong and Li Chengfeng himself. Li Chengfeng was known for his fierce protectiveness and his unyielding nature. The world was well aware of the illustrious title of the Mad Sword Saint. This madness encompassed both boundless pride and a hint of insanity. When Li Chengfeng descended into madness, no one dared to challenge him. This was the formidable reputation forged in the wake of the establishment of the Falling Star sect, a legacy born from the fall of the top 10 sections. Against the backdrop of the moonlight, Butler Wang feigned a benevolent smile and remarked, "Young man, I perceive great potential in you. My previous offer still stands. If you provide me with a few precious herbs, you may depart unscathed. It seems you are not closely related to this woman, so it would be unwise to risk your own fate for her. The barriers between the realms of spirit and profundity cannot be traversed without exceptional talent and extraordinary treasures." Upon hearing these words, Ali's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue as she gazed intently at Lin Feng, eager to discern how he would respond in such a life-and-death predicament. Yet, to Lin Feng, these words were nothing more than idle chatter. Once he had made the decision to save someone, he would never abandon them. At this juncture, Lin Feng was no fool. Although he was inexperienced, he could sense that the other party harbored ill intentions. Silently summoning his battle energy, Lin Feng thought, "Though I may not be able to defeat you, surely I can still make my escape." Adhering to his usual approach, Lin Feng once more hoisted Ali onto his shoulder, much to her astonishment. With his great sword held aloft, imbued with his battle energy, he leaped into the air with Ali in tow. "Old man, prepare to eat dust." However, just as Lin Feng sought to employ his old tactic to flee, he noticed the air around him had become thick and stagnant. As he propelled himself forward, he found Butler Wang standing calmly in the air, for he had already set up a confinement. Lin Feng's speed on the sword diminished, and he realized that he was not even being pursued. Rather, he felt an overwhelming weight bearing down on him, as if his great sword had transformed into a small mountain. In bewilderment, Lin Feng inquired, "Why is this happening?" Ali closed her eyes, delving deeper into her perceptions. This is a realm of emptiness, where the weightier the object, the more arduous it is to traverse the skies. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng pondered, "What can be done? My great sword remains unrefined, originally weighing 1,200 pounds. Now it feels as if its weight has multiplied several times." Ali shook her head and said, "Release me. You must flee swiftly. He has seized me, and it bears no relation to you. Go save yourself." However, Lin Feng was displeased. "How can it be unrelated? Let me remind you. You currently owe me 2 days' worth of provisions. Until you repay me, I shall not depart." Ali, perplexed, inquired, "What provisions?" As Lin Feng flew forward with his head down, he mumbled indistinctly, "Earlier, while you were asleep, I fed you some provisions." Ali, feeling the ache in her jaw, asked in irritation, "What exactly did you feed me?" Lin Feng nonchalantly replied, "Just a snow lotus and a dragon blood herb." Upon hearing this, Ali was taken aback. "You typically use that as sustenance?" Lin Feng glanced back at the pursuing foes and retorted, "Indeed, there are still several thousand of those in my family's storage. My master prepared 3 years' worth of provisions for me. Furthermore, why do you speak so much, woman? We are currently in a life or death situation. Do you understand the gravity of escaping?" Ali, struck by Lin Feng's outburst, promptly silenced herself, not out of fear of him, but because her worldview, values, and perceptions of cultivation faced an unprecedented upheaval. She often prides herself on being the treasure fairy, yet when compared to the individual before her, who strikingly resembles the foolish son of a wealthy landowner. The disparity is akin to that between a sparrow and a celestial phoenix. Lin Feng, oblivious to Ali's thoughts, was wholly focused on evading the relentless strikes of Steward Wang. The whip lashed out repeatedly, catching Lin Feng off guard, and despite the opponent's impressive speed remaining unaffected, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. On several occasions, in a desperate bid to shield Ali from harm, he recklessly shifted his position, resulting in numerous scars adorning his arms and back. Ali witnessed this all unfold, her heart swelling with emotion. Throughout her life, aside from her master and her second aunt, she had never experienced such selfless devotion from another. Even her father, the Fire King, had subjected her to merciless training from a tender age, carving her path through a sea of corpses and blood, all due to the legacy of being the sole heir of the Fire Kingdom. Suddenly, another whip struck, carrying with it a fierce gust of wind. Lin Feng raised his arm once more to block the blow. Blood sprayed into the air, droplets landing upon Ali's face. The warmth of the blood ignited a strange sense of comfort within her, despite being a killer of countless foes. No matter the circumstances, this seemingly foolish individual had risked everything to protect her. She could not allow him to suffer because of her. She understood that Lin Feng would never abandon her to flee alone. Thus, she implored him, "Put me down." Lin Feng, with unwavering determination, replied, "I will not let you go." Ali spoke in a gradually enticing manner. "Release me. My injuries have improved significantly, and I have a way to deal with that fellow." Lin Feng, skeptical, inquired, "How do you intend to confront him? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me?" Ali replied, "How could I? Regardless, you must let me down first. Since we cannot flee swiftly, let us engage on solid ground." In truth, Lin Feng believed that as long as he could endure until he escaped the confines of the opponent's domain, he would be able to flee. Yet, he harbored doubts about whether he could withstand the relentless onslaught of the adversary until that moment arrived. With the prospect of battle looming, he resolved to make a stand. Upon hearing Ali's words, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and accelerated downward, thinking that if they were to fight, they should choose an advantageous terrain. They arrived at a rare open area. Amidst the lush green grass lay a small pond, surrounded by creatures that came to drink under the night sky. As Lin Feng approached with a fierce demeanor, the animals scattered in fright. Once he touched down, Ali urged, "You must let me down. I need to prepare a formidable spell." Lin Feng, complying, gently set her down. The moment her feet met the ground, Ali suddenly acted with determination, swiftly removing the void nail from her abdomen. A chilling snort escaped her lips, followed by a spurt of dark blood, while her abdomen gushed crimson like a fountain. Lin Feng, witnessing this, immediately expressed concern. "Are you all right, little woman?" Ali's hands shimmered with light as a fire gem materialized in her grasp. She watched as the gem transformed into a streak of luminous energy that entered her body. Instantly, she sat cross-legged, channeling her energy to heal, and her wounds began to contract almost immediately. Lin Feng immediately brandished his sword, positioning it horizontally to ensnare the silver thread trailing behind the magical orb. With a swift strike, he obliterated the orb on the spot. Just as he was about to confront the aerial steward, Ali interjected, "Step back 100 paces. I am about to unleash a formidable technique, and your proximity hinders my ability to execute it effectively." Ali contemplated self-detonating his energy core. He believed that if Lin Feng remained close enough, he wouldn't be killed but could still sustain injuries, allowing this naive fool a chance to escape. Lin Feng turned to Ali, his eyes gleaming like lightning, seemingly attempting to penetrate Ali's thoughts. Can he truly do it? Ali nodded emphatically. Observing this, Lin Feng refrained from further discourse. Instead, he soared into the air, the grass beneath him bowing to the force of his battle aura. However, rather than retreating, he charged directly towards the steward with his sword drawn. "Get ready. I'll buy you some time." Ali shouted from below, exasperated. "What a dense fool. I'm trying to tell you to leave." Yet Lin Feng ascended higher, the fierce winds whipping past his ears, rendering Ali's words inaudible. He propelled himself forward, confronting the steward's assault head-on. Seeing Lin Feng recklessly charging towards him, the steward couldn't help but exclaim, "Just in time." With vast experience, the steward had already discerned Lin Feng's attack patterns and devised a countermeasure. With a flick of his sleeve, several dark shadows emerged instantaneously. As they drew near, Lin Feng realized they were nails, each approximately 2 to 3 inches long, precisely the implements that had previously harmed the girl below. Lin Feng immediately turned back, attempting to evade. Yet he was unexpectedly met with the realization that his adversary did not aim to strike his body. Instead, they directed their assault towards the void where he stood. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming force binding him, rendering him utterly immobile despite his fervent attempts to channel his battle energy. In the next moment, Steward Wang unleashed his long whip, striking at Lin Feng with malicious intent, targeting his energy sea directly. As the whip pierced through Lin Feng's energy sea, he instantaneously coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Witnessing the devastation of Lin Feng's energy core, Steward Wang withdrew the whip, and the four void spikes loosened their grip. Struck by such an assault, Lin Feng appeared to lose all capacity for resistance. His eyes shut tightly as he plummeted from the air, crashing into the lake below with a resounding thud. The waters were instantly stained crimson. Ali cried out in anguish, "Shichonyo!" Before she could attempt to rescue Lin Feng, Steward Wang had already positioned himself before her, his expression devoid of emotion. "His energy sea is ruined. Now it is your turn," he declared. "Surrender all your storage rings, and perhaps I may spare his life." Ali, her voice hoarse, replied, "Very well, I will give them to you, all of them, but you must allow him to go free." She swiftly tore the necklace of her storage rings apart, casting numerous rings towards Steward Wang. "I have given you everything. I will accompany you, but I hope you will honor your promise and let him leave." In an instant, Ali plunged into the lake, beginning her desperate search for Lin Feng. Volume 2, The Young Swordsman in the Jianghu Chapter 51. Forced to strike back, tears streamed uncontrollably from Ali as she cradled the gravely injured Lin Feng. His eyes were tightly shut, and a gaping, translucent wound marred his abdomen, his breath faint, resembling that of a dying man. She could not fathom why this stranger, whom she had never met before, would willingly sacrifice himself to save her. If it were for her own sake, he could have easily taken advantage of her in the cave. If for her possessions, he was a man who treated the supreme elixir as mere sustenance. Ali was bewildered, sobbing as she held Lin Feng, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't attracted such formidable foes, if it weren't for me, none of this would have occurred. You would be well. You are so young, destined to become a remarkable figure in the realm of cultivation. It's all my fault. All my fault." Woo-woo, her tears flowed incessantly. At that moment, Steward Wang had quietly approached. "Indeed, it is all your fault," he remarked. "Had it not been for you, your son would not have fallen victim to that merciless tragedy. Had it not been for you, this promising young heir of the Starfall sect would not have been rendered powerless, nor would he meet his demise today." Upon hearing this, Ali looked up sharply at Steward Wang. "Didn't you say that if I handed over the items to you and followed your lead, you would spare his life? He is already crippled. Why inflict further torment on him?" Steward Wang burst into laughter. "Ah, young one, you are indeed naivete. He is the heir of the Starfall sect. As long as he lives, the peace of Hanhai City will remain elusive." Ali replied, "But do you know who I am? I am the daughter of the Fire King, and my master is the esteemed elder of the Li Hua sect, Master Li Hua." Upon hearing this, Butler Wang's brow furrowed instantly, and he resolved with determination. This girl must also be eliminated. Step by step, Butler Wang advanced towards Ali. Just as Ali was preparing to resist with all her might, the seemingly lifeless Lin Feng suddenly squeezed her palm. Ali's heart stirred in an instant, and with her keen intellect, she appeared to grasp the situation. In her profound anguish, Ali continued, "You cannot kill me. I am the daughter of the Fire King. My master is Master Li Hua, and he will surely avenge me. Do not think you can erase my existence. I have a master uncle named Tian Quan, who possesses the ability to divine and foresee the past and future." Upon hearing this, Butler Wang chuckled and shook his head, producing an object from his storage space, a tortoise shell adorned with the yin-yang symbol and the 8 trigrams. "Do you know what this is? This is the Xian Long tortoise shell, an ancient treasure said to conceal the secrets of the heavens. As long as I possess it, your demise will remain unknown to the world. Little girl, I have roamed the martial world for centuries. What storms have I not weathered? There is no need for further words. Today shall be the day you meet your end." Butler Wang seemed to forget the trope that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Just as he was about to strike down the two before him, a blood-red sword suddenly pierced through his body, and in Butler Wang's incredulous gaze, his head was severed, his white hair stained crimson with his blood. Immediately, a wisp of blue smoke emerged from Butler Wang's body, signifying his soul. Floating in the air, his spirit gazed at Lin Feng, incredulously shrieking, "How is this possible? Why? Despite your Dantian being forcibly damaged, could you still slay me?" Why did your attack exhibit no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations? He let out a long, anguished wail towards the heavens. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. My son, I have yet to introduce myself to you as your father. I have yet to hear you call me father with your own lips, my son. Butler Wang's heart-wrenching cries echoed, yet Lin Feng, brimming with battle spirit, raised his great sword, and in an instant, the wisp of blue smoke shattered. It turned out that this Sha Yingxiong was not the son of Sha Polong, but rather the offspring of Butler Wang and his mistress, which explained why such a formidable being, a master of the profound realm, would willingly serve as a slave. However, with a single stroke of Lin Feng's sword, this once mighty master, the legendary neighbor Old Wang, was reduced to nothingness. Clang! Lin Feng's great sword clattered to the ground, and after executing that strike, he finally collapsed in exhaustion. Ali was beset with countless questions, yet now found herself speechless. The Star Peak sword domain remained unchanged, with the little stream formed by melting snow, when suddenly, a robust white horse galloped through the once tranquil waters. This magnificent steed, bathed in the silvery moonlight, shimmered with brilliance, resembling a celestial horse descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Feng's faithful companion, the reckless little black horse. The tuft of glossy black hair atop its head revealed its true identity. With a leisurely gait, the noble steed, by Ma Xiaohei, confidently approached the portal of the Xingfeng sword domain. Yet, as he was about to enter, he was obstructed by two gatekeeping disciples. What manner of wild horse is this? This is the sacred ground of the Xingyun sect. Depart at once, or we shall be compelled to slay the beast and feast upon its flesh, declared the sword cultivators. Their menacing aura palpable. The guards were second-generation disciples, having once trained alongside Lin Feng on the battlefield. Upon hearing himself referred to as a wild horse, Xiaohei's demeanor shifted from calm to indignant. He was, after all, a proud descendant of the heavenly steed, the king of the verdant pastures. How dare these insignificant disciples, mere practitioners of the enlightenment realm, raise their voices against him? Having encountered formidable foes on the treacherous paths of enlightenment, Xiaohei no longer regarded the enlightenment realm with any reverence. With a determined nay, Xiaohei expressed his vehement protest. Just as one of the gatekeepers was poised to strike, the other suddenly seemed to recognize Xiaohei's lineage. Could it be that this is Lin Feng's steed, the king of the green pastures? Upon hearing this, the second disciple's face brightened. Very well, you watch over him. I shall hasten to report to Brother Zhao. As the disciple rushed inside to deliver the news, Xiaohei raised his head in triumph, reveling in his newfound significance. He had indeed become a crucial contributor to the Xingyun sect, braving peril to bring news of Lin Feng. Surely, those within would come forth bearing a bounty of precious treasures to honor the esteemed steed. Xiaohei strutted with grace, envisioning the splendid rewards that awaited him. However, after a prolonged wait, what he received instead was a lasso. What is the meaning of this? I am Lin Feng's noble steed. Does he not know? Protested Xiaohei, bewildered. Oh, esteemed junior leader of your sect. How could you treat the noble steed of the Starfall sect in such a manner? I must lodge a complaint. I must report this. Please, gentle brother. The white horse emitted a mournful cry, yet ultimately succumbed to the might of the lasso. It was captured by the disciples guarding the entrance, who cautiously ensnared the horse's mouth with a halter to stifle its sounds. The white steed was led to a stable, where it beheld a figure with golden hair awaiting its arrival. Zhao Guangxin stood beside the stable, scrutinizing the small black horse. He inquired, "Is this Lin Feng's horse?" Zhao Guangxin then instructed, "You may leave. This matter does not concern you. Remember today's events, and do not breathe a word to anyone." The second-generation disciple, puzzled, asked, "What is the reason for this?" Zhao Guangxin replied, "Currently, there are undercurrents within the sect. Some may harbor ill intentions towards junior brother Lin. This is of grave importance, and you must ensure that you do not mention it to anyone. I shall report this directly to Elder Huang. If junior brother Lin cannot cultivate, then the next junior leader of our sect will naturally not be him. I shall not elaborate further. You should reflect on this matter." Upon hearing these words, the second-generation disciple's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hastily swore an oath, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Zhao, I shall keep this secret with utmost fidelity. Should I let slip even a hint, I would deserve to be struck down by heavenly wrath." With that, he clasped his hands and turned to leave. The small black horse, having overheard their conversation, could not help but ponder. Could it be that there are those within the sect who wish to conspire against Lin Feng? Suddenly, a series of vivid images flashed through his mind, and he gazed in terror at the golden-haired individual before him, wondering if it could possibly be. Zhao Guangxin had confined the little black horse within the stables of the once-famed Xintian Beast Garden. This place was equipped with all necessary facilities, allowing the horse to eat, drink, and relieve itself, all governed by an autonomous array. However, access was strictly regulated, and the key to enter and exit naturally rested in Zhao Guangxin's possession. After securing the little black horse, Zhao Guangxin elegantly turned and departed. Within a high-level training room in the Xingfeng Sword domain, an elderly man, well past his 60s, sat in meditation with his eyes closed. He was none other than Li Chengfeng, who had been specially retained in the sect to manage Lin Feng, an inner sect elder. The so-called inner sect elders were those who had not yet reached the tribulation realm, but possessed profound experience as advanced practitioners. He was renowned as the Clear-Wind Sword. Huang Qingfeng. Recently, he had sensed an unusual atmosphere within the sect. Despite having dispatched individuals to gather intelligence, they had returned empty-handed thus far. Huang Qingfeng felt a growing concern when, at that moment, the door array set outside the training room was triggered. Upon probing with his spiritual awareness, he discovered it was the disciple of old Zhou. "Come in." "Greetings, Uncle Huang." Huang Qingfeng responded with a smile. "There is no need for excessive formality between us. I presume Xian has come bearing new tidings?" Huang Qingfeng nodded. "You are thoughtful." "But..." Zhao Guangxin hesitated. "Uncle Huang, allow me to speak candidly." Huang Qingfeng encouraged him. "Please, do share." Zhao Guangxin bowed once more. "Uncle Huang, I shall speak without reservation." The disciple felt that our focus should be redirected. While searching for Brother Lin, it may be more prudent to keep a watchful eye on Brother Xianyi. One must consider that should anything befall Brother Lin Feng, the one to gain the most would undoubtedly be him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura swept through the training chamber. Huang Qingfeng interjected. "Does he dare?" Zhao Guangxin quickly replied. "Uncle Master, please calm your anger. I am merely speculating, yet we must remain vigilant against Brother Xianyi." Huang Qingfeng regarded Zhao Guangxin with a knowing glance and said, "You all fail to comprehend the true nature of the starfall. If you simply adhere to your duties for the next several millennia, this Kanglin will rightfully belong to you. However, if you indulge in petty schemes, you shall have nothing." Immediately, Zhao Guangxin prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Disciple is terrified. I will heed your warning." Huang Qingfeng waved his sleeve dismissively. "You may leave." "Yes." Zhao Guangxin bowed deeply 3 times before retreating. Within the Star Peak Sword Domain's assembly hall, Xianyi sat at the head, perusing the sect's jade slips. Since assuming the role of the young master of Starfall, he had dedicated himself diligently to the advancement of the sect. Just then, a disciple entered. "Speak," Xianyi commanded without lifting his gaze. "I understand," Xianyi said, still not looking up. "You may depart." However, the disciple remained, continuing, "Should we not rescue that horse? Perhaps it could lead us to Brother Lin's whereabouts." Xianyi thundered. "Did I not instruct you to leave?" The disciple fell silent, immediately cowed. "Then I take my leave." The disciple respectfully affirmed, "Yes." Volume 2, The Young Hero's Journey into the Jianghu Chapter 52, Onward to Wonia Town nestled in the western region of Kanglin. On a modest peak less than 1,000 miles east of Hanhai City, Lin Feng lay serenely upon a jade bed. It was evident that someone had tended to him. His hair was neatly arranged, his tattered robes bore no traces of blood, and even the gaping wound in his abdomen had miraculously begun to heal, revealing a firm set of 8 abdominal muscles. After the fierce battle, Ali had brought Lin Feng to this place, abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for recuperation. The jade stone bed, a treasured artifact from the Fire Nation, had been stealthily taken by Ali during her departure. It possessed the ability to soothe the mind and gather the spirit for practitioners, while the unique spiritual aura emanating from the bed further accelerated the healing process. In the morning light, Ali, with her delicate features and a strand of azure hair cascading down, appeared breathtakingly beautiful as she quietly watched over Lin Feng, who lay upon the jade bed. At this moment, she knew him only as Shernyo, or more accurately, Shirchonyo. In truth, Ali did not find Shirchonyo unattractive. Rather, she perceived him as somewhat naive. She could not fathom why this young man had selflessly come to her rescue. Nor could she comprehend how he, despite the shattered condition of his dantian, possessed the strength to vanquish an opponent of the profound realm with a single sword strike. What astonished her even more was that within the span of a single night, Lin Feng's near-fatal injuries had begun to mend, leaving only a hole in his dantian. Each time Ali pondered this, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Gently caressing Lin Feng's face, she gazed into the distance and murmured, "Rest assured. Once I find that person and return the sword order, I shall come to accompany you in this life. I will stay by your side as we grow old together, until the very end of our days." Last night, Ali made a resolute decision. She no longer yearned for any transcendent legacy, nor would she serve as anyone's sword attendant. She resolved to spend her life alongside Shirchonyo. As Ali contemplated her future, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a gentle touch on his face, a pair of icy little hands. Suddenly, Lin Feng sat up with a start, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What have you done to me?" Ali immediately withdrew her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unrelenting, Lin Feng lamented dramatically, "Oh, my mother, how could I so foolishly lose my first time like this? You must take responsibility, little woman." Upon hearing his boisterous antics, Ali realized that his injuries were evidently not severe, and she promptly turned away, ignoring the rogue. Lin Feng, his eyes wide, gazed against the light towards the distant sunrise, and then at Ali's retreating figure. Last night, he had already discovered that Ali was the girl he encountered in his childhood, the daughter of the Fire King and a disciple of the elder of the Lihua sect, the very girl who had once insisted on hiring him to commit murder. Lin Feng, observing her graceful silhouette, couldn't help but reflect, how incredible that the once scruffy little girl had transformed into the poised young woman before him. This thought led Lin Feng to recall the girl with the sapphire on her forehead. He had since learned to soar through the skies, yet he always remembered their promise. Surely, the adorable Ling heir would have become even more charming as she matured. Such were Lin Feng's contemplations. Goo goo. Lin Feng's entire combat energy emanated from his very flesh and blood. Unlike traditional practitioners, he could not abstain from food, and coupled with the immense exertion from the previous night, hunger gnawed at him. Ali also heard the rumble of his stomach, but her heart was heavy with guilt. The fact that he had fallen into the mortal realm to save her was a poignant manifestation of his sacrifice. As she turned to console Lin Feng, overwhelmed by her remorse, she was met with a startling sight. In his hand, he held a piece of fruit, gnawing at it with enthusiasm. Upon closer inspection, it was no ordinary fruit, it was a jus fruit. Ali's immediate instinct was to intervene. How could he, now in a mortal form, withstand the spiritual energy contained within it? However, Lin Feng deftly evaded her concern. Frustrated and furious, Ali exclaimed, "Stone ugly ox, you must spit that out. You cannot bear it." Lin Feng, sidestepping her, continued to munch on the jus fruit, retorting, "What is wrong with you, little woman? I am merely having breakfast. Did you not hear my stomach growling just now?" He resolved to maintain his disguise, embracing the persona of Stone Ugly Ox, finding it a fitting guise for traversing the world. Ali, witnessing Lin Feng's nimbleness, felt a surge of joy and inquired, "Are you unscathed?" Lin Feng swallowed the final morsel of fruit, casually tossing aside the pit, and hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder, boldly declaring, "What could possibly be wrong with me? I am as robust as ever, not something a mere little sprite like you could drain in a single night." As these words escaped his lips, a short sword materialized in Ali's hand, thrusting directly towards Lin Feng. This strike served dual purposes: to ascertain whether Lin Feng had fully recovered and to reprimand him for his incessant chatter. The blade, gleaming like a shard of light, raced towards Lin Feng's throat, a testament to Ali's long-honed instincts. Upon witnessing the menacing glint of the blade hurtling towards him, Lin Feng's combat aura surged, enveloping him completely, and in an instant, he ascended into the air. Hovering above, Lin Feng indignantly exclaimed, "You little woman must be a dog, attacking without provocation. I am, after all, your savior." Cursing the despicable Shirchonyo for deceiving him, he continued his tirade. With a huff of annoyance, the young woman retracted her jade bed and pursued him through the skies. Thus, early that morning, the two engaged in a playful yet ineffectual aerial chase. A spectacle that seemed trivial to them but wreaked havoc below, startling the woodland creatures and toppling trees. They soared towards the direction of Wenyo Town with Lin Feng, newly ascended into the realm of flight, reveling in the euphoria of soaring through the skies, an ambition he had cherished since childhood, inspired by the great sword immortals. Though he was aware that Ali was behind him, he chose not to reveal his identity, pondering that perhaps she had long forgotten him after all these years. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Ali's true purpose for this journey was to locate him and return the sword order. for she yearned to escape the shackles of manipulation once and for all. In the vastness of the world, she found herself at a loss regarding her destination. Hence, she resolved to seek out the boy from her past, Lin Feng. Her first stop would be the city of Hanhai in the western regions. She intended to return the sword token to him, yearning to take control of her own life. Especially as Ali contemplated the imposing Shirchonyo ahead. Her resolve solidified further. If she could free herself from the clutches of fate, then a lifetime spent together with him would not be undesirable. This fleeting thought crossed Ali's mind, yet it was but a momentary flicker, for she was the daughter of the Fire King. Bearing the weight of her kingdom's destiny, ultimately she was destined to marry into the Qingye clan. Ali's thoughts drifted to her betrothed, whom she had yet to meet, and a wave of distaste washed over her. How delightful it would be if that man were Shirchonyo. With a dazed expression, Ali gazed at the formidable Shirchonyo ahead. At last, after a day of pursuit, they arrived at the former borders of the western Shu, now known as Woniyu Town, part of the southern Zhao Kingdom. The surging waters of the Luo River stirred nostalgia within Lin Feng. His destination was, of course, the grave of the old beggar, and Ali followed him closely. She observed Lin Feng purchasing several sticks of incense and a basket of steamed buns before heading towards the woods on the southern slope. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng remained indifferent to Ali. Time had changed. Over a decade ago, he had lived in another town with the old beggar. During those days of scarcity, the old beggar would climb the southern slope to dig for mountain yams to feed Lin Feng. The old beggar had a fondness for steamed buns, prompting Lin Feng to steal a few for him, often resulting in him being chased and beaten by merchants, bearing bruises of blue and purple. The old beggar urged him not to return, yet Lin Feng consistently replied with a beaming smile, only to find himself back after a few days. On one occasion, when the beggar witnessed Lin Feng being assaulted, he recklessly leaped forward to shield him. "Eat, my child, this is all saved for you." Lin Feng vividly remembered that moment. He cried out in anguish. Shaking his head vehemently, he refused to eat. Realizing at last the reason, he always found the white heart in the mountain yams. These were the white buns the old beggar had been saving, not because he relished them, but because they were meant for Lin Feng. Later, when the beggar lost a leg, the townsfolk grew even more disdainful towards the duo of old and young, compelling Lin Feng and the beggar to embark on a journey of wandering. During their travels, Lin Feng gazed up at the figures soaring through the sky on swords and inquired about them. The beggar replied, "Those are the great sword immortals. They can traverse the heavens and the earth, striking down foes from 1,000 miles away." Young Lin Feng tilted his head in curiosity and asked, "Can they eat white buns at every meal?" The old beggar paused for a moment, then chuckled, gently ruffling Lin Feng's hair. "Silly child, of course. The great sword immortals are truly remarkable beings." If before arriving in Woniyu Town, Lin Feng's sole desire was to become a great sword immortal so that the old beggar could enjoy white buns at every meal. After his arrival, Lin Feng's aspirations began to shift. Following the beggar's passing, with the arrival of the old yellow cow, Lin Feng's greatest vow transformed into a yearning for the power to protect others. He sought to seize control of his destiny and to become the strongest. Volume 2. The Young Swordsman ventures into the Jianghu Chapter 53. This battle I shall face. Woniyu Town remains bustling with activity as Lin Feng walks along the familiar yet unfamiliar streets. He first ventured to the Zhao residence, only to be informed that the Zhao family had relocated from Woniyu Town 3 years prior. The reasons for their departure are shrouded in speculation. Some say the entire family sought enlightenment in a renowned sect, while others assert they moved to the capital of the southern Zhao Kingdom. It is noteworthy that this territory is now governed by the southern Zhao Kingdom, a new dynasty that emerged after the decimation of the Western Chu imperial family. This dynasty has ties, to varying degrees, with the Xingyun sect, for the southern Zhao Kingdom is supported by the Zhongding sect, one of the top 10 sects of Kanglin Xinjia, which, in turn, is backed by the Xingyun sect. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he feels a sense of melancholy as the courtyard where he once lived has been sold to a traveling merchant from afar, who has now supplanted the Zhao family's position in Woniyu Town. This merchant belongs to the Murong family, a rising clan from the eastern region, following in the footsteps of the Qian, Sun, and Li families. However, unlike the latter, the Murong family does not venerate the sacred bull in the ancestral hall. Rather, they have established a longevity tablet for the island lord of Sansan Island and demanded its placement in the ancestral hall of Woniyu Town. This act, of course, has provoked the ire of the Qian, Sun, and Li families, for the town's name, Woniu, originates from the guardianship of the divine bull over the centuries. The Murong family has made an agreement with the Qian, Sun, and Li families, should the celebration of the March 3rd festival continue. Each family must host a contest for a day. The Murong family, however, does not intend to exploit their size against the smaller clans, only sending challengers of the Spirit Bond realm and below. Should the Murong family emerge victorious, the March 3rd festival will no longer be celebrated in Woniu town. Should the sacred bull sacrifice be abandoned, the bloodlines of the three families will gradually forget the existence of the divine bull, along with the beliefs etched into their lineage. The three families are aware that this ceremony cannot be forsaken, yet they lack the courage to oppose it. Despite the Murong family's intentions, whether they are merely toying with the three families or genuinely intend to uphold their promises, the three families must engage in battle. This is a matter of faith for the three prominent families of Woniu town. Their ancestors cultivated this wilderness, giving rise to the renowned fertile lands of Woniu, all under the protection of the sacred bull. The members of the three families are acutely aware that such grace and virtue must not be forgotten, nor can they dare to forget. The Qian family suffered a defeat yesterday, with each member who fought returning gravely injured, some even left with disabilities. Yet, the people of Woniu town raised their thumbs in praise of the Qian family, exclaiming, "This is the essence of a true man of Woniu." However, Sun Shui waited in vain for the appearance of his brother, Sun Xinda. As noon approached, the arena began to fill with the townsfolk of Woniu and passing merchants. Lin Feng, too, joined the throng at the arena, with Li closely following him, donning a black hat to avoid unnecessary trouble. Among those of the Jianghu, many wore such hats, making Li's presence hardly noticeable. With a resounding clang of the gong, the appointed time had arrived. Yet, Sun Shui felt increasingly anxious. His brother, Sun Xinda, was known for his integrity and would never miss such a significant event. Could he have encountered an unexpected mishap along the way? At that moment, a distressed disciple of the Sun family rushed into the backstage of the arena, weeping uncontrollably. This disciple was the scout sent to gather intelligence from the outside world. The head of the family, Second Master has been murdered. Upon hearing this, Sun Shui felt as though the very heavens were spinning around him. In that instant, the sun seemed to transform into a sinister black orb. After a brief moment, Sun Shui forced himself to regain his composure and inquired, "Is this truly the case?" The disciple nodded and replied, "I exhausted 2 swift steeds along the route that the second master would have taken and discovered that both he and the Sun family caravan met their demise just outside of Knife Edge Gorge." Sun Shui hastily questioned, "But Knife Edge Gorge is notorious for its bandits." "It makes no sense. We regularly offer tributes, and our coffers have never run dry. Surely they would not resort to murder for mere wealth." The disciple shook his head. "They are not bandits. The bandits have been slaughtered as well. All 18 of them are dead. I once glimpsed the notorious Big Head Yang while traveling with the second master, and he too has perished." Sun Shi murmured to himself. What could be the reason? The disciple spoke slowly and deliberately. "The killing blow came from the heavens." "The heavens? The heavens? Huh?" The disciple hastily urged him. "Master, you must not. You are the backbone of the Sun family. The second master is gone. We cannot suffer another misfortune at this moment. Allow me to go. I grew up alongside the second master. His death must surely be the work of the Murong family. Though I may be powerless against their spirit, I will not hesitate to take a piece of flesh from them, even in death," the disciple declared, his gaze fierce and resolute. Sun Shi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said gravely, "Good child, you are still young. The next generation of the Sun family needs individuals like you. Remember not to forget the ancestral teachings of Woniu town, and do not forsake the beliefs that we have guarded through the ages. In this battle, I shall lead. If misfortune befalls me, then you must escape with the bloodline of the Sun family, as far away as possible." The disciple cried out in protest. "No. What use is a broken body? I am willing to die to protect our clan." Sun Shui, filled with rage, retorted, "Nonsense. I, the head of the family, am still alive. Do you not consider the women and children of the Sun family? What about the innocent child left behind by my second brother?" The disciple trembled, at a loss for words. Sun Shui then placed a reassuring hand on the disciple's shoulder. "Remember, you are a son of Woniu town. As long as our bloodline endures, the spirit of Woniu town shall not falter. One day you shall fulfill the vows of Lord Divine Ox. This belief is etched in our very blood. Our 4 great families may perish, But the faith of Wonyu Town must never be forgotten. There is no time to lose. Go now. With that, Sun Shui summoned his inner energy, leaping onto the arena as if soaring like a great rock, and bowed to the surrounding crowd. Today, I, Sun Shui, will represent the Sun family in battle. Upon hearing this declaration, those familiar with the affairs of Wonyu Town began to murmur among themselves. Why is the head of the Sun family stepping onto the stage instead of his brother, Sun Shinda? Indeed, Master Sun Heir is a top-tier figure among the enlightened. He would surely be able to quell the arrogance of the Morong family. A resident of Wonyu Town shook his head and lamented. It is truly unfortunate. If Master Sun Heir does not participate, then I fear this arena may be doomed. Another merchant acquainted with Wonyu Town remarked, Alas, do you think Master Sun Heir fears battle? The recent downfall of the Qian family is still fresh in our minds. It is said that several of them were left crippled, and the formidable Qian Fumin, who was expected to transcend to a master of the soul realm, was directly incapacitated. A man donning a conical hat remarked, Is that so? The Morong family is truly ruthless, having rendered the Sea of Qi utterly incapacitated. This is a grave taboo in the realm of cultivation. One may kill or humiliate, but to cripple is beyond the pale. Does the Morong family not respect the rules of the Kanglan cultivation world? Hush, silence. His companion urgently interjected, sensing the approach of the Morong family. The man in the hat hastily adjusted his headgear, fearful of attracting the attention of those from the Morong clan. The newcomer from the Morong family was a young man, around 30 years of age, flanked by 7 or 8 disciples clad in the family attire. This young man, named Morong Guanhai, was the head of the Morong family. With his arms crossed, he wore a mocking expression as he gazed at Sun Shui on the arena. Not far from the arena stood several platforms, equipped with designated seats for the representatives of the 3 families. At present, Qian Fuyo, the head of the Qian family, and Li Guikai, the head of the Li family, were already seated. Opposite them were 2 empty chairs, one for Morong Guanhai and the other for Sun Shui. However, for reasons unknown, Sun Shui had ascended the arena himself. The arrival of Morong Guanhai stirred a wave of excitement among the crowd. Qian Fuyo fixed his gaze upon him. Yet when he witnessed Morong Guanhai gliding effortlessly through the air with his magical prowess, he was compelled to suppress the animosity that flickered in his eyes. The difference between the realms of Qi understanding and soul perception, though only a single level apart, was indeed akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Both Qian Fuyo and Li Guikai pondered the implications of the Morong family's actions, suspecting they were toying with the 3 prominent families of Wonyu Town. Morong Guanhai, with an air of nonchalance, gracefully settled into his seat, greeting the representatives from the Qian and Li families. Ah, my dear brother Qian and brother Li, it seems you have arrived ahead of me. Indeed, considering you are both on 2 legs, it is only prudent to arrive a bit earlier. Gentlemen, how about we engage in a wager today? My disciple can vanquish his opponent in no more than 10 moves. Qian Fuyo, brimming with indignation, was on the verge of striking out, for it was Morong Guanhai who had incapacitated his eldest son, who had been poised to break through to the soul perception realm. Clenching his fists, his eyes aflame with fury, he glared at his adversary, yet was ultimately restrained by Li Guikai. Morong Guanhai observed the 2 with keen interest. Upon his declaration, Qian Fuyo could no longer contain himself. The enchanting beauty Morong Guanhai spoke of was none other than his daughter-in-law, who had been shamefully captured in yesterday's arena. However, Li Guikai continued to hold him back, causing Qian Fuyo to dig his nails into his palms until they drew blood. At that moment, Sun Shui interjected. Who would have thought that the esteemed head of the Morong family, a master of the soul perception realm, would indulge in verbal sparring? Why not take the stage today and engage in a duel? Sun Shui had already made up his mind. The instant Morong Yunhai stepped onto the platform, he would unleash a self-destructive attack, which, while not fatal to the soul perception level Morong Guanhai, could nonetheless inflict considerable harm if he were caught off guard. Upon learning of his brother Sun Shinda's demise, Sun Shui immediately pointed the finger at Morong Guanhai, for he was the one most likely to have murdered his sibling, with motives that were painfully evident. Morong Guanhai, however, waved his hand dismissively. As a distinguished master of the soul perception realm, why should I stoop to bullying a mere novice at the Qi awakening stage? Ruer, you may go up instead. Remember to defeat him within 10 moves. In the narrative of Morong Guanhai, the character referred to as Fuer is none other than his adopted son, Morong Fu, a young man of striking appearance. With a folding fan in hand, he exudes an air of grace and refinement, embodying the essence of a young gentleman. Upon receiving his command, Wang leaped gracefully into the arena, employing the technique of Tiyun Zone, delicately stepping upon the very air to ascend the platform. With a casual flick of his fan, he displayed an effortless elegance that was truly remarkable. As the resonant sound of the gong reverberated, the duel between Wang and Sun Shui commenced in earnest. Sun Shui unleashed a formidable display of martial prowess, his fists clad in ebony boxing gloves, which, empowered by his inner energy, transformed into a streak of dark light. Hurtling towards Wang Fu. With swift and vigorous strides, Sun Shui launched a direct assault toward Wang Fu's visage. In the face of this fierce onslaught, Wang Fu remained unperturbed. Whether feigning nonchalance or possessing unwavering confidence, he neither evaded nor flinched. Instead, he elevated his folding fan, unfurling it with a graceful flourish, and met the attack with a lightness that was almost ethereal. If Sun Shui's fist was a manifestation of darkness, then Wang Fu's fan radiated a pure light. Upon collision, the two forces met briefly before separating. Wang Fu maintained his composure, stepping back with ease, while Sun Shui, visibly shaken, staggered several steps in retreat. Though their encounter was exploratory, the disparity in their abilities was unmistakably evident. As he closed his fan before the spectators, Wang Fu proclaimed with conviction, "One move." He recalled Wang Guanhai's admonition to vanquish his opponent within 10 strikes. Within the realm of enlightenment, Wang Fu exuded absolute confidence, for he hailed from the illustrious Three Immortals Island, rendering the modest clan of the western regions utterly insignificant by comparison. In that fleeting moment, Sun Shui unleashed his utmost strength, a culmination of his life's training. Even Wang Fu could not dismiss this display, and rather than confronting it head-on, he adeptly evaded the lethal blow by employing the exquisite swimming fish technique, a secret art of the inner disciples of Three Immortals Island. Sun Shui's attack missed its mark, and the force of his massive punch transformed into a tempest, crashing against a corner of the arena, which was soon riddled with cracks upon the impact. Turning around, Wang Fu remarked, "I did not anticipate that the head of the Sun family possessed such prowess. I have underestimated you. Yet, dear Sun, you are far from my equal. Why not allow Second Master Sun to take the stage for a fair contest? That would truly be an engaging match." Sun Shui's eyes burned with fury. He was incensed that his opponent, having already slain his younger brother, now sought to humiliate him further. After enduring a relentless barrage of 9 tempestuous assaults, Wang Fu adjusted his stance, gracefully waving his fan as he declared, "Head of the Sun family, my father foretold that I would defeat you within 10 strikes. Behold, this is our 10th exchange." With a flick of his folding fan, Wang Fu's strike landed, leaving Sun Shui bloodied and battered. A pained cry escaped his lips, accompanied by the taste of blood and flesh. The blow had indeed been formidable. Wang Fu's attack carved several gashes across Sun Shui's face, from the upper right to the lower left, with flesh torn asunder and his right eye punctured, a sight most gruesome. On the platform, the heads of the Qian and Sun families were struck with profound astonishment, for their opponent had unleashed but a single, yet devastatingly ruthless strike, which had nearly obliterated Sun Shui's life. Such a grim spectacle was truly terrifying. Their gazes turned towards Wang Guanhai, who was laughing heartily, and they could not help but smile inwardly, realizing that this act was a calculated strike at their very core. Upon the stage, Wang Fu proclaimed, "I have already stated that your brother should ascend to battle me. Now, do you perceive the disparity? With such a mediocre contender as yourself, a single blow suffices. It would be prudent to summon Master Sun Air without delay." Sun Shui remained silent, enduring excruciating pain as he secretly gathered his strength, intending to unleash a self-destructive force from his dantian. Meanwhile, the crowd below was abuzz with confusion regarding Sun Air's absence. One voice lamented, "Alas, without Master Sun on stage, the Sun family's presence here is but a facade. Why is he not stepping forward? After all, he is renowned as a formidable force in Wonyu town, having honed his skills for years in the realm of enlightenment. He must surely be superior to that young master of the Qin family." Another individual chimed in, "Perhaps he has fled in fear?" Yet, this notion was swiftly countered by another. How could that be? Master Sun, known for his integrity and trustworthiness, would never resort to fleeing. A local from Wonyu town, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "He is no longer worthy of being called Master Sun. His true name is Sun Shinda, and he does not deserve the title." I believe he has indeed fled, and I, Niu Wu, am ashamed to be his neighbor. Indeed, Sun Air is nothing but a coward. While his brother suffers humiliation, he hides away, enjoying comfort in the shadows. Wonyu Town has no place for such a man among its ranks. Do you not agree? The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes, indeed. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a young boy stumbled forward, pushing through the throng, his face flushed and tears still glistening as he shouted defiantly. My father is not a coward. He is a true man of great stature. The onlookers retorted, What do you know, little brat? Your father is indeed one. And so are you. Despite Sun Changkong's attempts to defend himself, he could not outvoice the chorus of dissent, and thus he sank to the ground, weeping quietly. On the platform, Wang Fu observed the scene with keen interest, seemingly indifferent to Sun Shi beside him. At that moment, a tall figure stepped into view, shielding Sun Changkong from the crowd. Lin Feng pushed through the multitude, placing himself protectively behind the boy. A group of grown men, merely squawking here. Why do you not step up and face off instead? Bullying a child is no display of prowess. From the crowd came murmurs echoing similar sentiments. If you're so brave, why not go yourself? Lin Feng chuckled softly, ignoring their taunts. He bent down to comfort Sun Changkong, saying, Do not cry. I believe your father is indeed a man, not a coward, and he would never abandon you. Sun Changkong wiped his tears and murmured, Do you know my father? At this, Lin could not help but smile. He compared the familiar Sun boss he had met days prior with the child before him and noticed a resemblance. Coupled with the words of the crowd, Lin Feng was nearly certain that the Sun boss he encountered was indeed this boy's father. However, it pained him to acknowledge that the boy's father was no longer present. In order to preserve the noble image of his father in the eyes of the young boy, Lin Feng resolved to lend his assistance. He bent down once more to gently stroke Sun Changkong's head and said, I know your father. He is a man of great stature. What is your name? Sun Changkong wiped away his tears and smiled. I am Sun Changkong, soaring like an eagle in the vast sky. My father says that I can become an exceptional cultivator, flying high and freely like an eagle. Lin Feng pondered the significance of the name. Changkong, a splendid name. I believe in you. Trust me. Your father is not a coward. He did not flee. Yes. Sun Changkong nodded vigorously.